The bloodied face of an elderly man tilted upward in his final, agonizing moment. A young woman with dark hair stared forward, her expression unnervingly blank. Her grandfather had passed away, leaving her alone in a vast, empty field. He was cut clean in half, a brutal and unceremonious end to his life. Despite the horror, tears would not come, and a strange glow emanated faintly from her eyes. She felt no sadness, only a cold, hollow emptiness. As she stood before the burning ruins of her village, she wondered what kind of terrible human she was to feel nothing for her only family. In a memory from a happier time, the young woman, Jeong, joyfully presented a spirit connection herb to her grandfather. Her grandfather welcomed her back warmly as she explained she found the valuable plant in the eastern parts, just as he had suggested. He estimated its worth at 5 niang while Jeong recounted finding it near a fox den filled only with babies. Her grandpa then posed a strange question, asking if she had killed the young foxes. Jeong was taken aback, explaining she couldn't because their mother would be heartbroken to return to her dead children. Her grandfather praised her compassionate heart before suggesting they put the herb away and have dinner. Later that evening, Grandpa asked Jeong if she could make him a solemn promise. Jeong looked at him inquisitively, asking what he wanted her to promise. He pleaded with her to never reveal her hidden, true nature to anyone, but she could only apologize in advance. In that moment, a sinister smile spread across Jeong's face, her eyes glowing red as sharp teeth emerged from the shadows. On the ground nearby, a wicked scythe lay waiting as a hand reached out to claim it. Jeong's mind was made up, she knew it was a promise she could never keep. The scene shifted to the bustling streets of Jeongyang County. A sharp cry echoed through the air as a procession made its way through the town. The rattling of a wooden carriage marked the transport of prisoners. Onlookers in fine robes tooted, remarking that the captives were nothing but petty criminals and mountain bandits. A man in red scoffed, dismissing them all as useless bastards. Another man in blue screamed for the swines to die, his voice joining the booing of the crowd. People looking out from a window murmured among themselves, wondering about the prisoner who raided a whole carriage to themselves. The solitary carriage continued to clatter ominously down the road. A man drinking tea noted the prisoner was young, perhaps the same age as the local young master. Others speculated that the prisoner's youth must hide a terrible evil to warrant such special treatment. One man, addressing a Murim warrior, guessed he wasn't scared before ordering another drink. The gossip spread like wildfire, with tales of a scythe killer demon who had taken countless lives. In another corner, a man inquired about hiring someone for a dark purpose. He needed someone young, someone whose death would go completely unnoticed. The focus shifted to a young person with long hair, their face splattered with blood as they stared at the ground. A man in armor roared that they deserved more than divine punishment as the sound of a blade sliced the air. The insults continued as a man in a conical hat called the prisoner a parasite. In response, the young person, Jeong, simply booed back at the angry mob. The man in the conical hat was momentarily stunned by this defiant retort. A full view showed Jeong in wooden stocks, bloodied but unbowed, their gaze fixed forward. An onlooker commented on how a face pretty enough to be a woman's could belong to a killer, while the man seeking to hire someone declared he no longer had a request. The man in yellow, who had been summoned, protested loudly at being dismissed. The sounds of straining effort filled the air as guards began their work. The man in the conical hat had found the one he was looking for. Now inside the prison, he declared Jeong the perfect candidate for his mysterious job. The story moved deep within the inner castle of Jeongyang County. Guards patrolled the grim, dimly lit corridors of the prison. 2 guards stood watch before a cell holding a solitary, captive figure. Inside the cell, Jeong reflected that she had been too rash in her actions. She cursed the bastard who had managed to capture her. From another cage, a man's voice acknowledged that her skills were impressive. He recalled wondering who was skilled enough to follow them, only to discover it was some unknown kid. That kid, he remembered, was a complete monster. In the dark of the cell, Jeong's thoughts drifted to her grandfather's killer. She had found him, but was defeated before she could even act. She despaired, seeing no possible way to ever kill the man who had taken everything from her. A single idea surfaced in her mind as she whispered the words, martial arts. She wondered if learning martial arts would finally give her the strength she needed for revenge. But despair quickly returned as she questioned whether she would ever get a second chance. An abrupt silence fell over the prison, a stillness that felt unnatural. Jeong's head snapped up, her senses on high alert. She recognized the scent of a strange smoke, not from fire, but a mix of herbs she knew well from her life with Grandpa. Her mind catalogued the ingredients: lizard's tail and purple parsnip. From a nearby cell, a bearded man groaned before slumping over, unconscious. Jeong identified another herb in the mixture, birthroot. She realized with dawning horror that she was breathing a potent sleep aroma. Despite her injuries, Jeong's expression remained grim and focused, her will fighting the encroaching drowsiness. She closed her eyes, carefully controlling her breath to resist the aroma's effects. The metallic clang of an unlocking cell door echoed in the silence. A guard prodded one of the unconscious prisoners. A masked man, surveying the scene, questioned what was happening. He gestured towards Jeong's cell, ordering the prisoner to come out. The rattling of chains was followed by a scream as the masked man was caught by surprise. The masked man stared in confusion at the prisoner who was still conscious. He began to shout that she was awake, but his words were cut short. With a fierce cry, Jeong lunged forward, seizing her opportunity. Her mind raced. She knew she only remained conscious because the herbal concoction was poorly mixed. She put every last bit of her strength into a desperate bid for freedom. A sharp, powerful blow struck her shoulder, stopping her cold. The masked man informed her he had struck her pressure points, immobilizing her completely as Jeong realized with dread that this was true martial arts. An unseen force slammed her back against the cold stone wall. Coughing, Jeong knew she was facing a real martial artist and wondered if this could be her grandfather's killer. A man in a cloak corrected her, noting that while their builds were similar, the killer had a scar by his left eye. A man in a dark robe then arrived, addressing the cloaked man as Guard Cam and asking if Jeong was the one. Guard Cam tried to send the young master away, but the newcomer complained that the prison wasn't interesting and just smelled bad. The young master demanded a chair and ordered Guard Cam to prop the prisoner up so he could see their face. Guard Cam obeyed, roughly shoving Jeong's head upward for inspection. The young master, Mok Gyeongwoon, broke into a wide grin, exclaiming how the prisoner looked exactly like him. Jeong's eye widened in pure shock at the sight of her perfect double. Mok Gyeongwoon mused aloud how there could be anything more fateful than their meeting. He chuckled, noting that Jeong seemed just as surprised as he was. Mok Gyeongwoon coldly stated that he'd heard Jeong was to be drawn and quartered in 2 days. Jeong quietly confirmed that this was her fate. The young master dramatically lamented the unfairness of life, where two people with the same face could have such different destinies. A tense silence filled the cell as his words hung in the air. Mok Gyeongwoon then declared he would give Jeong a very rare chance, immediately capturing her attention. He offered her the opportunity to become the third young master of the Mok Sword Manor by acting as his stand-in. Jeong eyed him with suspicion, questioning what kind of chance this was. Gyeongwoon painted a picture of a life of luxury, filled with fine food, beautiful servants, and comforts she had never known. An elderly man with him added that upon completion, she would receive enough money to live freely wherever she wished. He then held out a pill, telling her to eat it if she accepted the offer. Jeong immediately asked if it was poison, and the man scoffed, asking if she expected them to trust a death row inmate blindly. Another man clarified that the antidote would only be provided after the job was done, pressing her for a decision. In her mind, Jeong spoke to her departed grandfather. She told him that she had just been given a second chance. A hand held out the small red pill, a symbol of a dangerous pact. The faint sound of a swishing sword could be heard, a reminder of the martial world she was entering. Mok Gyeongwoon added with a sly smile that this was also a chance for her to get her revenge. A spark of determination ignited within Jeong. She looked up and asked if they would truly give her this chance. Mok Gyeongwoon praised her for making a wise choice. He ordered guard Cam to release her pressure point seal and remove the handcuffs. Footsteps echoed as the group prepared to leave the cell. With a heavy clank, Jeong's chains fell to the floor. Finally free from her restraints, Jeong let out a quiet sigh. Guard Cam announced he would lead the way, instructing the young master to follow from the back. Mok Gyeongwoon, however, turned to Jeong and ordered her to walk ahead of him. A heavy footstep marked their departure from the cell block. Guard Cam scouted ahead, declaring the path clear and cautioning them to be careful. The guard glanced back, his eyes falling on the visibly distressed Jeong. In a shocking turn, Mok Gyeongwoon lunged forward and attacked Jeong from behind. Guard Cam could only gasp, utterly bewildered by his master's sudden betrayal. Jeong collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with the shock of being struck down by her own double. Mok Gyeongwoon feigned enthousiasm, then turned to Guard Cam and casually asked what they should do now. In his mind, however, he coldly concluded that the fake was now dead. Before the Slaughtering Scythe Demon's arrest, screams of terror echoed as the massacre began. Amidst the spreading carnage, the killer's only thought was how much fun this was. As victims pleaded for their lives, the same chilling thought repeated itself: this was fun. The young man with blue hair later recalled killing everyone he thought might be connected to his grandfather's death. He remembered that the one emotion he felt so vividly while ending dozens of lives was pure, unadulterated joy. His grandfather's voice echoed in his memory, warning him to never reveal the true nature he hid within himself. He was now forced to confront the reality of that hidden nature. As a blade cut through the air, the woman wondered what kind of expression she wore while killing all these people. A tremor ran through her as she realized she might have been smiling through the entire slaughter. A dark, humorless laugh escaped her lips at the horrifying thought. She pondered if this gruesome joy was the true self her grandfather had spoken of. An injured man on the floor gasped out her moniker, the Slaughtering Scythe Demon, forcing her to question if her nature was truly evil. Deciding she didn't know the answer, she resolved to simply continue killing for now. Her rampage was cut short by a powerful, glowing punch that sent her reeling backward. As she lay crumpled on the floor, a man in a red cape descended from the sky, the clear source of the attack. A pained grunt escaped her lips from the force of the blow. She coughed violently, and the man in the red cape showed a flicker of surprise that she was still conscious. A man in a straw hat then appeared, remarking with casual impressiveness that she was still alive. The injured young man staggered to his feet, a chilling realization dawning on him as he called the newcomer a bastard. His instincts screamed that this man was extraordinarily dangerous. The man in the straw hat observed that the youth hadn't even learned martial arts. He found it interesting that an untrained kid had somehow managed to survive his ultimate attack. The injured young man choked on his own blood, stunned by the encounter. His mind raced, unable to comprehend how his opponent had closed the distance in an instant, questioning if he was even human. The man in the straw hat admitted he was wondering who had been following them, amused that it was just some untrained kid. Before the injured young man could ask who they were, he was cut off. He was struck down in an instant. The youth coughed up blood, the warrior marveling that a kid with no martial arts training could survive his ultimate attack. The red-eyed warrior decided it would be best to kill him on the spot. He told the boy that his killing spree had only shortened his own lifespan and that he should have just lived a quiet life. Defeated so easily, the young man despaired, having finally found his grandfather's killer only to face his own demise. He wondered bitterly if this was truly how he was meant to die. He did not die that day, but he knew he would be killed soon enough. In that moment of despair, he wished desperately for just one more chance. He knew if he got it, he would not let it go. The memory shifted to a moment of shock as a hand suddenly grabbed his head. Back in the present, a foot pressed down on the chest of the real Mok Gyeongwoon, who lay helpless on the floor. The blood-stained smiling man turned to guard Cam and asked with a chilling casualness, "What now?" He declared that the fake was now dead. The double punctuated his victory by sneering down at the fallen young master, calling him a piece of shit. Guard Cam exploded in rage, calling the double an insane bastard for daring to attack the young master. The double calmly argued that it was the opposite, as a stand-in is supposed to be the one to risk danger. He explained that blind obedience would have gotten him killed, leaving Guard Cam stunned by his sheer strength and audacity. When Guard Cam asked if he wasn't afraid of being killed, the double pointed out that if the guard truly intended to, he would have done it already, correctly guessing his lack of loyalty. Guard Cam roared that it was nonsense. In a flash, the double seized the guard's leg and brutally slammed him to the ground. A choked gasp of pain escaped Guard Cam's lips. The man with the mustache, pinned and furious, vowed to kill the double right then and there. The protagonist calmly asked if that was really necessary. Guard Cam spat back, demanding to know why it wouldn't be. The protagonist reminded the guard that he had taken the poison, leaving him no choice but to obey them for the antidote. He framed the situation as a perfect opportunity, offering himself, the third young master of the Mok Sword Manor, as Guard Cam's new, loyal dog. Guard Cam fell silent, processing the audacious proposal to betray the real young master and use this cunning double as his own puppet. The protagonist lay on the ground, his gaze steady as he awaited the guard's decision. Guard Cam remained speechless, his mind racing. Finally, a heavy sigh of resignation escaped the guard. The sound of a sword being sheathed sealed the unspoken agreement. In the aftermath, the night grew unnervingly still. The man in the blue tunic stood in silence, his decision made. He gazed down at the bloodied, unconscious face of the original Mok Gyeongwoon. Turning to the protagonist, he began the official transfer of identity. He declared that from this moment forward, the double was Mok Gyeongwoon. The words hung in the air, a final verdict over the original master's fate. A sinister, bloody smile crept across the new Mok Gyeongwoon's face. However, upon arriving at the Mok Sword Manor, a new complication arose. The man in the green robe informed him that he was forbidden from meeting any of the manor's people. When the blue-haired stand-in noted it was no different from before, Guard Cam sharply reminded him that as a puppet, he had no right to ask questions and would die if caught. Guard Cam then added one final condition. He warned that any act of disobedience or trickery would result in immediate death. The new Mok Gyeongwoon simply replied, "All right." Calling him a creepy bastard, Guard Cam tossed over the neutralizer, warning him that he would die if he missed a dose every 24 hours. Under a sky ablaze with the colors of a vibrant sunset, his new life began. The blue-haired stand-in wiped the blood from his face, reflecting on his incredible luck. It was a miracle he had survived his wounds, let alone been given a new life entirely. He mused that perhaps his grandfather's spirit was watching over him, and silently promised not to die until his vengeance was complete. Kong Jinwoo's thoughts turned to revenge, certain that his attacker believed him to be dead, his original body likely found by now. The dark-haired protagonist resolved to use his new position in the martial clan, pretending to be the third young master while he hunted for his grandfather's killer. He stood barefoot in simple clothes, a humble beginning to a quest for bloody retribution. The searing image of his grandfather lying dead in a pool of blood was burned into his mind. The dark-haired protagonist made a solemn vow to find the man responsible and kill him in the exact same way. The grand estate of the Mok Sword Manor stood imposing against the sky, its intricate tiers reaching for the clouds. Now inside its walls, the dark-haired protagonist reflected on how he had miraculously managed to avoid death. He considered the silver lining, he had finally been given a chance to learn martial arts. However, a new complication soon presented itself. He found that the guard Cam had left behind to watch him was becoming a significant annoyance. A man named Go Chan, Guard Cam's disciple, made his presence known with an irritated click of his tongue. Go Chan let out a dismissive scoff as he stood with his fellow conspirators. He muttered that Cam must have gotten soft, questioning what was so special about a boy who hadn't even learned martial arts. A man in an ornate hat reacted in shock, asking what would become of their plan now that Mok Gyeongwoon was dead. A bearded man forcefully silenced him, assuring him that his role would not change. The bearded man instructed the group to keep the protagonist under watch while a man in a blue tunic decided to formulate a different plan. The man in blue declared that their new course of action would be to simply throw the boy out. The bearded man agreed, adding that they would then side with someone else entirely. The man in the blue tunic then turned to Go Chan, confirming that the protagonist had indeed been fed poison. Go Chan asserted that this would make him hard to disobey, but the man in blue dismissed the idea, stating the boy was not the obedient type. The man in the ornate hat elaborated on this, explaining that as a former death row inmate who killed for his position, the boy was dangerously quick-witted. One of the men spat, concluding that this newcomer was dangerous and associating with him would only bring ruin. He then fell into a deep, contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Go Chan grumbled to himself about his babysitting duty, frustrated that he couldn't go against his master's orders. Unseen by his guard, the protagonist quietly observed his new surroundings, a thoughtful expression on his face. He considered that guard Cam had never explained why a stand-in was needed, simply leaving Go Chan behind before departing. Jin Woo quickly assessed that the manor felt safe, leading him to believe there was a hidden reason for his presence. His finger tapped gently against the wooden frame of his room. A soft, cracking sound echoed in the quiet space. He came to a sudden realization: the conspirators were not protecting the manor, but instead intended to switch their allegiance. Having understood their plot, he stood in a dimly lit hallway, ready to make his move. A low, unsettling chuckle echoed from nearby. Go Chan yelped, startled by the sudden appearance of the protagonist. The guard demanded to know what he was doing, to which Jin Woo calmly replied he wanted some fresh air and had a question for him. Go Chan threatened him to go back inside unless he wanted to see blood. Jin Woo attempted to reason with the guard, suggesting they could both benefit from keeping a little secret. The unsettling chuckles from Jin Woo continued, unnerving the guard. Go Chan angrily warned him not to forget his place and to go back inside immediately. Jin Woo paused, his expression becoming cold and unreadable. He then calmly stated that Go Chan was definitely weaker than guard Cam, leaving the man stunned into silence. A sinister tension filled the air between them. Suddenly, Go Chan let out a choked grunt of pain. Jin Woo's hand moved with lightning speed, striking the guard. Panic seized Go Chan as his body refused to move, the horrifying realization dawning on him that his pressure points had been sealed. He accused the protagonist of hiding his martial arts training all along. Jin Woo feigned confusion, wondering aloud why the guard could still move and admitting he was just copying a technique he had seen guard Cam perform only once. Go Chan reeled in horror, unable to comprehend how someone could master a technique after witnessing it a single time. His mind screamed in terror: Cam had been right all along, this man was incredibly dangerous. Trembling, the guard desperately reminded Jin Woo of the poison coursing through his veins. His frantic warning about bleeding from every orifice and dying a painful death hung in the air. As Go Chan continued to bluster, Jin Woo moved with chilling purpose. The protagonist calmly shoved a bloody finger into the guard's mouth, nonchalantly remarking that he had forgotten about the poison. Go Chan could only stare back, utterly stupefied by the turn of events. The guard then began to panic, sputtering incoherently about the poison he had just ingested. While Go Chan frantically tried to circulate his inner energy, Jin Woo recalled his childhood foraging for herbs with his grandfather. He remembered how, through constant exposure, his own blood had become a potent toxin. Jin Woo knew from experience that he could identify any herb or poison by taste alone, making most of them ineffective against him. Because of this unique immunity, he had absolutely no need for the neutralizer guard Cam had provided. Returning to the present, Jinwoo calmly reminded the terrified guard that he had a question for him about the Mok Sword Manor. He added a chilling threat, stating that he was the only one who could provide the antidote to his blood's poison, ensuring Go Chan's complete cooperation. Later, within the stately main hall of the Mok Sword Manor, a tense atmosphere prevailed. From within the manor master's room, a weak and persistent cough echoed. The manor master, Mok Inden, lay frail and bedridden, his body racked by coughing fits. An elderly physician sighed in exhausted defeat, wondering if there was truly no solution to the master's ailment. The physician lamented that despite using all his knowledge and experience with rare herbs, he couldn't even determine the cause of the illness. He sighed, wishing that the manor master had taken the crucial step of choosing a successor before his health declined so drastically. As it stood, the manor master had fallen gravely ill without naming one of his 4 sons as his heir. The physician knew that this inaction had plunged the manor into a state of tense quiet, the silence before an inevitable storm. He feared that the moment the manor master died, the brothers would surely spill blood in their fight for the coveted position. He worried in particular about the first wife, who he knew would stop at nothing to secure the title for her firstborn son. As if summoned by his thoughts, Lady Suk, the manor master's first wife, appeared and coolly inquired about her husband's condition. The elderly man bowed nervously as the lady repeated her question with a sharp, insistent tone. The physician apologized for his lack of knowledge, admitting he could only describe the illness as strange, prompting an unsurprised sigh from Lady Suk. She remarked that everyone called it a mystery illness, and declared that her only remaining option was to turn to shamanistic arts, shocking the physician. The man protested vehemently, decrying shamanism as a false belief and questioning her decision to resort to such methods. Lady Suk coldly retorted, asking if he would prefer she simply do nothing and wait for her husband to die. She cut off any further protest, announcing that she had already summoned a shaman and that the physician was now excused. Lady Suk issued a stern order to her attendants: the shaman would deal with the illness, and no one else was to be allowed into the main hall. She reiterated her command with chilling finality, stating that not even a single soul was to pass. Back in the secluded room, the now subservient Go Chan finished relaying this exact political turmoil to his new master. The young man with dark hair listened intently, his mind processing every detail of the manor's delicate situation. Jinwoo then announced it was time for them to leave, much to the subordinates' confusion about their destination. A faint, knowing smirk touched Jinwoo's lips as he gazed out the window toward the main estate. He declared his intention with cold confidence: he was going to see the manor master. Jinwoo leaned in, processing the intricate betrayal that had been laid bare before him. He confirmed with the terrified subordinate that the real Mok Gyeongwoon and guard Gam had indeed planned to pit him against the firstborn son, Mok Gyeongwoon, hoping they would destroy each other. Jinwoo mused that for all its complexity, this was the best scheme they could devise. The plan's first target was the 20-year-old firstborn, Mok Gyeongwoon, a cruel and greedy womanizer known as the least capable of the 4 siblings. The second target was the 18-year-old Mok Yunpyeong, a clever and cunning youth who resembled his mother and would stop at nothing to become the family's lord. The scheme involved bringing these 2 ambitious brothers to the same location as the stand-in, Jinwoo. Their goal was to provoke Mok Yunpyeong into killing the fake Gyeongwoon, after which the sloppy victor would be backstabbed by the opportunistic firstborn. It was a classic, winning by default, strategy. This way, no matter which of the 2 survived the initial conflict, both would be eliminated as heirs for attempting fratricide, allowing the real Mok Gyeongwoon to claim the title uncontested. Jinwoo acknowledged the cleverness of the plot but knew his own actions in killing the real Mok Gyeongwoon had introduced a fatal variable. Go Chan nervously questioned why the young master would risk going to the manor master, but Jinwoo calmly stated that their fates were intertwined. The subordinate began to protest, worried that guard Cam would discover their movements. Jinwoo cut him off with a disarming smile, thanking guard Go Chan in advance for keeping it a secret and leaving the man speechless. A wave of frustrated panic washed over the trapped Go Chan. As schemes unfolded within the manor walls, a new player arrived to challenge the threads of fate. A woman in striking robes, Shaman Myo Shin, stood expectantly before the main estate, her fan held with an air of confidence. She knelt in the vast courtyard, her gaze fixed on the main building where she was to perform her sacred and secret task. Shaman Myo Shin addressed the lady of the house, inquiring if she could finally see the manor master. Lady Suk regarded her coolly, admitting she would trust in the shaman's miraculous reputation just this once. The shaman urged haste as the attendant confirmed she had already cleared the area of everyone within 30 paces of the main building, leaving only a single guard at the entrance. Shaman Myo Shin then delivered her final condition, insisting that even the madam herself must take her leave. Lady Suk paused, seeking reassurance that the shaman had not forgotten her other, more clandestine request. She reminded the shaman to secure the manor master's seal and his secret manual. Lady Suk promised an immediate reward of 300 silver coins if the shaman succeeded, an offer that was gratefully accepted. The head attendant commanded the remaining guards to withdraw and stay away until they were summoned. As she watched the shaman depart, Lady Suk let out a heavy sigh, revealing her deep-seated disdain for having to resort to something as unseemly as shamanism. Her moment of reflection was suddenly shattered. The sound of a door creaking open echoed ominously in the silent courtyard. The name of the fourth son, Mok Gyeongwoon, flashed through her mind like a curse. He was Mok Gyeongwoon, the child of a lowly geisha, a stain on the family's honor. In a venomous memory, Lady Suk had seethed at the thought of the manor master's position going to someone of such lowly blood, an outcome she swore she could never forgive. Meanwhile, Jinwoo's group stealthily approached the estate grounds. The woman accompanying them suddenly stopped, sensing a presence. The dark-haired woman confirmed her suspicion, whispering that someone was there. Go-chan identified the figure as the fourth son, Mok Gyeongwoon, and explained that he was likely training his martial arts. Jinwoo recalled the rumors about Mok Gyeongwoon, a man of outstanding martial prowess, relentless in his training, and the most favored son due to his resemblance to his father's character. The dark-haired woman observed his technique, noting that he was using horse steps to build the lower body strength that is the foundation of all martial arts. She nodded in understanding as Go-chan quietly addressed her. Jinwoo suddenly broke the silence, asking Go-chan a startling question: if he learned martial arts, could he kill Guard Cam? He repeated the question with chilling intensity when Go-chan didn't immediately answer. Go-chan's mind reeled in panic, horrified that this clever young man might have already uncovered their plot to abandon him. But the path to power was not so simple. In a past lesson, an elderly master had explained to the young dark-haired woman that the basics of martial arts began with internal training. This training, he elaborated, was a breathing technique used to purify nature's energy and accumulate inner chi, the source of a martial artist's strength. The master had cautioned, however, that amassing inner chi was not a feat accomplished overnight, making it difficult to defeat a veteran like Guard Cam who had 30 more years of cultivation. Go-chan finished the thought, confirming to Jinwoo that it would be incredibly difficult to achieve in a short period. In fact, another had once bluntly stated that he would likely never be able to do it in his entire lifetime. This was because true internal training had to begin by age 4 or 5, starting any later meant impure energy would accumulate, making it impossible to gather true inner chi. The grim reality was that a person who missed this crucial window would never be able to cultivate the power they sought. A stout man once mockingly told another aspiring youth to try his best, knowing he would forever remain a frog in a well. That same man then commented to a dark-haired woman that the youngest master, Mok Gyeongwoon, held a deep dislike for the now-deceased second master, Mok Gyeongwoon. He explained that 2 years prior, Gyeongwoon had called Yuchun's mother a vulgar name and was thoroughly beaten for the insult. The woman had laughed, remarking that the youngest master was quite good-natured to have only beaten him while leaving all 4 of his limbs intact. A muscular man in their group nervously insisted they leave, fearing they would get into trouble for gossiping about the masters. Back in the present, Jinwoo processed this new information in silence. At the main hall, the sun began to set over the ornate estate. Inside, the grand hall was dimly lit, prepared for a solemn ritual. The faint jingle of ceremonial bells filled the tense air. On a bed in the center of the room lay the manor master, bound and entangled in a web of vibrant red strings. Shaman Myo Shin looked down upon the ailing man with a discerning eye. The shaman thought to himself that this was no simple addiction, a murderous energy so potent it should have already consumed a normal person radiated from the master's body. He concluded that the man's chances of survival were barely 50%, having endured the affliction for far too long. Still, the shaman decided it didn't matter whether the master lived or died, so long as he completed his commission and received his payment. With a brush dipped in what looked like blood, the shaman prepared to begin his work. He began to chant, invoking the names of Indra's scepter and the 8 heavenly kings. His incantations wove a complex tapestry of spiritual commands, a ritual to ward off evil ghosts and pay homage to the Buddha. The shaman raised his voice, vowing to teach all ghosts the Dharma and help them escape the cycle of suffering. A talisman flared with spiritual power. Energy erupted within the ritual space. The shaman focused his will, commanding the illness to reveal itself. He let out a strained groan, calling upon the power of a great general to protect the Dharma with its awe-inspiring golden form. The shaman continued his desperate chant, calling upon protectors and demon kings, attempting to create an iron fortress of faith around the afflicted man. The manor master suddenly cried out in agony, and the shaman realized with dawning horror that the man's murderous energy was too strong to be contained by the ritual. He pushed onward, desperately chanting for enlightenment and the appearance of Buddha. A violent surge of dark energy exploded through the room, overwhelming the holy ceremony. Just as the ritual began to fail, the shaman was startled by a sound at the door. He worriedly wondered if the madam had returned, knowing that any interruption at this critical moment would be disastrous. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on his mouth from behind, and the shaman let out a choked gasp. His eyes widened in shock as he was silenced. Go-chan and the dark-haired woman stumbled into the room, gasping in shock at the bizarre and terrifying scene before them. The woman recognized the man on the bed as the manor master, while the captured shaman weakly croaked out a question of who they were. Jin-woo stepped calmly into the light, placing a hand on the shaman's head with chilling purpose. He then addressed the man on the bed, speaking a single word that froze Go-chan in his tracks, "Father." In response, the bound manor master could only manage a pained, guttural groan. Jin-woo bowed his head slightly, formally stating that he had come to give his greetings. His companions could only stare, the woman questioning if it was truly the manor master, while the restrained shaman continued to struggle. Jin-woo once again offered a simple, polite greeting to the suffering man. The word "father" hung in the air, leaving the elderly shaman utterly petrified. The man on the bed let out another low groan, his body still bound by the ritual strings. The young woman with dark hair then stepped forward, echoing her master's sentiment as she, too, offered her greetings. An unseen voice frantically screamed for them to get out of the room. The elderly man in yellow insisted that it didn't matter if he was the manor master's son, demanding their immediate departure and questioning if Lady Suk's orders had been ignored. The young woman hummed thoughtfully, observing the chaotic scene as the afflicted man on the bed let out another pained groan. A man in green explained that their efforts were being undone by a wave of murderous energy, but the elderly man dismissed him as a mere alchemist and again yelled for him to leave. The elderly man pleaded with them to get out, his voice filled with desperation as he warned of the terrible consequences should their ritual fail. A nervous gulp was the only sound in the tense, silent room. The young woman's detached curiosity turned to alarm as the bound manor master began to convulse violently. The insidious and mysterious illness was spreading its influence. A dark, oppressive aura began to pour from the struggling man. The dreadful sickness had now completely taken over the manor master. The elderly shopkeeper cried out for help, begging the others to hold the possessed man down, but the man in the black hat hesitated in disbelief. An urgent cry to hurry echoed as the man on the bed thrashed against his bindings. A desperate chant began, invoking a charm to overpower the evil spirit and swallow all malevolence. The possessed man responded with a terrifying, inhuman roar that shook the room. The onlookers froze, their faces masks of pure shock. The ritual's binding strained, threatening to snap under the immense pressure. Suddenly, the man in the black hat let out his own scream of agony as the dark energy lashed out. The man in the yellow hat shouted that the entity had grown even stronger, as the woman in blue watched in horror. The man in the yellow hat desperately warned his struggling companion to hold on, revealing that the evil spirit could transfer to him if he let go. As the man on the bed let out a final, horrifying scream, the man in green cried out that the spirit was coming for him. The terrified man in green watched as the dark-haired young master raised a sword with cold, unnerving resolve. A heavy silence fell over the room as all eyes fixed on the dark-haired man and his drawn blade. The man in green, the dark-haired woman, and the man in the yellow hat all gasped in unison at the unfolding scene. The dark-haired woman stammered in disbelief, questioning what he had just done as a clean slicing sound cut through the air. The dark-haired man's own eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected result of his action. The man in green begged him to stop, terrified he was going to strike again, but the dark-haired man calmly denied it. Enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, the dark-haired man brought his sword down in a powerful, decisive arc. A man in a cap watched in utter disbelief, exclaiming that the crazy bastard had just severed the manor master's arm. The story paused on this grim tableau, signaling a dark and bloody turning point. A strange, wet chopping sound echoed twice in the now quiet room. The air crackled with the faint, residual hum of supernatural energy. The man in green noted they had to stop the bleeding, while the man in the yellow hat silently surveyed the chaotic mess. As the man in green lamented his failure, the man in the yellow hat internally plotted his escape to avoid taking any blame for the disaster. Just as the man in the yellow hat resolved to do the bare minimum before fleeing, he noticed something that made him freeze. He stared in confusion at a dark, writhing object, demanding to know what it was, while the woman in black looked on with intrigue. The man in green recognized the pulsating mass, identifying it with a shocked gasp as the young master. The woman in black pointed out that this dark entity was the true source of the manor master's illness, warning that he was still in mortal danger. An elderly man urgently declared they had no time for arguments, asking if they, also, wished for the manor master's death. The elderly man immediately realized his slip of the tongue, cursing himself for the revealing choice of words. The young woman's eyes narrowed, seizing on his mistake as she demanded to know who else wanted the manor master dead. She pressed her advantage, asking if it was the person who hired him, causing the elderly man to stammer about a misunderstanding. The young woman coolly noted that her blade was now closer to his throat, advising him that honesty was his only chance of survival. Misunderstanding her threat, the elderly man suddenly told someone else to do it, leaving his captor momentarily confused. The young woman clarified her intentions, ordering a nearby middle-aged man to find the secret manual and the seal. The middle-aged man was visibly shocked by the sudden, authoritative command. While the young woman warned that any delay could endanger the manor master, the middle-aged man, thinking his new commander was insane, reluctantly agreed to hurry. The scene shifted to a different chamber, its ornate ceiling decorated with lanterns and fine blue curtains. An unconscious man, a wooden puppet, lay on a table, surrounded by figures preparing for another, more delicate ritual. The woman in dark blue examined the wooden vessel, asking what it was. The elderly man in yellow explained it was a decoy vessel, designed to trick the evil spirit into leaving the manor master's body. Announcing the start of the ritual, the elderly man began chanting, calling for great calamitic changes in heaven and earth. His incantation continued, invoking a sacred samadhi and the 5 wisdoms as a powerful refuge against all demonic harm. He commanded the ritual's effects to manifest with haste, pouring his energy into the spell. A choked gasp was heard as the powerful ritual began to take effect on the wooden puppet. The man with the hat and the woman in dark blue watched with alarm as the energy surged. The elderly man in yellow repeated his chant, but cried out in pain as the spell began to overwhelm him. He realized with dread that the murderous energy was too strong, and forcing the ritual would only unleash the evil spirit completely. Elsewhere, the young woman fretted that the young master wouldn't listen to her, while the old man anxiously wondered what to do. A sudden realization dawned on one of the observers. A grimace of pained concentration appeared on the elderly shaman's face. The elderly man informed the young master that he would now restrict the evil spirit, as the young woman questioned if it was safe for him to be present. The man in green, realizing his presence was inappropriate for the secret rite, excused himself from the room. With the room now secured, the elderly man announced that he would begin the interrogation. He chanted the powerful incantation once more, calling upon ancient powers to bind the spirit and compel it to obey. A pained groan escaped the puppet as the elderly man commanded the ritual's effects to manifest immediately. An otherworldly voice suddenly emanated from the possessed puppet, rasping out a single question: "Who calls upon me?" The elderly man declared his success, commanding the spirit to heed his questions as the binding ritual compelled it. The possessed puppet's voice rasped, asking what question he meant. The elderly man telepathically forced his demand upon the spirit, commanding it to reveal the location of the manor master's secret manual and gear. The spirit reluctantly divulged the secret: a chamber underground, past the front stone door of the medicinal hall. The young man repeated the location aloud, confirming he understood the spirit's words. Suddenly, the wooden puppet's hand tightened its grip on the ritual item it was holding. An overwhelming sense of dread and immense power flooded the room in an instant. The old man screamed for the young master to cut the string connecting the puppet to the real manor master. He urgently explained that the evil spirit was trying to use the connection to seize the manor master's body permanently. A blade flashed, severing the red string just as a torrent of dark energy erupted from the puppet. The young man looked up from the severed string, his expression one of pure, bewildered shock. The young man with dark hair coolly asked what was wanted, only for the elderly man in yellow to smugly question if he even knew who he was addressing. The elderly man condescendingly insisted that the young master should show more respect. A horrifying vision assaulted the young man as countless disembodied hands grasped at his face, trying to suffocate him. The elderly man's voice echoed through the psychic attack, again demanding that he be more respectful. Faced with this unexpected spiritual assault, the young man could only swallow nervously. The spirit was malevolent from the very beginning, overflowing with a potent killing intent. Its escape from the ritual's control was inevitable, and it was perhaps fortunate that the entity chose to transfer to the young man. The elderly man in yellow smugly declared his mission complete, stating he would now pin all trivial matters on his young master. The young man with dark hair began to retort, his voice filled with fury at the old man's audacity. An otherworldly voice, the unknown entity, suddenly roared from his body, furious at being deceived with a mere puppet. Within the young man's mind, the spirit's true form, a man with long purple hair, wondered if this youth was the culprit who had tricked him, noting his age with a sinister chuckle. The spirit then declared its new plan: it would take over the young man's body and trap his mind in an eternal slumber. The scene within the psychic plane shifted, showing a young woman with dark hair looking on with deep concern. A different young woman, this one with blue hair, then stood before a serene forest waterfall, lost within the spirit's illusion. The young man found himself in this constructed world, recognizing it as the watering hole he always visited. A new chapter of his struggle began, one that would test the very definition of his righteousness. The peaceful sound of birds chirping filled the air of the serene, illusory mountain. He knew this place intimately. The sound of the cascading water was a familiar, comforting melody. It was a place he always visited, a sanctuary built from his own memories. Yet, despite it being a place he always came to, something felt terribly wrong. A strange, unsettling feeling permeated the air as he realized he was forgetting something crucial. In the illusion, the young woman paused, the nagging feeling of a forgotten memory clouding her thoughts. Suddenly, her head snapped up in alarm. Her eyes widened in horror as she realized the disturbance was coming from the direction of her home. With a desperate cry of "grandfather" on her lips, the young woman began to run. She sprinted through the woods, her breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. A desperate prayer echoed in her mind, pleading for everything to be all right. She pushed herself harder, repeating her desperate plea over and over again. At last, she arrived at the house, her voice trembling as she called out for her grandfather. Her heart stopped at the tragic sight before her. The young man's own memories surged to the surface as he relived the moment, crying out for his grandfather. He knelt by the fallen man's side, begging him to wake up. In his grief-stricken mind, the young man denied the horrific reality, wondering who could have done such a monstrous thing. He sobbed that his grandfather couldn't leave them, his entire world crumbling around him. In that moment of projected grief, the protagonist finally understood the depth of his grandfather's existence. He truly grasped just how important the old man had been to him. The spirit, sensing this deep emotion, thought it had finally found his core desire. A voice echoed in the mental space, declaring that it now knew what the young man truly wished for. A low, menacing growl rumbled through the illusion. Vicious tendrils of dark energy suddenly erupted from the back of the young man's projection. A familiar elderly voice snapped him out of his reverie, asking what he was doing. The young man looked up, his expression one of pure shock. The elderly man, his grandfather, appeared alive and well, chiding him to snap out of it and offer his help. Utterly bewildered, the young man could only wonder what was happening, questioning if this was truly his grandfather. As the illusion solidified, his eyes began to glow with a brilliant, otherworldly blue energy. He called out to his grandfather again, a wave of immense power jolting through him. The spirit's trap was sprung, offering a false promise of endless happiness. In the fabricated memory, the young man asked his grandfather why he was named righteous, while the spirit whispered its intent to keep him trapped in this blissful moment forever. The spirit believed that by imprisoning him here, he would never be lost to the darkness. But from the depths of the void, the real young man watched the scene with a chillingly serious expression. The possessed man, the core of the invading spirit, felt a surge of confusion and profound dread. A pained, guttural scream ripped from the spirit's psychic form. Jinwoo's voice cut through the illusion as he coolly stated that the spirit had forced him to recollect something unpleasant, shocking the entity that he could even be seen. He coldly admonished the spirit for its annoying game of toying with his deceased grandfather. Jinwoo continued, explaining that the spirit had misunderstood something crucial about him. He clarified that if it wanted to tempt him with happiness or revenge, it should have shown him something better than just bringing his grandfather back to life. His voice dropped, laced with venom, as he declared his true desire, to rip apart the bastard who had killed his grandfather. The spirit felt a terrifying pressure as it was unwillingly dragged deeper into Jinwoo's consciousness. It discovered a dangerous, primal desire within him, a pure killing intent so evil that even a spirit of the dead would recoil in fear. The spirit reeled in shock, wondering how such a thing was even possible. It questioned how a living being could possess such darkness, yet simultaneously sensed something was holding that immense killing intent in check. A memory surfaced, his grandfather, the elder, asking Jeong if he remembered the question about his name. The elder explained that he had named him righteous, because, though Jeong was different from other children, he wished for him to grow up to be kind and just. He had chosen the name hoping his grandson would grow to be a good person, one who would never deviate from the proper path. The memory concluded with the elder's prayer for Jeong to continue growing as a righteous person, which served as a powerful seal on his inner darkness. Struggling against an unseen force, the spirit, in the form of a young woman, realized with dawning horror that she had to escape. Deciding Jinwoo was utterly insane, she resolved to flee deeper into his consciousness to survive. With a scythe in hand, the spirit's avatar ran frantically through a forest constructed within the mental world. She continued her desperate flight, searching for a deeper, safer layer of his mind. Confident that she only needed to dive deeper to regain control, she pushed onward. Her hand emerged from tall grass, pulling herself into what she believed was the core of his consciousness. But a monstrous, leering face with glowing red eyes met her gaze against a serene blue sky. The entity found itself standing in a vast, open field of flowers before a strange, sealed doorway. The spirit wondered if this tranquil field was truly the deepest part of his consciousness. Its attention was then drawn to a large, solitary door standing ominously in the middle of the field. Noticing the powerful seal upon it, the entity surmised that this must be where Jinwoo's memories were locked away. It decided the reason didn't matter, it just had to break the seal and seize control from the very core of his being. But as it reached for the door, a horrifying realization struck the entity. A shadowy figure, wreathed in dark tendrils and ominous red lights, materialized before it. Dark tendrils then began to erupt from its own form, rooting it to the watery ground of this psychic plane. The demon shrieked in its mind, realizing with horror that Jinwoo was reversing the possession and taking it over instead. It begged him to stop, knowing that if this continued, it would be utterly devoured. A monstrous, shadowy hand reached out, closing around the demon's terrified face. Its small, desperate hand was completely engulfed by a rising tide of dark red energy. A final, definitive gulp echoed through the psychic void. Back in reality, a single, wide eye snapped open in shock. The cloying purple energy surrounding the two men instantly dissipated, leaving the elderly man utterly baffled. The elderly man could only stammer in disbelief, screaming that what he had just witnessed was impossible. The young man with long dark hair calmly wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead with a yellow cloth. A faint, residual energy pulsed in the air before vanishing completely. The dark-haired man coolly stated to himself that such a thing should not have been possible. He was identified as Jeong Myeongjin of the Mok Manor. His intense, focused gaze held a power far beyond that of a simple young master. This was the man known throughout the land as the demonic monk. The man known as the inner manor master looked up at the estate, letting out a heavy sigh as he questioned the recent turn of events. He began to reminisce, his thoughts drifting back to the history of the Mok Sword Manor. In his memory, Manor Master Mok Gyeongwoon was a true hero, a man he once believed could do no wrong. Their bond was forged 9 years prior, when the inner manor master, then a famous martial artist, joined the manor lord to defeat a band of pirates. He was subsequently named inner manor master and pledged his loyalty, a memory that now caused him to sigh with conflicted feelings. He found himself lost in the question of how everything had gone so wrong. He recalled a woman with elaborate hair ornaments questioning his belief that a lowly child could ever be suitable to lead the manor. She had argued her actions were for the manor's future, while the young master had ordered him to leave until a shaman could find a seal and a secret manual. The inner manor master had permitted it for the sake of peace, but he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that the shaman was a fraud hired to threaten the manor lord. Cursing his own inaction, he resolved that he could not simply let it go. To remain passive would be to betray his oath, so he decided he would just check on the manor lord and return. The story of the demonic monk, however, was only just beginning to unfold. Back with the possessed man, the old shaman stammered, realizing this was no regular vengeful spirit. With dawning horror, he identified the entity as a high-class evil spirit. A young man with dark hair calmly addressed someone off-panel as the demonic monk. The long-haired man then issued a chilling command to the spirit, telling it to go and kill the shaman. An onlooker in yellow could only begin to stutter, unable to form a coherent word. The crowd struggled to confront the impossible scene unfolding before them. A man in a yellow hat voiced their collective shock, asking if he had truly just ordered an evil spirit. Another onlooker cried out that such a thing should not be possible. The man in the hat argued that a being of pure evil like a vengeful spirit could not possibly follow someone's orders. In a desperate act, the old shaman performed a defensive hand gesture. But the monstrous spirit lunged forward, its spectral claws reaching for the man in yellow robes. The old man let out a choked gasp as the spirit's oppressive power washed over him. A menacing smile spread across the monster's face as its red eyes glowed with malice. Fumbling backward in sheer terror, the old man could only whimper, "No." He begged the snarling creature not to come any closer as it continued its inexorable advance. A violent wave of dark energy then erupted from the spirit, flooding the room. The shaman's face became a mask of abject fear and utter desperation. Illuminated by an eerie glow, the horrifying monster loomed over its helpless prey. A strangled, guttural scream was all the shaman could force from his throat. In a shocking twist, the monstrous voice was not its own, but was instead begging to be saved and pleading for its life. A woman's voice coolly stated she had no need for his pleas, as the shaman stammered that his deception was the cause. She confirmed that his trickery was not the reason for his impending doom. She then sent a chill down his spine by asking if he had managed to learn about the seal and the secret manual. The entity suddenly understood that the person he was facing had been planning this from the very beginning. Countless spectral hands grasped at the shaman's face, his eyes widening with horrifying realization. His fate was sealed, the plan had always been to kill him. Just then, a guard's voice from outside the door granted someone permission to enter. A young woman walked in and asked if it was over, startling the guard with her sudden arrival. The old shaman now lay dead and bloodied on the floor, his yin-yang robe a stark contrast to the violence. The woman asked if he was dead, but a guard told her to ask questions later and help move the body. She dismissed the guard, declaring that she would handle the situation from here. With a decisive flick of her wrist, she began splashing blood around to stage the scene. She then began to spin a tale of a mad shaman who swung his sword wildly and even cut the manor lord's arms. The young master stepped forward, corroborating her story by claiming they had stumbled upon the scene and put a stop to it. His swordswoman accomplice questioned his plan to hide the truth, to which he coldly asked if she had a problem with it. He then drove a blade into his own leg with a sickening crunch and asked how that was for a convincing performance. He pressed his accomplice, asking if his self-inflicted wound made their story more believable. The swordswoman was internally horrified, thinking that his willingness to stab his own leg just for a cover-up made him terrifyingly unpredictable. When she offered to stop the bleeding, he refused, stating a pale face would be more convincing, a thought she found utterly horrifying. Unseen, the inner manor master watched in shock, deciding he could never make such a man his enemy, just as the door handle began to turn. The conspirators were stunned as the inner manor master burst into the room, catching them red-handed. His horrified gaze immediately fell upon the injured manor lord lying motionless on the bed. He spun around, roaring at the two bastards and demanding to know what they had done. The guard captain and the young master quickly tried to de-escalate the situation, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. Feigning a stumble, the young master cleverly urged the inner manor lord to check on the manor lord's condition first. At that moment, a strange red energy erupted from the unconscious manor lord, shocking the nearby guards. The guard captain shouted in confusion, questioning what had just happened and why the third young master was present. The captain's surprise quickly morphed into suspicion as he looked closely at the falling young master. He saw the faint trace of a smile and realized with a jolt that the bastard had been acting the entire time. Later, at the Mok Sword Manor's medicinal hall, a different scheme was already in motion. The air was thick with the scent of various dried medicinal ingredients displayed in baskets and trays. An entire wall of small wooden drawers confirmed this was the manor's well-stocked, traditional pharmacy. The young master inhaled deeply, remarking that the smell of medicine made him feel good. Recalling the manor lord's words about the basement, he considered it a stroke of luck to have ended up in this specific location. He decided his true goal, the secret manual and the seal, would have to wait until nightfall when there were fewer people around. An attendant entered the room and announced his arrival. The young master curtly noted his tardiness, which the attendant received in stoic silence. The attendant presented 2 books, explaining they were the shaman's texts that the young master had requested. When asked if that was all, the attendant explained that he was barely able to save these 2 before the rest were burned. He elaborated that all of the shaman's possessions were being destroyed, likely in an effort to get rid of any incriminating evidence. The young master found this disappointing, lamenting that only 2 tomes on the yin-yang school and anomalies remained. He nevertheless praised the attendant for his efforts, which caused the man to flinch. The young master quickly covered his suspicion, feigning simple curiosity about why the attendant would be reading such books. In another part of the manor, the warrior monk asked the elegant madam what she saw outside the windows, confusing her. "Outside," she repeated, turning to look. The warrior monk stated plainly that there was nothing there. The madam replied that this was precisely what she wanted to figure out, a response that only baffled him more. As she moved toward a closed door, the warrior monk quickly moved to stop her, exclaiming that she couldn't go in. He pleaded with the madam, reminding her that the young master was still recovering, but she simply ordered him to move. The warrior monk was stunned into silence by her forceful and cold dismissal. The elegant madam looked toward the room's occupant and announced that they needed to have a chat. She glanced over her shoulder, her expression hardening with serious resolve. Leaving no room for argument, she repeated her intention to speak with him. From within the room, the young man with long dark hair looked back over his shoulder, his expression calm and unreadable. The long-haired man looked back, announcing that they needed to have a chat. Startled, the warrior monk stammered a greeting, addressing the woman as the First Lady. The young man's mind raced, realizing that if she was the first, then this woman was the one he'd been warned about. She was Lady Suk, the first wife from the formidable martial Suk clan. Guard Kam's words echoed in his memory, describing her as clever, a first-rate martial artist, and the #1 person of interest. Recalling he should be warier of her than the first son, the young man offered a formal greeting to the first madam. He calmly explained that he could not get up to greet her properly due to the poor condition of his legs. The warrior monk felt a moment of relief that the greeting went smoothly, hoping the young master could handle whatever came next. Lady Suk cut him off, stating she wasn't there for his greetings, which left the young man feigning confusion. A violent image flashed through her mind of a fierce shamanic woman attacking a young man, who defensively raised his arm. The imagined scene was one of pure shock and brutality. The warrior monk cried out in alarm as the vision of the attack continued. In her mind's eye, the young man was immediately and violently overwhelmed. The imagined attacker coldly commanded the fallen man not to move. Back in the present, Lady Suk mocked him, remarking that it must be hard to be so injured. She accused him of having to injure himself just to make his lie more believable. While his testimony to the inner manor master was convincing, she told him there was one crucial thing he missed. Lady Suk explained that a truly skilled shaman would never be possessed during their own ritual. She let out a dry laugh, finding the idea of the shaman running wild to be completely preposterous. Her voice dripping with contempt, the elegantly dressed woman demanded to know how he dared to fool her with such a half-baked lie. In another brutal mental image, she pictured the young man being violently kicked across the room as guards watched helplessly. Lady Suk stated that she would not repeat herself, demanding to know what he saw and heard. The young man remained silent, a tense stillness hanging in the air. Then, a low chuckle escaped his lips. Lady Suk's own expression soured as his strange reaction continued. The young man suddenly burst into a fit of wild, unrestrained laughter that filled the entire room. "Have you lost your mind?" she asked, but her question was drowned out by his continuing maniacal cackles. He finally let out a long, weary sigh as his laughter subsided. He had just summoned the demonic monk. A palpable wave of dark energy suddenly emanated from him, shocking everyone present. The manor lady felt a strange chill pass by, wondering what had just happened. To her horror, the dark energy coalesced and struck her down, causing her to collapse to the ground. With growing dread, she recognized the sinister spiritual phenomenon at play. The dark-haired man then calmly asked if the secret manual and the seal were what she truly wanted. As her attendants rushed to her side screaming her name, the manor lady could only let out a choked gasp. He coolly informed her that she should have approached him for a negotiation rather than trying to threaten him. The dark-haired man declared that whether she believed him or not, he had no interest in becoming the manor master. However, he pointedly reminded her that her son wasn't the only one in line for the position. Since she chose this path, he mused that he would have no choice but to visit his second brother instead. Lady Suk quickly interjected, remembering that the youngest brother was quite talented in martial arts. The young man pressed his advantage, suggesting it would be a fine idea to hand the secret manual to the youngest as a peace offering. He then sat down and asked if she finally understood that she was not the one in control of their situation. As he departed, a chilling breeze swept through the room. The long-haired man simply told her to take care as he left her fuming in silence. Back in her residence at the Blessing Flower Hall, Lady Suk let out a scream of pure fury. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed through her chambers. Enraged, she swept a table clean, screaming about how he dared to defy her. Her anger was a storm, destroying everything within reach as she repeated the same furious words. Her attendant pleaded with her to calm down, but her rage was beyond reason. Calm down. Lady Suk shrieked, questioning how she could possibly be calm when some fool had just stolen the fruits of her labor. She cursed herself for letting her guard down, admitting she'd thought him a simpleton who would confess everything if she just scared him a little. She wondered how he could change so suddenly. It was as if he were a completely different person, before she considered another, more chilling possibility. A terrifying thought struck her: what if he had been hiding his true self this entire time? She recalled that others had always praised his intelligence, but he seemed to change after his mother's death and his maternal family's fall from grace. The man in the blue robe theorized that perhaps the young man had acted foolishly as a means of self-preservation. Lady Suk berated herself for her carelessness, while the man in the red headband offered to kill the young man immediately. She forbade it, fearing the secret manual would be passed on to someone else if they made a rash move. But she made a solemn vow that she would not let him control the situation. A cold, calculating glint appeared in her eye as a plan began to form. The elaborately dressed woman gave a new order: let the Phoenix Pavilion know that the shaman Myo Shin is dead. The red-banded woman gasped, realizing the grave implications of involving the notorious Phoenix Pavilion. This was the powerful shaman organization to which Myo Shin himself had belonged. Lady Suk swore that things would not go so easily for Mok Gyeongwoon. That same night, in the quiet of the medicinal hall, Mok Gyeongwoon began his search. He reviewed a summary from the original book of the Yin-Yang school, which detailed how unresolved resentment could turn the dead into evil spirits. He read that a spirit's power depended on numerous conditions. The dark-robed man paused, carefully considering the information he had just read. The text detailed different levels of spirits, noting that a yellow spirit was dangerous enough to actually kill a person. A sudden realization hit him. He concluded that the demonic monk must be a yellow spirit, then immediately focused on finding the hidden door. Noticing the withered leaves, he realized a doorway had been concealed using an uncommon herb, a trick the demonic monk was perfect for discovering. He reflected that the monk's power had failed against Lady Suk, forcing him to target her less powerful maid instead. In contrast, the spirit had worked perfectly on guard Go-chan, a fact his subordinate had confirmed. The young man continued his search, scanning the numerous drawers in the medicinal hall. He reasoned that since Lady Suk was a first-rate martial artist, the spirit likely wouldn't work on guard Cam either, as he was of a similar level. The path forward became clear. He decided it was time to acquire a stronger spirit, setting his sights on the green spirit, an evil entity capable of causing hallucinations. The text explicitly warned that such a spirit was very dangerous. The book insisted it must be exorcised, but Mok Gyeongwoon simply accepted the risk. His decision made, he declared it was time to go. His one and only goal was to find the secret manual and the seal. Footsteps echoed through the stone passage as a woman with long black hair commented on its surprising depth. She wondered aloud why someone would go to such lengths just to hide a secret manual and a seal. The woman, her hair now seen in a braid with a red sash, mused that the items must be valuable enough to warrant the trouble, and that she would lose nothing by acquiring them. The long-haired woman considered her new reality, knowing the demonic monk's power wouldn't affect guard Cam and that she now needed more leverage. A mysterious character's voice suddenly echoed, questioning if they had arrived. A low, humming sound reverberated through the air, filling the chamber with an eerie resonance. The woman with the red sash recited the location from memory, beneath the medicinal hall, behind the 4 doors. She had reached her destination, the 4th and final stone door. The woman in red paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. With a sigh, she realized she had to venture even deeper into the darkness. She couldn't help but wonder if all this was truly necessary. A heavy silence descended as she pushed forward into the unknown. The path before her was a gallery of shadows and hidden dangers. Her cautious steps were the only sound in the suffocating quiet. The woman in red was surprised to find the corridor was lined with unexpected traps. Her eyes widened in shock as a mechanism activated above her. A deadly spike shot down from the ceiling, which she narrowly avoided. Another trap triggered immediately after, launching a new wave of projectiles. She deftly weaved through the lethal barrage, her movements swift and precise. Now described as a black-haired swordsman, he paused to analyze the intricate network of traps. He understood that the real challenge was only just beginning. Deep within the treacherous cave, the swordsman questioned if the secret manual alone could be valuable enough to merit such defenses. An alternative theory then began to surface in his mind. He considered the possibility that something else of importance was hidden here. Perhaps it was something far more critical than he had initially assumed. As if on cue, a variety of new traps began descending from the ceiling. The black-haired swordsman decided he would simply have to see for himself, effortlessly dodging the incoming attacks. He moved with a practiced grace, slipping past each deadly mechanism. The dark-haired woman finally let out a sigh of relief, having made it through the perilous hallway. Her gaze then fell upon an unexpected sight at the end of the passage. She had finally reached the hidden chamber. The room was unique, built entirely of perfectly symmetrical stone, a stark contrast to the wooden floors above. The dark-haired woman noted that the space looked lived in, speculating that someone might have trained there. Shaking off the thought, she approached a large chest, her focus returning to the mission. She stood before the chest, illuminating its surface with her lantern. A small smile touched her lips as she softly declared, "Found it." 2 scrolls lay within, Adamant Resolve and the Woodheart Sword Transformation Technique. Recalling Guard Go Chan's intel that the manual was split into 2 parts, the dark-haired woman decided to take them both. A strange feeling pricked at her, however, as she thought it was odd for such a large, secure building to contain only these 2 manuals. Her eyes, now depicted as those of a young man in blue and red, scanned the room and caught sight of something unusual. The woman with long dark hair observed a heavy, non-functional object in the corner. She then noticed faint traces on the floor, indicating the object had been dragged into its current position. A realization dawned on the young man in blue and red, it must have been placed there to hide something. Pushing the heavy object aside, the woman with long dark hair confirmed her suspicion. Just as she thought, there was something hidden beneath the floorboards. With a heavy groaning sound, a hidden compartment was revealed. Inside, the woman with long dark hair discovered a small wooden chest. She noted with caution that the chest was sealed tight with numerous charms. An incredibly ominous energy pulsed from the sealed box. As she pondered what could be more important to hide than the secret manuals, the charms began to smolder and turn to dust. A chilling scream erupted from the chest, startling the woman in red. She looked down in alarm as her lantern's flame sputtered and went out. Within the now open chest lay a single book bound in a disturbing leather cover. It was clearly no ordinary book, as it emitted a sickening smell and had a revolting, fleshy texture. A cold dread washed over her as she made the horrifying realization that it was made from human skin. She had found the ancient tome. Elsewhere, in the brightly lit hall of the Mok Sword Manor, a drummer was being urged to play louder. A man in the celebrating crowd laughed heartily, shouting for the music to be played with even more joy. The second young master, Mok Gyeongwoon, cheered them on, his face beaming with delight. Mok Gyeongwoon declared it a wonderful day, remarking that the main hall seemed brighter than ever before. He believed this was because he was now one step closer to his ambition of becoming the manor master. Turning to the man beside him, Mok Yunpyeong expressed his gratitude, attributing his success to their new partnership. He warmly addressed his new ally by name, Guard Cam. Guard Cam bowed deeply, formally greeting the second young master. A message appeared, offering an apology for the late start. Mok Yunpyeong explained he wanted a grander feast but his father was unwell, to which Guard Cam replied he was honored by the reception nonetheless. With a hearty laugh, Mok Yunpyeong beckoned Guard Cam to go inside the main hall. A quiet rustle was the only sound that followed them for a moment. Later, Mok Yunpyeong sought confirmation on the crucial rumor, asking if the bastard Mok Gyeongwoon had truly lost all of his martial arts abilities. The 10th chapter of Mayhem, titled Betrayal, had officially begun. The elderly man confirmed the news, stating the real master was dead and the fake one was a martial arts novice, a truth the fallen guard knew all too well. Guard Cam explained that he had no intention of revealing his master was a fake, as it would expose his own failure and put him in danger. The elderly man agreed with the guard's logic but sinisterly declared that things would not be going his way. He then proclaimed that with Mok Gyeongwoon now utterly powerless, he would decapitate him as a show of loyalty to the second son, Mok Yunpyeong. Mok Yunpyeong cackled, declaring his brother a powerless idiot who had just lost the succession competition. He then turned to his new ally, expressing gratitude for having someone so talented now working for him. Feigning casual curiosity, Mok Yunpyeong pressed his ally, asking if he really couldn't reveal the reason why his brother had lost his abilities. He laughed it off, jokingly offering to forgive the man even if it was his fault, because after all, people make mistakes. The older man firmly stated he could not tell him yet, inwardly thinking he refused to clean up the mess if the information got out. Mok Yunpyeong laughed and seemingly relented, declaring he would trust his new ally completely. He then casually dropped a bombshell, identifying the older man as a former assassin from an infamous organization, which visibly rattled his companion. Mok Yunpyeong feigned innocence and asked what was wrong, all while thinking he had underestimated the cunning of this supposed child. With a deceptively innocent expression, he asked if the man's past as an assassin was also meant to be a secret. The older man's mind raced as he realized he had let his guard down, wondering if Mok Yunpyeong had already investigated his background. Mok Yunpyeong simply watched him, a thoughtful look on his face. Having asserted his dominance, he dismissed the man, saying he would call for him again later. Through the window, Mok Yunpyeong watched the distant figure of his new subordinate retreating through the courtyard. His suspicions were now aroused, he was certain the man was hiding something and that the third must be involved. He summoned another subordinate, a man with a top-knot named Cho Il-sang, and ordered him to find out what was being hidden and to verify his brother's condition. Cho Il-sang, the man with the top-knot, simply asked if he just needed to check. Mok Yunpyeong, the man with the long hair, replied that would be no fun, instructing his assassin to break an ankle while he was at it. Cho Il-sang bowed deeply, readily accepting his master's orders. In another place, a figure in purple robes held a letter while looking down into a recently opened chest. The man with the long hair focused on a beat he could feel through his fingertips, certain it wasn't his imagination. His eyes widened in startled realization as he processed the paradoxical feeling. The sensation was not of life, but of something clearly and rapidly approaching death. The man with the long hair wondered why an object with such an aura was hidden in this place. Nearby, the woman with the long hair was overcome with curiosity, feeling a desperate urge to untie a rosary and examine its contents. Back in Mok Gyeongwoon's room, a strange energy suddenly surged from the tome made of human skin. Mok Gyeongwoon recognized the book's reaction, calling it by its name, Demonic Monk. He demanded to know what was happening, his eyes widening in alarm as the energy intensified. A sudden, horrifying possibility dawned on him. His voice tense with suspicion, he questioned the demonic monk once more. An otherworldly voice from the book, the demonic monk, noted that for its master to react in such a way, something serious must be afoot. Mok Gyeongwoon's eyes lit up, realizing that if the book was reacting this strongly, it must be sensing something truly great. But a darker thought followed: if the demonic monk was reacting, it meant someone was nearby. The distinct sound of soft footsteps approaching confirmed his fears. Mok Gyeongwoon's expression hardened as he concluded an intruder had arrived. The hooded assassin, Cho Il-sang, crouched outside the ornate building, observing the guard. He found it strange that a guard was posted outside the room instead of beside the injured young master. His suspicion grew that Mok Gyeongwoon was indeed hiding something significant. The hooded figure crept silently toward a window to peer inside. The assassin's eyes narrowed as he scanned the darkened room. He was perplexed to see Mok Gyeongwoon apparently just sleeping, which made guard Go Chan's presence outside even more confusing. As he prepared to probe the room for inner energy, he was suddenly struck by an overwhelming presence that stopped him cold. The assassin's eyes blew wide in utter shock and disbelief. A terrifying realization hit him as he identified the immense power signature. He stumbled back, struggling to comprehend the sheer magnitude of the energy he was sensing. The masked man gasped in awe, realizing he had stumbled upon the real thing. He thought that how Mok Gyeongwoon possessed this power was irrelevant, it was the key they needed to gain the upper hand in the succession war. With this newfound knowledge, the masked man was certain that victory would be theirs. A calm voice from inside the room suddenly questioned his presence. Before the attacker could fully process the situation, a figure lunged from the bed with a violent strike. Mok Gyeongwoon, the attacker, mockingly asked if his guest felt sleepy, revealing that he had only been pretending to be asleep the entire time. He then made a chilling offer to put the intruder to sleep permanently, remarking that he was a kind man, after all. The masked man coughed, choking out that his target was completely insane. A violent clash erupted, filling the room with blue energy and the spray of fresh blood. The defeated assassin let out a pained groan as his world went dark. When he came to, a calm voice observed that he was finally awake. Dazed and confused, the assassin looked up to find himself hanging upside down and demanded to know where he was. The bloody man began to speak, but then paused with a curious expression. The smiling man stared down at his newly acquired captive. With a chillingly pleasant tone, Mok Gyeongwoon informed him that it was time for them to talk. The fallen man let out a choked gasp, his senses slowly returning. A standing man recognized the captive's face, urgently asking the kneeling woman if she knew Cho Il-sang, one of the second son's personal guards. The kneeling woman questioned why the second son would send his man to a place like this. The older man, Mok Gyeongwoon, observed that the mask was a clear sign of malicious intent. He then calmly announced his intention to make the assassin confess, startling the smiling woman beside him. Another attendant desperately argued against torture, insisting it would be better to simply release him. The man in green frantically warned that the second son was famously protective, but Mok Gyeongwoon cut him off with a non-committal, "I'll think about it," and the sickening sound of a breaking bone. The frantic attendant continued to plead, yelling for his young master to reconsider the disastrous consequences. Finally ignored, the man in green stomped his foot in utter frustration, resigning himself to the unfolding events. The man in green privately hoped that his master, despite his recklessness, was smart enough not to actually kill the captive. A seed of doubt, however, remained in his mind as he worried about his master's volatile nature. The tied-up man, Cho Il-sang, defiantly ordered them to untie him. Mok Gyeongwoon feigned innocence, casually asking why he would do that. Cho Il-sang arrogantly identified himself as one of young Master Mok Yunpyeong's men, threatening that they could not survive harming him. He offered to spare their lives in exchange for the secret manual, privately snickering at what he assumed was a failed attempt to intimidate him. The dark-haired young man found this all very funny, a small chuckle escaping his lips. Mok Gyeongwoon remarked on his brother's apparent high regard for his subordinates, given how boldly Cho Il-sang acted despite his predicament. With a shrug, he agreed to untie the captive, who expressed his relief at the wise choice. As Cho Il-sang began to promise he would convince the young master to be lenient, he was suddenly cut off. Mok Gyeongwoon held up a bloody hand, announcing it was time for a pop quiz. He dangled a freshly severed finger, playfully asking the captive whose it might be. Panic flared in Cho Il-sang's eyes as he realized his finger was gone, yet he had felt absolutely nothing. He discovered in terror that he couldn't move his body or even sense his own inner energy. Mok Gyeongwoon revealed that he had used a potent paralysis poison on him. He explained it was a concoction made from herbs in the medicinal hall, ensuring the captive would feel nothing below the neck for hours. The torturer then laid out his cruel game: one finger would be cut for every second of silence. As a menacing beat began to sound, Mok Gyeongwoon posed his first question about why his brother had sent an assassin. He then gave the chilling command to begin. The victim's plea to wait was ignored as the count began at 1, accompanied by the sharp sound of a blade severing flesh. Seeing that he wasn't answering, Mok Gyeongwoon continued the count to 2, slicing off another finger. The victim screamed curses, begging him to stop, but the count mercilessly reached 3. The count hit 4, and the man's defiance shattered into a desperate shriek of pain. All pride was gone as the victim pleaded over and over again for the torture to stop. Mok Gyeongwoon paused, clinically observing that the thumb was next in line. The victim managed only a strangled sound before his will completely broke. Cho Il-sang finally screamed the truth. He had been ordered by young master Mok Yunpyeong to verify if Gyeongwoon had truly lost his martial arts. A heavy silence fell over the room, broken only by the captive's ragged, hitching breaths. Hanging upside down, the broken man gasped for air, his body trembling from the excruciating ordeal. Mok Gyeongwoon hummed in thought, digesting the revelation about his brother's suspicions. Amused at how quickly the man had switched sides, he decided to ask his next question. The young man inquired if Guard Cam had been the one to deliver this report. After the captive confirmed it, Gyeongwoon noted Guard Cam's cleverness in telling a half-truth to conceal his own failures. Cho Il-sang's mind reeled, stunned by Gyeongwoon's sharp intellect and wondering if he had suspected Guard Cam all along. Mok Gyeongwoon mused aloud that, with the truth revealed, he had no more questions to ask. He then posed a chilling question that hung heavy in the air: now what? The bound man stammered, his body rigid with the sudden onset of fear. In that moment, the captive was utterly convinced that he was about to die. He managed to find his voice again, catching the captor's indifferent gaze. In a last, desperate plea for his life, the bound man loudly swore his unwavering loyalty to Mok Gyeongwoon. He praised Gyeongwoon's brilliant mind, declaring him the only true candidate for manor master and begging to serve him. As the man frantically promised to do anything, the captor calmly accepted with a single word: all right. The bound man was shocked into silence as Mok Gyeongwoon confirmed there was indeed something he needed done. The captor then asked if he could make his request at that very moment. Overcome with relief at being saved, the man eagerly agreed, imploring his new master to give the order. He began to ask what the task was, only to be silenced by a sudden, swift motion. A pained gasp escaped the injured man's lips as a blade was plunged into him. The long-haired man crouched over him, reminding him that he had, after all, been willing to risk his life. Mok Gyeongwoon stared down at the bleeding, fallen man with cold indifference. He then calmly stated his intention to borrow some blood, as the injured man cursed him in his thoughts. The dying man's consciousness faded, unable to process the cruel betrayal. His final thought was the grim realization that this was how he was fated to risk his life. Mok Gyeongwoon examined a rosary, identifying it as a seal from the Inyang school that could not be broken by force. He recalled that its power could only be weakened by pouring something impure upon it. The blood of Cho Il-sang, who had met a pitiful and undeserved end, was deemed the perfect impure substance. Preparing to pour the complete impurity over the sealed book, a metallic click echoed through the chamber. Unholy energy began to crackle and writhe around the ancient artifact. The seal pulsed violently as it fought against the defilement. With a final surge, a wave of raw power erupted from the book. The dark-haired man wondered what would emerge as a rhythmic, otherworldly throbbing filled the room. An unseen force suddenly lashed out from the now open book. Mok Gyeongwoon had only a moment to register his surprise before he was struck and sent flying. A massive explosion of crimson energy engulfed the entire chamber. Inky tendrils of power whipped through the air with terrifying speed. The energy began to surge and coalesce into a single, writhing mass. Mok Gyeongwoon stared in alarm as the supernatural event unfolded before him. He stood his ground as a swirling vortex of red energy materialized, his unconscious attendant lying nearby. The black-haired protagonist's eyes widened in shock against a backdrop that seemed to be a sky bleeding with vibrant color. A low, menacing growl emanated from the swirling crimson vortex. The viscous red energy began to take the shape of a mysterious cloaked figure. The top of the ethereal entity formed against a chaotic and beautiful sky. The figure was then violently flung downwards, splashing into the pool of red energy. A pained grunt echoed through the surreal, otherworldly space. Red liquid rippled outward like blood cast upon still water. The black-haired protagonist stared in absolute terror, his hands raised as if to shield himself from the sight. Ethereal red butterflies began to flutter through a vibrant, dreamlike sky. A woman in a flowing red dress descended gracefully through the void, a smaller figure visible far beneath her. The woman in red came to a rest on a series of floating platforms, looking down upon the injured man. The camera lingered on her bare leg and foot, highlighting her poised stance as the black-haired man stood in the background. A final close-up revealed her face, veiled and adorned with an elaborate headpiece, surrounded by a cloud of crimson butterflies. A deep, rhythmic thumping began to disturb the unnatural silence. The black-haired man's heart pounded in his chest as he realized this entity was far beyond the level of a simple viridian ghost. His mind frantically recalled the lore from the Yin-Yang school of thought, pinpointing the creature's true nature. A chilling gust of wind swept past as he identified it, an azure ghost. He had foolishly anticipated a lesser spirit, a flicker of misplaced confidence that was instantly extinguished as the being made its move. A low, oppressive hum of energy began to build in the surreal space. Looking down from her perch, the blonde woman in red spoke, her voice laced with disdain as she addressed the foolish being below. A choked grunt of pain was the only response the injured man could manage. The ethereal woman commanded him to empty his spirit. Her order was simple and absolute, he was to offer his soul to her. This was the fifth and most dreaded status of ghosts, the azure ghost. The ancient, grudgeful spirit was powerful enough to warp reality for its victims, an extremely dangerous entity that required a legion of masters to subdue. The chapter of the azure ghost had officially begun. A strange, sing-song echo vibrated through the air, heralding her power. The woman's piercing red eyes glanced aside, a flicker of annoyance in her gaze. She mocked his hesitation, calling him a slow being for not yet having emptied his spirit. The book had warned they were dangerous, a fact now written in the blood streaming down the distressed man's face. Despite his injuries, the man with dark hair stated that he now understood why, finding the whole situation strangely interesting. The woman in red could only stare back, utterly confused by his bizarre reaction. He found it hilarious that no matter how powerful a ghost became, they all ended up desperately lusting for someone else's body. The man taunted her, questioning what spirits like her could possibly do without a physical vessel. A heavy silence hung in the air, charged with defiance. He then issued a bold challenge: if she wanted his body that badly, she would have to try and take it by force. With a surge of motion, the woman in red dove through the air, descending upon the falling man. The sudden, violent attack was entirely unexpected. As he cried out, she clicked her tongue, scolding the foolish mortal for his defiance. The woman in red questioned if he truly must force her hand. The world dissolved into a piercing, agonized scream. Blood sprayed from his mangled face as he choked in pure agony. She mocked his earlier bravado, reminding him that he was the one who dared her to force his hand. The woman in red coldly asked if he now realized there was nothing he could do. All that was left was to obediently offer his soul to her. A sickening sound of cleaving flesh echoed through the crimson void. The woman in red's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Gasping and heaving, the man with long black hair was somehow, impossibly, still standing. She couldn't fathom how he withstood an attack that flayed his very flesh, finally acknowledging that he was no ordinary brat. A strange, guttural laugh erupted from her, startling the young man. The bizarre, grating sound continued to fill the space between them. Intrigued by his resilience, the red-clad woman made him an offer, his soul in exchange for the fulfillment of a single desire. The young man was immediately suspicious, demanding to know why she would make such a proposition. She claimed it was a simple consideration, as she would gain nothing if she pushed him too far and damaged his soul in the process. After a moment, the young man countered, asking what would happen if he refused her offer. Her response was a chillingly simple threat: she would kill him and find another soul. A tense energy crackled in the air as the young man silently considered his dire predicament. Through pained gasps, he finally spoke, admitting that there was one thing he desired. The red-clad woman leaned in, her voice filled with eager anticipation as she urged him to name it. She presumed his heart burned for revenge, offering to personally shred the soul of anyone who had wronged him or his loved ones. With manic intensity, she demanded that he tell her his deepest desire. His desire, the dark-haired figure declared, was for her to shut up and obediently become his familiar. A surge of violent energy erupted from the woman in red as she cried out, shocked by his incredible audacity. Her expression hardened as she growled, "Very well then." She challenged him to endure the full force of her wrath. Her voice dripped with venom as she once again called him a foolish being. The woman was flung backward by an explosion of her own power, while the dark-haired man writhed in agony from the backlash. A blinding flash of pure red energy consumed the entire world. Her taunting voice echoed through the psychic assault, asking if he could truly endure the pain. She described in detail his flesh tearing, his bones being carved, and his body being butchered. With cold detachment, she remarked that it was a shame his soul was now a bit damaged. Another spray of blood erupted, obscuring his vision. The man with flowing black hair found himself falling through a hellish, fiery expanse. He registered a taste on his tongue, far more viscous and grim than a cornelian cherry. It was a foul, metallic flavor, and all his senses, touch, sight, and taste, told him this was blood. And yet, he knew something was different. His face, obscured by his own dark hair, drifted through the endless crimson energy. The person with black hair was certain that this sensation was not the same. It was nothing like the plentiful blood he had tasted in his past, back when he was known as the Slaughtering Scythe Ghost. He tried to recall the taste of real blood, the trembling heat and warmth that signified life. That feeling had meant something was truly alive, but what he felt right now was the complete opposite. It was the cold, empty sensation of only death. Suddenly, the woman in red's voice cut through his senses, screaming that all of this was merely an illusion. In a blinding explosion of light, both figures were sent tumbling through the void. They continued their chaotic, intertwined descent. A grunt of effort escaped the woman in red's lips. His feet landed with a splash on a floor slick with blood. The woman's eyes shot open, wide with utter shock and disbelief. She struggled to speak, stammering the beginning of a word. "Impossible," the man with the black hair and red sash uttered, his own mind reeling from the unbelievable outcome. A single, blood-red butterfly materialized in the void, trailing a crimson wake. The woman in red grunted, her immense power straining against an unseen force. The lone butterfly flew against a hellish, fiery sky, a stark symbol of defiance. The man with the black hair and red sash could only utter a breath of denial, refusing to believe what he was seeing. As the woman in red's power surged, a heavy silence fell, thick with anticipation. A sudden realization hit the woman as the name of the technique echoed in the void: freedom of senses. The ancient Taoist spellcraft was designed to nullify one's own senses, a feat that even first-rate masters found nearly impossible to achieve. The woman in red wondered how this boy could have accomplished it, a terrifying possibility dawning on her. She questioned if he had been born with the innate qualities of a Taoist master. A sharp, derisive laugh escaped the dark-haired man's lips. His laughter grew, filling the space with unbridled, mocking confidence. Incensed, the woman in red demanded to know how he dared to laugh, reminding him that escaping her illusion did not guarantee his survival. The dark-haired man simply chuckled, a knowing look in his eyes. The woman in red demanded to know what he found so amusing. Her condescending smirk vanished, replaced by a look of dawning horror. A principle of the yin-yang school of thought stated that the more ancient a monstrosity, the more likely it possessed a physical vessel. This vessel served as the anchor connecting the entity to the mortal plane. The woman in red's eyes widened as she realized he was talking about the book. The dark-haired man confirmed her worst fear, declaring the book must be her vessel. Now splattered with her own blood, the woman in red stared up, her face a mask of incandescent fury. A piercing shriek of pain and rage tore through the air. A flash of triumph crossed the dark-haired man's mind, his gamble had been correct. The woman in red screamed at the damned mortal, her mind reeling at the impossible notion that he had directly damaged her key-enriched book. She seethed, recalling how even the greatest masters could only seal it away, before roaring that he had finally earned her true wrath. Lost to her fury, the woman in red lunged at the dark-haired man with killing intent. She challenged him to dismiss her physical assault as just another hallucination. Screaming that she no longer needed his soul, she cursed his foolishness for rejecting her grace and commanded him to be torn to shreds. With a pained chuckle, the dark-haired man pointed out that she could have simply snatched the human skin book from him, questioning why she hesitated. A triumphant smirk spread across his face as he presented his final deduction: she was physically unable to touch the book herself. An enraged, disembodied voice dared him to continue his defiance. A jolt of agony shot through both the woman in red and the dark-haired man as they shared a vision, crying out for something to be expelled. The dark-haired man felt the demonic blood he'd swallowed rampaging through his system, his own blood refluxing in a torrent of pain. He was plunged into the memories of a blonde woman, feeling her body split with a familiar pain, overwhelmed not by the agony but by the immense wrath of a vengeful spirit. Through her senses, he recognized a desperate grudge that felt as deep and personal as his own. He felt her burning need for vengeance as she faced her tormentor. The vision sharpened, revealing the leering, drooling face of a truly unhinged man. The blonde woman's voice screamed through his mind, calling her enemy a crazy mortal. A sickening crack echoed as the man's head was violently struck. Her eye glowed with a furious red light, reflecting the distorted, smiling face of her foe. The vision then shifted, showing a lone figure standing amidst the fiery devastation of a ruined city. The dark-haired man, now experiencing the memory as a long-haired youth, looked around the desolate landscape in confusion. He found himself standing on a battlefield piled high with the bodies of fallen warriors. It was a truly endless field of countless corpses stretching to the horizon. His eyes caught sight of a figure in the distance. The woman in red, her hair now blonde in this memory, identified the distant figure as the Azure Ghost. A pained grunt echoed across the battlefield. It was followed by a strained, guttural chuckle. Another choked sound of effort broke the silence. Though the dark-haired man could not hear the woman's words clearly, he felt her emotions as his own. He was overwhelmed by the profound and bottomless wrath she radiated. The vision showed the woman in red standing in a pool of blood before a seated, crowned man with antlers. The crowned man sat in stunned silence, his face unreadable. A sudden, sharp cry of pain escaped the crowned man's lips. The memory zoomed in on the woman's wide, bloodshot eyes, filled with tears of pure anguish. A heartbreaking scream of absolute despair was torn from her throat. The sinister, smiling profile of her tormentor flashed before his eyes. In the vision, the woman in red lunged with a sword towards the antlered king. Cries of pain erupted from both the woman and the crowned man as blade met its mark. The woman grunted again, pushing through the agonizing struggle. She fell silent, her face a grim portrait of resolve. The scene shifted again, showing the blonde-haired woman leaping down a grand staircase, sword held ready. Her face was a mask of cold, silent determination. On the stairs stood ominous figures in dark cloaks and wide-brimmed hats, overlooking a world stained blood-red. The sound of rushing wind filled the air as she descended. The woman continued her silent, deadly advance down the steps. The masked figures remained perfectly still, watching her approach without a sound. Her grim silence was her only response as she moved past them. The memory faded into an image of a stark crescent moon hanging in a blood-red sky. The vision concluded on a final, haunting image of the woman's glowing red eye, framed by splattered blood. Snapping back to reality, the dark-haired man found his feet submerged in a viscous pool of blood. He looked down to see a spectral figure and a sword resting at the bottom of the crimson pool. The cursed book lay open in the blood, its pages pulsing with dark, spectral energy. A terrified scream erupted from a long black-haired woman, the spirit's form now changed and vulnerable. The young man with dark hair looked around, confused by the sound, until his eyes fell upon a newly formed red string of fate. The person in red robes, the spirit herself, stammered in utter disbelief. She struggled to speak, her mind failing to comprehend her new reality. The woman in the red dress shrieked as she realized she had just become a familiar, while a disembodied voice noted the event with amusement. As the dark-haired man celebrated his unexpected acquisition of an azure ghost, the spirit could only scream in denial, insisting it all had to be a dream. The woman in the red dress reeled from the horrifying realization that she had just become a familiar spirit. The young woman with dark hair pointed an accusing finger, her voice dripping with venom. She shrieked for him to let her go, but her words were suddenly choked off by a sharp, stabbing pain. The spirit grunted, her body convulsing from the agonizing, shared sensation. At the same time, the young man with dark hair coughed violently, a strange substance erupting from his lips. He cursed through the searing pain, finally understanding that as his familiar, she was now linked to his own suffering. A chilling thought then struck him: if their pain was shared, what had happened to the demonic monk when he had died and returned? The scene shifted to the demonic monk's corpse, slumped and lifeless as a faint aura of energy finally dissipated from his form. Resigning herself to the situation, the woman in red dryly suggested they introduce themselves, given their new and unfortunate bond. The young man stated his name was Mok Gyeongwoon and then asked what he should call her. When met with defiant silence, Mok Gyeongwoon warned that he would simply choose a name for her himself. With a condescending smirk, he provocatively labeled her Red Dung Beetle. "Are you out of your mind?" the woman in red exploded, utterly incensed by the insult. Mok Gyeongwoon's laughter only fueled her rage as she demanded to know how he dared mock her. She haughtily refused to tell a stupid mortal her true name, even when he challenged her to offer a better one. Mok Gyeongwoon shrugged it off, deciding to pick another name while musing that she was, after all, a blue spirit. The new name settled in his mind, a fitting title for the azure ghost. He declared that from now on, he would call her Blue Spirit. Blue Spirit merely huffed, turning her head away in silent, simmering disapproval. Mok Gyeongwoon acknowledged her massive ego, realizing he couldn't force her loyalty but would have to persuade her slowly over time. He then turned his attention back to the ominous book wrapped in human leather that had caused this entire situation. Mok Gyeongwoon asked his new familiar if she knew anything about it, but she played dumb, feigning ignorance of the name, Blue Spirit. She then curtly told him not to ask her anything, claiming she was busy. However, as Mok Gyeongwoon opened the book, her feigned indifference vanished, her eyes widening at the script inside. The grotesque tome was even more unsettling up close, its pages filled with characters written in what looked like dried blood. He observed that the characters seemed like gibberish, which prompted a small, curious sound from Blue Spirit. Mok Gyeongwoon let out a frustrated chuckle, completely baffled by the text. Realizing his new familiar had no intention of helping, he decided he would have to decipher the book's secrets on his own. He carefully flipped through the blood-stained pages, his eyes scanning the cryptic symbols for any meaning. Mok Gyeongwoon began reading a strange line from the book aloud. As he spoke, Blue's spirit's form flickered and she involuntarily recited the next line of the chant, her voice filled with alarm. She continued the verse against her will, her own voice betraying her as the book's power took hold. A scream tore from Blue's spirit's throat as an unseen, powerful energy surged through her. A vision flashed through their minds, revealing two figures locked in a furious magical struggle. In the vision, a long-haired man chanted a powerful verse about a demon standing in the way. The man's voice echoed with a shocking revelation, declaring that the ultimate blood held the power to reverse all. Back in the present, Mok Gyeongwoon found his body had become completely stuck, unable to move. Blue's spirit stared in utter disbelief at the strange phenomenon affecting them both. She frantically demanded to know how he was causing this bizarre paralysis. Mok Gyeongwoon, just as confused, asked what she meant, wondering aloud if the book was responsible. He let out a confused cry as the unseen pressure intensified. Blue's spirit cried out in alarm, recognizing the danger he was in. She urgently yelled at the mortal to stop breathing at once. Blue's spirit then commanded him to completely empty his mind and not think about anything at all. Mok Gyeongwoon stood amidst swirling purple energy, clutching the ancient book as he tried to follow her instructions. As his hands moved over the book, the chaotic purple energy began to respond to his focus. Blue's spirit watched in astonishment, shocked by how quickly he was adapting. He unleashed a controlled wave of the purple energy, leaving his new familiar completely stunned by the display. She realized he had already undone the ritual of attachment, a feat she thought impossible for someone with no martial arts training. She then let out a dry laugh, amending her thought, it was a miracle he had managed to perform the ritual in the first place. Blue's spirit mused that she was witnessing things in her post-death existence that she never could have imagined. Finally freed from the pressure, Mok Gyeongwoon gasped for air, asking what that suffocating feeling had just been. After a moment's hesitation, Blue's spirit explained that he had failed to control the ritual because his breathing was wrong. Mok Gyeongwoon gave her a wry look, remarking that she was finally deciding to be helpful. She let out a frustrated squeak at his impertinence. Blue's spirit snapped that she was only helping to avoid taking damage herself from his foolishness, to which he placatingly agreed. He then asked for a proper explanation of the ritual of attachment, and she huffed that it was a technique to pull things toward you by manipulating their nature. When he asked why it had been so painful, she clarified it was because he'd manipulated his chi but pulled on nothing, causing the energy to backlash. Blue's spirit then told him to try the ritual again, but this time with a proper target she pointed out. Her finger was aimed at the corpse of the demonic monk, lying still in a pool of his own blood. Mok Gyeongwoon confirmed the target, and she instructed him to pull the dead man's scattered chi toward his own energy core below his navel. Blue's spirit groaned with exasperation when he asked for more details, but Mok Gyeongwoon insisted it was necessary. With a sigh, she instructed him to perform the chant from the book once more. Mok Gyeongwoon took a deep breath, focusing his intent as he began to draw energy from the corpse. He mentally recited the cryptic verses, feeling the spiritual energy slowly being pulled toward him. As he thought the final, powerful line of the chant, the energy violently surged in his direction. A shocking jolt coursed through his body as the foreign energy began to invade him. He stammered in surprise, questioning what this new feeling was as it pulsed within him. A distinct warmth traveled from his palm through his veins, circling and gathering at his energy core with a low hum. Blue's spirit's voice explained the principle of the ritual, to pull forth anything, even intangible chi, and make it stick. She then asked if he could feel the power he was now wielding as it roared to life. This, she concluded, was the true nature and function of the ritual of attachment. This, Blue's spirit explained, was the true nature and function of the ritual of attachment. Mok Gyeongwoon felt a warm energy envelop his torso, realizing this was the chi that Go Chan had spoken of. He recalled Go Chan's words, understanding that this ritual allowed him to absorb another's chi far more rapidly than through normal training. A thrilling realization dawned on him: he could now achieve immense power in a fraction of the time. In a separate, illustrative scene, a young woman let out a confused sound. A blonde woman in red noted how the chi simply scattered, which a dark-haired woman confirmed was its natural state. The narration explained that without a specialized method, this energy would never properly collect in one's energy core. This special method was required to bestow the chi with a unique trait, preventing it from mixing with the energy of others. The blonde woman in red therefore concluded that using the ritual of attachment alone to collect chi was an impossible task. As the young man expressed his disappointment, the woman in red chided him, asking if he truly thought becoming an expert martial artist would be so easy. She quickly added that he shouldn't be too discouraged, as the ritual had plenty of other great uses. The ritual of attachment, the first of the thought-shattering 8 techniques, was merely the foundation, but mastering it opened a path to endless possibilities. The woman in red instructed the young man to try concentrating the dissipating chi into his hand just by circulating it with his mind. He hesitantly asked how, a tense silence hanging between them. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he was told by the woman to simply imagine it. She elaborated that chance and physical circulation were merely aids to help one picture the correct image in their head. Secretly, the woman in red believed it was an impossible feat for a beginner, resigning herself to wasting the precious chi they had gathered. A low, humming sound began as Mok Gyeongwoon focused his will, defying her expectations. The hum grew louder as ethereal energy started to visibly converge. With a sharp pulse, the chi coalesced into a tangible sphere in his palm. The woman in red could only stare, a gasp of pure shock escaping her lips. A powerful torrent of violet energy then erupted from the young man's hand. The violent surge of power tore through the air. The force of the blast continued to expand outwards with an almost solid presence. The woman in red was utterly baffled, questioning how a complete beginner could have possibly achieved such a feat. Mok Gyeongwoon looked on in awe, a wide grin spreading across his face as he marveled at his newfound power. The entity's mind reeled as she tried to comprehend just who this mortal truly was. She reflected that in all her long life, she had never encountered such raw, innate talent, while Mok Gyeongwoon noted with excitement that his attack had gone straight through the wall. He let out a satisfied laugh, finally understanding why everyone was so obsessed with martial arts. The blonde woman then remarked that learning such skills would make it much easier to kill people. Internally, she was impressed, realizing he had instantly grasped the brutal essence of martial arts, not spiritual training, but the efficient slaughter of one's enemies. She paused, contemplating the implications of his disturbingly profound insight. Mok Gyeongwoon eagerly asked what the second technique was, and Blue Spirit let out a low chuckle. She suddenly caught herself, flinching as if struck. Scolding herself for being so easily swayed by a mortal, she snapped that she wouldn't do something nice for him. She cursed her own weakness, realizing his incredible rate of learning was so intoxicating that it made her talk far more than she intended. When Mok Gyeongwoon called out her name, Blue Spirit curtly told him not to speak to her. A wave of disappointment washed over him, as he had another question he wanted to ask. He had noticed a strange remnant of cold energy left behind and wondered why it hadn't scattered as she'd claimed it would. For a moment, Mok Gyeongwoon considered just asking her directly. He quickly decided against it, however, certain that she wouldn't give him a straight answer anyway. Finding a certain joy in discovering things on his own, he simply told Blue Spirit that it was time for them to leave. The scene transitions to a dark, foreboding night sky, pierced only by a sliver of a crescent moon. An ancient and imposing building stood weathered and silent under the gloomy sky. A man named Hoang, an escort warrior for Lady Suk, recognized the notorious location. This was the infamous Phoenix Pavilion. Its ornate double doors, decorated with bronze lion knockers, were ominously ajar. The chamber within was dimly lit, revealing a disquieting collection of ancient, weathered statues and busts. In a dark recess of the room, several cloth-wrapped jars were placed upon the floor. A close-up shot lingers on a particularly grotesque skeletal statue, its head adorned with multiple eyes and a ceremonial hat. A man with a red headband stood with his back to the viewer, gazing up at the unnerving effigy. He walked deeper into the room, wondering to himself why it was filled with such ominous-looking things. As a nearby fire crackled, he stood in silent contemplation before the statue. The woman with dark hair spoke from the shadows, stating that he must have already received her advance message. She then delivered her news: the shaman Myo Shin had been killed by the third son of the Mok family, Mok Gyeongwoon. An eerie red glow from below cast the skeletal statue in a sinister light. The woman placed a pouch of 300 silver niang on a nearby altar as Lady Suk's expression of grief, offering 400 more for another job. She formally presented the new quest, the elimination of the third young master, and asked if he would accept it. The man with the red headband remained motionless as a strange purple energy seemed to emanate from the dark statue behind him. Elsewhere, an unseen person let out a sudden gasp. The woman in traditional attire, her task at the pavilion complete, offered a quick word of thanks. Once she was alone, however, she immediately cursed under her breath. She shuddered at the memory of the empty room, where she felt as if unseen eyes were watching her every move. In another location, a mysterious silhouetted figure watched over a person lying prone on a bed. An authoritative voice declared a fact with absolute certainty. It was unquestionably a murder. A bizarre, statue-like figure voiced its agreement. The group theorized that a yellow spirit was involved, possessing Mok Gyeongwoon to kill the maid who was seen floating in the air. One member questioned if the boy could have tamed the spirit, but the idea was immediately shot down as impossible. A masked leader explained that unlike a pure beast spirit or a yokai, a resentful spirit cannot be tamed, making the situation incredibly dangerous. Drawing his weapon with a sharp ring of steel, he announced his final conclusion. He ordered one of his followers to eliminate the third son of the Mok Sword Manor and finally help the resentful spirit move on. A robed follower immediately bowed in acceptance of the grim mission. The scene shifts to a bustling city at sunrise, with misty mountains rising in the background. A man with a head wrap let out an enormous yawn, his eyes watering with exhaustion. Mok Gyeongwoon grumbled internally, annoyed that he was being forced to run an errand after staying up all night practicing his new skills. Despite his fatigue, he politely presented a glowing brazier to the woman with long hair, who thanked him for his trouble. The coals burned with a steady heat, flames dancing warmly inside the brazier. As he warmed his hands, Mok Gyeongwoon asked what she needed the fire for, and she ominously replied that she had something she needed to burn. His eyes widened in shock as the woman in black revealed the object in her hands, the secret manual of the Mok Sword Manor. The man in green stammered in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how she could have possibly obtained it. But before she could act, he snatched the book and plunged it into the roaring flames himself. He let out a desperate cry, lunging toward the fire as if to retrieve the priceless treasure he had just destroyed. The woman in black stared in abject shock, her mind reeling as she thought, this insane bastard, he just burned the secret manual. With a flurry of motion, the man in black stopped the man in green from lunging toward the flames. The man in green yelled in outrage, asking what he was doing, while the woman in black watched in stunned silence. He frantically reminded the young master that even if he knew nothing of martial arts, the secret manual was a priceless treasure that many people desired. The woman in black coolly stated that this was precisely why they had to be burned, leaving the man in green utterly aghast. She explained her cold logic that now only she could use them, but the man in green was still completely baffled by her words. Mok Gyeongwoon then held out a new book, simply offering it to them. He revealed that all the techniques from the destroyed manual were contained within this single volume. Both the woman and the attendant stared in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Mok Gyeongwoon then gave the woman a new task: escort Go-chan. The dark-haired woman, in turn, instructed the man in the green robe to deliver the book to Madame Suk and her second brother at sunrise, shocking him. The man in the green robe protested, pointing out that she herself had just said everyone coveted those books. The fire crackled softly, consuming the last remnants of the original secret manual. Mok Gyeongwoon mused aloud about the outcome if they were to happily share the techniques with everyone. He finished with a sly grin, suggesting that wouldn't it be nice for everyone. The man in the green robe could only stare back, his mind completely blown. The title card for Gwaryeok Nansin appeared, crediting the creative team. A cold wind swept through a new scene, carrying an air of quiet discipline. A middle-aged man narrated his brisk morning routine, which began with making his bed and changing clothes. He snapped his bed sheets into place with practiced, efficient movements. After tidying his surroundings, he would review his list of tasks for the day. He reflected that this was a rigorous habit he had maintained since his former life as an assassin. While his existence had been one of strict control and planning, he believed he would soon have no need for such rigidity. He calmly poured a stream of hot tea into a small cup. The middle-aged man was confident that his plan to switch his allegiance to the second young master would succeed. He daydreamed of his future, imagining himself as a respected elder of the clan. The stern-faced man found it all so new, a stark contrast to his past as an orphan and assassin. A sudden voice from outside interrupted his thoughts, informing escort Gam that young Master Un Pyang was looking for him. The unexpected summons left escort Gam momentarily confused. He made his way toward a grand and imposing building under the morning sky. A sense of foreboding rushed over him as he hurried to his master. Escort Gam cursed under his breath as he strode forward, a bad feeling growing in his stomach. In a recent flashback, an angry young Master Un Pyang had been fuming with rage. The young master had just been informed of Cho Il-sang's disappearance, much to his shock. The pale-skinned Un Pyang had furiously confronted his subordinate, revealing that escort Cho, sent to confirm reports on his third brother, had vanished. He accused the subordinate directly, demanding to know if he had been deceived. The man with the mustache desperately pleaded his case, insisting he did not file a false report and that another problem must have arisen. His pleas were met with a sharp, silencing command. The young noble furiously questioned if he was being taken for a fool, demanding to know why escort Cho had not returned. The man with the mustache despaired internally, seeing his plans to change his allegiance crumble before his eyes. Refusing to accept failure, he swore to find escort Cho and prove the validity of his reports to save his own future. The young noble scoffed at the idea of trusting him with anything, his own life as a martial artist on the line. In a desperate gambit, the man swore on his own right arm to prove his loyalty. Young Master Un Pyang declared he would not wait idly by, his patience clearly exhausted. Returning to the present, the man in the green robe descended a large staircase, heading toward one of the main buildings. He walked with heavy, troubled steps, lost in thought. Suddenly, the man with the dark hat, escort Gam, recognized him from a distance. In a flash, escort Gam was upon him, grabbing him in a painful grip. The stern-faced man angrily questioned his senior brother, demanding to know if he thought the order to watch the brat was some kind of joke. As the younger man stammered a denial, escort Gam accused him of plotting with the fake bastard he was supposed to be guarding. The younger man was completely lost, unable to comprehend the accusation of plotting against his master. Escort Gam's sharp eyes then noticed a book clutched in the younger man's possession. The younger man cried out in alarm, trying to stop his senior brother from taking the object. Escort Gam snatched the book and stared at it with intense scrutiny. The title on the cover read, Nature Would Heart Method. The younger man stammered, realizing he was caught red-handed with the forbidden text. In another location, a stern man demanded to know what had been happening. A man with wide, shocked eyes stared forward at a scene of utter chaos. The sound of hurried steps echoed through the corridor. The legs of several figures were seen moving swiftly through a darkened hall. The air filled with the sharp swish of weapons and rapid movements. A violent and chaotic battle had clearly just taken place. One of the combatants, a man in blue and green, was caught in a whirlwind of action. A stern man reacted swiftly amidst the fray. A body was sent flying through the air while another figure watched passively. The camera focused on the bloodied face of a defeated warrior on the floor. Amidst the carnage, the woman with long dark hair stood with a calm, unreadable expression. She turned her head slightly and formally welcomed the newly arrived escort Gam. A heavy silence hung in the air, thick with unspoken violence. The sharp thuds of a body hitting the floor broke the quiet. A man now lay sprawled on the ground, bleeding profusely from his wounds. The woman with long dark hair watched the grim scene unfold without a hint of emotion. She repeated her earlier greeting, coolly welcoming escort Gam to the aftermath. The room remained still, a silent testament to the brutal confrontation that had just concluded. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the darkened hall. Amidst the chaos, a man lunged forward, aiming a kick at a woman standing over a fallen body. The dark-haired man ignored the attack, his voice eerily calm as he offered a greeting. He formally welcomed the newly arrived guard Cam to the scene of the carnage. Turning his back on the downed man, the dark-haired man walked away with an air of complete indifference. Guard Cam furiously demanded an explanation for the unfolding disaster. The dark-haired man thought to himself how the guard's mere presence ruined his mood, then feigned ignorance and asked what needed explaining. As Guard Cam's patience wore thin, the dark-haired man simply let out a derisive laugh. A flicker of anxiety crossed the dark-haired man's mind, but he pushed it aside and reminded the guard of a warning he had clearly given from the start. In a sudden, violent move, the dark-haired man struck Guard Cam. Guard Cam roared, recalling his own earlier threat that he would kill the man if he tried anything funny. The dark-haired man taunted him, claiming he couldn't recall such a threat, pushing Guard Cam's fury to its breaking point. In a different time, a green-robed man had confronted the black-haired man, Mok Gyeongwoon, questioning what he did to the second son's guard. The green-robed man refused to be deceived, even as Mok Gyeongwoon feigned weakness and ignorance. The man desperately tried to convince himself, repeating that he knew the guard was an expert and Gyeongwoon was weak. Despite his own reasoning, the green-robed man couldn't shake the terrible feeling that something was deeply wrong. Mok Gyeongwoon played along, rhetorically asking how the third son, who had lost his martial arts, could possibly have killed him. He then mockingly asked the green-robed man if he didn't agree. The truth was, young Master Mok Gyeongwoon was, at that moment, completely incapable of using any martial arts. A guttural, animalistic sound echoed in the chamber. The terrible realization finally crashed down, it had to be him. Mok Gyeongwoon was the one who killed Cho Il-sang, and back in the present, he laughed maniacally, asking Guard Cam what he would do now. Guard Cam furiously accused him of switching sides. He spat that the damned fake had gone too far. He roared that Mok Gyeongwoon had murdered the second son's personal guard. A spray of fresh blood splattered across the dark-haired man's face, yet his cold, hard glare never wavered. In another location, a man in a hat was also spattered with blood, his eyes glowing an unsettling blue. The sounds of a brutal confrontation, of strikes and impacts, echoed violently. The scene shifted to two men panting in exhaustion, one standing over the other, as an unnerving silence fell. The man in blue finally broke the silence, his voice heavy as he uttered the words, 3 years. The man on the floor recounted his tragic life, born an orphan and raised an assassin, sacrificing everything he had to infiltrate this place. He cried out in despair that his entire life had been dependent on those 3 years. A stern-faced man looked down on him, coldly stating that he had ruined everything. A scarred woman, backed into a corner, declared that she would have to kill them all and escape, seeing no other option for survival. An old man watched in disbelief, his protest cut short by the shocking turn of events. The scarred woman argued that while Cho Il-sang's death was a settled matter, something else of value could take his place. The stern-faced man acknowledged her prize but was not satisfied. He was certain that she possessed the rest of a coveted secret manual and demanded she hand it over. He declared that the complete manual would more than make up for the loss of Cho Il-sang and insisted she answer him. The woman feigned ignorance, but an old man warned her that she clearly didn't understand the danger she was in. The old man threatened to kill her, but dangled the possibility of mercy if she gave him the rest of the secret manual. The stern-faced man piled on, promising a slow and terrible death if she didn't give it up while he still had his patience. After a long, weary sigh, the dark-haired woman finally relented, agreeing to give them the manual. The man with the mustache sneered, thinking her bravado had finally broken, and told her she should have complied from the start. He impatiently held out his hand, demanding she give it to him. The kneeling man simply looked up, a confused expression on his face. As the mustached man began to lash out, the dark-haired woman calmly informed him that she had already given him the secret manual. Her true thought remained hidden, the entire manual was perfectly memorized within her mind. Feigning confusion, she then casually mentioned that there was one more thing. A silent, tension-filled moment passed between them. With a chilling smile, she thanked Guard Cam before unleashing the first technique of the thought-shattering 8. This was only the first form of the deadly art. The man with the mustache cried out as the technique, attachment, took hold, his own inner energy being violently drained away from him. He screamed in agony, but his opponent only laughed, crowing about finally having a test subject. The fighter sadistically thanked the man for volunteering, his voice ringing with manic gratitude. The mustached man begged and screamed to be let go. The two combatants became a whirlwind of violent energy and spraying blood. The man in black's face was a mask of bloody, determined fury. His opponent could only curse him as an insane bastard through gritted teeth. The mustached man raised his blood-soaked hands in a futile attempt to defend himself. The man in black pressed his advantage, lunging forward with his sword. Finally, the man in black collapsed from exhaustion, leaving the mustached man panting but still standing. Back in the main hall, a strange, crackling sound filled the air. A bearded man felt the inner energy vanish from his hand, as his companion wondered aloud if it had been absorbed. The bearded man conceded his opponent was a first-rate martial artist, but the dark-haired man simply stated that the attack wasn't enough. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the bearded man grimly accepted that he had no other choice. The dark-haired man replied coolly that he would just have to find a different way to kill him. The bearded man scoffed at the idea that some dirty little trick could change the outcome. He roared in defiance, questioning how someone like the dark-haired man could possibly defeat him. The two fighters flew at each other, clashing in a dynamic aerial battle. A strangled cry of pain escaped both men's lips at the point of impact. The bearded man shouted out a name, a title filled with dread, demonic monk. From the clash emerged a shadowy figure, eyes glowing red as it lunged with a sword. The warrior stared in utter shock, unable to comprehend how his attack had been so easily blocked. He demanded to know what new sorcery his opponent had just used. The shadowy figure promised to show him another, dirty little trick, in much greater detail. A horrific demonic entity composed of countless skulls materialized in the air behind him. The warrior was frozen in terror, unable to process the nightmarish sight. The shadowy figure calmly announced that he was going to give something back. He clarified he was returning both the inner energy he had stolen and the man's own dagger. A blood-curdling scream of pure agony tore through the room. The dark-haired man watched on, noting with grim satisfaction that both the energy and the weapon had belonged to the warrior, after all. The dark-haired warrior coolly reminded his fallen opponent that both the inner energy and the dagger were his to begin with. In the bloody aftermath, the two fighters were locked in a vicious, final confrontation. The victor clarified that he was merely returning what was rightfully the other man's property. The woman in green let out a pained gasp, clutching her own wound. Her opponent, the man in green, collapsed to the floor, racked by a violent coughing fit. The injured man, guard Cam, realized with dawning horror that the dagger was lodged in a fatal spot, and removing it would mean bleeding to death. The dark-haired warrior silently cursed his own foolishness for choosing an opponent who would resort to using an otherworldly force against him. However, the battle was not yet decided by the blade alone. The man in green weakly called out to his adversary, a new expression on his face. Now identified as the man in the hat, he sneered, reminding the warrior of the poison he had fed him, boasting that it was prepared for this very moment. The man with long hair listened without expression, simply telling him to go on. The man in the hat, panting for breath, desperately proposed that they negotiate. As the long-haired warrior repeated the word negotiate, his opponent quickly agreed, arguing that to continue fighting would be a loss for them both. The man in the hat offered the antidote and money, thinking he could feign submission for now and kill the warrior later once he was safe. His desperate plea was suddenly cut short as he began to choke. A horrifying, gurgling sound echoed from his throat as the mysterious affliction took hold. He retched violently, unable to stop the agonizing coughs that shook his body. The man's mind reeled in panic. Despite trying to circulate his chi, his condition was only getting worse. The very idea of poison was questioned as he gasped pitifully for air. The man stabbed by his own dagger demanded to know what his opponent had done to him. The woman with a dagger wound casually explained that when he had stabbed her, his blade became coated in her blood, leaving him utterly bewildered. She then revealed the terrifying truth: her blood was extremely poisonous. She calmly recited the ingredients of the poison he had used on her, explaining that a lifetime of consuming toxic herbs had made her own blood a deadly weapon. The woman with the dagger wound asked condescendingly if he understood the gravity of his situation now. The man realized with dawning dread that he had no need for her antidote. She mockingly held out the cure, knowing full well he was doomed. Feigning concern, she asked why he was shaking and innocently wondered if the open window was making him cold. She explained she had opened it to lower his body temperature, a cruel gesture that would only slow the poison and prolong his suffering. The doomed man could only tremble as his fate was sealed. The bloody man, now completely broken, began to beg for mercy. He pleaded desperately, offering to swear his undying loyalty in exchange for his life. In a final, debased plea, he promised to become her dog, to lick her feet and crawl on command if she would only spare him. His desperate cries eventually faded into a heavy, expectant silence. The woman with dark hair gave him a sliver of false hope, remarking that she liked his new attitude. She continued that with such a groveling demeanor, they would work wonderfully together. A choked sound of disbelieving relief escaped the bloody man's lips. The woman then cruelly snatched his hope away, adding that they would have worked together, had he acted that way from the very beginning. Her opponent was stunned into silence, the cruel twist leaving him speechless. She coldly judged him as the type of person who switches sides based purely on self-interest. An unseen old man's voice suddenly cut in, cynically dismissing the man's pathetic offer of loyalty. The long-haired warrior delivered the final sentence, declaring that his opponent was better off dead as a sickening crack echoed in the room. The man with the damaged eye let out a final, rattling groan as his life faded. The blue-robed victor delivered a powerful kick to the fallen body. A sharp, metallic clatter broke the silence as something fell to the floor. Now clad in blue, the warrior knelt over his bloodied, vanquished foe. The corpse of the man lay still, a sword protruding from his chest as a final testament to his defeat. The long-haired warrior finally let out a weary sigh. Now appearing as a woman in blue, she winced at the lingering pain from her own dagger wound, annoyed that her new clothes were already ruined. She reflected that the situation was handled faster than expected, musing that she would have had to kill him anyway since he knew her true identity. The man with dark hair stood in quiet contemplation. The woman with dark hair then wondered to herself if she ought to kill guard Go-chan as well. She decided against it, concluding that Go-chan's discretion made him a useful asset to keep alive. She called out to a hidden figure, telling him to get up, and a man with a cap scurried out in obedience. When the man asked how she knew he was there, she replied that she saw him inching away during the fight, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. She then praised his ability to keep a secret, which earned a nervous thank you from the man. She ordered the man with the cap to clear the area, declaring she would handle guard Cam's body herself, and he quickly obeyed, addressing her as young master. Now alone with the corpse, the woman prepared to begin her grim task. As she loomed over guard Cam's body, a sinister purple energy began to swirl around her hand. She noted internally that while she could feel the victim's inner energy, it was useless to her and not what she was truly seeking. Her mind was focused on a different power, the cold, ominous energy she had first encountered in the underground pavilion. She was searching for the unique death chi she could only feel in the moments she took a life. A sudden wave of energy confirmed her suspicions. The protagonist recognized the familiar, chilling sensation washing over her. She observed that unlike normal inner energy, this cold chi gathered around her core, a chilling sensation she associated with the act of killing. The disturbing thought then crossed her mind that in order to collect more of this power, she would need to kill more people. Unseen by the protagonist, the blonde woman in red watched the scene unfold with a grave expression. She addressed her monk companion, stating that she finally understood why he had allowed himself to be controlled by such a person. With a sharp intake of breath, she declared that the individual they were observing was not a person, but a monster. Elsewhere, a first-rate guard named Jeong Yangpyeong voiced his opinion that the recently deceased guard Cam had not been lying. A man in purple robes agreed, wondering why Cam would tell a lie they could so easily disprove, which left his subordinate in brown robes confused. The man in purple robes began to explain his manipulative philosophy, stating that being too nice from the start only breeds entitlement. He elaborated that by showing strictness first, any subsequent act of forgiveness would instill a deeper sense of subservience. He concluded that cruelty must precede kindness for the benevolent act to truly have an impact. The man in brown robes offered hollow praise for such wisdom, though his master saw right through the flattery. The subordinate insisted his praise was genuine, adding that such a test was necessary for a disloyal man like Cam and that the young master's talent would surely make him the successor. Their strategic discussion was suddenly shattered by a man in green robes bursting in with a problem. The second-rate guard, Han Sang, gasped for breath as he tried to report the urgent news about guard Cam. He finally blurted out that guard Cam had just attempted to assassinate young master Mok Gyeongwoon, shocking everyone in the room. The man in purple robes demanded to know why, but Han Sang frantically insisted that something far more important had happened. An elder delivered the devastating blow. The victim, the third son, had publicly announced that the man in purple robes was the true mastermind behind the murder attempt. The accused younger man could only stare in utter disbelief, the name of his betrayer, Mok Gyeongwoon, escaping his lips. An elderly man burst in, shouting that escort Gam had just tried to assassinate young master Mok Gyeongwoon, leaving the younger man in purple robes utterly stunned. While the younger man demanded to know why, the seated man mused that it was a foolish way to prove innocence, but the elder frantically interrupted, insisting that wasn't the important part. The elder delivered the devastating news. The third son, Mok Gyeongwoon, had testified that the younger master, Yunpyeong, was the one who hired the assassin. Outraged, Mok Yunpyeong demanded to know where guard Gam was, but his subordinate could only reveal the grim truth. In a brief, bloody flashback, the image of guard Cam bleeding from the mouth was recalled. The subordinate confirmed that the key witness had simply disappeared. A single name, filled with rage and betrayal, escaped Mok Yunpyeong's lips, Mok Gyeongwoon. He swore furiously that he would not let his younger brother get away with such a treacherous act. An elderly attendant desperately tried to restrain Mok Yunpyeong, warning him that confronting his brother now would only validate the false testimony. Mok Yunpyeong furiously rejected the advice, unable to bear the thought of his brother mocking him while he was forced to stand by and do nothing. A man with a mustache calmly interjected, suggesting a different approach if his master so desired. He proposed that they could have that place act on their behalf instead. Elsewhere, a woman with black hair considered the news, realizing that if the testimony was true, their own plans might proceed easier than expected. The man with the mustache elaborated, explaining that the assassination organization Guard Gam belonged to was known for its pride and ironclad rules. Their code was simple and brutal: failure in an assassination, even by a retired member, was not tolerated. He revealed his plan to inform the Flying Death School, one of the 3 great assassination guilds, that their former members' mission remained incomplete. The very name of the organization conjured images of their gruesome work, severed heads displayed on spikes as a warning to all. The woman with black hair repeated the guild's name, the Flying Death School, letting the grim implications sink in. Within that very school, a sinister-looking man gave a quiet, satisfied approval. Meanwhile, the target of all this plotting, Mok Gyeongwoon, was meditating peacefully, unaware of the new threat. He let out a sigh of frustration, having spent considerable time trying to form a key center as described in the secret book he possessed. A faint spark of energy flickered within him. He held his hands in a meditative pose, a faint purple energy glowing before fizzling out. His attempt was another failure. Though he could circulate his ki, the energy would disperse before it could coalesce, leaving him wondering what had gone wrong. His escort, Go-chan, was startled when Mok Gyeongwoon suddenly called for him. The young master bluntly asked his escort why his ki kept dissipating, a question that left Go-chan momentarily speechless. Go-chan feigned understanding, though he was privately astounded by the situation. He marveled at how someone with no knowledge of martial arts just a day prior was now not only feeling but actively circulating their ki. The escort, Go-chan, internally scoffed at the absurdity but decided against dismissing the claim outright. Deciding to indulge the young master, Go-chan offered to flow his own true ki into Mok Gyeongwoon's body to diagnose the issue. Go-chan instructed the young master to concentrate on his ki circulation and ignore his presence. The escort took a calming breath, preparing to investigate the strange phenomenon. A jolt of energy surged through their connection. Go-chan's eyes flew open in utter disbelief at what he was sensing. It was true, not only was the boy circulating ki, but his meridians were completely unobstructed, a state only achievable through years of intense, master-level training. The escort wondered if this boy was truly a once-in-a-generation genius. Suddenly, Go-chan felt something else, a strange, unsettling energy lurking within the young master's system. It was a power so cold and so frightening that it sent an involuntary shudder through him. As Mok Gyeongwoon's ki dissipated once more, Go-chan asked if the young master also felt that strange energy. Mok Gyeongwoon anxiously asked if he would be unable to form a ki center because of it, to which Go-chan truthfully answered yes. The escort admitted he could feel a bizarre energy near the ki center's location but couldn't fathom its nature. Despair began to set in for Mok Gyeongwoon as he realized this chilling energy might force him to give up on martial arts entirely. Go-chan mused that this strange power, which seemed to disperse even true ki, felt like something completely alien to normal circulation. He observed that it felt like it was completely opposing the flow, a word that sparked a realization in Mok Gyeongwoon. Go-chan tried to dismiss his comment as a mere hypothesis, but Mok Gyeongwoon was already lost in thought, repeating the words, opposing, and opposite. Recalling that life ki was warm and death ki was cold, Mok Gyeongwoon suddenly agreed with his escort's assessment. To Go-chan's horror, the young master announced his intention to try circulating his ki in reverse. The escort shouted for him to stop, warning that such a reckless act would lead to a fatal ki deviation. Before he could intervene further, Go-chan found himself gasping, unable to speak. A red-eyed woman, a spirit visible only to him, materialized and silenced him with a sharp gesture, telling him to keep it down. Another spirit, a red-eyed figure, cackled with glee at the mortal's foolishness, believing his incomplete knowledge would lead him to his own death. A blonde woman, another familiar, explained to her spectral companions that if their contractor died of his own accord, their binding contract would end without consequence. She told a bald spirit that their freedom was coming sooner than expected. A third spirit with dark hair snarled, vowing to tear Mok Gyeongwoon's soul apart the moment he died. Unaware of the drama unfolding within his own body, the gears of a separate plot turned at the graceful reformation chamber. A woman holding a fan introduced the guest from the ghastly spirit pavilion. The masked figure introduced herself simply as Shua, a Taoist master. The first woman privately noted her surprise that only one young woman was sent to replace the famously miraculous Myo Sin. A woman in red, the client, watched the proceedings, her gaze fixed on the coffin Shua had brought. Shua explained that she would use the body of her junior, Myo Sin, to track his killer and send a counter-curse. The client processed this, realizing Shua's status as Myo Sin's senior implied she was even more powerful. Before beginning, Shua stated she needed something from her client. Her client asked what it was, and Shua replied with a simple, chilling promise: the third young master will truly die. The woman in red admitted she had low expectations, but this declaration changed her mind. A cruel smile graced her lips as she told Shua that she was starting to like her. Shua simply bowed, accepting the compliment and the task ahead. The client gave her command, at once. Inside the coffin, the corpse of the elderly shaman Myo Sin suddenly writhed in agony. Shua began her incantation, calling upon the Northern Emperor and wielding a demon-defeating talisman in his name. She commanded the spirit of the dead to abide by her will. With the ritual at its peak, the masked figure plunged a cursed dagger into the heart of the corpse. A pained grunt echoed from the coffin. As the curse took hold, a spectral scream filled the air, and the target was locked. Myo Sin's body began to twist and contort unnaturally under the force of the powerful spell. His dead hands reached out as if pleading for release from the desecration. A swarm of ghostly hands erupted from Shua, the physical manifestation of the curse she was unleashing. The curse, now a sentient force of malice, honed in on its intended victim. Miles away, within the walls of a grand estate, the night remained deceptively peaceful. A trail of malevolent light shot through the halls, passing through walls and doors as it sought its destination. Inside Mok Gyeongwoon's room, the blonde spirit suddenly flinched as she felt a sickening wave of energy wash over them. She looked up in alarm, finding herself surrounded by countless ghostly hands reaching out from the shadows. The curse had found its mark, the third young master, Mok Gyeongwoon. The shaman's incantation reached its zenith as she commanded the spirits to abide by her will. A cruel smile graced the lips of the blonde woman in red as ghostly hands extended from her, reaching for the cursed young master. But in Mok Gyeongwoon's room, the curse's tendrils slammed into a monstrous horned figure as a violet aura erupted from the young master's body. A violent wave of energy exploded outwards, throwing the blonde woman, the horned monster, and other spirits across the room. Back at the ritual site, a pained grunt echoed as the shamans felt the backlash of a counter-death. The curse had been reflected, meaning the devilish third young master would now feel every ounce of pain inflicted upon the caster. A shadowy figure in dark robes recoiled as a wave of green energy burst from the ritual center. The bald demon watched in stunned silence as their powerful curse was turned against them. The woman with red eyes, their client, began to speak, her voice filled with a chilling excitement. The thought that their target would feel their shaman's pain firsthand only made her feel utterly exhilarated. She leaned forward, her voice a low and hungry whisper, demanding more. While the bald demon stared in disbelief, the woman in black hair beside him echoed the insidious command for more. The client's eyes blazed with crimson light as she shrieked for even more suffering. A woman in traditional attire joined the chorus, demanding they inflict even greater pain upon the distant young master. The woman with red eyes sneered, dismissing their target as nothing more than a lowly being. At the ritual site, the magical backlash erupted into a scene of pure chaos as blood began to splash everywhere. The sickening splatter of blood filled the air as the curse's reversal took its toll. The blonde shaman, Shua, seethed with fury at the sheer gall of her target. Outside, the night sky streaked with ominous light above the traditional estate. Inside, three figures were caught in a whirlwind of green energy as the ritual room was torn apart. Shuo raged, questioning who would dare to ruin a ritual that was so close to completion. With a furious snarl, she commanded the interfering presence to disappear. The room became a horrifying tableau of violence, littered with blood and dismembered limbs from the backlash. One of her masked assistants cried out in agony as the reflected energy struck him down. A man in blue robes also choked out a pained cry before collapsing. An attendant desperately checked on her master, asking if Shuo was all right amidst the chaos. Shuo, the masked contractor, trembled as she realized her own counter-death curse had been completely reversed upon her. She gasped for breath, understanding that the entity protecting her target was far more powerful than a mere Aurelian ghost. Coughing up blood, Shuo informed the Great Madam that her fee would have to be significantly increased. The Great Madam questioned the demand, but Shuo stood firm, stating that 1,000 silver coins was now the price. The madam's attendant was outraged, but Shuo coolly explained that the circumstances had changed and her very life was now on the line. The Great Madam's voice grew tense as she asked if the mission had truly become that dangerous. Shuo confirmed she was now dealing with a high-status evil spirit, something that went far beyond an ordinary ghost. She warned that anything beyond this point would be a calamity that most Taoist masters would be unable to handle. Shuo finished with a boast, claiming that only a master of her caliber could even attempt such a feat, silencing the Great Madam. After a moment of tense consideration, the Great Madam agreed to the new terms, ignoring her attendant's shocked protest. The masked woman then issued a stern warning, demanding that Shuo have a guaranteed method of eliminating Mok Gyeongwoon. Shuo began her reply by explaining that just as there are ranks among spirits, there are ranks among Taoist masters. In a flashback, a younger Shuo had listed the 7 ranks, declaring herself a gifted Taoist, 2 levels above a common practitioner. The Great Madam recalled her initial surprise, noting how Shuo seemed far too young to possess such credentials. The memory of her initial shock was still vivid. Shuo had continued, stating she was one of only 3 Taoist masters in the entire ghastly spirit pavilion. The sounds of her power had filled the room as she explained her unique ability to control dakibis as familiars. With chilling confidence, the young shaman then made her client a promise. She had sworn that the 3rd young master would not remain unscathed. With absolute certainty, she had added one final, venomous word: never. Back in the present, Mok Gyeongwoon's room was in disarray, with one figure slumped over and 2 others assessing the damage. The woman in red fumed, angry that some insignificant vermin had tried to disturb Gyeongwoon and nearly ruin the perfect opportunity she had crafted for his demise. Suddenly, she gasped, sensing a shift in the room's energy. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she felt the impossible combination of death ki and yin ki. She couldn't comprehend how a living, breathing human was capable of gathering the energy of death itself. She sighed in exasperation, muttering that not a single day spent with him could ever be considered ordinary. A scarred, long-haired man mused aloud about the boy's impossible feats, from withstanding curses to now gathering death ki in a living vessel. A close-up revealed the intense, scarred face of this mysterious spiritual entity. The woman in red watched as the long-haired man casually manipulated the dark energy swirling around him. He then admitted, almost begrudgingly, that he was actually starting to gain an interest in the brat. At that moment, Mok Gyeongwoon's eyes fluttered open as he confirmed his own theory. He knew that reversing his ki circulation had been the correct choice, allowing him to absorb the strange energy, though there was too little to form a proper ki center. The blonde woman in the red dress bluntly asked if he was truly a living human, a question that left Gyeongwoon utterly bewildered. She pressed him, demanding to know what kind of perfectly alive person could drag in the very energy of death. Gyeongwoon innocently asked if that wasn't something that was supposed to happen, but she waved it off before addressing another spirit. Turning her attention to the wrecked room, she demanded to know why everything was in such a state, a question Gyeongwoon found deeply ironic. She pointed out the battered demon monk and the unconscious escort Go-chan, prompting Gyeongwoon to feign ignorance about the chaos he himself had survived. The elder monk's eyes suddenly glowed an intense red as he stared at the scene. Just as the monk began to understand what had transpired, the blonde woman launched herself at him, tired of his antics. She screamed at the stinking baldy, accusing him of being complicit in the attack, as Jeong sighed, unable to get a moment's peace. The blonde woman huffed, complaining that she received no appreciation for saving him from the counter-death, a term that caught Jeong's attention. But just as he was about to ask what it was, a new, ominous energy flooded the room. The blonde woman's eyes narrowed, her playful demeanor vanishing instantly. A chill ran down Jeong's spine as he asked what that strange feeling was. The blonde woman's expression turned grim as she warned him that he had attracted something quite annoying. A faint but distinct scraping sound began to echo from the shadows. She clicked her tongue, wondering what kind of lunatic would use something like this as a familiar, while Jeong stared into the darkness, asking what it was. The scraping grew louder, heralding the arrival of the dreaded Dakibis native to Mount Wuxia. The sound of hundreds of tiny, armored legs filled the room as the swarm of armor-clad insects closed in. In ages past, spirits that caused disaster were given names, mountain spirits for those of the land, and sea spirits for those of the water. Together, these troublesome entities were known as Kaimamorio. And one of the most infamous among them was the mountain-piercing shelled beast. A piercing shriek echoed through the chaos. This dangerous creature, with the body of a bird and the tail of a snake, commanded insects to sow mayhem wherever it went. The woman in the straw hat stood silently amidst the growing din. She stepped forward, remarking that there was no friendship to be found between shamans. With a cold indifference, she admitted she was not saddened by her disciple's death, as all shamans dance close to the grave. However, she found it unpleasant to see a familiar face twisted and ruined by an evil spirit. A low, sinister hissing filled the air around them. Her gaze found him as she called out the name of Mok Gyeongwoon, the third son. Far above, a monstrous bird-like creature with glowing red eyes descended upon the village. The blonde woman issued a command for the swarming insects to become food for her spirit, a crunching sound filling the air. Elsewhere, a trapped young woman knew with chilling certainty that she had to escape this place. A man continued to sleep soundly, his snores oblivious to the unfolding horror. A sharp clang of metal rang out as someone tried to wake the unconscious guard Go-chan. The young man awoke with a start, horrified by the sea of bugs, while the young woman urged him to keep fighting the dangerous swarm. A sharp pain jolted Go-chan as one of the insects bit him. He cried out, a throbbing ache spreading from the wound. The young woman explained that even a moment of contact was dangerous and that he had to use his inner energy to protect himself. She narrated that while the bugs were small, their sheer numbers meant they would be eaten alive if they didn't act, a fact that sent Go-chan into a panic about how to use his non-existent ki. The blonde woman coolly asked Mok Gyeongwoon what he would do, pointing out that he was about to become insect food. Gyeongwoon asked the blue spirit for help, reminding her that she was his familiar, but she callously questioned why she should have any reason to assist him. The spirit offered her aid on one condition, that he give her his body, an offer Gyeongwoon rejected, choosing to die with her instead. Suddenly, even the powerful spirit cried out, overwhelmed by the sheer number of insects. Seizing the opportunity, Mok Gyeongwoon declared that they should make a bet. The spirit's interest was piqued as Gyeongwoon confirmed his intention for a wager. She laid out the terms: if he was on the brink of death, he would lose the bet and surrender his body. However, Gyeongwoon countered with his own condition for if he managed to survive the ordeal. The blonde woman finished the deal, promising to actively help him from that point on. Mok Gyeongwoon stared back, warning her that she had better keep that promise. A quiet sigh of relief escaped someone in the room. He sealed the pact with his unspoken thought. The man in green screamed in terror as the swarm intensified. He and the man in dark clothing cried out to their young master, asking what they should do as the bugs multiplied. The man in dark clothing ordered Go-chan to find something flammable, deciding to set the entire place on fire. The woman in red pointed out a lantern, suggesting that a fire large enough would incinerate the entire swarm. Go-chan began to protest that the lantern was too far, but was cut off. A powerful and unseen force invoked the ritual of attachment. With a series of sharp clicks, the lantern flew through the air on its own. The man in green cried out in shock, while the man in dark clothing recognized it as telekinesis but knew there was no time to explain. Meanwhile, a woman in red armor mused over who could be proficient in such a rare skill. She concluded that it must have been the work of Lady Sook. Believing the shaman was with Lady Sook, she plotted to use the chaos from the impending fire. Her goal was simple: to kill the shaman. A deep voice echoed the name of the summoned creature, the mountain-piercing shelled beast. The man in green froze, hearing the new voice. He looked around wildly, startled by the sudden intrusion. A shadowy figure mocked their efforts, asking if they truly thought he would let their little trick succeed. From the floor, a new army of grotesque creatures began to emerge from the shadows. A pair of boots stood calmly in the middle of the writhing swarm. The woman in the straw hat derided their plans as utterly foolish. She revealed that her right eye, the white eye, could perceive what others could not. With this eye, she could see the very world of Qi itself. She declared that no matter what they tried beyond the walls, they could not hide from her. With grim certainty, she prepared to show them the truth. This, she announced, was the terrifying world that she saw. The woman in the straw hat commanded her mountain-piercing shelled beast to destroy it, causing a man in a hat to cry out in terror. A terrible, violent flapping sound filled the chamber. A man in black robe appeared as if from nowhere and offered a greeting, startling the terrified man in the hat. A faint, chilling sound whispered through the room. The mysterious man in the black robe stood firm, holding a glowing red thread that pulsed with arcane energy. The woman in the straw hat began a chant, asking for guidance to write a charm that would repel the evil spirits. With a flash of power, she invoked a swift decree. The fallen man knew their efforts were no use against her power. The shaman whispered that she could see it all as a mystical wind swirled around her. The man in the green coat screamed as a bolt of spiritual lightning struck near him. The woman with the charm called down lightning upon the chaotic world. She finished her chant with another swift decree, and the man in the green coat screamed in agony as he was struck. A lone dagger was wreathed in crackling lightning. A man with long dark hair lunged forward, the energized dagger held ready to strike. A command was given to the mountain-piercing chilled beast. Kill. The battle raged as the woman in the straw hat fought the shadowy figure amidst dark tendrils, while another combatant lay ready on the ground. Mok Gyeongwoon found himself completely surrounded by the spider-like creatures, his face a mask of shock. A brilliant flash of energy erupted in the room. A swift, slicing sound cut through the air. Mok Gyeongwoon stood his ground and formally announced his identity as the third son of the Mok Sword Manor. The woman in the straw hat looked down on him, commanding him to cross over to the spirit realm. A violent surge of power ripped through the space between them. The horde of spider-like creatures swarmed relentlessly through the darkness, closing in for the kill. A chorus of spectral wails and tormented screams echoed through the chaotic battlefield. The agonizing cries of spirits being torn apart continued to reverberate through the darkness. The woman in the hat remarked that this was easier than she had expected, wondering aloud if her assessment of the green spirit had been a misunderstanding. She turned to her spectral familiar, cooing praises for a job well done. The shaman declared it was time to leave, noting that the man would soon be devoured by her swarm of bugs if left alone. She began to boast that the quest was nothing, but a sudden, sharp crack cut her off mid-sentence. Her red eye narrowed, her gaze sharpening with lethal intensity. A look of genuine surprise crossed the shaman's face as dark, shadowy energy swirled violently around her. A sickening twitching sound echoed, causing her to flinch involuntarily. She spun around to face the source of the disturbance, her red-eyed gaze burning with fierce determination. A low, menacing growl rumbled from the shadows. The sickening sound of flesh being torn apart split the air. The ominous growling grew louder and more threatening. The woman in the conical hat could only stare, her mind struggling to process the impossible scene. Another guttural growl echoed, promising imminent violence. A sharp, ripping sound followed the growl almost immediately. The unseen beast continued its relentless, threatening snarls. A thunderous crash suddenly shook the very ground beneath their feet. The battle against the mountain-piercing shelled beast and the woman now known as New Moon had truly begun. New Moon stammered in disbelief, unable to form a coherent word. The woman in the black and orange outfit could only ask what was happening. A distinct, wet-crushing sound was heard twice in quick succession. A violent spray of crimson fluid erupted into the air. The bloody man landed with a solid thud, a smirk on his face as he lamented what a shame it all was. He revealed his triumph, declaring that his blood was a lethal poison and a perfect way to exterminate her bugs. As his toxic blood splattered across the ground, the woman in black and orange cried out in frustration. In a panic, she desperately commanded her mountain-piercing shelled beast to attack. The monstrous creature let out a piercing, otherworldly screech as it lunged forward. New Moon realized her swarm of bugs was now useless and decided she must cast a powerful spell while her shelled beast stalled for time. She began her incantation, calling upon the spirit power commanding method and its thought-shattering 8 techniques. Her spell commenced with the first technique, the ritual of attachment. The shelled beast shrieked in what sounded like pure agony as it clashed with its target. A sickening crunch echoed through the air, and the dark-haired man let out a choked cry of surprise. The woman with the orange headband watched in utter disbelief as her ultimate weapon faltered. The dark-haired man quickly recovered, a sinister laugh escaping his lips as he held the beast's claw. He cackled with glee, finally enjoying the sudden, welcome silence. Horrified, New Moon desperately called out to her mountain-piercing shelled beast. A sudden jolt of energy shot through her entire body, causing her to gasp in shock. As the beast cried out and collapsed, New Moon doubled over, thinking a sudden onset of pain had just struck her. She instantly understood that the beast's agony was being transferred directly to her through their spiritual connection, leaving her to wonder what could possibly be happening. Her eyes, now glowing a malevolent red and orange, glared with a mixture of intense fury and borrowed pain. The long-haired man in black, observing from a distance, watched intently as Mok Gyeongwoon began to do something unimaginable. He stared in abject horror, finally realizing that Mok Gyeongwoon was actively absorbing the beast's demonic chi. His mind reeled at the impossibility of the act, as demonic chi was known to be fatally harmful to all living beings. It was an energy saturated with yin and death chi, inherently poisonous to any practitioner who dared touch it. Even Mok Gyeongwoon himself found this turn of events entirely unexpected. He reflected that he had only meant to restrain the creature, but in doing so, he had discovered the potent evil energy it held deep within. He marveled at the sheer volume of dark power, recognizing it was far more than what he usually gathered. This vast and corrupt well of energy was more than enough to forge a new demonic core on the spot. A young woman with long black hair suddenly cried out for him to stop, her voice catching the attention of the dark-robed observer. The distressed woman, her eyes mismatched in her sheer panic, pleaded with him to stop, begging him not to kill the beast. A chilling silence was broken only by a single, sharp sound that seemed to signal a final end. Elsewhere, at Lady Sook's residence in the Blessing Flower Hall, a servant noted the cold wind while addressing the First Madam. The servant politely suggested she wait indoors, but the First Madam flatly refused, stating she couldn't rest without knowing the outcome. She declared her intention to intervene personally if things went awry, her mind focused on the 2 tasks she had given the shaman. The first task was the assassination of Mok Gyeongwoon, the second was the acquisition of the coveted secret manual. She silently resolved that if things went horribly wrong and she couldn't obtain the manual, she would ensure no one else could either. An alarmed attendant suddenly announced the shaman's approach, causing the First Madam to gasp in surprise. The sound of steady, determined footsteps grew closer. The First Madam gasped in pure delight, absolutely certain that the shaman had succeeded in her mission. Her heart pounded with feverish anticipation as she pictured the damned Mok Gyeongwoon dead and the secret manual finally in her possession. In that triumphant moment, she saw her own son's future secured as the undisputed next manor master. Her subordinates began to offer their premature congratulations, but the first madam demurely waved them off, telling them not to get ahead of themselves. The approaching shaman came to a sudden, jarring halt. A flicker of confusion crossed the first madam's poised and confident face. She questioned aloud why New Moon had stopped, as one of her attendants echoed the same confused sentiment. New Moon began to speak, ordering the first madam to come closer and listen as a distant scream punctuated her words. A male subordinate cried out to the great first madam, his voice laced with newfound urgency. New Moon then made a stunning public declaration: the Phoenix Pavilion could not, and would not, kill young Master Mok Gyeongwoon. A wave of utter, stunned shock rippled through all the onlookers. The single, unspoken question of "what?" hung heavy and silent in the cold night air. In a recent memory, New Moon cursed the cunning devil himself for forcing her into this impossible position. The black-haired man with red eyes had coolly instructed her to expose Lady Suk, questioning her hesitation when she claimed she would do anything to save her spirit. He had explained that killing her was pointless since the Phoenix Pavilion would just send another assassin, making her only viable path to expose her client. This single act, he had explained, would irrevocably turn the Phoenix Pavilion and Lady Suk into bitter enemies. Back in the present, New Moon grimly accepted that she was now a traitor to her own faction, but she knew she had no other choice. She began her public proclamation, loudly accusing Lady Suk of claiming that young Master Mok was possessed by a spirit. She continued, declaring that the request had been to kill the young master under the guise of an exorcism, but she had seen with her own eyes that he was not possessed. Therefore, she concluded with a fierce warning, demanding that the Phoenix Pavilion never again receive such a treacherous request. A noblewoman in the crowd, her face painted with elaborate red makeup, voiced her complete confusion, asking who was trying to kill whom. The shocking news immediately began to spread like wildfire through the crowd: Lady Suk wanted the third son dead. Another voice shouted that the order came directly from the outer hall master herself. A guard in brilliant red armor turned to the first madam, her voice trembling with panic and fear. Amidst a great roar from the crowd, a decisive command was issued to proceed to the Blessing Flower Hall and arrest Lady Suk. New Moon urgently demanded to know the whereabouts of the third young master. She pressed her subordinate, asking if her precise instructions had been followed. A man's agonized scream echoed from a distance, confirming the plan was in motion. New Moon turned and confirmed with grim satisfaction that, as they could all see, the task was done. The narration confirms that everything had gone exactly as the orchestrator had planned. Lady Suk was now a villain, and the Phoenix Pavilion were her sworn enemies. New Moon sighed, acknowledging that as a traitor to the Phoenix Hall, she would now be hunted relentlessly for saving her familiar spirit. Deciding it was time to depart, she turned to Mok Gyeongwoon and demanded he return her spirit as promised. Mok Gyeongwoon surprised her by stating there was something he needed from her first. He calmly clarified that there was something he wanted to ask her. New Moon correctly surmised that he wanted information about the Chimorio, the spirits she controlled. Mok Gyeongwoon confirmed this, expressing a keen interest in spirit controllers like the demonic monk and the bird-headed demon, and especially her own Phoenix Hall. New Moon's mind raced, realizing he wasn't possessed but controlled a familiar spirit, and she couldn't fathom how he tamed one so full of resentment. Her thoughts trailed off as another, more unsettling realization began to dawn on her. She understood with a jolt that he commanded not one, but a second spirit as well. As a spectral wail echoed around them, Mok Gyeongwoon coolly asked if she was unwilling to share her knowledge. Startled by his implicit threat, New Moon quickly relented and agreed to tell him everything. She began her explanation by classifying her own familiar as a low-ranking ominous beast. The shaman detailed the hierarchy of spiritual creatures, from strange beasts to mythical and demonic beasts. She explained that even the weakest ominous beast was considered a small disaster, with their danger increasing at each level up to the legendary sacred and divine beasts. New Moon revealed that within the Phoenix Pavilion, only 3 people, including herself, could command such beasts as familiars. She spoke of a member named Go, who handled a cataclysmic strange beast from Luwu Mountain known as Gujiao. The other powerful user was the Phoenix Hall Master herself, who was certain to possess one of the highest level spirits. Mok Gyeongwoon silently wondered if the Master's familiar could possibly be a sacred or even a divine beast. New Moon dismissed the idea, stating that those were beings of legend and that the Master more likely commanded a mythical or demonic beast. An older man with a hat offered Mok Gyeongwoon a book on the subject titled The Classic of Mountains and Seas, for which New Moon expressed her thanks. Mok Gyeongwoon mused on the sheer power of such creatures, wondering aloud if a divine beast was something like a dragon. He admitted to himself that acquiring a high-level Chai Morio would certainly be a fine prize. Their business concluded, New Moon retrieved her spirit and casually told him he had done a good job. A faint, shadowy bird-like creature pulsed with dark energy as it was passed between the two. The muscular man at Mok Gyeongwoon's side gruffly demanded a proper thank you, forcing a reluctant expression of gratitude from New Moon. The man with the cap, silently judging his companion's harsh personality, curtly told New Moon she could finally leave. Shielding her face with her large hat, New Moon clutched her now-recovered spirit and vanished into the night. Mok Gyeongwoon savored the moment, reflecting on what a lucky day it had been. He knew Lady Sook was now completely neutralized, her every move scrutinized by the public. He could feel the immense chi absorbed from the mountain-piercing shelled beast, enough to finally form his own energy core. With this power, he would at last be able to learn martial arts and so much more. Elsewhere, a woman in black worriedly asked her companion, a man wearing a hat, if he was sure everything would be all right. When he feigned ignorance, she brought up the shaman's inevitable grudge, but he simply replied that a promise is a promise. She questioned his lack of concern over potential revenge before admitting he was likely right. The man with the hat confidently stated that he didn't believe the shaman would be able to do anything, only for his companion to cut him off. The woman in black coolly informed him that it was now his turn to fulfill his side of their bargain. A lone figure walked towards a darkened village under the faint light of a crescent moon. A man in black observed the distant, weakened form of Mok Gyeongwoon, remarking that he looked fragile enough to die at any moment. A woman in dark clothing spat Mok Gyeongwoon's name, her voice laced with venom. The woman, her eyes glowing red with fury, vowed that while she was retreating for now, she would soon return for her vengeance. As she promised herself revenge, her words caught in her throat. A sudden, sharp jolt of agony shot through her entire body. The searing pain intensified, seizing her in its excruciating grip. The dark-haired woman gasped for air, recognizing the horrifying feeling as it consumed her. She realized with dawning terror that a reverse murder curse had been triggered, unable to comprehend how someone could control a being evil enough to facilitate it. She flinched as spectral, grasping hands clawed at her from the shadows behind. A series of choked gasps escaped her as the curse's power surged. The terrifying pressure forced a series of strangled, pained laughs from her lips. As she shielded her face, blood began to stream from her ruined eye, a sinister red crescent moon appearing on the ground below her. She looked up in terror to see a colossal, monstrous figure descending upon her from the darkened sky. A mysterious blonde woman appeared in the spiritual backlash, musing that the shaman was still pretty even with a missing eye. The injured young woman gasped for breath, utterly bewildered by the supernatural assault. Her face was now a mask of blood from the grievous wound inflicted upon her eye. She choked out that she couldn't breathe as the immense pressure crushed down on her. Meanwhile, at the manor, Lady Sook passionately pleaded her case before the outer hall master, claiming she had been deeply wronged. She desperately declared her innocence, insisting that the young master was framing her and questioning why anyone would believe she would harm him. Weeping, she accused the shaman and the third son of colluding to destroy her reputation. Outer hall master Sang Woon Bak cut through her hysterics with a single, sharp command for quiet. Lady Suk gasped, stunned into immediate silence by his powerful voice. The outer hall master repeated his command, his stern gaze silencing the entire room. He then questioned her about the recent disturbance at the medicinal hall, which she tried to deflect by mentioning the manor master. Sang-woong back-cornered her, pointing out that Mok Gyeongwoon had saved the manor master and coldly asking if her true intention was to kill him instead. Lady Suk cried out the outer hall master's title, her voice a mixture of outrage and desperation. She suddenly recoiled as a sharp, punishing force struck her from his direction. The outer hall master simply stared, his expression grim and his judgment already past. After a heavy silence, Lady Suk conceded that she could not overlook the incident. She reluctantly announced that an official investigation would begin soon and requested his cooperation. The outer hall master promised a fair investigation, one that would look very thoroughly into her activities, as well as those of the second son. He paused for a moment, letting his words hang in the air. The investigation, he concluded, would also include the third son. That night, a dark, traditional village was ominously illuminated by strange red lights glowing from within its buildings. Elsewhere, a silver-haired man was deep in thought, troubled by the events that had transpired. He found himself unable to understand why both the second son and Lady Suk would want the third son dead. It made no sense to target the powerless third son, who lacked martial skill and political backing, over the far more logical target of the youngest, favored son. He couldn't help but wonder if there was some hidden, unknown reason that made Mok Gyeongwoon a necessary target. The silver-haired man also recalled how the third son's usually arrogant demeanor had vanished, replaced by an unnerving calm. A nearby woman with a scar had dismissed it as shock, but he felt there was more to it. He was overcome with a powerful intuition that something about the entire situation was profoundly wrong. Having no other choice, the silver-haired man resolved to investigate the matter personally. An immense amount of chi crackled around the young man as he continued his meditation. A strange energy suddenly manifested, alerting the spirits watching over him. The woman in red noticed the shift, a curious sound escaping her lips. As the young man groaned under the strain, the woman in red expressed her surprise at his progress. The narrator explained that his ability to absorb so much of the mountain-piercing shelled beast's chi was entirely unexpected. The woman in red pondered if it was truly possible to create an energy core from death chi, a feat she had initially found interesting but far-fetched. A heavy silence settled as she observed the straining youth. But something about the situation was still off. Just as she thought he seemed to be handling it, his eyes flashed with a menacing, bestial glow. The woman in red was startled, wondering what he was doing. She quickly tried to claim her innocence as the young man's chilling gaze fell upon her. The young man's voice was cold as he questioned if she was telling the truth. The blonde-haired woman let out a small shriek of surprise. She quickly recomposed herself, yelling at him to stop the nonsense and focus on circulating his chi. Internally, the blonde-haired woman cursed her luck, regretting the bet that had landed her in this situation and blaming the shaman who had set it up. A thought then struck the blonde-haired woman: there was something she needed to confirm with the dark-haired woman before her. The dark-haired woman asked if the burgeoning energy within her was the core they had been discussing, catching the blonde woman off guard. The blonde-haired woman scoffed, declaring it impossible to establish an energy core in a single day, explaining that what he felt was merely a small collection of energy. Two pairs of intense, crimson eyes met in a silent, challenging stare. The dark-haired man simply asked if this wasn't the very definition of an energy core. The blonde-haired woman was left speechless by his confident assertion. Hesitantly, the blonde-haired woman asked if she could take a look, to which the dark-haired woman readily agreed. The woman in red explained her plan to place her hand on his energy core, using only her fingertips to confirm its existence. But as her hand touched his stomach, it stopped abruptly, causing her to question what was happening. The blonde empress looked down in confusion as the woman in red asked her what she was doing. The blonde empress explained that her hand wouldn't go in, tapping his abdomen to no effect, which made the dark-haired woman wonder why. The dark-haired woman shouted that she had no idea why it was happening, prompting the blonde empress to call for the monk to try instead. The dark-haired woman admitted she was unsure, while the blonde empress pondered the reason for her inability to phase through him. The blonde empress silently wondered if her current state as a familiar spirit was preventing her from touching him. As the young man dozed, the blonde empress stewed in her thoughts. To test her theory, the blonde empress easily phased her hand through the man in the hat, who let out a terrified shriek. The blonde empress clicked her tongue at the man's dramatic reaction, her thoughts still on the primary issue. The woman in red dress confirmed that the problem didn't seem to be on her end, which led the young man in green to ask if there was any other way to check. The woman in red dress began to explain that there was indeed another method. Unseen by her, a terrifying demonic visage composed of skulls and dark energy loomed behind the dark-haired youth. The scene shifted, showing the woman in red on a balcony, calmly facing the youth she was assisting. Elsewhere, a voice called out in the dead of night, announcing the arrival of Sang Woonbeek, the outer hall master. The young woman inside was surprised, wondering why the outer hall master would visit her so late. Sang Woonbeek was known as one of the Mok Sword Manor's most loyal subordinates, serving for 2 generations and holding the trust of the elders. The woman in the ornate dress mused that because of his influence, not even the powerful Lady Suk could challenge him. As the man with the greatest influence in the manor entered the room, the older man with white hair noted that his host was awake. The young woman asked the outer hall master his purpose for visiting. The silver-haired man immediately knelt and apologized, taking full responsibility for the security breach despite the presence of his martial artists. The woman in white tried to wave off his apology, insisting he shouldn't worry about it. She calmly stated that she was completely fine. The outer hall master's expression remained grim and stern as he listened. The silver-haired man then reached out, asking if he could check the young master's condition for himself. He stood before the seated youth, his demeanor a mixture of concern and scrutiny. A brief flicker of confusion crossed the silver-haired man's face. The silver-haired man then let out a hearty laugh, expressing his relief that the young master felt well. He then casually asked where the self-defense dagger he had given to every young master was, noting he distributed them when the manor master fell ill. The woman in white grew tense, a heavy silence falling as she was asked if she had perhaps lost it. The silver-haired man then seemed to recall, feigning relief that he had stored it safely in a drawer, to which the woman with dark hair nervously agreed. The silver-haired man laughed again, saying he would have been sad if she had lost the precious gift. His cheerful facade remained as he brought up the topic of the dagger again, addressing the woman with dark hair. The woman with dark hair thought to herself, realizing she had no memory of ever receiving such an item. The silver-haired man's smile vanished as he stated the cold, hard truth, "That's because I never gave it to you." In a flash, the silver-haired man lunged, his hand striking down towards the impostor. The woman was slammed downwards with immense force, debris scattering from the impact. The silver-haired man loomed over her, stating coolly that she had made 2 critical mistakes. The woman with dark hair identified the first mistake: the real third young master always became arrogant when treated with subordination. The second mistake, she continued, was that the third young master had flinched at any hint of violence ever since being beaten by the fourth young master. The woman concluded that the impostor had been too tolerant and had shown no fear. The man with long black hair declared that he had struck the impostor's meridian points, rendering them immobile and demanding a confession. The bearded man roared, demanding to know the location of the real young master. The impostor, clad in white with a red sash, was sent stumbling backward from the force of the accusation and attack. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, a bare foot stomped down on the floor, the impact shattering the wood beneath it. The man with long black hair stared in disbelief. The bearded man could only sputter in shock at the impossible display of strength. The man in white tilted his head back, a serene yet menacing expression on his face. The man with long black hair cried out in alarm, recognizing the spiritual energy as blue spirit. A dark, chilling energy crackled violently around the imposter's body. The woman in red armor felt a sudden, sharp pain in her heart, realizing the attack was not physical. The silver-haired man's voice dripped with menace as he accused his target of begging for death. The silver-haired man acknowledged the skill of the blue spirit, his opponent's power exceeding his expectations. The woman in red armor understood, realizing the clash between life chi and death chi was the source of this strange power. The dark-haired figure declared to the mortal that his innate energy had scattered, but in doing so, he had successfully formed an energy core. The woman in red armor marveled at this fascinating development, a body resistant to acupuncture without immense inner energy. The woman in red armor pointed out that while he had created an energy core, his true identity was now exposed, leaving him with nowhere to go. A tense silence filled the air, punctuated only by the crackling of dark energy. The dark-haired figure gave a new, chilling command, ordering the demonic monk to possess the outer hall master. The woman with the ornate hairpiece scoffed, remarking that the one giving the order was practically a demon himself, as the man with the gray beard listened in confusion. The man with the gray beard wondered who the youth was talking to, his mind struggling to process the word, possess. A pained grunt of exertion echoed through the room as a strange force took hold. The man with the gray beard felt his body betraying him, his mind reeling as he tried to comprehend what was happening. The person who looked like the third young master realized the figure before him, though identical to the master he knew, was completely resistant to acupuncture. He felt an invisible force gripping his heart, a presence he could not sense, and knew he was in grave danger. A dreadful thought crossed his mind, he had stumbled upon a secret that should have remained hidden. The man with the gray beard struggled to speak, his voice filled with dread as he asked the one question that remained. The young man with dark hair simply replied that he was the third young master of the Mok Sword Manor. Sunrise painted the sky above a sprawling city nestled within a mountain range. As the man in green robes walked, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He recalled waking to a destroyed bed and noted how the outer hall guards were now acting unusually polite. A guard, who just yesterday had been watching them like criminals, now welcomed him, stating the young master was waiting. The attendant could only manage a confused acceptance as the guard himself wondered what was going on. He continued walking down the hall, his mind reeling from the surreal morning. Turning a corner, his thoughts were abruptly cut short by a surprising encounter. The silver-haired man stood before the woman in black, whose face was a mask of shock. The woman in black formally excused the outer hall master, and the silver-haired man calmly agreed to take his leave. The sound of his footsteps faded, leaving a palpable tension in the air. The man in green robes commented on his good timing, to which the woman in black invited him to join them for breakfast. While a guard frantically questioned the young master, the woman in red armor calmly offered the attendant a seat. The man in green robes, however, had something urgent to ask her. The woman in red armor inquired if he could teach her the basics of the Mok Sword Manor's martial arts. Her attendant was utterly baffled by the strange request. Earlier, the protagonist had been practicing alone, their foot striking the ground with a burst of uncontrolled energy. The woman in black robes paused, thinking to herself that something felt strange about the movements. Despite following the secret manual exactly, she found that the techniques failed to connect with one another. Her advisor, the woman in red armor, sighed, informing her that the movements were far too advanced. She explained they were meant for a higher level of understanding, but the woman in black robes argued that this should be a good thing. The woman in red armor bluntly called her stupid, pointing out that advanced arts were useless without a grasp of the basics. This echoed a memory of an instructor explaining that such techniques were meant to help one surpass their current level. The instructor had clarified that this was achieved by removing useless movements, a concept irrelevant to someone without fundamentals. He had made it plain that the technique was useless without a basic understanding, a realization that dawned on the student. The student recalled the instructor's shock at the request, wrongly assuming an ambition to become the manor master. The student had simply replied that it seemed useful, oblivious to the technique's fame throughout Murim. Despite warnings of future trouble, the the student had insisted on learning, promising to keep it hidden. The instructor sighed, revealing a critical problem: he couldn't teach the basic martial arts. He admitted that he didn't know them, as the Mok Sword Manor's foundational arts were proprietary. The 9 Mok techniques were restricted, taught only within the family to those who shared the Mok surname and bloodline. The student had then asked who, exactly, was qualified to teach these techniques. Back in the present, the man in green confirmed that only the manor master and the other young masters knew them. When asked if that was truly all, the man in green affirmed it with a tap of his fan. The purple-haired woman realized this was a terrible situation, as her character was enemies with the other masters. Despite the risks, she coolly decided that she had no other choice. She abruptly announced they were leaving, confusing the man in green as to their destination. The purple-haired woman calmly stated they were going to find someone to teach her, stunning her attendant. He protested, worried about raising suspicion, but she insisted one couldn't live in constant fear of being discovered. The terrified man in green began to ask who they were possibly going to see. An unspoken dread filled him as he realized exactly where they were headed. In a distant courtyard, a figure practiced martial arts with chilling precision. Of all the people to approach, it had to be the youngest master. The imposing man with a topknot stalked across the training grounds. Just as the young woman with dark hair tried to approach, the man with the green outfit frantically held her back. He reminded her of the incident when the real third young master was brutally beaten, questioning the sanity of approaching that same person. The attendant shuddered, the vivid memories of that day still fresh in his mind. He recalled the sound of the beating and the person's desperate pleas for it to stop. The third young master had been left a sobbing mess with his legs and ribs broken in multiple places. The man with the black beard and hat had warned that the youngest master deeply resented the third. More importantly, he was a monster who had reached the peak realm at the tender age of 16. The woman in red acknowledged he was certainly useful, a fact the young woman with dark hair could also plainly see. The blonde woman mused that few at that age had such an aura, calling him a genius she would have taken as her own disciple if she were alive. She then warned the protagonist to be careful, as her powers were weakened by the morning sun. The dark-haired man simply watched the prodigy with a thoughtful expression. His attendant began to suggest finding someone else, only to cry out as the young master strode forward. The muscular man's intense movements came to a sudden halt. The young man now stood calmly before the imposing figure who loomed over him. The protagonist's face was a mask of serene confidence as he faced his brother. While the man with the cap shrieked in terror, the dark-haired man offered a simple, disarming, "Hi." The muscular man, wondering at this newfound lack of fear, began to threaten him to leave. His threatening words caught in his throat as his eyes widened in sudden shock. The shirtless man stared in disbelief, trying to process what the protagonist held. He stammered, demanding to know how he could have possibly acquired such an object. The long-haired protagonist dangled a book, slyly asking if this wasn't something he wanted. The shirtless man scoffed at its authenticity, but the protagonist simply told him to check for himself. He tossed the book, which was caught with a sharp smack. The shirtless man's expression shifted from anger to pure shock as he examined the book. As he flipped through the pages, he confirmed it was real, the manor master's secret text containing principles to advance martial arts. But as he continued to scan the contents, he suddenly stopped. He looked up from the book, demanding to know where the ripped pages were. The long-haired person simply smiled, tapping a finger against their own head. The aggressive man ground his teeth in fury, demanding to know where his brother had gotten the book. The calm long-haired man dismissed the question, stating that what mattered was that he had it now. His aggressive brother roared in frustration, demanding to know why he had come to him. He furiously accused the protagonist of coming only to mock him, a sentiment the worried man with the green robe seemed to share. The aggressive man bellowed for his brother to get the hell out of his sight. With a snap of his fingers, the calm long-haired man declared that there had been a misunderstanding. He slammed his hand down, stating he was there to negotiate, as he couldn't care less about becoming the manor master. The aggressive man was stunned into silence by this unexpected declaration. The calm long-haired man feigned surprise, laughing as he mockingly asked if his brother also wasn't interested in the position. The aggressive man started to argue back, asking if he was not to be believed. A dark, knowing smile spread across the dark-haired man's face. The older man looked on in horror as the young master's demeanor shifted. The dark-haired man asked if his brother truly thought he would believe such a blatant lie. He declared it was time to remind him of what had happened 2 years ago. He vowed to make the memory so potent that his brother would never dare to challenge him again. The dark-haired man silently acknowledged his opponent's power, recognizing him as a master of the Peak realm. He knew, with absolute certainty, that this younger brother was on a completely different level. The dark-haired man declared that his brother seemed to have forgotten the events of 2 years ago, offering to help him remember. He vowed to make the memory so potent that his brother would never dare to try anything with him ever again. The dark-haired man silently assessed his opponent, internally acknowledging his power as that of the Peak realm. The young man with dark hair, our protagonist, confirmed to himself that his brother was on a completely different level. He mused that the power of the legendary man with the dark sword was out of the question for now. However, having seen other experts like Guard Cam, he now understood why Go-chan had been so dramatic about his brother's strength. He was, in a word, a monster. A memory surfaced of when the protagonist, as a wounded man, realized his own reaction time was too slow and wondered if learning this art could make him strong. The burning question of whether it would allow him to avenge his grandfather was interrupted as the woman with dark hair dryly noted the muscular man's powerful punch. The muscular young man scoffed at her words, repeating, "Quite a punch," in disbelief. As he threatened to beat them further, the man with the hat interjected, stating it was only natural that he wouldn't trust them. The woman with dark hair calmly agreed with her companion's assessment. The muscular young man snarled that he had no intention of believing a single word that came out of their mouths. Feigning dismay, the dark-haired man, who was being grabbed, murmured that it was a shame. A knowing smirk then spread across the dark-haired man's face, betraying his placid words. The muscular man threatened to give the secret manual to Lady Heck instead of to his second brother. The dark-haired man countered, wondering aloud if their other brothers, Mok Gyeongwoon or Mok Yunpyeong, would let him live in peace should they become manor master. He pointedly reminded his brother that he was once the successor candidate most beloved by the previous manor master. As the muscular man began to accuse him of making threats, the dark-haired man cut him short, insisting that his very life hung on this negotiation. Tightening his grip, he leaned in and asked if his words still didn't sound like a threat. The muscular man was stunned into silence, his eyes wide with disbelief. The protagonist's gaze burned with an intensity his brother had never witnessed before. Completely thrown by this new demeanor, the muscular man finally demanded to know who he truly was. The question hung in the tense air between them. The young man finished his question, asking if he was really Mok Gyeongwoon. An electric silence filled the room, charged with heavy suspicion. The dark-haired man paused for a moment, carefully considering his next move. He then casually deflected the accusation, asking who else he could possibly be. The nonchalant shrug left the young man utterly baffled. The dark-haired man then accused his brother of speaking as if he knew everything, which caused the man in green to laugh with scorn. The young man mockingly recounted how he had beaten him like a dog 2 years ago, turning him into a coward who ran at his mere sight. The dark-haired man waved this off, asking what his brother knew other than that. He pressed further, questioning what he truly knew about him besides their shared blood and that one-sided incident from the past. The man with dark hair internally listed all the things his brother didn't know, his true thoughts, his desperate situation, and the real reason he didn't want to be manor master. Seizing the advantage, he drove his point home with a powerful gesture. The angry man erupted, turning the question back on him and screaming that they were the ones who had always treated him as an inferior bastard son. His rage boiling over, he demanded to know why, out of all people, the protagonist had come to him. After the angry man screamed that he was never acknowledged, the man with dark hair calmly explained the reasoning was simple. With unwavering confidence, the man with dark hair delivered the final, calculated blow, stating, "You're the best." The angry man was struck dumb, only able to stammer a confused, "What?" The protagonist then created a false bond, claiming he too had always been cast out for his inferior origins. His fury completely disarmed, the angry man finally relented, agreeing to hear out the negotiation. A subtle, victorious smile touched the protagonist's lips. The man with long dark hair sealed the moment with a simple, "Good." He then began to lay out the terms of what he wanted. Watching from a distance, the man with the cap let out a quiet sigh of amazement. He had to admit that what the protagonist had just accomplished was nothing short of amazing. He thought about how perfectly the plan had been executed, more naturally than he ever could have imagined. A flashback revealed the plan. The imposter Mok Gyeongwoon had to devise a way to learn the martial arts the real one already knew, beginning with 3 requirements. He had requested 3 things from Mok Gyeongwoon: first, to be left alone, and second, to receive financial support. After Mok Gyeongwoon agreed, the protagonist acted as if those were his primary desires before moving on to the final request. Then, for his third request, he asked for the basic martial arts of the Mok Sword Manor, a directness that had initially worried his companion. But Mok Gyeongwoon didn't doubt him at all, only questioning if he'd forgotten it, which was precisely the reaction the protagonist had orchestrated. The plan worked because by validating Mok Gyeongwoon's deep-seated thirst for acknowledgement, the protagonist had earned his unwavering trust. Without any suspicion, Mok Gyeongwoon began teaching him the secret techniques of their clan. While the genius Mok Gyeongwoon himself had taken 2 hours to memorize the manual, the protagonist absorbed it all perfectly after hearing it recited only once. The companion, the woman in the red sash, felt it was a good thing she had ended up with him, as the man in the cap congratulated the young master. The companion expressed her admiration for the plan, though she regretted giving away the manual, but the protagonist simply asked, "Who cares?" The scene cut back to Mok Gyeongwoon, who revealed to his attendant that he hadn't taught the manual correctly. The attendant stared back, utterly shocked by his master's words. The worried man could only look on in horror, realizing the depth of his master's deception. Mok Gyeongwoon then decided to reveal the full extent of his treachery. He explained that he had altered the text, making small but critical changes every 13 or 14 characters. The menacing figure admitted he was afraid of being caught but got away with it, privately thinking his brother had been far too eager. The worried man stammered in terror, pointing out that an incorrect manual could cripple a martial artist or even cause a fatal chi deviation. Mok Gyeongwoon turned on him with a chillingly cold expression, asking, "What about it?" In that moment, his attendant saw him for what he truly was, a devil. Terrified, the nervous man quickly backed down, insisting it was nothing at all. The scene then shifted far away, to a mist-shrouded building nestled in the mountains at night. A shrouded figure known as the shaman reflection stood in the shadows. A voice from the darkness called out her name, startling another distant figure. The speaker, the Phoenix Pavilion Master, announced that they had received no word from their agent, New Moon. The woman in red armor angrily reported that New Moon had not only failed her mission but had betrayed Lady Suk, severing their ties with the Suk patriarch. A figure in a hat added that their organization's image had also been badly damaged by the failure. The master then commanded his disciple, Reflection, to find New Moon and expose the truth to restore their tarnished reputation. A heavy silence fell as the order hung in the air. The shrouded figure bowed her head and accepted the mission with a simple, "Yes, sir." The man in green taunted his opponent, offering to remind him of what happened 2 years ago. He declared his intention to make him remember so he would never try anything again. The protagonist silently assessed his adversary, recognizing the daunting power of the Peak realm. He knew this man was on a completely different level than anyone he had faced before. While he had seen experts like Guard Cam, the man with the dark sword was in a league of his own. A man in a suit observed that Go Chang Seo was a monster, finally understanding the dramatic tales about him. The dark-haired man realized luck couldn't save him here, as his reflexes were far too slow. He wondered if learning martial arts would grant him the power to avenge his grandfather, even as he sarcastically complimented his foe's punch. The muscular man scoffed at the praise, his expression full of contempt. He threatened to beat him into submission, but the dark-haired man calmly replied that he understood the lack of trust. He conceded that, of course, such a reaction was only natural. The muscular man snarled that he wouldn't believe a single word coming from his mouth. With a look of feigned disappointment, the dark-haired man simply called it a shame. His expression remained unreadable, a mask of calm composure. The muscular man then played his own card, threatening to give the secret manual to Lady Suk or their second brother. The dark-haired man coolly questioned whether his other half-brothers, Mok Gyeongwoon or Mok Yunpyeong, would ever let him live in peace. He reminded the muscular man of his precarious position as the successor who was once most beloved by the manor master. As the enraged man started to protest, the black-haired man cut him off, stating that his very life was on the line. An immense pressure emanated from him as he asked if his words still sounded like a mere threat. A heavy silence fell as the weight of the warning sank in. The muscular man's eye widened in a mixture of shock and disbelief. He finally voiced his confusion, demanding to know who this person truly was. The man with the bun questioned if he was really Mok Gyeongwoon, unable to reconcile this new persona. The young man with dark hair looked away, his expression hardening with grim determination. A worried onlooker could only gasp, utterly stunned by this unexpected development. The black-haired man let the question hang in the air for a tense moment. He finally retorted, asking who else he could possibly be. The muscular man was left sputtering, at a momentary loss for words. The dark-haired man accused him of speaking as if he knew everything, prompting a scornful laugh in return. The muscular man angrily recounted how he had been beaten like a dog 2 years prior and had run away in fear ever since. He sneered, asking if there was anything more to him than that shameful memory. The dark-haired man challenged this perception, asking what his brother truly knew besides their shared blood and that single incident. He pressed further, questioning if he knew his likes, his hates, his thoughts, or his reasons for not wanting power. Enraged, the muscular man lunged forward and seized him by the collar. He roared back, demanding to know if he was understood in return, screaming about being ostracized as an inferior son. He furiously questioned why he was being approached for a deal instead of his better brothers, to which the dark-haired man had a simple answer. With unwavering conviction, the dark-haired man told him it was because he was the best. The young man with spiky hair was left speechless, muttering a stunned, "What?" A powerful wave of emotion surged through him, his hardened exterior beginning to crumble. His mind flashed back to his lonely youth, constantly cast out and insulted for his origins. He remembered the countless years he had spent training relentlessly. His one driving goal had always been to be acknowledged by someone, anyone. Now, that acknowledgement had just come from the very last person he ever expected to give it. He had been certain that after the incident 2 years ago, Mok Gyeongwoon would only ever hate him. The young man quietly wondered if perhaps he also needed to change his own ways. The man in the patterned vest took a deep breath, composing himself before making a decision. The muscular young man finally relented, agreeing to at least hear him out. A confident, knowing smile spread across the protagonist's lips. He replied with a single, satisfied word, "Good." The long-haired man then began to lay out his demands. As the story of the negotiation was recounted, the woman in black let out a sigh of impressed disbelief. Even Mok Yuchin's attendant had to admit that what the protagonist pulled off was nothing short of amazing. He marveled that it would have been impossible to convince the man more naturally than he did. The plan's brilliance was explained. The protagonist had to convincingly relearn martial arts that the real Mok Gyeongwoon already knew. He had cleverly presented 3 demands, with the first 2, a promise of non-interference and financial support, acting as a smokescreen. He feigned satisfaction with the first two promises, agreeing to a truce as long as he was left alone. Only after establishing those as his main concerns did he casually bring up his last request. He then asked for the Mok Sword Manor's basic martial arts, a move so audacious his allies worried it would expose him to the shrewd Mok Gyeongwoon. Yet Mok Gyeongwoon, completely fooled by the performance, did not doubt him for a second. The plan had worked by validating Mok Gyeongwoon's ego, earning the protagonist his complete and unwavering trust. And so, Mok Gyeongwoon willingly taught him the basic martial arts without a hint of suspicion. His attendant later reflected in awe that the protagonist memorized in one listening what took the genius Mok Gyeongwoon 2 hours. As the attendant mused on this partnership, Mok Gyeongwoon praised the young master for his impressive plan. Mok Gyeongwoon expressed regret over giving away the manual, but the protagonist simply asked, "Who cares?" Mok Gyeongwoon then leaned in and revealed that he hadn't even taught the techniques correctly. The attendant remembered his own shock upon hearing this confession later. Mok Gyeongwoon had feigned regret, casually wondering if he should have kept that part a secret. The attendant recalled how his master then decided to lay bare the full extent of his treachery. He explained how he had deviously altered the manual, making small but critical changes every 13 or 14 characters. He admitted to his fear of being caught, but smirked that his brother's eagerness made it easy to get away with. The attendant remembered stammering in terror, pointing out that a wrong manual could lead to crippling injury or even death from chi deviation. A chilling realization began to dawn on him as he looked at the man he served. Mok Gyeongwoon had turned to him with a cold, empty gaze and simply asked, "What about it?" In that moment, the attendant saw his master not as a man, but as a devil. Utterly terrified, he had quickly retracted his words, insisting it was nothing at all. The scene then shifted far away, to a mysterious pavilion shrouded in mist and nestled among mountains. In the shadows stood a shaman known only as Reflection. A sharp voice suddenly called her name, causing another figure to startle. The Phoenix Pavilion Master's voice announced that they had not heard from their agent, New Moon. He continued grimly, stating New Moon had failed her mission and betrayed Lady Suk, severing their ties to the Suk patriarch. Another voice added that the organization's image had been severely damaged as well. The master then addressed his beloved disciple, Reflection, and commanded her to find New Moon. He charged her with the vital mission of revealing the truth to restore their tarnished reputation. The assassin simply bowed her head and accepted the order with a quiet, "Yes, sir." A chilling requirement for leadership was laid bare: accomplish 100 murders, 100 human lives taken. This brutal ritual was the sole path to becoming the Flying Assassin sect leader, a position that guaranteed support and recognition as one of Zhongyuan's 4 great assassins. Upon ascending to leadership, one would receive the secret poisonous, keen benevolence needle, with the individual administering the needle instructing someone to stay still. Hachiren declared she would undo the paralysis, eliciting a soft grunt from the man in the green robe. The presence of the needle indicated Hachiren was now the sect leader, a fact the man in the green robe vehemently denied. Hachiren was indeed the most talented and viable successor for the Flying Assassin sect leader, yet she possessed a significant disqualifying factor. The cloaked man mused that her damned personality was the primary issue. Many doubted she could complete the 100 kills due to her nature, and the cloaked man remembered her as an arrogant little troublemaker. He wondered when she had grown so big and formidable. Hachiren announced she was finished, followed by a grunt and a gasp. The man in the green robe remarked on their unexpected reunion, as Hachiren remained silent, both shifting slightly. The man in the green robe stammered, agreeing it had been a while, but Hachiren corrected him, stating her title was sect leader, leaving him stunned. Hachiren affirmed her new role as sect leader, prompting the man in green to wonder if her personality had finally changed. Hachiren then challenged him, asking if his retirement was why he wasn't treating her with the proper respect due to a sect leader, a fierce aura radiating from her. The man in green quickly denied disrespecting Hachiren, cursing under his breath about having to beg for his life, while inwardly still questioning if her personality had truly changed. Hachiran abruptly declared the situation good, puzzling the man in green. She explained she had been targeting the first son of the Mok Sword Manor, but now, thanks to him, she could infiltrate easily, leaving the man in green bewildered. Hachiran then simply stated that she had received new information. The narration revealed the identity of intermediate assassin number 29. The man in green exclaimed, recognizing guard Cam and realizing he had failed an assassination mission. The man's face contorted into a grimace, sweat visibly dripping down his brow. Amidst the sound of a sharp gust, Hachiran remarked that guard Cam was usually good, expressing surprise at his failure and concluding he should be considered dead since he was missing, all while the man in green blurted out a question about her presence. Hachiran declared her true objective, to take the head of the third son of the Mok Sword Manor. She was determined to accomplish her mission, no matter the cost. The man in the gray hat reacted with extreme shock. A serene, beautiful sunset cast warm hues over a traditional village. The sounds of rustling wind and grass filled the air as the woman with long blonde hair looked on silently. The woman in the red dress impatiently asked how long the current situation would continue, startling the man with black hair. The man with black hair conceded with a soft right, a sound of annoyance escaping him. The woman in the red dress then proposed they have dinner, seemingly having an idea or realizing something. The woman in the red dress remained silent, sounds of rustling fabric accompanying her. A chomping sound was heard. The young woman spoke a word, sarung. She slurped and chomped loudly, thoroughly enjoying her meal. The woman in red let out an exclamatory sound of satisfaction, startling the young woman. The woman in red questioned if the food was truly that good, to which the young woman replied with a thoughtful accompanied by a crisp crunch. The young woman declared that eating was one of life's greatest joys. The elegant blonde woman confidently stated the other would understand one day, followed by a sharp cry. The woman in red explained she had let the spirit possess a maid, who was now thoroughly enjoying her meals, prompting the young woman to wonder if she should have done this sooner. A growling sound erupted, causing the young woman to react with surprise. The woman with dark hair scoffed, observing that the possessed maid couldn't even last 15 minutes, as sounds of light impacts followed. The young woman revealed that the spirit had attempted to possess a prettier maid, nearly killing her in the process. The blonde woman mused that a normal body likely couldn't handle a high-level spirit, making a sound of mild irritation and then contemplation. The blonde woman then addressed the dark-haired man, who promptly responded. The dark-haired man uttered a sound of realization. He found the six-person spirit summoning technique to be the most intriguing among the shamanism books brought from the female shaman. He pondered the possibility of a dead person's spirit being utilized in some way. The dark-haired man sat absorbed in a book, seated comfortably in a chair. The blonde woman exclaimed in surprise as the dark-haired man greeted her with "Yo." The blonde woman acknowledged him with a dry "Ha." The dark-haired man commented that her senses had become remarkably sharp. The blonde woman and the dark-haired man were seated together at a table within a room. The man in green robe presented the maid's attire. Hachiran criticized the maid's clothes as ugly, asserting that a prostitute's attire would be superior, followed by a pointed silence. The man in green robe's thoughts spiraled into a panicked repetition, "This is bad, really bad. Bad." His internal alarm crescendoed to super bad. The thought arose that if Hachiran was the sect leader, she must have attained supreme peak, while Hachiran inwardly resigned herself, accepting her limited choices, all while anticipating the day his betrayal of senior brother Cam would be discovered. He knew she would kill him, but Hachiran decided she needed to tell the demon about herself. The man in green robe nervously offered to wait outside while she changed, a sudden exclamation escaping him. Hachiran mockingly asked if he didn't want to watch her change, eliciting a shocked reaction. She teased that such an opportunity was quite rare. A quick movement was heard, and the man in green robe remained silently stunned. Hachiran burst into laughter, declaring it was just kidding, followed by a tense silence. Hachiran expressed gratitude, noting she gained easy entry thanks to him, to which the bearded man humbly dismissed it. The bearded man claimed he also wished to avenge his senior brother, admitting he only said this because she would kill him if she knew his true loyalties. Ha-Chiron boasted that with him, she felt like she had an entire army, having always known he remained a true sect assassin despite his retirement. She concluded by saying she had trusted him. The bearded man laughed dismissively, then trailed off as a series of sharp taps resonated. A shocking sound erupted as the man with a bandana revealed himself, asking if that was what she expected him to say. Ha-Chiron calmly retorted that his inaction despite a fellow assassin's death indicated a shift in his loyalty. Ha-Chiron found it amusing to watch him pretend to seek revenge, calling him a garbage piece of shit who was forced into retirement due to his uselessness. The man with a bandana stammered, realizing Ha-Chiron knew everything already, and that he should have known from the beginning. Ha-Chiron commented that he hadn't changed with age, while the man in green then declared he was still just as stupid and pathetic. Ha-Chiron then questioned his understanding of learning, and the man in green continued by stating his belief that incorrigible pieces of shit, like Ha-Chiron, should simply die, a thought concluded by Ha-Chiron. Shaking with fear, the man in green pondered where he went wrong, wondering if it was because the demon killed the real third son or because he betrayed senior brother Cam. He then realized he actually knew the true reason for his predicament. The man in green confessed aloud that his weakness was the reason for his current dire situation. Ha-Chiron mockingly suggested he killed young Master Mok to avenge Mr. Cam and effectively killed himself, as the situation drew to its inevitable end. Ha-Chiron uttered a cold goodbye, as the man in green despairingly realized this was his end. The scene shifted to mention the thought-shattering 8 techniques. The ritual of attachment was then mentioned as Ha-Chiron cried out in surprise, accompanied by sharp, quick sounds. A sudden, sharp sound resonated. Another abrupt, startling sound occurred. A moment of silence passed. The smirking swordsman addressed Guard Go-chan. The man with the cap began to speak, reflecting that, for the first time, I thought. The smirking swordsman inquired if he had just been in danger, then declared, "This demonic bastard is cool." The smirking swordsman, Ha-Chiron, issued a cold command regarding the escort, Go-chan. The man with the cap began to realize that for the first time, he was seeing the true nature of the fiend he served. Ha-Chiron mockingly asked if he was in trouble, remarking that to her, the demonic bastard actually looked cool. A strangled cry of fear escaped the man with the cap. A man with a knife suddenly appeared, ordering young Master Mok to stay right where he was. His companion, a woman with purple hair, finished the threat, warning Ha-Chiron that her escort would die if she moved. The 2 assassins, a man and a woman, stood together, directly confronting Ha-Chiron. The man with the knife surmised that while Ha-Chiron must have investigated him, her intel on the supposedly third-rate young master was critically outdated. The woman with purple hair mused that seeing such a weakling use a master's technique like telekinetic control would naturally leave Ha-Chiron stunned. Ha-Chiron's own thoughts revealed her amusement, guessing they were now mistaking her for a true transcendent master. The man with the knife was certain she remained unaware that her target was far more than a simple martial artist. A foot slammed down onto the ground, unleashing a powerful explosion of pure energy. The narration confirmed this individual was a complete fiend, holding absolutely no regard for the lives of other people. The long-haired man grunted and strained, caught in an invisible, crushing grip. The man in the hat, Go-chan, felt his life slipping away, convinced he was about to die. A violent, tearing sound echoed through the tense air as an unseen force attacked. Ha-Chiron, now seen as a figure with a sword, let out a questioning sound at the strange disturbance. Taking a commanding stance, the woman in purple armor, Ha-Chiron, ordered her foe to let the hostage go. The woman with purple hair held a knife firmly to the neck of the captive man in the hat. Ha-Chiron offered an exchange, promising to release her own captive if they freed escort Go-chan, casually calling it a whim. She warned them that it would be a shame to lose the escort, advising them to leave while she was still letting them. In a state of disbelief, the man in the hat wondered if the demon he feared was actually attempting to save him. Ha-Chiron stood impassively at the entrance, a wave of palpable energy rolling off her as she watched her opponents. The woman in purple armor scoffed at Ha-Chiron's audacity, repeating the words, "Let him go," with utter contempt. The purple-haired woman shouted in a fit of rage, incensed by the demand. She furiously declared her status as the head of the Flying Death School, questioning how he dared to speak to her in such a manner. If he truly wanted to save his subordinate, she sneered, he would have to meet her conditions. The Flying Death School had demanded he get on his knees and beg, after which she might, especially, spare him. An intense stare-down ensued between the two assassins and the lone, unmoving figure of Ha-Chiron. A slow, deliberate breath cut through the heavy silence of the confrontation. The woman with purple hair gasped, her eyes widening in complete shock. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, whispering in disbelief that there was no way he would actually kneel. Her dark-haired companion finished her thought, aghast that someone would do so for a mere escort. A close-up on Ha-Chiron's eye revealed a sharp, calculating glint reflecting the ambient light. The focus remained on that single, intense eye, betraying nothing of the true plan brewing within. A sudden whoosh of displaced air signaled a swift, unseen movement. The woman in purple laughed triumphantly, certain she had been right all along that he would never kneel for someone so insignificant. She reaffirmed her conclusion, convinced that saving the escort wasn't worth the humiliation. Her victorious smirk faltered as a sudden confusion crossed her mind. She paused, trying to understand what, precisely, Ha-Chiron was looking at with such focus. The woman's face twisted in horror as she realized they were standing in a pool of blood filled with grasping, spectral hands. Gruesome, blood-soaked hands began clawing their way up a person's leg from the crimson pool. The purple-haired woman stared in shock as a single bloody hand with sharp red nails reached directly for her. She let out a silent scream as the full, horrifying spectacle of ghostly apparitions materialized around her. A rapid series of explosive impacts erupted through the area. The woman with purple hair cried out in alarm, wondering what was happening as the impacts continued. Knife still in hand, she whipped her head around, trying to locate the source of the attack. An unknown observer noted the ghostly energy was gone, concluding that its target had attained the level of an ascendant. A silver-haired woman further explained that an ascendant's key sense was sharp enough to attack ghosts, which is why she had expected an evasion. However, the woman with purple hair snarled, asking if her opponent was forgetting someone. Her black-haired partner suddenly cried out in agony. A sharp, quick sound of a struggle punctuated the chaos. The traitorous man with the bandana tried to congratulate Go-chan on his return, but his words were cut short by a scream of pain. The woman with purple hair could only watch, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Having survived the spiritual assault, she breathed a momentary sigh of relief even as the fierce battle raged on. She sensed a strange energy behind her that she couldn't see, while the man in the green tunic wondered what kind of sorcery Ha-Chiron had just unleashed. The young warrior, Ha-Chiron, lunged forward, his sword a silver blur aimed directly at his target. An onlooker, a woman with pink hair, loudly declared that their opponent was weak. She repeated her assessment with certainty, calling the brat weak. The woman in purple decided that based on his dagger's power, he couldn't be a transcendent master, and resolved to kill him before he used his strange arts again. Certain of her victory, the woman in purple rushed forward to deliver a killing blow. Nearby, the man in the green tunic could only watch the attack unfold with an expression of pure terror. The camera focused on the purple-haired woman's hand, now brandishing a thin, deadly, whip-like weapon. The man in the green tunic recognized the ominous weapon as an artifact of the Flying Death School. He identified it as their ultimate technique, the last resort known as the apex needle of death. The captured man with black hair thought to himself that this had to be the worst possible plan. The woman with purple hair shouted in defiance, utterly confident in her final gambit. She unleashed a one-time use technique, casting the ritual of binding. Elsewhere, a woman in red and a man with black hair gasped in shock, discovering their bodies were suddenly frozen in place. The dark-haired man, Hachiron, simply stated with chilling calm that he would end this now. The needle, it was explained, was crafted in a unique way that allowed it to pierce reinforced ki, rendering such defenses useless. A blonde woman, seemingly a spirit, looked on and contemptuously addressed the attacker as a mere mortal. The woman with purple hair shrieked a final command for her enemy to die. A bearded man strained with visible exertion, his fate seemingly tied to the outcome of the battle. In the air, two figures became a blur of motion as they were caught in a dynamic, violent struggle. The young man with black hair watched the unbelievable scene unfold, his eyes wide with shock. The blonde woman with red eyes shared his stunned expression. Even the woman with purple hair, the instigator of the attack, was frozen in utter disbelief. The man in the green and orange robe gritted his teeth, his body straining against an overwhelming, unseen force. He let out a final, agonized scream as blood gushed from his body. The fight's chaotic conclusion spilled into an adjacent room, leaving a trail of blood and motion in its wake. A woman with dark hair watched the aftermath in confusion, questioning if the figure standing there was really escort Go-chan. As the purple-haired assassin shrieked her final command to die, the young man with black hair cried out in agony. Go-chan, the man in the green and orange robe, gritted his teeth as the deadly technique took hold. In a chaotic blur, two figures, one green and one blue, tumbled violently through the air. A woman in red stared in confusion at the unfolding ritual, while the purple-haired assassin herself screamed, questioning what was happening to her own spell. An agonized scream tore from Go-chan's throat. A hostile entity of blue energy savaged the man in green, a sight that left the purple-haired woman looking on in utter shock. The blue-clad attacker believed this was the end for its victim. A sinister, triumphant thought echoed in the blue spirit's mind. It was certain that its prey could no longer escape its grasp. The woman in red shouted a name in alarm, Blue Spirit, just as the creature itself recoiled with a pained shriek. The purple-haired assassin cursed, realizing her plan had been completely and utterly hijacked. The spell she had cast was the ritual of attachment, and it had backfired spectacularly. An entirely new and chilling presence began to fill the room. An unknown female voice cried out in shock as narration explained this was the very reason the initial plan was so flawed. The purple-haired woman gasped as she felt a terrifying presence begin to take control of her. A blood-curdling scream escaped her lips as her body was no longer her own. A new voice, belonging to a blonde woman, spoke through her mouth, icily stating she should have died when she was being nice. The original assassin's consciousness reeled in terror, questioning the hostile takeover of her own form. A calm, resonant voice cut through the chaos, declaring that he had warned her. A man with dark hair stood unperturbed amidst the spiritual carnage. He finished his thought aloud, confirming to the struggling soul that her final gambit was indeed a bad move. An unsettling silence fell as all eyes turned to the new arrival. With an unseen force, the body of the possessed purple-haired woman was thrown violently backward. The body landed with a heavy thud as the long-haired man stood over her defeated form. A weak, wet cough echoed from nearby, drawing his attention. The dark-haired man's footsteps were heavy as he walked toward a second fallen figure, who was bleeding profusely on the ground. He leaned down over the dying man, who continued to cough up blood. Gasping for air, the fallen man looked up at the figure looming over him and weakly addressed him as Guard Go-chan. The person with dark hair remained silent, his expression unreadable. The dying man lamented what a shame it was, as he had hoped to work alongside him for much longer. The dark-haired man finally spoke, his voice low as he asked why the guard had sacrificed himself. With ragged breaths, the man explained that it was his duty as a guard to fulfill his role. He continued, confessing that because the other man had tried to protect him, he could not bring himself to betray that gesture. The guard whispered that his protector was the only one who had ever shown him such loyalty. He confessed that his entire life he had been abandoned by others, and only now, at the very end, did he find someone different? The dying man's final thought was one of peace. He was happy to have met one person who didn't abandon him. With his last breath gone, the guard's blood-covered face grew still. The dark-haired man's intense gaze remained fixed upon the now lifeless body. A heavy silence hung over the scene of the man's final, devoted sacrifice. A nearby woman in gray broke the quiet, asking if the man was truly dead. The possessed woman in the purple dress watched the scene with a detached expression. The woman in gray then turned to the spirit, accusing it of having consumed the original assassin's soul. The spirit, speaking through its new vessel, cheerfully confirmed the accusation, remarking that she loved a young and pretty body the most. However, her pleased expression quickly soured. She cursed in frustration, realizing that this new host body was already failing and wouldn't last for long. With some regret, she commented that it was a shame the guard had to die in such a way. The spirit noted that he didn't become a vengeful ghost, to which the dark-haired man added that the guard had likely died satisfied. The dark-haired man then began to speak of the six-person spirit summoning technique. The spirit looked at him, her expression turning from annoyance to confusion. He explained that while vengeful spirits are typically born from hatred, they can also be forged when a soul dies in a place saturated with death chi and regret. The spirit, whose own essence was composed of death chi, suddenly understood the terrifying implication of his words. The dark-haired man looked her dead in the eye, declaring he would use his own death chi to transform the dead guard into a vengeful spirit. The possessed woman scoffed, insisting that there was no way such a thing could possibly work. Ignoring her, the man began a complex chant, invoking ancient teachings and the spirits of the day. He recited the principles of spiritual discipline, the brilliance of non-existence, and the cultivation of the mind. A piercing, ethereal shriek echoed as the ritual took hold. The man called upon the river of the dead, speaking of the fundamental interconnectedness of all things. With a final, powerful command, he ordered the departed soul to detach itself from the afterlife and once again step foot upon the earth. A faint crackle of energy signaled the ritual's end. The air itself seemed to pulse with a new and fragile spiritual presence. The possessed woman stared in disbelief, asking if he had actually succeeded. She correctly deduced that since he used his own death chi, the guard had been brought back as his personal familiar spirit. The dark-haired woman, however, pointed out a critical flaw: the new spirit's energy was far too weak, and it would soon disappear without a proper vessel. The man listened to her assessment and simply replied, "Then." The possessed woman finished his thought, agreeing that they needed to find a vessel, before wondering aloud where they could possibly find one. Her voice trailed off into silence as she followed the man's cold, steady gaze. A wave of pure terror washed over her face as she realized his horrifying solution. She stammered in fear, questioning if he was truly planning to use her body. In a dark void, the fading consciousness of the man who fell, Go-chan, wondered if he was now dead. He felt his awareness slipping away into a profound and weary powerlessness. His spirit questioned his final actions, wondering why he had tried so desperately hard. He faintly recalled his duty as a guard and the man he died for, thinking his end wasn't so bad after all. Suddenly, Go-chan's spirit flinched, jolted by the distinct impression that he had just heard his name being called. The voice of the man in silhouette echoed through the void, clearly calling out, "Guard Go-chan." Go-chan's spirit trembled, demanding to know how he was still alive, but the man calmly instructed him to listen closely. The man explained that he had used his own death chi to forcefully anchor Go-chan's soul to the mortal realm, turning him into a familiar spirit. As Go-chan reeled from the shocking revelation, the man added that his new spiritual energy was too weak, putting him in danger of fading away forever. Therefore, the man had no choice but to place Go-chan's soul into the only available body he could find. He ominously reminded Go-chan that there had been only one extra body left at the scene. With chilling finality, the man revealed that he had been forced to place Go-chan's soul into the body of the female assassin. Now inhabiting the assassin's form, Go-chan looked down at his new hands, his mind trembling as it refused to accept the truth. The full, horrific reality finally crashed down upon him, and he let out a scream of absolute, unadulterated disbelief. Inhabiting the assassin's body, Go-chan desperately pleaded to be released. He frantically begged the young master to change his body back, crying out that being a woman was simply too much to bear. The man in black robes coolly stated that Go-chan would vanish without a vessel and that obtaining another would require another death. Go-chan's spirit sank as he realized the truth in the man's words, seeing he was completely trapped with no way out. Mok Gyeongwoon told him to count his blessings just as a new, overwhelmingly powerful presence began to manifest. A glowing woman appeared, lamenting that she couldn't even be inside a body, causing Go-chan to cry out in terror. Go-chan, now a spirit himself, could acutely sense the immense power radiating from the newcomer. His new face was a mask of pure distress and disbelief. The glowing woman's status was so overwhelmingly vast that Go-chan felt it could halt even a sea of blood. He was stunned, wondering just what kind of person his young master was to be casually standing beside such a powerful being. The blonde woman's spirit chided the newcomer for his ghastly expression, telling him he should be thankful to have a body at all. She clicked her tongue at his mortal mindset, questioning why he wasn't happy about the free upgrade from a second-rate warrior to an ascendant. A sudden flicker of movement put Go-chan's new senses on high alert. His eyes widened in shock as a foot swept towards him with impossible speed. A startled cry escaped Go-chan as his body moved on its own. Mok Gyeongwoon remarked on how much Go-chan had changed, startling the former guard. Go-chan realized with a jolt that the evasive maneuver his body had just performed was not his own, but a feat only an ascendant master could accomplish. The blonde woman smugly asked if he was satisfied, but Go-chan could only weakly protest that he was still a man. She teasingly asked if he wouldn't get giddy exploring his new form, but Mok Gyeongwoon cut in, promising to transfer Go-chan to a new body when the opportunity arose. Go-chan desperately clung to that promise, while the blonde woman waved him off dismissively. Suddenly, frantic banging echoed from the door as a man named Baekhyun from the inner chamber called out for the young master. As Mok Gyeongwoon opened the door, Baekhyun rushed in with what he proclaimed was good news. The attendant struggled to catch his breath as the young master waited for the urgent message. Baekhyun finally announced that the hallmaster had woken up, shocking Mok Gyeongwoon. Meanwhile, the Taoist master of the ghastly spirit pavilion, Gu, observed from afar. Through the eyes of his subordinate, Gu surveyed the orderly wooden sword hall, the domain of Mok Gyeongwoon who had dared to trifle with their pavilion. He immediately sensed that infiltrating this place would be no ordinary job. The air itself was heavy, distorted by a powerful barrier known as the domain of the ghost's will. Gu lamented that he had stumbled upon such a powerful defense just by observing, recognizing it as a formidable barrier. Realizing he would be instantly caught if he approached, Gu wondered what to do, until his attention was drawn to a commotion nearby. A man's pained cry cut through the air. The first young master, Mok Young-ho, was being helped to his feet by two women after stumbling drunkenly. An attendant informed Mok Young-ho that he was being summoned, as the awakened hallmaster was gathering all the young masters. An assassin in a straw hat and mask realized that with all the young masters gathering, a unique opportunity had presented itself. A sinister glint appeared in the assassin's eye, this was their chance. The assassin plotted to use their familiar to separate the azure ghost spirit from Mok Gyeongwoon on his way to the hallmaster. With him isolated and vulnerable, the assassin planned to finally kill him. A man in green robes noticed Mok Gyeongwoon seemed distracted, asking if he was alright. Mok Gyeongwoon quickly composed himself, laughing it off and claiming he had just spaced out due to the good news. Inwardly, however, he felt that the hallmaster waking up was troublesome, as it foiled his own plans to leave and seek a gaze of martial arts. Mok Gyeongwoon informed Go-chan that the hallmaster had summoned all the young masters, and Go-chan agreed they should depart. The blonde woman ordered Go-chan, now in the body of Go-cherin, to clean up the mess before she left with Mok Gyeongwoon. Go-chan confirmed his orders as the young master and the spirit departed, leaving him behind. He stood alone in the dark room, the weight of his situation pressing down on him. Go-chan let out a heavy sigh, exhausted by the turn of events. He grimly mused on the unfortunate irony of having to clean up his own corpse, a life he had essentially taken himself. His mind reeled as he contemplated the two huge problems of how he ended up in this body in the first place. He fell silent, lost in the absurdity of his predicament. Shaking his head vigorously, he tried to clear his disoriented thoughts. Go-chan decided he couldn't wear his current clothes into the hall and needed to change into a proper escort outfit, sighing at the inconvenience. Elsewhere, the blonde woman with red eyes watched on with a cryptic expression. She blew a puff of smoke as a purple-haired woman stared despondently at a man lying on the floor. The purple-haired woman sighed in frustration, whispering that she wanted to die. The blonde woman casually remarked she was just looking at an idiot, as the man in green approached and asked where someone had been. A man in gray robes appeared, surprising the other disciples. The group stared in disbelief at the man who had returned. The blonde woman noted with amusement that he had somehow survived. Although his skin had become slightly weird, the man in gray remarked that at least he hadn't fallen into chi deviation from the fake accumulation technique. The man in gray cheerfully greeted his peer, noting it had been 4 days, but the man in green angrily told him to cut the crap. The man in green urgently questioned if the man in gray had actually tried to master the forbidden secret technique. The blonde woman clicked her tongue, pitying the poor soul as a dark-haired man asked if there had been any problem. The young man in green was aghast, wondering how the dark-haired man could be perfectly fine after trying the technique, fearing it meant his own understanding was inferior. He shouted that it was impossible, while the dark-haired man remained silent. The blonde woman sighed, thinking to herself how truly evil the dark-haired man was for his deception. She suddenly tensed, her senses flaring at an unwelcome presence. The blonde woman exhaled slowly, calmly stating that the intruder had finally come. Her eyes narrowed as she considered the intruder's bold bravery. She wondered aloud who would dare to fearlessly step foot into this place, even after sensing her domain of the ghost's will. The dark-haired man realized this meant someone from the ghastly spirit pavilion had arrived. Announcing that he would be leaving, he quickly made his exit. In another part of the estate, a man in green questioned why Go-chan was laughing, suspicious that he hadn't even tried the secret technique. Go-chan brushed off the question and was chided for his inappropriate attire, as they needed to go see their father. The man in green accused him of not even trying the technique at all, causing Go-chan to flinch. Within the main hall, an angry long-haired man watched with irritation as his siblings arrived together. A woman in a pink dress fussed over the man with a mustache, Mok Gyeongwoon, telling him to stay quiet because he reeked of liquor. The angry long-haired man scoffed internally at his pathetic firstborn brother. He then wondered if the hallmaster had called them all for that specific reason. The woman in pink shared the thought, certain that the only reason their father would call for his sons the moment he awoke was to decide the heir. The man in green thought to himself that becoming the heir would solve all his problems, regardless of whether the secret books were wrong. Go-chan remained silent, sensing the overwhelming energy of the hallmaster, one of the 10 strongest masters in the province, a power he couldn't feel when the man was on his sickbed. The powerful energy filled the room as an attendant announced that the young masters had all gathered. A commanding voice from within the chamber simply instructed them to enter. The young masters rushed in, offering respectful greetings and congratulations to their father on his recovery. Go-chan looked upon the imposing figure seated before them. That man was the formidable hallmaster Mok In-dan. The hallmaster of the great wooden sword hall, Mok In-dan, acknowledged their arrival, his gaze sweeping over his children. As his siblings offered their greetings, Go-chan looked upon the imposing figure of his father. That man was the formidable hallmaster Mok In-dan. The hallmaster of the great wooden sword hall, Mok In-dan, acknowledged their arrival, his gaze sweeping over his children. The first and second young masters remained silent, their thoughts unreadable. An oppressive, almost physical pressure emanated from the hallmaster, pressing down on his children. The siblings stood stiffly, unable to move freely under their father's intense aura. They were all keenly aware of his overwhelming authority. Go-chan was honestly surprised, thinking how his father showed no signs of weakness despite his long affliction, almost as if he was never sick at all. This man was the legendary Hallmaster Mok Gyeongwoon. A question then formed in Go-chan's mind. He wondered just what kind of being had been powerful enough to inflict death upon such a monumental figure. Elsewhere, the grand estate stood illuminated under a cloudy night sky. Within the annex for the outer chamber warriors, a discussion was underway. A man in armor sought to confirm the news he had just heard. He asked if it was true that Hallmaster Mok Gyeongwoon had been freed from death's grasp. An affirmative reply was given with a sharp nod. The armored man trembled, questioning how the Hallmaster could have possibly escaped it. The man with the axe mentioned hearing the cries of a Gujiao, the legendary Dakibi of Mount Luwu. He laughed boisterously, concluding a Taoist master must have intervened to save the Hallmaster before asking what their next move was. The man in the hat chuckled darkly, stating he would have to deliver it to him personally. As an abrupt thought struck the man in the hat, his body jolted. The man with the axe mockingly asked if he'd had a nice nap. The man in the hat cursed, clutching his head in pain. A chaotic vision of bloodshed and volatile energy flashed through someone's mind. Mist shrouded a traditional building, its windows and doors splattered with blood. The room shook as a powerful warrior burst through the entrance in a blur of motion. His hand gripped a blood-stained sword, which pulsed with an eerie blue energy. A new command was given as the warrior readied his blade. An emperor-like figure ordered the warrior to go forth to the order of the sword hall. A figure in black armor descended from the heavens, streaking past towering structures and flying creatures. Back in the main hall, the four siblings stood before their father on his raised platform. The elder finally spoke, his word cutting through the silence and startling the young man in blue. The Hallmaster asked if any of them had an idea why he had summoned them all. A heavy silence hung in the air as none dared to speak. Breaking the tension, Go-chan calmly suggested it was to decide the heir, causing his sister to gasp in shock. His brother silently questioned if he was out of his mind for such audacity. The Hallmaster noted internally that his son had changed, wondering if the chief steward's words had been true. He recalled the report, scarcely believing that his own third son was the one who had saved him. The report stated that Go-chan had single-handedly stopped a mad Taoist master possessed by a mystical being. The Hallmaster had first dismissed it as a lie for personal gain. But seeing the child who once couldn't meet his gaze now standing with no hint of nervousness made him question what had changed. The Hallmaster decided he would have to test him, announcing an official test to select the heir. As he explained that he would meticulously test their qualifications, the second young master prepared to excuse himself. But it was Go-chan who spoke first, declaring that he would not be taking the test. The man in the purple robe looked over, questioning if he had heard correctly. The eldest brother, the man with the ponytail, smirked to himself, thinking this was for the best to avoid future trouble. The Hallmaster demanded to know why his son would refuse. Go-chan looked down, humbly stating it was because he found himself to be lacking. His father pressed further, asking why he considered himself lacking, while another brother wondered if he was serious. Go-chan simply replied that he lacked the qualifications, much to the Hallmaster's confusion. He explained that he was lacking in many aspects compared to his elder brothers and even his younger brother. He argued that the future Hallmaster should be someone of excellent prowess or great achievement. The eldest brother scoffed, thinking Go-chan had finally learned his place. Go-chan concluded that since he fit neither category, he considered himself unqualified and would give up his claim to the position. A quiet stillness fell over the room, broken only by the second brother's amused chuckle. The Hallmaster erupted into hearty laughter, startling his daughter. He expressed his understanding with a knowing smile, leaving Go-chan confused. The Hallmaster realized his son had truly changed and had not been deceiving him, but had saved him out of his own volition. Furthermore, the once rowdy child was now willingly yielding the position for the good of the hall. The Hallmaster reflected that seeing his child's growth was a pleasure, and that Go-chan was now more than qualified. He then addressed Go-chan's claim of being lacking, his voice sharp and loud. Catching everyone's attention, he reminded them that they must have heard the news. His children's eyes widened in sudden understanding. The Hallmaster recounted the recent past, where he was attacked by an assailant who had cut off his arm. He declared before them all that his third son had saved his life from that grave danger. Turning to Go-chan, he reminded him of his own words, to raise someone with achievements as the heir. The Hallmaster stated that saving his life should suffice as reason enough, leaving one of his sons choking in disbelief. The brother stammered, unable to believe that Go-chan had accomplished something so incredible. The woman with the red sash looked on in confusion, unable to reconcile this with the brat she knew. In the mind of another, the crackling of flames and a piercing scream echoed. A young man wondered why a certain person had been so quiet lately. In a vivid memory, a young person stood before a burning village, an elder fallen at their feet. The image was chillingly familiar. A woman remembered the one she had been hunting for so long. It was the same mark that had been engraved on her dead grandfather. She recalled holding him in his final moments. That cursed mark was forever burned into her memory. The woman remembered facing the menacing figure responsible for her pain. It was the same mark scarred onto her own chest and abdomen. The wound, seemingly burning black, had been inflicted by that bastard. A dark realization dawned on the woman. She had finally found the man with the wide, crazed smile from her past. A dark realization dawned on the woman, she had finally found him. The man responsible for her past, the one with the wide, unsettling smile, now stood directly before her. The man's crazed expression faltered, his eyes widening in sudden, dawning recognition. The woman's own eyes mirrored his shock, her mind reeling from the sudden confrontation. Unaware, the elderly man continued his declaration, stating that the young man now also bore the qualifications to be heir. The Hallmaster paused mid-sentence, sensing the abrupt and heavy shift in the room's atmosphere. Before he could question what was happening, chaos erupted outside, causing the young man to cry out for his father. A young man in green burst into the hall, shouting a desperate warning that they were in trouble. The sharp clang of steel and brilliant flashes of energy suddenly filled the air. An attacker shrieked in pain as the first blow of the battle landed. Panic spread like wildfire through the manor as the truth became terrifyingly clear, it was an ambush. Watching the chaos unfold, a man with unsettlingly glowing eyes thought to himself with dark amusement. As the brutal assault began, the story's title card flashed across the screen. The manor's soldiers scrambled to form a defense, shouting orders to stop the intruders and hold the front gates. The courtyard devolved into a bloody melee as the two sides clashed with deadly force. Amidst the cacophony of battle, a heavy silence fell over one part of the gate. A giant sword wielder relentlessly hammered his colossal blade against the main gate's defenses. A determined man in armor grunted, bracing himself against the overwhelming assault. The man with glowing eyes watched from a distance, sneering at what he called a feeble gate. The defending soldiers could only look on in terror as the unseen force grew stronger. With a final, concussive impact, the main gate was utterly obliterated in a massive explosion of wood and stone. The deafening roar of the explosion echoed throughout the entire compound. The warrior with the large sword then issued a command to his subordinate, "Now, go find it." With manic excitement, the man with glowing eyes clarified their target was the thing. Observing the battle from a hidden vantage point was the Taoist master of the ghastly spirit pavilion, Gu. The masked master wondered aloud what could be the cause of all this sudden commotion. Elsewhere, a man in green cursed the disastrous timing, realizing this ambush ruined his own plan to eliminate Mok Gyeongwoon. Nearby, a man in a dark cloak felt a brief moment of security, believing his stealth spell would keep him hidden. Gu's head snapped up as he felt a powerful wave of magical energy ripple across the battlefield. He instantly recognized the sensation, identifying it as the work of Taoist spellcraft. Chanting an incantation and forming a swift hand sign, Gu commanded the hidden magic to scatter. The man in the dark cloak was horrified as his stealth spell was instantly dispelled, leaving him completely exposed. He turned to confront whoever found him, but was cut off by a sudden, invisible force. He reeled back, stunned that his opponent could cast such a powerful spell with mere hand signs, realizing he had to be a lunar Taoist. His mind raced with the terrifying possibility that this master belonged to the very organization he served, a powerful Taoist group that had defied the old orders. Suddenly, another attacker appeared, demanding to know why Gu dared to disrupt the plans of the Origin Death Pavilion. The name of the dreaded organization sent a chill down the exposed conspirator's spine. When the man with the large sword asked what was happening, his companion casually replied that he was just exterminating an insect and urged him to focus on finding that. Amidst the chaos, a man with long black hair rallied the manor's defenders, urging them to follow him and protect their home. A dreadful silence fell as a new, overwhelming presence made itself known on the battlefield. A single foot slammed into the ground with the force of an earthquake. The impact sent a devastating shockwave tearing through the courtyard. A brutal strike landed, sending a defender flying. The woman with the red sash mused darkly that amidst such chaos, it wouldn't be weird if one person were to disappear. Her vengeful thoughts were cut short as she hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. She questioned if she should help, realizing she hadn't gotten a chance to confront him about her past. Her deliberation was interrupted as she sensed a deeply sinister energy beginning to permeate the air. A piercing scream of agony tore through the battlefield. A masked attacker was caught completely off guard by a sudden threat. A blade whistled through the air, and the attacker let out a choked gasp as it found its mark. The woman with the red sash coughed, a terrible confirmation dawning in her mind as the sinister energy grew stronger. The courtyard filled with the agonized screams of both attackers and defenders being mercilessly cut down. More bodies crashed to the ground, their final cries adding to the grim symphony of battle. The air grew thick and heavy with the miasma of grief, pain, and utter despair. From the mounting deaths, a profound and terrible power began to coalesce. It was the unmistakable, potent, and corrupting aura of death chi. A woman in red, one of the invaders, reveled in the sensation, declaring her desire to absorb all of the satisfying energy. She knew, however, that it was far too dangerous to stop and circulate her chi in the thick of the fight. The woman in red armor, Hachiren, rushed to the young master's side, anxiously asking if he was all right. The purple-haired man, Go Chan, explained that he was merely changing clothes when the assassins stormed in. Go Chan calmly told her that her timing was good, leaving Hachiren utterly confused by his response. He then made an unbelievable request, asking her to protect him for a bit while he circulated his chi. Hachiren was aghast, screaming that he couldn't possibly do it right here in the middle of a war zone. With a curse, she was forced to defend him from an incoming attacker, creating an opening for the young master. Go Chan settled into his meditative stance, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. He focused on the raw death chi swirling around him, an energy saturated with the pain and despair of the dying. In his mind, he marveled at its purity, calculating that it was double what he had absorbed from the mountain beast. A demonic voice then echoed within him, correcting his estimation, it was 3 times as much. Another masked assailant took the opportunity to lunge at the vulnerable pair. The woman in red armor cursed as she struggled against the endless tide of enemies, wondering where the scary ghost woman she'd met had gone. Suddenly, her eyes widened in recognition as she spotted a formidable figure standing nearby, the outer hall master, Sang Woonbeek. A different purple-haired woman desperately approached the master, asking if he was the demonic monk she had heard about and begging for his help. The man, his body now a vessel, tilted his head, seemingly confused by the name, demonic monk. A moment later, a slow, sinister realization seemed to dawn on him. A glowing red line of energy appeared, tracing a path down the center of the demonic monk's face. A chilling smile spread across his lips as he uttered a single, ominous word, interesting. The purple-haired woman's eye went wide with absolute terror, the monk's ghastly glow reflected in her pupil. Unaware of the new threat, Go-chan began circulating the immense death chi, right in the heart of the war against a mysterious enemy. The purple-haired woman was paralyzed by a single, terrifying thought: she could not win against this man. Her entire body screamed a primal warning that the being before her was a force beyond her comprehension. She knew with chilling certainty that he was unfathomably powerful, a fact punctuated by the demonic monk once again murmuring, "Interesting." A truly powerful master had awakened, shifting the tides of the entire battle. From afar, a large bearded man leading the invaders observed Go-chan, remarking on what an interesting child he was. The purple-haired girl desperately screamed for the young master to wake up. She shook with fear, yelling that the enemies were upon them and he had to get up immediately. Her mind raced with panic. She wondered if he could even hear her, knowing that touching him during meditation would cause a fatal chi blockage. Convinced she couldn't fight the monster on her own, she despaired, just as the large bearded man turned his attention toward her. The invader grunted, finding the scene strange, which sent a fresh wave of terror through the purple-haired girl. He noted that Go-chan's state wasn't ordinary chi circulation. His curiosity piqued. The girl trembled, aghast at how a man so large could move with such impossible speed. The large bearded man leaned in closer, remarking that the boy had the look of the Mok clan about him. A cruel laugh rumbled in the burly man's chest as he mused how amusing it would be to disrupt the boy's practice. "Damn it, I don't care," the young woman suddenly shouted, stealing her resolve and drawing the man's attention. She decided to draw upon Hacharan's memories, believing the poison martial arts of the Flying Assassin sect could stall for time. She instantly prepared to unleash its third form. The burly man could only let out a surprised "oh" as she launched her attack. Her technique, silent defeat, was acknowledged by her foe as being impressively fast. The young woman flew forward, her daggers a blur of deadly motion. A pained grunt echoed as their powers collided. The two warriors met in a violent clash high in the air. An intense sword fight ensued, sparks flying with each ferocious parry and strike. The angry man snarled at his resilient opponent. He furiously threatened to kill her if she dared to interfere again. The purple-haired woman cried out in agony as a powerful blow sent her reeling. She coughed up blood as the man turned his focus back to his original, meditating target. The angry man advanced on Go-chan, eager to see how he would react while the injured woman begged him to stop. He loomed over the boy, anticipating the outcome of his interruption. His massive hand descended toward the crown of Go-chan's head. Suddenly, a strange sound cut through the tense atmosphere. The powerful man stood over his vulnerable target, his attack poised to land. The man's face contorted in rage as he brought his hand down. But two sharp impacts stopped his attack cold. In a flashback, a dark-haired man with glowing eyes roared in triumph as his blade met its mark. A thunderous crash signified a devastating blow had been struck. In the memory, a shocked purple-haired woman uttered a single, disbelieving syllable. She stared in horror, recognizing that the one who was struck was Manor Master Mok. Manor Master Mok himself stood paralyzed by the sudden betrayal. He coughed violently as blood erupted from the wound, a sight that horrified the onlooking purple-haired woman. A white-haired attacker cackled, mocking the Manor Master for being unable to withstand even that simple strike. The dark-haired man with glowing eyes then delivered a final, chilling ultimatum to Manor Master Mok. He warned the master to hand over the stolen item if he wished to prevent the complete annihilation of his household. A bearded accomplice clarified their demand, roaring about a treasure the Mok clan had stolen from their organization. The scene shifted to a different time and place, overlooking a fiery dusk landscape. A mysterious woman in red and white robes strode purposefully through a dark forest. She identified a defeated Chimorio, a type of demon that had trespassed on her territory. P4T2, she surmised that the demon's sudden death meant its owner, a powerful shaman, had also been killed. Narration transition. The woman reasoned that no ordinary mortal could have dispatched such a shaman so quickly. Her deduction led her to a single, ominous conclusion. She realized that something incredibly dangerous was now present at the Mok Sword Manor. Back in the present, the nature of that danger was all too clear. A tattered clan banner fluttered grimly amidst the smoke and chaos of the battlefield. The Mok Sword Manor was completely under siege by a formidable enemy. The burly man confirmed the woman's distant fears, stating aloud that the situation was indeed very dangerous. At that moment, a pair of dark eyes slowly blinked open. Go-chan, now awake, looked around with a hint of confusion. He quietly wondered just what was going on. The young woman beside him gasped, startled by his sudden awakening. Go-chan took in the scene of destruction surrounding him. He observed rows of defeated soldiers, either kneeling in surrender or lying dead on the ground. Before him, two stern-faced, bearded men stood in a tense standoff. With a touch of disappointment, Go-chan noted that the fight seemed to be over, lamenting the wasted death chi. Nearby, a group of hooded figures watched the proceedings unfold from the shadows. A woman in green addressed the purple-haired girl as Guard Go-charon, asking for an explanation, while the burly man simply acknowledged that Go-chan was finally awake. The woman in green began to explain that the manor master had already surrendered. It seemed that after a single exchange, the master had recognized the identity of his foe and conceded defeat. In a flashback to the surrender, the man with the ornate headdress promised to return the object they sought. His only condition was a sworn promise that they would leave his clan and its people unharmed. The bearded man with glowing eyes chuckled cruelly, wishing his victim had struggled more, while a young woman demanded he uphold the promise. "All right," the young woman declared, giving her word and pledging it on her own name. Her identity was then revealed as the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun, one of the legendary 5 kings of the Heaven-Earth Association. The woman in green gasped in sheer terror at the mention of the Heaven-Earth Association. The purple-haired woman echoed the name in disbelief, as another bystander affirmed that the organization was exceptionally dangerous. The very name, Heaven-Earth Association, carried a horrifying weight. They were renowned as one of the 3 most powerful and ruthless organizations in the entire Murim. Their former goal was to unify all of Murim under their rule, a campaign that had once painted the world in blood and left a legacy of fear. The purple-haired woman explained that while the Mok Sword Manor was powerful, it was nothing compared to the continental scale of the Heaven-Earth Association. She gestured toward the imposing figure of their leader. A dark-haired man elaborated that Sun Yun, the King of Brilliance, was one of the 5 kings and one of the strongest martial artists in the world. This terrifying truth meant that Sun Yun possessed the power to destroy the entire manor at a whim. The purple-haired woman concluded that this was why the manor master surrendered so quickly, assuming his subordinates were already fetching the treasure. However, another woman interjected, hinting that the treasure they were after was not so simple. It was hidden deep beneath the medicinal hull. Another memory surfaced, this one of an interrogation, where a man with purple hair demanded information. He sought the location of a secret book, one said to be bound in human leather. He declared it the sacred treasure of his association. The woman in blue being questioned merely stared back at her captor, utterly unimpressed by his threats. The memory faded on the image of a sinister, mystical book bound with ominous red beads. The story continued, revealing that the treasure sought by the Heaven-Earth Association was far more sinister than imagined. It was a secret book bound in human leather, hidden deep within the basement of the medicinal hull. The woman in blue, who had been interrogated about this very book, remained stoically silent. The memory of the mystical book, held together with ominous red beads, flashed through her mind. Just as the purple-haired woman was advising her companions to stay quiet, she was cut short by an unexpected sight. An elderly man and a young man beside him both noticed something strange at the same time. The young man inquired about a scar on the elder's side, questioning why he was circulating qi in that specific spot. The elder's focus, however, was drawn to a different mark entirely. A close-up revealed a stitched scar on the young man's neck, which now glowed with a faint red light. The young man, noticing the elder's gaze, demanded to know where the old man had gotten his own scar. The elder began to ask what he was talking about, but his words were drowned out by a sudden commotion. A triumphant shout echoed from across the manor, "We have it!" The bearded invader trembled with manic delight, his anticipation reaching a fever pitch. The elder tried to delay his conversation with the young man, but the youth refused, insisting he explain the scar now. Uninterested in their side drama, the bearded man announced that the real negotiation was just beginning. With a clink of the lock on the offered box, he gloated that their stolen treasure was finally coming back to them. A man in purple quietly offered to resolve the situation, his eyes fixed on the basement of the medicinal hall. The man with dark hair froze, startled by the rustling sound of an approaching figure. The bearded leader of the invaders addressed Manor Master Mok as a smiling man presented the box. The smiling man opened the container and simply stated that there was nothing inside. He slid the empty box across the floor, the scratching sound grating on everyone's nerves. A younger man nearby stared in wide-eyed disbelief at the empty box. Watching the Manor Master's reaction, the woman with the fan became certain that he had been the one to take the secret manual. She held her tongue, realizing that exposing him at this moment would surely mean death for Mok Gyeongwoon. The tension of the moment was reflected in the focused gaze of a single, watchful eye. An unknown voice, thick with dread, questioned what was now happening. Both a woman in traditional attire and the bearded man recognized the single object in the box with matching horror. The item was a pair of earrings, a gift the Manor Master had given his wife for their anniversary. The woman gasped, realizing this could only mean she was being framed. A sinister smile played on the lips of the true mastermind behind the scheme. Another man loudly pointed out the earrings, shouting to the Manor Master that they belonged to his first wife. The furious bearded man turned on the Manor Master, his rage now palpable. The woman in traditional attire knew in that instant she had been utterly betrayed. The bearded man roared that the Manor Master had just brought about his own downfall. A silver-haired man cried out for them to stop, as a woman in ornate robes accused the first madam of playing dumb. She pressed the accusation, demanding to know why the madam would feign ignorance when her own earrings were the evidence. A dark-haired man, overwhelmed by the injustice, screamed that she was being cruel. A woman with purple hair frantically pleaded with the invaders, insisting it was a misunderstanding and she was being framed. The woman in ornate robes argued her case, questioning why she would use her own jewelry if she were the culprit. Just as she was about to name the person she believed was truly behind the plot, she was interrupted. The sharp clash of steel suddenly erupted, plunging the room into chaos. The man with the beard growled in frustration at the new development. A dark-haired warrior let out a furious battle cry as he joined the fray. Another sharp clang of metal against metal rang through the courtyard. The bearded man coldly stated the obvious: they still didn't know where the secret manual was. He concluded that since they were useless, he would lose nothing by simply killing them all. At that moment, a man in a black mask stepped forward, demanding the Mok Sword Manor listen to him. He repeated his command, his heavy footsteps emphasizing his authority. The woman in red was visibly startled by this new, commanding presence. A man with a long goatee confronted someone, demanding they finally speak the truth. The bearded man bellowed that the Mok Sword Manor had ridiculed the Heaven-Earth Association. He officially accused them of hiding the secret manual that had been stolen from his organization. An elderly man among the invaders declared the transgression unforgivable as the manor's residents recoiled in fear. The goateed man dismissed an attempt to stall, reminding them that this was not how one negotiates. A man with piercing blue eyes then issued a chilling decree: not even an ant would make it out of the manor alive. A man with two-toned hair asked in horror if he intended to let everyone die, to which a smug blue-haired man replied that the truth would come out once things got worse. With grim purpose, a single figure stepped forward from the crowd. A man in a red headband, called Hoang by a woman nearby, shouted that he had something to say. He accused the people who would benefit from the first madam's downfall of being the true culprits, which was met with immediate denial. Hoang explained his theory: someone had entered the secret location and planted the earring specifically to frame the first madam. He then dropped a bombshell: in that same hidden basement was the Mok Sword Manor's own secret manual, a treasure only its masters could access. The new information sent ripples of shock and confusion through the assembled crowd. A scholar questioned the revelation, while a man in gray beside him seemed to understand the implication. In a flash of memory, a surprised, shirtless man was seen holding a book as a woman pointed at him. The bearded man revealed that this new information came from young master Mok Gyeongwoon. A flashback showed a woman with a red bandana telling someone to keep the manual, as it would help them become manor master one day. A subtle, knowing smile on a man's face hinted at his deep involvement in the conspiracy. A demonic voice concluded that the person with the manor master's secret manual must be the culprit, and the woman with the red bandana ordered them found and tortured. Back in the present, a long-haired man roared that the accusation was nonsense. A man in a teal robe shouted at Guard Ho, accusing him of slander. A man with a ponytail coolly observed that the ones protesting so loudly were the most suspicious, sending a shockwave through the accused. The muscular leader with glowing blue eyes decided to start the interrogation with them, ordering his men to drag them away and skin them. A horrifying scream of agony echoed as the order was carried out. Amidst the terror, a name was cried out in recognition: Phantom Sword. An angry, crowned man finally broke his silence, revealing that the strange mark on him was from the phantom sword of the 6 heavenly 8 stars, demanding if they were satisfied now. A smirking dark-haired man, his goal achieved, triumphantly ordered the secret manual to be brought forth. The name Phantom Sword lingered in the air, a harbinger of untold power and danger. The smirking man silently savored his victory, believing it was finally over. The scene quietly shifted to a set of ornate bells, hanging undisturbed. Suddenly, an intense blue glow flared to life within an eye, watching from afar. The sudden shift in atmosphere caused the bystanders to look around in alarm. A monk-like figure, hearing the faint, spiritual chiming of bells, sensed a new arrival. He observed that someone had come to dirty the waters of this conflict. A stern warrior addressed the monk-like figure by name, Shaman Cho. With a sharp, definitive sound, the shaman made his presence known. The man with long dark hair felt a chill, instantly recognizing the immense power of the newcomer. This new person was undeniably dangerous. The monk, wearing a distinctive basket-like hat, looked toward his unseen target and declared, "I shall exorcise you." A sharp sound cut through the tense air, announcing the shaman's definitive presence. The man with long dark hair instantly recognized the aura of his opponent. This newcomer was undeniably dangerous. The monk in the basket-like hat declared his intention to the unseen target, promising to exorcise him. The stage was set for a battle that would shape the future. A pained grunt escaped the lips of a nearby figure. The purple-haired woman cried out in agony as an unseen force afflicted her. The man in the straw hat began a chant, commanding the evil spirit to return to dust. He quickly realized, however, that his efforts were useless. A masked attacker shouted in fury, enraged by the shaman's interference. The black-haired man rushed to the woman's side, questioning if she was all right before turning his own fury on the masked assailant. The masked attackers scoffed, one of them recognizing the newcomer as a shaman. The masked attacker fixed his gaze on the black-haired man. The man in the straw hat realized with a start that the man before him could see. He confronted the black-haired man, confirming his suspicion that he possessed the spiritual sight. The black-haired man feigned ignorance, privately admitting he had intervened too early while trying to save the possessed woman. He knew with certainty that this shaman possessed a monstrous power, rivaling even that of Sun Yun. The shaman, taking the denial as a challenge, threatened to eliminate the ominous presence himself. A horrifying scream tore through the air as the spirit within the woman reacted violently. The woman in purple knew the mortals around them were completely oblivious to the spiritual battle unfolding, while a woman in red frantically called for guard ho. It was said that while many martial artists were born with talent, the innate gift of a true shaman was far rarer. The shaman explained that the greatest gift a shaman could possess was the eyes, an ability that could not be taught or trained. This meant the young man was, in essence, born to be a shaman. The shaman admitted he himself lacked this sight, telling the young man to be proud of his gift, but the young man continued to deny everything. Growing tired of the facade, the shaman changed his question, his hands forming the signs for the 4 peaks interlocking technique. He demanded to know the real reason why the young man had stopped him. In a flash of memory, an elder demon let out a gasp of surprise. A hand had reached out, interfering with a glowing magical array before a stone altar. The narrator from the past explained that evil spirits do not typically submit to humans, yet this one seemed to obey the user's will. The woman with purple hair had desperately asked how he had accomplished such a feat, begging him to tell her. The elder demon had offered a trade, the secret, in exchange for the captive's freedom. In that moment, a pair of hands clasped together, glowing with immense power. The young man had calmly recited the incantation, soldier, fight, rupture, reveal. The knight, witnessing the impossible, could only gasp in disbelief. The 4 peaks interlocking technique was unleashed. A figure wreathed in light clashed with a raw, elemental blue energy, creating a spectacular explosion. The armored man, his own technique turned against him, questioned if the young man had been formally taught shamanism. The long-haired man looked back with genuine confusion, asking if one truly needed to be taught something so intuitive. The armored man was staggered by the realization that the boy had perfectly replicated an advanced, moon-rank technique after seeing it just once, even activating it within his own casting. He understood that his opponent had figured out the entire process in a mere split second. It was clear that the young man's gifts extended far beyond just his eyes. The memory faded as the armored man grunted in shock, drawing a questioning glance from the long-haired man. A moment later, the armored man erupted into thunderous, ecstatic laughter. Unlocking a new level of power, he let out a triumphant roar. An imposing man addressed the King of Brilliance, declaring that while he didn't care for the others, he wanted this kid for himself. The declaration sent a ripple of shock through the assembled elders and powerful figures. A muscular man with a sword stepped forward, dismissing the claim as nonsense, but another figure with a dark aura asserted that he had the authority to make such a demand. The muscular man relented but coldly stated his intention to kill everyone else, an order the man in the red sash accepted without protest. The man with the long white beard and goatee could only grit his teeth in powerless frustration. The young man with long dark hair sighed, deciding that a promise was indeed a promise. 2 men in the foreground were cut down mid-scream as the slaughter began. A clear voice suddenly commanded them to stop. The man with the dark hair and top knot turned as the young man with long dark hair declared that what they sought was with him. The man with the beard and glowing blue eyes warned that he would be ripped to pieces if he was lying, only for the young man to calmly indicate himself. The young man revealed the secret was in his head, claiming he had already burned the book. A wave of stunned disbelief washed over the onlookers. A heavy silence fell over the entire scene. The burly man with a beard let out a short, sharp grunt of disbelief. He sneered, asking if the orthodox faction was full of frauds, but the young man with long black hair coolly questioned what made him so sure it was a lie. The burly man stated plainly that it was not something that could be burned. The young man's confident expression faltered for a moment. The burly man explained that the book could not be burned or destroyed, as if it were protected by some unseen force. He defined it as an item beyond simple destruction. The young man retorted that if one wanted to lie, they should be smarter about it. The burly man grimly advised him to apply that lesson to his next life. With a sharp clap, the young man countered, stating that while the cover did not burn, the pages, which were written in blood, burned just fine. The bearded man froze, shocked that he knew the book's contents were written in blood. A dark-haired woman confirmed that this was a fact known only to a select few, as the bearded man wondered if he was being lied to. He stammered, barely able to ask if the young man had truly looked at it. His mind reeled, he couldn't believe it, as everyone who had previously looked into the book had perished. All of them had died without exception. But, he reasoned, if the boy was somehow speaking the truth. The memory of an order from a dark-haired superior echoed in his mind, bring it back no matter what. The dark-haired woman issued a challenge, demanding he prove his claim by reciting what was written in the book. The bearded man agreed, stating that he would know if the boy was lying based on whether he could recite the contents from memory. A chilling energy began to emanate from the young man. The man in blue coolly assessed the situation, deciding to recite a few lines to gauge the bearded man's reaction, then agreed that it would not be difficult. He took a breath, preparing to speak. His intense gaze locked onto his opponent, the world seeming to narrow to just the two of them. He began with a single, powerful word, mortal. A flicker of shock crossed his face as his concentration was broken. He whispered a name in disbelief as a familiar, spectral presence appeared before him, Blue Spirit. A white-haired woman materialized in his vision, delivering a chilling warning that the moment he spoke those lines, he would die. The man in blue stood in stunned silence, processing the vision. He finally understood the nature of the force he was feeling, it was rage. It was a wave of blood-soaked rage, deep and vast enough to consume the entire manor. A nearby blonde woman trembled, realizing the rage was so powerful that she herself was seeing illusions because of it. Having steeled himself, the dark-haired man prepared to begin the recitation. His eyes narrowed with sharp focus, the world outside his concentration fading away. He uttered the first forbidden word, mortal. His concentration was instantly shattered by the shocking vision of a figure atop a moonlit pagoda. He whispered her name in disbelief, recognizing the spectral presence of the azure ghost. The ghostly blonde woman's voice echoed in his mind, warning him that the moment he spoke the verse, he would die. The dark-haired man could only stand in a deafening, stunned silence. In that moment, he finally understood that the immense pressure he felt was her wrath. It was an unfathomable, endless wave of fury, powerful enough to cast such a vivid illusion across the entire hall. This was pure, unadulterated wrath made manifest. And this potent anger was not aimless. The full force of that wrath was focused. It was aimed squarely at his opponents. Her rage was entirely directed at the Heaven-Earth Council. The source of this century-old fury was the lunar sword. Observing the silent spectre, the bearded man realized the azure ghost must deeply resent the council, though he didn't know why. He concluded her command to never speak of the book meant she loathed its contents being known to them. Shaking off his thoughts, the bearded man grew impatient and demanded to know why the young man had gone quiet. The long-haired man weighed his options, knowing that if he failed to speak, death would claim them all. Addressing the spirit in his mind, he declared that until he avenged his grandfather, he had no intention of dying. He finished his thought with grim resolve, stating he wouldn't die so easily. The spectral form of the azure ghost simply replied that she was aware of his conviction. Under the night sky, the long-haired man steeled his resolve for what was to come. The azure ghost then gave him a new command, he was to copy her exact words and stances. He hesitated, wondering if she was tricking him with a different text that would get him killed if the council knew the real one. Her voice echoed with a simple plea for him to trust in her. She gave him one final, simple command, believe. The long-haired man closed his eyes, placing his faith in the spirit. The bearded man with the giant sword stomped forward, impatiently asking when he was going to start. Ignoring him, the protagonist turned to a stunned guard and declared he was borrowing his sword. With a sharp, swift motion, he unsheathed the blade, startling the bearded warrior. Now armed with a borrowed sword, the protagonist stood ready for the performance. A vision of the white-haired spirit perfectly mirrored his own movements as he prepared his form. In a split image, both mortal and spirit held their swords in an identical, ready stance. He then vaulted high above the stunned crowd, his sword glowing with a brilliant blue energy. As power flared around him, he began to recite the verse of the embracing moon and the fables of demons. The determined glint in his eyes was split by the ethereal glow of the blade held before him. With a powerful lunge, the black-haired man thrust his sword forward. A shockwave of energy erupted from the movement, causing the observers to cry out in shock. The bearded man could only stare, his expression a mixture of intensity and awe. The azure ghost's voice guided him, instructing him to divide the living and the dead. She continued the verse, likening the act to the natural order of the rising sun. The dark-haired swordsman recited the final line, a promise to behead any who would be deemed heretics. A sharp gasp of astonishment escaped the bearded man's lips. The azure ghost's voice praised him in his mind, calling the display marvelous. She noted that his forms were graceful and supreme, without a single error. She identified his movements as a truly peerless sword stance. The bearded man had to agree, admitting it was like watching a flawless master swordsman at work. As he watched, the bearded man knew there was no longer any doubt about the boy's claim. This was the legendary sword script of the moon vein, a technique thought lost for 100 years. The swordsman continued his fluid, battle-like demonstration in the courtyard as all eyes remained fixed on him. It was unbelievable to the bearded man that the lost sword script was being restored in such a manner. The long-haired swordsman continued the verse, speaking of heaven's eternal decree against evil where none shall yield. The bearded man cursed, realizing it would be troublesome if any more of the forbidden forms were revealed. He desperately shouted for the young man to stop, bringing the performance to an immediate halt. The long-haired swordsman smoothly sheathed the blade and asked if his claim had now been confirmed. Cursing internally, the bearded man realized he had been completely captivated by the display. But now the situation was troublesome for a different reason, as this was a technique one could not learn without permission. He knew that by the council's principles, he should extract the knowledge from the boy's head and kill him on the spot. The bearded man's thoughts were interrupted as his attention was drawn to the renowned Blade King among the crowd. The Blade King slowly shook his head, issuing a silent command to stand down. The long-haired man, the Blade King, noted his own interest in the boy who had accomplished something no one on the council had. He mused on the fact that the peerless sword form should have been impossible to manifest at the boy's level. The Blade King hummed thoughtfully, concluding the youth's extraordinary talent simply defied all logic. The bearded man sighed, lamenting what a shame the entire situation had become. He was left to ponder just how he was supposed to deal with this incredibly difficult kid. In the tense silence, the long-haired man's expression shifted into a calm, unnerving smile. A sharp slicing sound suddenly cut through the air, followed by a choked gasp. The bearded man's eye flew wide open, a single drop of sweat tracing a path down his temple. "You crazy bastard," he roared, unleashing a burst of energy to stop the youth's arm. The surrounding masked figures stirred in alarm at the sudden, violent turn of events. The dark-haired man coolly noted that their frantic reactions confirmed just how precious the book's secrets were. The bearded man realized with dawning horror that if he hadn't intervened, the boy would have slit his own throat. The protagonist then declared that since he now knew the value of his information, he wouldn't be speaking so easily. He let the silence hang for a moment, before continuing. He laid down his final card, issuing an ultimatum: "Take me as you wish." A wave of utter shock and disbelief rippled through the assembled members of the Heaven-Earth Council. The bearded man stuttered, unable to comprehend what he had just heard. The burly man beside him finished the thought, asking if he was truly offering to go with them willingly. A slender observer remarked that the boy's suicide feint sent a clear message: he would not break under torture. The burly man grunted, acknowledging the protagonist's gambit: they couldn't kill him if they wanted the information. The slender man confirmed the assessment, stating that was exactly right. With the standoff resolved, the time finally came to depart the orderly wooden sword hall. A lone carriage traveled through the mountainous landscape, illuminated by the bright full moon. The steady, rhythmic creaking of the wooden carriage wheels filled the quiet night. It rumbled on, carrying its precious and dangerous cargo toward an unknown fate. And so, with guards marching in lockstep beside the carriage, the journey began. The young man, Mok Gyeongwoon, was officially taken to the Heaven-Earth Council as a hostage. Inside the carriage, Mok Gyeongwoon sat blindfolded, sweat dripping down his face from the tension. From the darkness in front of him, another captive's voice trembled, plaintively asking, "Why me too?" A distant pact was being fulfilled, one achievement at a time. The terms of a mysterious contract were now in effect. The leader of the guard escort announced a half-hour break, allowing his subordinates to rest. Inside the carriage, a restless murmur filled the air as the young man in gray stewed in his own misery. The green-clad person finally cried out in despair, questioning why he had been taken hostage as well. His mind flashed back to 4 hours earlier, when the King of Brilliance had knocked Mok Gyeongwoon unconscious and made his demands. The strong man had declared that if the Mok Sword Manor did not pay its debt, its only future would be ruin, as stealing a Heaven-Earth Association treasure was an unforgivable offense. The King of Brilliance laid out 2 conditions: the Mok Sword Manor would isolate itself for a decade, and its successor would be taken hostage. Within the Heaven-Earth Association, the title of successor was bestowed upon the strongest warrior, a value they prized above all else. Therefore, as the most powerful of his siblings, the young man was chosen, a fact that left him utterly speechless. Finishing his tale of woe, the young man lamented that this was how he came to be in the carriage, ironically acknowledged as the successor only to be made a captive. He cursed his fate, noting how tightly his captors had bound him, even sealing his inner chi. Unlike Mok Gyeongwoon, he hadn't been knocked out, a state he now felt he would have greatly preferred. The single, damning word echoed in his mind, hostage. He reflected that just that morning, he was filled with hope of becoming the manor master, but now his future was that of a mere prisoner. A cold dread washed over him as he wondered what would become of him. A sudden rustling sound startled him, someone was moving inside the carriage. He reasoned it couldn't be Mok Gyeongwoon, who was incapacitated by acupuncture, and a series of sharp taps only deepened the mystery of who else could be there. In an instant, his blindfold was ripped away. The long-haired man looked down at him, his own eyes wide with a silent urgency. As the hostage began to question how he'd freed himself, the long-haired man quickly shushed him. The dark-haired man then proposed a deal, offering to untie the other captive in exchange for some information. The young man could only stare, confused by the sudden turn of events. The dark-haired man, now free, looked down upon his fellow prisoner. He asked a single, crucial question: who is the phantom sword of the 6 heavens and 8 stars? The young man was taken aback by the strange inquiry. The dark-haired man muttered to himself, considering the possibility that the phantom sword could be found in that specific location. The young man confirmed it was a rumor, though he admitted it was a highly credible one, a statement that was met with a heavy silence. This new information made things complicated for the dark-haired man, who found the location deeply inconvenient. Suddenly, a woman in red's voice cut through the air, informing the mortal that the outside was clear. The dark-haired man promised to keep his word and began to untie his fellow captive, who immediately protested. The young man cried out that escaping would bring retaliation upon the Mok Sword Manor, but the dark-haired man callously told him to stay behind if he wished. As the woman in red impatiently called for him, the dark-haired man coolly assessed that his former companion would be easy to defeat without his inner chi. The woman in red urged him to hurry and escape before a shaman arrived on the scene. Just as he was about to move, the dark-haired man froze, sensing something was wrong. The newly freed man asked what the matter was, and the dark-haired man questioned what he had just felt. The woman in red dismissed his concern as nothing, impatiently telling him to hurry along. She questioned if he'd be alright using Qigong for the first time, to which the dark-haired man replied that he thought he would be. Taking a deep breath, the black-haired man launched himself forward with a sudden burst of speed. His eye was a picture of intense, unwavering focus. With a powerful kick, he propelled himself off the ground. He bounded from branch to branch with nimble, successive leaps. A grunt of effort escaped him as he pushed his body to its limits. He soared through the night, a dark silhouette against the brilliant full moon. His controlled breathing matched the rhythmic push and pull of his movements. With a flurry of steps, he danced through the treetops, a blur of motion. The black-haired man marveled internally at the incredible speed, realizing his body felt far quicker and lighter than ever before. He felt a surge of confidence, believing he could escape much faster than he had initially anticipated. His feet tapped lightly across the forest canopy. He continued his rapid dash through the trees. Each step was precise and swift. He moved with an almost supernatural grace. The black-haired man's eyes remained sharp and focused on the path ahead. The surrounding forest blurred into streaks of green and brown, a testament to his blinding speed. The rustling of leaves was the only sound accompanying his flight. Abruptly, he came to a dead stop, his companion reacting with surprise. The black-haired man stated grimly that they were going in circles. The woman in red, now appearing as a blonde, questioned his assertion. The blonde woman was then directed to look at a specific tree. The dark-haired man pointed out that it was the fourth time he had seen that very same tree. He stated with grim certainty that they were trapped in a loop. He questioned if they had been caught in an array, a possibility the impostor, disguised as the blonde woman, casually acknowledged. The blonde woman quickly changed her tune, insisting he must be mistaken, as she would have realized it long ago. As the dark-haired man fell silent, she dismissed his concerns as simple nervousness and urged him to hurry. Suddenly, she cried out, feigning a sprained ankle and claiming she needed to treat it before they could continue. The dark-haired man played along, clicking his tongue at her foolishness and offering to fix it for her. He knelt down, pretending to inspect her injury. As he reached for her ankle, he called out a single name, Blue Spirit. The impostor flinched, her facade cracking as she began to ask what he meant. With a powerful grip, the dark-haired man seized her, his voice low and dangerous as he demanded, "Who are you?" The blonde woman struggled, ordering the mortal to let her go, but he pointed out that the real Blue Spirit would have been strong enough to free herself. He sneered, telling the creature it had picked the wrong opponent to copy. The impostor let out a strained grunt, trapped in his unyielding grasp. He tightened his hold, telling the creature it should have done a better job with its disguise. The dark-haired man then raised a small, glowing doll-like object into the air. He clasped his hands together, assuming a meditative pose to begin his counterspell. He initiated the joy and harmony attraction technique, specifically the unchanging mind seal. He began to chant, calling for heaven and earth to return to their correct and natural state, upholding the balance of qi. His incantation continued, speaking of how the sun and moon come together with qi, as do divine beings and spirits. He commanded all minds and souls to converge for the Supreme Old Lord. With a final, sharp command, he finished the incantation with a swift decree. An immense blast of energy erupted, which the dark-haired man expertly dodged as the illusion around them shattered. A man in a wooden mask appeared, expressing his shock that someone could undo his high-level willow spirit training technique in mere minutes. The dark-haired man tensed, instantly alert to the new, powerful presence. The man in the wooden mask stared at him with great interest and made a startling proposal, "Become my disciple." The man in the wooden mask extended a startling proposal to the dark-haired man, asking him to become his disciple. A heavy silence hung in the air as the offer settled between them. The dark-haired man mentally calculated the 10 steps that separated him from his would-be master. Noting the lack of witnesses, he deduced the masked man was anticipating an attack. A sudden, sharp pulse of energy rippled outward from the masked man's position. The dark-haired man watched in alarm as the energy formed an invisible cage around him. He scoffed, questioning if his opponent truly thought he could get away with such a brazen trap. The man in the bucket hat calmly explained that he had erected a barrier designed to shred anyone who tried to escape. He declared this a first lesson in survival, but the dark-haired man retorted that he had never agreed to be anyone's disciple. The man in the bucket hat clicked his tongue, deriding the youth's apparent lack of determination to accept the offer. The dark-haired man identified his opponent as a demonic monk, yet was baffled by his inability to sense the man's energy at all. The man in the bucket hat delivered a chilling piece of advice, warning that in the Heaven-Earth Association, discipleship was the only way to avoid being killed on a superior's whim. The young man's mind raced as he considered the grave implications of becoming his disciple. After a tense moment, he finally announced his agreement. He quickly added that he would only accept on one condition, piquing the masked man's interest. The dark-haired man demanded to be taught the energy-hiding spell used on the doll, offering his discipleship as payment. The man in the bucket hat laughed heartily, musing that he should have simply demonstrated his shamanistic power from the start. He agreed to the terms but insisted the young man swear a binding oath first. Presenting a strange bracelet, he instructed the youth to wear it and swear, "I, Mok Gyeongwoon, the son of Mok Inden, will become Jo Yugong's disciple." Jo Yugong explained that the oath would render the youth incapable of harming him, a necessary precaution against a man who had already tried to fight back. Left with no other option, the dark-haired man sullenly agreed to the ritual. He began the incantation, formally declaring himself as Mok Gyeongwoon, the son of Mok Inden. With a clear voice, he finished the vow, pledging to become the disciple of Jo Yugong. The moment the words were spoken, the bracelet on his wrist began to hum with a strange, oppressive power. This was the infamous bracelet of cursed words, an artifact that shackled its wearer to their oath, and a favorite tool of the manipulative Jo Yugong. It was his preferred method for ensuring the loyalty of any disciple he wished to claim. His new student secured, Jo Yugong handed over a thick, bound book. He introduced it as the Secrets of the Dead, a tome he had authored himself. Jo Yugong told the young man that the spell he wanted was within its pages and ordered him to memorize the entire book. When asked about the barrier, Jo Yugong slyly replied that the instructions for undoing it were also contained in the text. He then gave his new pupil a strict 2-hour deadline to figure it out. With a cold laugh, Jo Yugong warned that failure to escape in time would lead to a most torturous outcome. Left alone inside the barrier, the young man smirked, finding his new master's immediate and dangerous test to be quite interesting. The shaman had barely vanished when the woman in red materialized, sighing in relief. Her calm was shattered as the young man suddenly reached a hand out towards her face. He brushed off her confusion, stating he was merely checking something. The spirit laughed at how entertaining it was to watch him navigate the illusion, but he remained unfazed by her teasing. Her tone turned serious as she gestured to the cursed bracelet, questioning why he would agree to such a powerful oath. He held up the book, revealing he had sworn the oath simply to acquire it, a reckless move she found deeply out of character for him. She dismissed the matter, but her nonchalance turned to wide-eyed shock in the next instant. The woman stammered in disbelief as the cursed bracelet crumbled to dust, prompting him to explain that an oath must be sworn with one's true name. He then revealed his deception: his name was not Mok Gyeongwoon, and his father was not Mok Inden. She asked if he planned to flee now that he was free, but he confessed that his original plan had changed. The dark-haired man declared his intent to genuinely become Jo Yugong's disciple, a decision that utterly stunned his spirit companion. She demanded to know why he would willingly join the dreaded Heaven-Earth Association. He began to explain that his choice was based on a crucial piece of information he had recently learned. His intelligence suggested that the legendary warrior known as the Sword Phantom might be hiding within the association's ranks. He recalled a past conversation about the world's most powerful martial artists, the 6 heavens and 8 stars. As a master had once explained, these titles referred to the absolute strongest people in all of Murim. The 6 heavens were those whose prowess reached the divine, while the 8 stars, though less skilled, were still considered the epitome of human potential. These were the 8 stars, a group of legendary figures. The Sword Phantom was one of these 8 stars, a notorious figure whose fame had peaked 17 years prior. After he massacred countless experts from the Orthodox faction, it was widely speculated that he belonged to either the Royal Palace or the Heaven-Earth Association. This brought the dark-haired man to a pivotal conclusion: infiltrating the association was his best chance to find the man he was looking for. He explained that Zhou Yugong's offer of discipleship was the perfect, albeit unexpected, opportunity to begin his infiltration. The woman in red listened quietly, her ethereal form shimmering with unspoken thoughts. She let out a long sigh, remarking on what seemed to be an incredible coincidence. She mused that perhaps it was fate, not chance, that had guided him to the Heaven-Earth association with her from the moment they met. Before he could question her cryptic words, she turned to him with a new proposal. The blue spirit, the woman in red, made an offer of her own, for him to become her disciple. She implored him to take on her karma and act as the agent of her long-sought revenge. The young man stared into the night, recalling the weight of her plea. In that moment, he had thought back on all he knew of her. He understood then that her profound rage was aimed squarely at the Heaven-Earth Association. He had asked her then about her own connection to the association and this desire for revenge. He had challenged her, suggesting that perhaps the simple passage of time had already served as its own form of vengeance. She had thrown the question back at him, asking if he was the type to wait for time to settle his own scores. The spirit confessed that, just like him, she was incapable of simply letting go. She couldn't forgive that her enemy's bloodline still breathed while the truth of her past remained buried in lies. She had declared that even an eternity of torment could not quell the rage imprinted upon her very soul. Her only desire was for that rage to finally disappear, even if it meant she had to drench everything in blood to achieve it. A heavy silence had filled the space between them after her raw confession. He finally understood the profound depth of her grudge. The very illusion born of the blue spirit's anger was cold and dark, a manifestation of her pain. He perceived within her a lonely resentment so powerful that 100 years could not hope to diminish it. It was then he recognized that the blue spirit, like himself, had lived a life completely obsessed with revenge. Back in the present, having accepted her past, he voiced his agreement: he would become her disciple. The woman in red paused, a flicker of contemplation in her eyes. She composed herself, deliberately applying a fresh coat of lipstick. Clearing her throat, she accepted his discipleship, but not without a condition of her own. The dark-haired man insisted she tell him the reason for her vendetta, refusing to fight a battle he didn't understand. The spirit agreed, promising to reveal one part of the story for now. She explained that the Heaven-Earth Association was once made of 3 divisions, one of them known as the Moon Division. The dark-haired man correctly guessed that she had once been a part of that division. He pressed further, wanting to know what could have been so terrible that she still hesitated to speak of it. In a sudden, firm declaration, the woman in red revealed, "My name is Jeong." The dark-haired man felt a surge of confidence, certain that he would eventually learn her full story. He began his own vow to her, pledging to inherit her will. He swore to carry on the forgotten legacy of the Moon Division. He finished his oath, formally accepting his new purpose as the disciple of Jeong. A silent, full moon hung high in the dark night sky, watching over the world below. Beneath it, the dark-haired man finalized his solemn vow, pledging to inherit her will and carry on the legacy of the Moon Division as her disciple. The blonde-haired woman, the spirit in a new form, reluctantly agreed, beginning to instruct him to call her master. However, the dark-haired man cut her off with a second condition of his own, refusing to use formal addresses and pointing out that she never called him master either. He then mockingly repeated the word master, causing a visible flinch from his new spiritual guide. She furiously cursed him as an arrogant bastard, but the dark-haired man simply smiled, pleased with the reaction. The spirit demanded to know why he was smiling, but he simply replied that it was nothing. With their pact now established, the dark-haired man asked if it was time for them to leave the illusionary space. Outside, the sun was setting over a distant mountain range, painting the cloudy sky in hues of orange and purple. A small group of people waited anxiously, their gazes fixed on the horizon. One among them worried that the disciple was taking longer than expected, fearing the spiritual trial might have been too difficult for him. Just as the man decided he would have to pull the disciple out himself, he felt a strange sensation from his own body. A wave of shock and disbelief suddenly washed over the entire waiting party. The man with the bucket hat let out a gasp of astonished relief. Now speaking through a new doll, the shaman announced that the disciple had succeeded, reporting his own return to his master. He couldn't help but praise the dark-haired man, calling him the most talented person he had ever witnessed. The shaman swelled with pride, exclaiming that he had successfully made that incredible talent his own disciple. He then ordered a member of his caravan to go rest, informing him that they would be leaving soon. The caravan driver acknowledged the order, adding that they should hurry as they were already far behind the first group. A sudden noise caused the shaman to gasp, momentarily fearing he had been discovered. Realizing he hadn't been caught, he let out a sigh of relief, internally complaining about the indignity of having to possess a doll. The doll body he inhabited suddenly emitted a sharp cracking sound. The woman in red, also in a cracked doll, warned him to be careful, internally lamenting how fragile her own new vessel felt. She promised to find him a better vessel for next time, asking him to simply be patient for now. Meanwhile, the dark-haired man reflected on his accomplishments, knowing the shaman would be shocked to learn he had not only escaped the barrier but also mastered the art of soul transference into a doll. With a clatter from his new mechanical body, the dark-haired man asked if they were ready to get going. The unsettling sound of their doll bodies clanking echoed as they set off on their new path. Their journey had one clear destination, the Heaven-Earth Association. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. The clanking of machinery continued, but this time in a different location. A sharp sound of frustration cut through the air. The woman with purple hair let out a curse, her patience worn thin. The pink-haired woman fumed, wondering why she had to do all the damn work by herself. She suspected her anxiety was due to the strange thread that had connected her to the protagonist ever since she became his familiar spirit. She felt an overwhelming instinct that she would die if he died, causing her to become anxious whenever they were apart. This instinct drove her to stay close, but she was furious that he had gone and become a captive of the Heaven-Earth Association of all places. Finding his location was simple enough, but she was terrified at the prospect of infiltrating such a formidable organization alone. A sudden realization sparked in her mind: Hachiren, the body's original owner, was the granddaughter of an assassin sect master, and her memories might hold a key. Determined, she dove into Hachiren's memories, desperately searching for anything related to infiltration techniques. Her search came to an abrupt halt as a particular memory left her utterly speechless. As if, she yelled in disbelief, the memory too shocking to comprehend. The flashback showed 2 ninja guards crying out in shock at her sudden, impossible appearance. Back in her own timeline, the purple-haired woman recalled how she'd almost been caught, but a strange detail about her pursuers bothered her: they weren't heading directly back to their headquarters. They were taking a suspiciously roundabout route and, more disturbingly, collecting children under the age of 20 along the way. The pieces didn't fit together, and a cold dread began to form within her. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. An unseen person's voice announced their arrival, instantly sharpening the dark-haired man's senses. A cloaked man beside him gestured forward, confirming that they had finally reached their destination. He then formally identified the imposing complex before them as the Heaven-Earth Association. A breathtaking view showed the grand, traditional entrance to the massive headquarters. One of the bearded men in their group remarked that he was amazed by the sight, no matter how many times he saw it. An aerial shot revealed the full, intricate scale of the association's compound, a masterpiece of architecture nestled within nature. The rattling of the carriage was the only sound as it approached the foreboding gates. The long-haired man was asked if he felt nervous, to which he admitted he wasn't quite sure. The blonde woman in the doll's body coolly informed him that he had better be. She bluntly stated that while his leap from third-rate to first-rate martial artist in 2 weeks was unbelievable, he still had a very long way to go. The dark-haired man mused about simply absorbing death chi again, but she quickly dismissed the idea, explaining that true advancement required spiritual enlightenment, not just a blood feast. He was sternly warned that he needed to maintain a clear head from now on. The blonde woman began to offer her assistance, but she suddenly trailed off, her attention caught by something outside. When asked what was wrong, the dark-haired man pointed out that something about their route felt off. He observed with growing suspicion that they were not being taken through the main entrance. A sense of alarm struck him as he realized their carriage was being diverted somewhere else entirely. In another location, the woman in dark clothing frantically reported a problem to her master. As she demanded to know what was happening, the man with the basket hat insisted there was no time to explain. Before she could question him further, he thrust a small object into her hand. He quickly explained that with this item, she would be able to use sorcery even without charms. The woman panicked, not understanding what was happening, while the man with the basket hat admitted her panicked words made no sense to him. The source of the chaos was an order that came from the very head of the Heaven-Earth Association. The man with the basket hat delivered the terrible news: the two brothers were to be sent to the Corpse Blood Valley. The woman repeated the dreaded name, the Corpse Blood Valley, her voice trembling with horror. A terrifying image of a woman, her face caked in blood and her eyes wide with shock, flashed before her. It was followed by a vision of a lone figure standing as the sole survivor amidst a field of death and destruction. The Corpse Blood Valley was known as a brutal testing ground. The man in the straw hat grimly laid out the odds. He explained that the chances of surviving in that horrific place were less than 10%. The young man's eyes, splattered with blood, were wide with the terrifying realization of his fate. A singular, powerful resolve burned within the young man with dark hair. He had to endure. He stood his ground in the gloomy, rocky landscape, a lone figure surrounded by a pile of bodies and tattered flags. The man in the straw hat made a desperate promise to talk to the pavilion master and find a way to get him out. He yelled a final, urgent command, telling him to find a way to survive, no matter what it took. Their path was suddenly blocked by a man in a black and red uniform, who ordered them to turn back. One of the masked guards declared that only those being tested were permitted to pass, leaving the man in the straw hat utterly helpless. A new black-haired man approached the protagonist, mockingly calling him Orthodox Kid. A sinister masked man with piercing blue eyes then delivered a chilling greeting: "Welcome to the Corpse Blood Valley." A desolate bridge connected two mountain peaks under a vast, star-filled sky. An unseen leader's voice echoed through the night, urging them to hurry. The brown-haired young man cursed under his breath, wondering where on earth they were being herded after being unconscious for 2 weeks. The black-haired man let out a surprised gasp as their destination came into view. The brown-haired young man began to shout out in protest. An unseen guard viciously struck him, barking at him to walk quietly as he choked on the impact. As the brown-haired young man struggled, another captive wondered where they were being taken, noting with dread that their inner energy had been completely blocked. The black-haired man questioned inwardly if this was how the Heaven-Earth Association truly treated its captives. The long-haired woman recognized the sensation as a forbidden path lock, a needle designed to block the circulation of inner energy. She realized with growing alarm that everyone, not just herself and Mok Gyeongwoon, had been subjected to it and wondered what their captors were planning. The man with black hair desperately asked the blue spirit if it knew what was happening, but the spirit could only confirm that this was not how the association operated in its time. Just as a glowing ethereal woman appeared to warn the long-haired woman, a sudden, powerful sense of foreboding washed over her. Below them, a massive crowd of people was gathered at the base of a towering cliff, illuminated by the cold light of the moon. 2 masked guards stood like sentinels, flanking a massive, blazing torch. An aerial view revealed the sheer size of the crowd, all prisoners corralled at the river's edge. The long-haired woman recognized people who had joined their forced march midway, realizing with dawning horror that this grim gathering was their intended destination all along. A red-masked guard announced that this place was where they would be tested. A cloaked figure stood before the murmuring crowd as a wave of unease rippled through the captives. The young man with the teal robe stepped forward, declaring that they would all be taking a test now. The imposing figure then presented a single, smooth marble to the assembly. He explained that identical marbles were hidden in the valley, and those who failed to find one in the given time would fail the test. A young man with a white hair tie bravely called for them to wait. He began to protest, stating that as warriors from various clans, they deserved more of an explanation than to just search for a marble. Suddenly, his eye bulged in horror as a dark, shadowy orb materialized within it. He was then violently flung backward, a spray of blood marking the brutal consequence of his defiance. The imposing figure stated coldly that status and inner energy meant nothing there, the only thing that mattered was obedience. He laid out the grim reality: they would die for disobeying orders, for questioning orders, and for failing the test. The masked figure then stepped forward to address the terrified assembly. With chilling finality, he welcomed them all to the Corpse Blood Valley. Meanwhile, in another location, a man fidgeted with anxious energy. The bearded man raged, asking why he hadn't informed the leader that he'd taken the boy as a disciple, even though he knew it would have been useless. The armored man somberly asked if the association head had ever once rescinded an order he had given. The bearded man reluctantly agreed that the association leader's orders were absolute and left them no choice but to follow. The armored man resolved to petition the Corpse Blood Valley's leader directly, refusing to lose a disciple as promising as the one he just found, though the bearded man knew he was far more than just useful. This disciple had done the impossible, resurrecting the lunar veins sword technique that had been lost for 100 years. The bearded man still couldn't comprehend why they would send such a talent to the Corpse Blood Valley, of all places. He trailed off as a sudden, chilling possibility began to form in his mind. A single torch illuminated a dark passage as the armored man wondered aloud if the association head was actually trying to test him. Back at the valley, a single word from the examiner echoed through the tense silence: begin. A masked man lit an incense stick, explaining it would burn for half an hour and that they had better hurry, as there were fewer marbles than people. The young man with the teal jacket stumbled forward, then stopped dead in his tracks, shocked by a familiar figure. He stared in disbelief, calling out the name, Mok Gyeongwoon. A woman in a blue and red outfit watched from a distance, wondering why the man was just standing there motionless. The young man in the teal jacket cursed, deciding he had to save himself first before he died, and sprinted off to find a marble. The frantic search began as the crowd scattered into the darkness. One man cursed his luck, wondering aloud how they were supposed to find anything in the pitch-black valley. A moment later, his eyes shot open in disbelief as he spotted something on the ground. He cried out in absolute triumph, realizing he had found it. The man in brown cackled with glee, believing he had just secured his survival. The man with the top knot celebrated his luck, thinking he had not only survived but also made a good impression by finding a marble first. His celebration was cut short as a man in blue lunged at him, demanding he hand over the prize. The man in blue gave chase, screaming vicious threats as the terrified man in brown fled for his life. The man with the top knot panted as he ran, vowing he would never let his hard-won treasure be taken from him. His escape was cut short when a woman in black suddenly appeared before him, calling him a piece of shit. Nearby, a woman in red gasped in shock at the sudden ambush. The man in brown reeled, wondering when the ambusher had gotten so close and realizing with dread he must have been waiting from the start. They froze as a menacing new figure with long gray hair and horns stood before them, blocking their path. The horned figure remained utterly silent, its intimidating presence filling the air. The man in blue ignored the newcomer, continuing his pursuit and screaming for the man in brown to stop. Cornered and desperate, the man in brown cursed repeatedly under his breath. Driven by pure survival instinct, he screamed that he would not let any of the bastards take the marble from him. His pursuer could only watch in horror, branding him a crazy piece of work. The man in brown closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to steel his resolve. He then shocked everyone by lunging back toward the man in blue, who cried out in alarm. The man in blue froze, stunned by the desperate and unexpected counterattack. Just as he was about to strike, the man in brown was stopped short, a choking sound escaping his lips. A man with dark hair held him by the throat, stating coldly that he was making things annoying. The man in brown could only let out a strangled gurgle of pain and terror. A group of onlookers reacted with shock and fear at the sudden, brutal intervention. A sickening drag echoed through the tense silence. The scene blurred into a flurry of violent motion. The horrifying sound of tearing flesh followed. A final, visceral crack split the air. A woman with long dark hair smiled menacingly as she nonchalantly dropped a bloody object from her hand. A sharp sound of impact broke the sudden quiet. A heavy silence fell over the immediate area, thick with shock. A man in a blue robe stared in stunned disbelief as something landed with a soft thud at his feet. The object, a blood-soaked marble, rolled to a stop. All around, the sounds of panting, fighting, and desperate struggles filled the night. From a high vantage point, the masked figure listened to the chaos below, a single thought forming in his mind. He acknowledged that a certain person was now here. A close-up revealed the red, horned mask and flowing white hair of the Corpse Blood Valley's overseer. A young man with black hair, his face smudged with dirt and blood, held up a crimson-stained marble for all to see. The masked overseer finished his thought, someone who should have never come to this place was now here. The examiner's voice rang out across the valley, declaring, "Pass." The young man, Mok Gyeongwoon, offered a faint, bloody smile, having secured his place in hell. As the first to pass, a young man received his new identity from a masked figure, number 63. His mind immediately registered the detail that the numbers were written on the marbles themselves. A woman with light hair and red horns explained that this number would be his name from now on, a fact the dark-haired young man quietly accepted. She elaborated that the silver plaque she gave him was proof of his first-place finish, warning him to keep both it and the marble safe. The dark-haired young man confirmed his understanding as he secured the tokens of his brutal victory. From a high vantage point, the masked man with white hair beckoned him over to rest among the examiners. The overseer mused on the association leader's intentions for sending a boy from an orthodox household, questioning if the leader anticipated this level of ferocity. He found it difficult to reconcile the boy's ruthless efficiency with his supposedly righteous background. A sense of eager anticipation grew within the overseer, he was genuinely looking forward to what the boy would do next. The dark-haired young man silently fiddled with the cold marble in his hand. He contemplated his new, first-place, status, realizing he now had to survive against everyone else in a place where survival itself was a long shot. With a quiet resolve, he accepted the grim reality of his situation. As if on cue, the narrator confirmed that the competition was about to become incredibly intense as the sounds of battle erupted. A piercing scream of agony echoed through the valley. Chaos unfolded as a group of pursuers was ordered to hunt down a man who had secured a marble. A man in a yellow robe scrambled desperately through the bloody mire, his pursuers closing in and yelling for him to stop. He glanced up, his expression a mixture of confusion and terror. A sickening tearing sound filled the air as another contestant was brutally ripped apart. One of the men in gray robes froze in shock as a bald, tattooed man stepped over the corpse with a cruel chuckle. The bald tattooed man issued a chilling ultimatum to the terrified crowd, inviting anyone who wished to die to come at him. Watching from the sidelines, other robed figures noted that the truly useful and dangerous combatants were finally making their moves. One of them identified the tattoos, linking the man to the Scarlet Death Valley, one of the three most infamous affiliates of the Heaven-Earth Association, filled with elite killers. Elsewhere, a central shadowy figure unleashed a flurry of attacks, catching a masked observer by surprise. The man being attacked cursed his bad luck as he realized his assailant was pelting them with a deadly hail of rocks. Unseen observers identified the technique as the Manhwa house's serial murder, recalling that they were once a top assassin clan before joining the Heaven-Earth Association. The observers also spotted a large man from the Baekhyun sect, whose hand-to-hand combat was impressive even with his inner energy sealed. They agreed that a number of talented individuals had emerged from the chaos. The examiner's voice boomed, "Pass," as a bald muscular man stood victorious, sneering at the cowards he had defeated. The bald man then turned his attention to a bloodied long-haired man who simply stared back, unfazed. He issued a direct threat, warning the long-haired man that he would kill him personally if he dared to take first place in the next trial. In response to the blatant death threat, the bloodied long-haired man offered only a faint, dismissive smirk. In another part of the valley, the examiner declared another person had passed. A man with his hair in a bun clutched his marble, earning his right to survive as the examiner's voice called, "Pass." A chorus of "Pass" echoed across the battlefield as more desperate combatants secured their own marbles. The crackling of fires and the clash of steel continued unabated. The air was thick with screams of pain and the rattling of chains from the valley's depths. A young man frantically clawed at the ground, screaming in despair as he searched for a marble with little time left. A mysterious, captive figure began to wonder aloud if he should just beg for mercy. He was immediately silenced by a masked man, who reminded him sharply that he was told not to ask questions. Another young man, panting heavily, finally collapsed in exhaustion and defeat. A murmur spread through the crowd about a specific marble, the one thrown at the start by the corpse Blood Valley, which apparently had no number. One man in the crowd listened to the rumor with a look of deep confusion. Onlookers pointed towards a lone figure, recognizing him as the terrifying man who had ripped out someone's throat earlier and wondering what he was up to. The dark-haired man was deep in a chant, an ancient ritual to restore the natural balance of heaven and earth. His incantation continued, calling upon divine beings and spirits to gather under his swift decree. This forbidden art was known as the ritual of attachment. The dark-haired man knew he could use this technique, as the ritual of attachment required no inner energy, only a source of power. He felt it immediately, a cold, dark energy beginning to flow into him. The death chi from every corpse on the battlefield was converging on his position, a harvest far greater than anything he'd gathered at the Mok Sword Manor. A hungry, disembodied voice whispered for more, and then screamed for more. Consumed by the ritual's power, the dark-haired man roared for even more death to fuel his dark ascension. The trial's remaining time ticked down to its final minute. A man let out a final, pained gasp. With a desperate cry, the brown-haired protagonist swung his weapon with all his remaining strength. He let out a grunt of pure exertion, a last-ditch effort to survive. High above the slaughter, the red-masked leader stood on a balcony, smoke curling around him as he watched. With a tone of finality, the red-masked leader declared the test was over. He gave a simple, cold command to a masked guard, "Kill all those who failed." The sound of splashing blood and water echoed as the purge of the failures began. The brown-haired protagonist, having failed to secure a marble, screamed for a help that would never come. His blood-splattered face was a mask of utter horror in his final moments. He stood frozen in the crimson water as a tall, imposing masked guard advanced on him. The guard's methodical footsteps were the only sound as he approached his helpless target. An unknown voice suddenly cut through the chaos, declaring, "Pass." The word was for a different young man, who now stood with a masked figure looming just over his shoulder. The guard's relentless footsteps continued, moving on to the next victim. The young man who had just passed stood in stunned, silent shock. He whispered to himself in disbelief, realizing he had somehow made it through the brutal culling. His breath came in heavy, ragged gasps, his body trembling with exhaustion and adrenaline. Another survivor, shaking violently, stammered in horror, questioning what he had just done to survive. The shocking announcement came that only 468 people remained. The silver-haired man deemed a 60% survival rate as not bad and offered his cold congratulations. He clapped his hands together, a sharp sound cutting through the stunned silence. The red-masked man immediately announced that the second trial was about to begin. A young man stared at his own hands, caked in the blood of those he'd killed, his face a mask of horror. He couldn't stop panting, his mind unable to process the nightmarish reality. The question echoed in his shattered mind, what have I done? Numbly, he registered the fact that only 468 people were left standing. The silver-haired man's voice dripped with condescension as he congratulated them on the acceptable casualty rate. He clapped his hands again, a sharp, cruel sound demanding their attention. Without a moment's respite, the red-masked man declared the start of the second trial. The blood-soaked young man could only look on, his mind broken, staring into the next level of hell. The brutal culling had ended, but a new stage of the ordeal was about to begin. The silver-haired man declared the immediate commencement of the second trial. Exhausted survivors, including a man in green and another in blue, murmured in disbelief at the lack of respite. A young man, his clothes still soaked in blood, despaired over how he had barely scraped by in the first trial. With a sharp clap of his hands, the silver-haired man demanded their silence. He stood before them all, gesturing towards a formidable mountain looming under the moonlight. The silver-haired man coolly stated that the rules for the second trial were simple. Their only task was to survive on that very mountain from that moment until sunrise. He repeated the deceptively simple condition: survive on that mountain. A woman with long black hair, her face streaked with blood, glanced back at the apprehensive faces of the crowd. The target mountain range was shrouded in an ominous mist beneath a dark, cloudy sky. A man with braided hair questioned the task's simplicity, while another with a ponytail mused that it seemed far too easy. A long-haired figure with horns immediately crushed their nascent hope, confirming there was, of course, more to it. He revealed that 40 flags were scattered across the mountain, and only groups of exactly 8 people found near a flag at sunrise would pass. A wave of collective shock rippled through the crowd as the implications set in. The horned figure emphatically stressed the rule: not close to 8, but exactly 8. Anyone failing to meet this condition would be eliminated, and a young man began to quietly calculate the grim odds. The horrifying arithmetic dawned upon them all: of the 500 people remaining, only 320 were permitted to live. The young man cursed under his breath as he watched the realization spread, knowing they were once again being forced to turn on each other. The long-haired, horned figure addressed the desperate survivors as soldiers, preparing them for the next battle. Everyone understood that this was no longer a free-for-all, but a team fight. The announcer concluded by wishing them luck in the coming game of protecting their own flags while stealing those of others. The survivors descended into a dark, forested canyon where scattered lights hinted at the paths ahead. The man with tattoos quickly approached a muscular man to propose an alliance, receiving a terse agreement. He then spotted another warrior, trying to recruit the man he identified as being from the Scarlet Death Valley. The muscular man and his companion exchanged a look, neither of them recognizing the potential recruit. Judging him to be a weak performer from the first trial, the muscular man curtly told him to get lost. The cold logic of the trial was clear: teaming up with proven strong fighters was the only path to survival. The man with tattoos, undeterred, moved on to his next target, a man from the Baekhyun sect. He made his pitch directly, arguing that since teamwork was paramount, it was best to ally with the skilled. His proposal was met with a heavy, contemplative silence. A bald man from the group finally spoke, conceding that the logic was sound. To the recruiter's surprise, however, the bald man then flatly rejected the offer. Nearby, a man with a bun privately reasoned that it was smarter to hide one's abilities from a potential future enemy. The rejected tattooed man glared at the bald man, warning him that he would regret his decision. The man with the bun, now the target of another recruitment attempt, coolly retorted, "We'll see." After being rebuffed, the man with the bun tried to ally with a woman from the Manhwa house, only to be told in no uncertain terms to fuck off. Fuming with frustration, the man with the bun cursed the selfish bastards surrounding him. A bald man then approached a quiet person with long black hair. To the long-haired man's visible surprise, the bald man offered him a spot on his team. The bald man muttered to his companion, a woman in black, that he hadn't expected the famed first-place survivor to approach him, while she wondered about his true motives. The bald man privately acknowledged that teaming with the top-ranked survivor was a golden opportunity. The woman in black, however, voiced her reservations. The bald man had to agree, admitting that he had a bad feeling about the powerful loner. The woman in black observed that the protagonist had been rejected, and the bald man sarcastically called it a shame. A small blonde woman noted that the shock of his brutal methods in the first trial was likely scaring everyone away. The woman in black added quietly that it was a pity, as she had been planning to kill him first. Suddenly, a man with brown hair called out to the isolated protagonist. He offered the long-haired man the final spot on their team, while the woman in black watched the exchange with curiosity. A young woman adorned with a butterfly hairpin watched from her perch on a rock. After a brief pause, the long-haired protagonist simply stated, "All right." A man with a top knot observed from a distance, noting that the protagonist had finally secured a team. He quickly refocused on his own group, vowing that he too would survive, no matter what it took. A disembodied voice boomed across the valley, officially starting the second trial. From an aerial vantage point, the contestants were seen splashing into the river far below. The masked organizers watched on, pitying the poor souls who would soon realize the first trial was the gentler of the two. Down below, people struggled against the current, some already wounded, with the daunting mountain range looming ahead. A single foot stepped into the shallow water, sending ripples across the surface. The man with the top knot waded through the river, his face a mask of silent contemplation. He approached his leader, a woman named Sowa, questioning her judgment in bringing such a dangerous man onto their team. A spiky-haired teammate agreed, pointing out that everyone else was deliberately avoiding him. As the spiky-haired man taunted another teammate for being scared, the leader, Sowa, confidently told them all to trust her. Sowa revealed her cunning plan: his fearsome reputation would act as a perfect shield, keeping other teams at bay. They would use him as a disposable deterrent, she explained, and then abandon him just before sunrise as they had planned. Their scheme was foolproof, with 7 of them against one man whose chi pathways were blocked, and an 8th member waiting in the wings. He stood no chance. She was certain that their plan was absolutely perfect. Sowa fell into a thoughtful silence as she walked. She mused to herself that it seemed a shame to simply discard a man with such a handsome face. Deciding to try a different approach, she moved closer to the protagonist and began to flirt, complimenting his impressive performance. Certain of her charms, she brazenly told him, "I like you." Sowa, the woman in the red armor, was internally baffled, wondering how any man could possibly resist her calculated seduction. As she was scheming, the protagonist's voice cut through the air with a simple reply, "I like you too," leaving a nearby dark-haired girl in utter shock. The man with long black hair let out a chilling laugh as the dark-haired girl now seemed to confess earnestly, "I really like you." He continued, his voice dripping with sinister glee, that he loved that she and all the others in front of them had done something specific. The man with long black hair finished his thought with terrifying clarity. He was pleased they all came to him on their own. A blur of motion and a sickening sound left a man in gray frozen in pure terror. A man in a green hat screamed, realizing the insane bastard had just killed Sowa in an instant. The protagonist looked upon the terrified survivors and calmly announced that it was now mealtime. With his true nature revealed, he turned his attention to the rest of his would-be manipulators. Gazing at the dissolving remains of his first victim, the man with long black hair offered a final, chilling statement, "Thanks for the meal." A chilling final statement hung in the air, "Thanks for the meal." The man with the top knot erupted in fury, vowing to kill the murderer, but the spiky-haired man desperately urged him to calm down. The long-haired woman watched the scene unfold, a silent exclamation of surprise on her face. The spiky-haired man reasoned that with Sowa gone, their 6-to-1 advantage was still overwhelming, a fact the long-haired woman found surprisingly logical. The spiky-haired man rallied the group, declaring they would work together to make the monster pay. Fueled by rage, the man with the top knot swore they would get vengeance for killing Sowa. As the survivors prepared for battle, their auras flared around the long-haired man and Sowa's dissolving corpse. The long-haired woman found their sudden composure unexpected, a sentiment that visibly confused the spiky-haired man. With a slight smirk, she mused aloud that they were calmer than she'd anticipated, especially after losing their queen bee. Her taunt shattered his composure, and the man with the top knot charged forward, screaming that the act wouldn't last long under a beating. A menacing smirk spread across the protagonist's face as his eyes glowed with an eerie blue light. The charging attacker suddenly stopped, clutching his head as he screamed in a mixture of agony and pure terror. Utterly bewildered, the man with the top knot could only gasp in confusion at the invisible force assailing him. A sickening, sharp crunch echoed through the tense silence. The stern-faced bandit could only stare in wide-eyed shock at the unfolding carnage. While a young bandit cursed in fear, his aggressive comrade yelled for the others to attack at once. A female bandit was caught completely off guard by a sudden, whistling sound just before the attack hit. The sharp ring of steel was followed by a choked, agonized scream. A powerful kick sent another bandit flying, a terrified yelp escaping his lips upon impact. The sharp crack of a precise, debilitating strike rang out amidst the chaos. Another brutal impact landed with a heavy, sickening thud, silencing another combatant. A man in a blue hat spotted what he thought was an opening and yelled for his allies to press the attack. A swift, slicing motion cut through the air, aimed directly at the perceived weakness. A woman with tied hair cheered, believing they had finally gained the upper hand. 3 fighters converged on their target, their fists crackling with energized chi. The long-haired fighter's voice cut through the chaos with a simple, devastating judgment: "You're weak." The woman with tied hair could barely process his words before the devastating counterattack came. In a blur of motion, the long-haired fighter struck the woman down, a spray of blood marking his effortless victory. The spiky-haired fighter watched in stunned, motionless disbelief. Another vicious slash sliced through a different attacker before they could even react. The dark-haired fighter let out a guttural scream of pain as he was viciously struck down. The green-clad fighter was next, crying out as he too was overwhelmed by the onslaught. His screams faded into a weak, final gasp as he collapsed to the ground. With the last of his strength, the green-clad fighter admitted to himself the horrifying truth: they could not win this. His combat skills were terrifying, easily on par with those of a second-rate martial artist. But combined with his other abilities, he was nothing short of a monster. The green-clad fighter's final moments were filled with a desperate, unending scream of agony. Watching his comrade fall, the dark-haired fighter could only curse the son of a bitch who was tearing them all apart. A mysterious power was at play, one that brought together the sun and moon, divine beings and spirits. As the green-clad fighter screamed his last, the hidden force continued its work, converging minds and souls. A new victim, unseen in the chaos, let out a choked cry as the invisible power took hold. Another warrior froze in place, overcome by a terrifying and unseen force. A dark-haired figure watched from the sidelines in horror, identifying the horrifying ability as telekinesis. A young boy, caught in the devastating power, screamed for help, desperately begging not to die. His pleas dissolved into a final, terrifying shriek that was abruptly cut short. A young man watched the boy's horrifying demise, frozen in silent shock. A quiet grip and a heavy thud signaled another life being brutally extinguished. A young woman lamented that she should have stopped Soa from ever wanting him on their team. A young man agreed, stating with grim certainty that they should have never interacted with him in the first place. The dark-haired figure remained silent, their expression one of pure, unadulterated shock. A heavy, dreadful silence fell over the few remaining survivors. One of the assailants spotted a fleeing figure, contemptuously calling him a little rat. A woman in the background identified him as the last person Soa had secretly hidden away. The woman with the red sash watched him go, then grimly urged him to run and tell the others what was happening. She desperately commanded him to get away and reveal the truth of this nightmare to anyone he could find. Nearby, a smiling woman began a cryptic chant, speaking of releasing a deep-rooted and ancient truth. As she spoke, the very pressure in the air seemed to intensify ominously. On the ground, a dying man used his last words to pass on the message to warn the others. He urged them to reveal the terrifying truth, that there was a demon among them. The running man gasped for air as he desperately sprinted through the dark forest. The man in purple stumbled through the underbrush, panting in sheer terror. He knew the situation was truly, horrifically bad. The dying man's warning echoed in his mind: the killer wasn't just a man, he was a literal demon. He resolved to tell the others, to gather as many people as possible to take the monster down. His desperate thoughts were cut short as his eyes suddenly widened in absolute terror. A strange, chilling feeling washed over him as the rustling of unseen things grew closer. The sound of soft, deliberate footsteps began to tap out a rhythm around him. More footsteps joined in, a horrifyingly rapid patter coming from all directions. The sound became an overwhelming cascade, closing in on him from every conceivable angle. The man in purple opened his mouth to scream, but only a choked, hopeless gasp escaped. The air was suddenly filled with the snarling and heavy panting of unseen beasts. The sounds of hungry, monstrous creatures closed in on their new, terrified prey. Elsewhere, a woman in red armor addressed an unseen entity with a tone of mild exasperation. She questioned if this had been his plan from the start, to which a man in blue armor coolly noted that it was a good opportunity. The woman in red armor glanced toward a man in the foreground, while her companion tended to a fallen figure on the ground. The man in blue armor looked up, addressing the unseen entity as the demonic monk. The woman in red armor realized the monk had possessed a victim instead of killing them, conveniently allowing her to absorb the resulting death chi. With a sinister smile, she expressed her gratitude, noting that he always knew exactly what she wanted. She mockingly praised him, calling him a great familiar spirit before the air fell silent once more. With a condescending tone, she asked if he was happy now, his presence only marked by the panting of his thralls. The silver-haired man relished his newfound power, enjoying the deeply satisfying feeling of a full energy core. Suddenly, the swordsman's attention was caught by a rustle in the nearby undergrowth. He murmured a single word, as his own thoughts revealed that this slaughter felt like a glorious feast. From his perspective, the entire mountain now looked like one giant dinner table spread before him. As he vowed to eat them all, the swordsman declared that leaving leftovers behind was simply bad manners. He calmly stated the one rule he intended to follow: he only needed to leave 7 survivors. A cold wind whispered through the desolate mountain pass. The unsettling sound of heavy panting and rustling leaves echoed in the darkness. A sinister red glow emanated from a brazier, casting long shadows. 3 figures approached a cave entrance marked by ominous red lanterns. Their steady footsteps broke the oppressive silence of the night. The silver-haired man turned to greet the newcomer, acknowledging the arrival of the Corpse Blood Valley Master. He noted that the fire within the cave was unusually bright. The Corpse Blood Valley Master commanded his masked subordinate to wait outside, receiving a quiet affirmation. The master then walked alone toward the glowing heart of the cavern. He turned a corner, disappearing deeper into the fiery light. The silver-haired man sought confirmation that all preparations were flawless, to which the master gave his grim assurance. As the silver-haired man voiced his concern about the increased danger, his masked companion warned him not to get too close to the restrained beast. He agreed, observing that even those not fully matured were still incredibly ominous creatures. The Corpse Blood Valley Master explained that these beings were hunters that transcended the normal beasts of nature. From the darkness, an old man hissed that it was a hunter of the weak. He revealed the creature to be a chai mono brought all the way from the northern sea. The beast continued to strain against its unseen bonds. The masked man gave a final confirmation that everything was ready. He declared that they would act on his signal. His final order was given: release it. Elsewhere, the man with the flag breathed a sigh of relief. The woman in red commented on how quickly they had managed to find the objective, and he readily agreed. She then questioned how he planned to carry it, prompting the bloody warrior to admit it would be difficult. The bloody warrior considered breaking the flag from its base but ultimately decided against it, correctly guessing it was part of a larger, more immediate challenge. As he examined their prize, the bloody warrior noticed something peculiar. He announced to the others that there was writing on the flagpole. He began to read the inscription aloud, a passage about a competition of distinguished friends at sword dance, piquing the woman's interest. After another line about liberation through enlightenment, the bloody warrior trailed off as a realization dawned on him. He identified the inscription as the beginning of a sword formation technique. The warrior with the flag agreed it was like an array but pointed out that the technique was clearly cut off. The woman with red lips reasoned that an incomplete formation was useless, questioning the point of inscribing it there at all. The bloody warrior stood in thoughtful silence. He then theorized that the rest of the technique must be divided among the other flags scattered across the mountain. The woman with red lips agreed with his assessment, understanding that the test demanded they find all of them. The man with the flag grimly concluded that this was a hidden assignment, and the other contestants would soon figure it out as well. The scarred man deduced that this meant conflict was inevitable, as the organizers clearly wanted them to fight. A slow smile spread across his face as he found the new development quite interesting. He felt the situation had become more complex, yet his path forward was now perfectly clear. Deciding this was all the information he needed for now, he moved to break the flag. The moment his hand touched the staff, a painful surge of energy erupted, causing him to cry out. The man with the flag shouted in alarm, realizing there was sorcery embedded within the pole. The blonde woman anxiously asked if it was a trap. The scarred man, recovering from the shock, determined that it was something else entirely. He realized with a jolt that his action hadn't activated a trap, but had instead undone a pre-existing spell. Meanwhile, the brutal sounds of combat raged in another part of the forest. A woman in blue grimly observed that there was far more to this trial than they had anticipated. A man in blue cried out as he was sent flying by a powerful blow. He struggled to his feet as a muscular man laughed, mockingly asking if that was all he had. The bald man with tattoos taunted his downed opponent for starting a fight he couldn't win. The man in blue cursed his foe's raw strength, while his companion grimly identified their attacker as a warrior from Scarlet Death Valley. The bald man with tattoos stalked toward them, goading them into another fruitless attack. The man in blue despaired, certain that his entire squad was about to be massacred. In a moment of sheer panic, he screamed for his comrades to run, only to be stopped in his tracks. The bald man with tattoos appeared before them in a flash, sneering that he wasn't letting anyone escape. He snarled that while they were free to challenge him, running away was not an option. He laughed maniacally, vowing to kill them all and display their heads as a warning to anyone who would dare cross him. The man in blue could only stare in abject terror at the monster before him. His fear turned to confusion as a strange, guttural chuckling echoed from the nearby trees. The unsettling laughter grew louder, cutting through the tense atmosphere. The sound was abruptly replaced by the sickening noise of choking and a heavy thud in the undergrowth. The man in blue stared wide-eyed, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. His gaze followed the horrible gurgling sounds, his confusion mounting. The unsettling noises continued as something unseen thrashed about in the shadows. As a tense silence fell, the bald man's voice, now strained, instructed his men to slowly back away. He whispered urgently that without his inner energy, he couldn't hope to kill whatever was out there. Just as another man repeated the order, a sickening crunch echoed through the clearing. The woman in blue's eyes widened in horror. Sweat poured down the bald man's face, his earlier arrogance completely vanished. He remained frozen, his eyes locked on the darkness before him. A grotesque, blood-soaked boar-like monster with glowing red eyes emerged from the shadows. The bald man's bravado shattered, and he screamed for everyone to run for their lives. The boar monster let out a bizarre shriek, its attention suddenly diverted elsewhere. Its blood-soaked maw filled the view, a terrifying visage of pure primal rage. Huddled with his allies under their own flag, the once confident bald man now wore an expression of deep concern. The monstrous boar stood still for a moment, its red eyes glowing intently. A sudden rustle from behind the group of warriors caught the bald man's attention. The beast then shrieked in apparent terror and began to flee frantically from the area. The woman in blue wondered aloud what was wrong with it, but the bald man with a dragon tattoo had no answer. His mind raced, realizing the beast must have seen something behind them, and his eyes widened as he put the pieces together. The distinct sound of a flag flapping in the wind captured his attention. A single, startled eye reflected the source of the sound. As the flapping grew more pronounced, a voice murmured in disbelief at the sight of another flag. A lone figure panted heavily as he stumbled through the dark woods, his breath catching in ragged gasps. The frantic patter of his footsteps was the only sound in the oppressive silence. Suddenly, a horrifying shriek echoed as the man in green was violently thrown off his feet by an unseen pursuer. He looked back over his shoulder, his eyes wide with pure terror. His mind raced in panic as he cursed his sealed inner energy, which left him unable to use Jeong to escape. Gasping for air, he desperately wondered what kind of monster was hunting him and why it was here. His panicked gaze then landed on a figure standing in a clearing ahead. Believing he was saved, the man in green scrambled to his feet and screamed for help. He frantically gestured behind him, warning the stranger that a monster was right on his tail. The young man with long hair simply cocked his head, calmly questioning, "A monster?" A heavy silence fell over the clearing as the words hung in the air. The disturbing sounds of the chase grew closer, breaking the quiet. A sharp, inhuman cry confirmed the beast's arrival. From the darkness of the forest emerged a monstrous wolf-like creature with menacing, glowing red eyes. Unfazed, a dark-haired figure stood calmly over an injured, kneeling companion, watching the scene unfold. The beast let out another piercing shriek that reverberated through the trees. The injured person on the ground looked up in a daze, weakly asking what was happening. As the creature let out a low growl, the bewildered man repeated his question, lost in the chaos. The dark-haired person mused that while he had never seen it before, it resembled a hunter of the weak. The woman with blonde hair chimed in, identifying it as a Chimorio, a creature known for feeding on human heads. She added that these beasts were native to the northern sea, a fact that startled the dark-haired person. As he processed this new information, the Chimorio lunged forward with a deafening roar. In an instant, a powerful martial arts technique was invoked. The very air seemed to tear as a powerful force declared its presence. The four peaks interlocking technique formed a cage of pure energy around the beast. The invisible prison began to shrink, constricting with immense pressure. The beast was caught, its charge brought to a sudden, crushing halt. It struggled futilely against the inescapable binding. The technique held it fast, completely immobilizing the monster. The Chimorio let out a final, agonized shriek. A nearby character in red and gray stared in disbelief at the overwhelming display of power. The monster's scream was cut short as the technique fully enveloped it. A moment later, the ethereal energy of the technique dissipated into the night air. The defeated wolf-like beast could only manage a pained whimper. It growled weakly, its eyes darting around as it cautiously backed away from the source of its pain. The young man's eye glowed with an intense crimson light, his face a mask of cold determination. A close-up of the beast's own massive, red eye revealed not rage, but fear. The young man's piercing gaze remained locked on the creature, a silent challenge. After a moment of tense hesitation, the wolf-like beast flinched. The young man watched as the creature turned and fled into the darkness. He observed that it had left, to which the red-haired woman beside him replied that it must have deemed him too difficult a prey. The young man seemed disappointed, stating that hunters of the weak are as strong as strange beasts, and he could have taken this one down if not for his sealed power. A different dark-haired man remarked that the situation was difficult, prompting the red-haired woman to ask if he was afraid because his own sorcery was ineffective. He scoffed, telling her not to worry while he was around and clarifying that fear wasn't his issue. With a sigh, he admitted his real concern was that the powerful young man was going to steal all his prey. He muttered that he should hurry before there was nothing left for him to hunt. Under the same full moon, another group traveled through a mountainous pass. One of the men, straining under the weight of their flag, questioned if carrying the entire pole was really necessary. While another man agreed they should just break off the flag, the bald tattooed man sternly ordered them to just do as he said. The bald man confidently asserted that if his theory was correct, they would all be thanking him very soon. Their argument was cut short by the terrifying shriek of a monster echoing nearby. As one man began to yell about the approaching monster, the bald tattooed man commanded everyone to stay still. A monstrous creature stared at the group from the shadows, its glowing eyes fixed on them. The terrified men stood frozen, bracing for an attack. Inexplicably, the creature turned and walked away, prompting a smug smirk from the bald man who felt utterly vindicated. The man with the top knot realized in awe that there must be something about their flag that wards off the monsters. The bald man urged them onward, stressing that they needed to hurry. He was certain that by now, a few other clever participants must have also noticed the technique writing on the flags. One of his companions examined the flag's staff with newfound respect, while another looked on with lingering worry. With a sharp order to get moving, the bald man spurred his now compliant group into action. The vast, moonlit forest landscape held many secrets, some far grimmer than others. Further on, a desolate scene of carnage revealed dozens of bodies and wrecked carts scattered across a rocky field. A pair of masked men surveyed the massacre before giving the signal to proceed with the cleanup. The grim and heavy work of dealing with the dead began. From a nearby cliff, a strange blue energy emanated, pulsing with an eerie light. A solemn procession of figures and carts moved along the mountain path toward the glowing chasm. One of the masked men methodically placed a paper charm on a bloodied corpse. An elderly man commanded them to throw the charmed bodies over the cliff, adding a strange warning not to look down. Two workers obeyed, heaving a body over the edge into the darkness below. A masked man grumbled about the extra work, but he was immediately silenced and told not to ask questions. Another whispered a rumor that this was a place where flow collects, which supposedly enriches the soil. The grunts agreed to keep their heads down, knowing that questioning their superiors would only bring them trouble. An unseen observer pondered the horrifying implications, realizing this test involved a recurring, ritualistic disposal of countless bodies. A cold dread filled him as he wondered just how many corpses were piled at the bottom of that cursed cliff. His own breathing became heavy and ragged as the sheer scale of the slaughter sank in. He let out a sharp gasp as his eyes focused on something in the chasm below. Down in the pitch-black abyss, countless points of light began to flicker and glow, rising from the mountain of the dead. A low, menacing growl echoed from the oppressive darkness of the forest. The young man holding the flag froze, the fabric rustling as he flinched. His voice trembled with terror as he stammered, asking what unholy thing was making that sound. A sickening squelch echoed nearby, signaling movement from the unseen creature. The monster's oppressive, silent presence lingered just beyond the edge of sight. Then, with a sudden whoosh, the creature was gone. A nearby young boy gasped, utterly bewildered by the abrupt disappearance. Elsewhere, a man in blue exhaled in relief, wondering if the beast had simply lost its appetite. His mind darkened as he recalled how two teammates had already died for a flag, only to face monsters next. A desperate question filled his thoughts: was it even possible to survive this place? However, the man in blue fixated on a strange detail, noting the wounds on the dead were inconsistent with animal attacks or combat. He remembered that among the corpses he had passed, some had their necks cleanly and inexplicably broken. He gritted his teeth, a horrifying suspicion beginning to dawn on him. The man in blue finally screamed into the ominous wind, demanding to know what was truly happening on this cursed mountain. As if in answer, an eerie wisp of ethereal energy drifted past. Far from there, the dark-haired man observed the faint death key, correctly deducing it was merely leftovers from the Shiran's kills. He scoffed in disgust, feeling as though he were eating scraps someone else had thrown away. The dark-haired man declared that this would not do, his sudden resolve startling the spirit within him. He decided that his only course of action was to kill the Shidon himself. As he reaffirmed his intention to kill the beast, the spirit hummed in contemplation. The spirit offered to handle the task, cautioning that even he would find it difficult without any key. The dark-haired man asked if she could manage it, and the spirit confidently agreed, demanding to be released first. He began the incantation, commanding the enclosure of the 9 sorceries to release. Instantly, a violent vortex of dark red energy erupted, engulfing the dark-haired man and pulling him into a different space. His feet landed with a splash in a churning, blood-red pool. A chorus of tormented whispers and moans filled the spectral air. A blonde woman in a red dress materialized, confessing how much better it felt to be free, while the dark-haired man anxiously asked if she would return right away. She assured him she would be right back and then vanished with a sharp crackle of power. An unnatural energy pulsed and echoed through the desolate woods. The blonde woman reappeared high above the forest canopy. She scanned the area with a puzzled expression as spiritual energy sparked around her. The spirit found it strange that she couldn't locate the Shidon, as a beast on the verge of monstrous transformation should have been easy to spot. As she wondered where it could have gone, her search was interrupted by the sensation of another power source. A powerful surge of energy erupted from below, catching her completely by surprise. After a moment of stunned silence, she let out a short, sharp laugh of amusement. Now appearing as a white-haired woman, she mused aloud that whoever was causing this disturbance must be truly insane. She reappeared in a flash before the dark-haired man, calling his name just as he asked if she had found their target. The white-haired woman cryptically replied that she had found something far more fascinating than the Shidon, piquing his interest. She simply instructed him to follow her, leaving the dark-haired man to trail behind in confusion. Their journey took them deeper into the vast, cloud-shrouded mountain range under a perpetually dark sky. The ethereal woman glided gracefully between the trees as the dark-haired man followed her path on the ground below. She led him onward through the night until he arrived at the edge of a long, precarious wooden bridge. The roar of a great torrent echoed from the chasm as he carefully crossed the swaying bridge. He paused partway across, his attention caught by something on the path ahead. His eyes narrowed as he identified wool tracks, realizing something heavy had been transported further up the mountain. With his guard raised, he pressed forward toward the unknown destination. In a sudden flash of insight, an image of a woman in red armor reacting in shock appeared in his mind. The vision showed ritualistic scrolls and boundary ropes tied around a tree. A malevolent green and black mist swirled violently, contained only by a fragile fence covered in yellow paper charms. The woman in red armor's voice echoed, asking her companion if she knew of curse poison, and the woman in blue attire affirmed that she did. He finally understood that he was looking at a place where a curse poison was being made. The method was horrifying. Hundreds of venomous creatures were sealed in one place until only the single most toxic entity remained. That ultimate survivor would then be designated as the curse poison. The vision revealed that this very kind of ritual was unfolding in the chasm directly below him. The dark-haired man's eye began to glow with a faint red light as he stared into the abyss. A blood-curdling, inhuman scream of pure agony erupted from the depths. Countless spectral voices cried out for help, shrieking that they did not want to disappear. Cries for help mixed with vows of vengeance and wails of torment, creating a horrifying chorus of the damned. The woman in red recognized the magic as the same spirit-ensnaring spell he had used before, pointedly reminding him of Go-chan. The man in dark robes connected the dots, verbalizing his horror that concentrating the spell had created an abyss where spirits were forced to devour each other. It was an awe-inspiring and terrifying spectacle, a true curse poison of souls. A dangerous and tantalizing possibility began to dawn on him. The woman in red theorized that the vengeful spirit born from this pit could even rival an Agra ghost in power. An oppressive silence descended, thick with both unimaginable dread and unparalleled opportunity. She urged him to act now, telling him to use the ritual of binding while the chasm overflowed with death key. But instead of following her instruction, the dark-haired man took a defiant step toward the precipice. He asked why he should settle for side dishes from the outside when he could enter the main feast himself. The woman in red stared at him in disbelief, asking if he had a death wish and warning him that the chasm was a torrent of cannibalistic spirits. The dark-haired man acknowledged her warning, repeating that a living being like him would be the one eaten if he were to enter. He then confronted the azure ghost, reminding her that she herself had said he was powerless to face the Heaven-Earth Council as he was. He posed a desperate question, asking if it was not worth risking his life for this chance. He reasoned that the gamble was worth it, if it could increase his chances of revenge by even the smallest fraction. His decision made, he took another firm step toward the edge. The dark-haired man added with a grim smile that the swirling vortex of power was simply too appealing to ignore. Before he could act, the azure ghost declared she would go first, plunging into the abyss and leaving him shouting her name in shock. He could only watch, stunned, as she disappeared into the torrent of souls. From the depths, the possessed spirits immediately began to shriek, having sensed the arrival of living flesh. A living soul had just willingly entered their domain. A distant memory surfaced, an ancient being gifting him a ring that would allow him to use spellcraft without talismans. He then recalled the azure ghost's warning that this very ring was saturated with cursed ki. Jinwoo's determined gaze hardened as he prepared for the inevitable. A golden shield erupted around him just as the first attack landed. He felt a sudden splash, his eyes widening in surprise as he was submerged. The barrier held firm against a monstrous entity of grasping hands and screaming faces that rose from the depths. He was surrounded by a legion of ghosts. The tormented spirits slammed relentlessly against his protective shield, desperate to reach him. Jinwoo noted their grim determination to break through and drag him down into the abyss. He suddenly recalled a passage from the Inyang school's original texts, realizing with dawning horror why water ghosts were considered far more dangerous. He quickly considered his next move. With a flash of brilliant light, he unleashed the Vajra finger technique. The cavern was a chaotic mess of rubble, with shadowy figures lurking in every corner. The piercing sound of his attack striking its mark echoed through the water. A powerful wave of energy washed over the area, scattering the nearby spirits. Jinwoo barely had a moment to register his narrow escape before the next threat emerged. Something heavy slammed into the ground nearby, causing him to flinch away from the impact. He let out a shaky breath, the close call leaving him momentarily stunned. An furious voice suddenly demanded to know how they dared. The blonde woman in red unleashed a torrent of attacks, forcing Jinwoo to dodge the wild crossfire. She furiously screamed at the younglings for daring to go after what was rightfully hers. The spirits shrieked in agony as her power tore through them. The woman in red declared one of the cowering spirits as her own prize. With a final, brutal strike, she snarled at the remaining ghosts to screw off. She then scoffed, remarking that this was the consequence of jumping in without a proper plan. Turning to Jinwoo, she noted his timely arrival, leaving him utterly confused. Jinwoo shot back, stating that he had genuinely believed she was there to help him. The woman in red stared at him, taken aback by his audacity. As she cursed him for being a damned mortal, Jinwoo simply let out a confident laugh. He internally assessed the chaos, realizing the situation was not as dire as he had first thought. The woman in red pointed out that the spirits were actively avoiding him, and he wryly acknowledged her observation, prompting her to question if it was because of his own strength. She scoffed at the notion, asking if he truly thought she warned him because of these inferior ghosts. With a grim tone, she told him to look around. From the oppressive darkness, countless pairs of glowing eyes ignited as ghastly spirits emerged. More and more horrific, cannibalistic souls materialized, completely surrounding the two of them. The woman in red explained that these vengeful spirits, consumed by a need to devour each other, were beyond fear, and even she would struggle to protect him from them. She leaned in, her warning growing more dire. She specified that in the very center of the dark hurricane of souls, there was no escape. Just as she was about to urge him to give up, Jinwoo calmly declared that he thought this spot would be fine for his purpose. Her eyes widened in disbelief at his unexpected action. She demanded to know what he was doing, to which he replied he was simply finishing what she had started with the locks in her own spine. While she stared in confusion, Jinwoo calmly announced that he had found what he was looking for. The technique was revealed, the ritual of attachment, meant for the Forbidden Path lock. Jinwoo sighed in relief as the woman in red could only look on in absolute shock. He confirmed he had just removed the Forbidden Path lock from his spine without so much as a wince, feeling much better now. The woman in red was left speechless. Not only was the ritual excruciatingly painful, but she'd never imagined someone could utilize it in such a manner. Jinwoo coolly stated his intention to remove the rest of the seals. The woman in red let out a heavy sigh, a mixture of awe and exasperation. She watched in amazement, marveling at the sight before her. His unrestrained chi was far greater than she had anticipated, potent enough to place him at the early supreme peak if he could make it his own. The sheer density of his death ki terrified the weaker spirits, forcing the woman in red to concede that his insane plan might actually be possible. As Jinwoo expressed how much better he felt, she asked if he had been waiting for this exact moment to act. He confirmed he had waited to be deep within the chasm, hidden from the senses of powerful martial artists, proving he had a calculated plan all along. She warned that it was still incredibly dangerous and suggested he clear his immediate surroundings first, but he dismissed the idea as too time-consuming. He then cited the old adage that the head of the fish is always the best part. Declaring his intent to take the head first, he asked for her help, prompting her to call him a crazy bastard for seeing the maelstrom as a mere fish. Privately, however, she knew it wasn't a bad choice, as success would allow him to skip a decade of grueling training. The blonde woman sighed, agreeing to draw the spirit's attention so he could run straight ahead, and he quickly thanked her. She wished him luck before preparing herself for the onslaught. She took a single, deep, centering breath. With a powerful cry, the blonde woman unleashed her blood barrier. The barrier pulsed, repelling the swarming souls. A nearby spirit shrieked as it was ensnared by her technique. Another soul cried out in agony as the barrier held it fast. The mass of spirits was momentarily stopped in its tracks. An explosive burst of energy cleared a path. With the way open, the blonde woman yelled for him to go. A vengeful spirit screeched, its attention fixed on the fleeing man. Jinwoo sprinted forward, his footsteps echoing in the cacophony. The horrifying wails of countless resentful ghosts surrounded him on all sides. Another spirit lunged from the darkness, only to be consumed by the swirling energy. The chorus of damned souls grew louder as he pushed deeper into the storm. In a flash of memory, a younger version of himself cried out in terror, refusing to disappear as a colossal wave of power erupted. The wailing of the spirits reached a fever pitch around him. A blinding light exploded from the core, creating a massive vortex of pure energy. Jinwoo braced himself, adopting a defensive stance against the swirling dark ki. His thoughts raced as he realized he had finally reached the very center of the storm. He looked up, a small, solitary figure standing before a truly monstrous entity. The sickening, crunching sounds of souls being devoured echoed around him. Jinwoo could only stare in silent, grim focus. The scene widened, revealing the impossible scale of one man against a colossal being in a hellscape of chaos. This was the heart of the abyss. The heavy, rhythmic clanking of chains echoed through the abyss. A monstrous shriek joined the metallic clamor as the chains thrashed violently. The young man stared into the chaos, his thoughts momentarily silent. A colossal, swirling mass of energy and tormented faces pulsed before him. He realized this grotesque entity was consuming the resentful spirits, feeding on their anguish. A single, slitted eye snapped open, its gaze piercing through the swirling darkness. The giant, baby-like monster held a smaller, struggling soul within its jaws, its form a nightmarish mockery of humanity. The creature's voice rumbled, a foul saliva dripping from its fanged maw as it formed a single word, living. The young man's eyes widened in alarm at the sheer malice directed his way. The monster's glowing yellow eyes fixed upon him, its mouth gaping in a sickening grin as it questioned his presence as a living human. With a guttural roar to eat, the monster lunged forward, while the man braced himself for the inevitable impact. The young man found himself ensnared by spectral chains, straining against their ethereal grip. He was violently flung into the gaping, tooth-filled maw of the colossal beast. Suddenly, a powerful force began to hammer the monster's head from the inside, causing debris to fly. The monster roared in fury, calling him a stupid human for entering its domain and vowing to chew him to dust. The dark-haired man remained grimly silent within the beast's mouth. The monstrous creature taunted him, noting that they seemed to share the same idea. With a surge of power, the dark-haired man invoked the divine imperial ink curse, declaring that he was also there to eat it. He decided to unleash the full sorcery power contained within the ring. A brilliant explosion of energy erupted from within the monster's mouth. The creature recoiled, a sound of surprise escaping its throat as it felt the power backlash. The dark-haired man noted what a shame it was for his opponent. He explained that being swallowed was the most direct way to absorb a resentful spirit's energy. The man revealed the monster's mistake, activating his ritual of attachment to absorb its power from within. Suddenly, an enraged female voice echoed in his mind, vowing that she would not allow it. A different dark-haired warrior's memory flared, venomously questioning how a mere human dared to challenge it and promising immense suffering. The spectral voice screamed its intent to swallow him whole. A low, mournful wail filled the void as the torrent of emotions overwhelmed him. A hand reached upwards, desperately grasping for something through a field of bloody red energy. An unsettling silence fell over the mental landscape. The young man found himself standing in a memory, illuminated by a bright, ethereal light. He questioned what this strange new place was. The leader of the 5 kings announced that the other successors had already agreed to their great purpose. The leader expressed his expectation that they would all follow suit for the good of the group. Another king simply acknowledged his understanding, his face betraying no emotion. A memory of a younger brother's devoted promise to always be by his side surfaced. The young man understood he was witnessing the past of the resentful spirit, seeing a woman in red pledge her loyalty. A sudden, agonized scream shattered the memory's tranquility. A man in purple cried out for help, while the man in blue frantically demanded something be returned. The man in blue urged someone to take an item and flee. The woman in red questioned what would happen to him, but the man in blue insisted she go first. When his younger brother hesitated, the man in blue yelled that there was no time, urging him to hurry. The woman in red promised to catch up, screaming for him to flee. The spirit's life flashed by, a strict father, a loving younger brother, and the tragic circumstances that brought them to this point. But the memory took a dark and unexpected turn. The man in blue stared at his bloodied hand, trembling as he asked his brother why he had done this. Breathing heavily, the man in blue could only utter his brother's name in disbelief. The man with scars sneered, revealing that everything would be his if his older brother was gone, accusing him of pitying him from a position of privilege. The jealous brother's thoughts raged, screaming that the only thing his sibling had was being born first. The dying man trembled, trying to explain that he only ever wanted to help. His final moments were a symphony of agonizing screams. The younger brother, his face a mask of hate, repeatedly shrieked for him to die. His final word was a guttural command, die. A violent spray of blood marked the end of a life. His only thought had been to protect his family. He never realized the depth of his brother's envy and was ultimately killed by the one he trusted most. After his murder, his soul fell from the living world. He was plunged into a hellscape of grasping hands and corrosive green energy. Soft, agonizing moans were the only sounds in this new reality. His spirit had fallen into the goo poison, a place where souls devour each other to survive. The dying man's spirit wondered why he had to suffer even after death, his good intentions lost to betrayal. His existence became a whirlwind of primal urges, the desire to live, the gnawing hunger, and the terror of being eaten. The spirit questioned if this was truly his fate. With a final surge of will, he refused to be eaten. He declared that if his fate was to be devoured, then he would reject that fate entirely. The dark-haired man's voice, now merged with the spirit's, roared that he would instead be the one to devour all others. He proclaimed his intent to consume every spirit in this abyss, as well as the intruder before him. He would consume everything. No one would ever be able to eat him again. The vision ended, and the dark-haired man was once again caught in the massive, chaotic surge of the spirit's energy. He felt the raw emotions of countless resentful spirits flowing out like a torrent around him. Decades of regret, rage, and frustration had coalesced into a furious storm of negative energy. Through the cacophony, he could feel the primary emotion of the monster that had devoured them all, and now him. He identified this overwhelming emotion above all others. It was a singular, all-consuming desire for revenge. A profound silence fell within the core of the storm. A gentle ripple of energy passed through the chaotic miasma. The narrator's voice recalled the first tenet of the thought-shattering 8 techniques. Without despair, rely on the mind of the other form, it stated, positing that even before nothingness, a form must exist. A soft, ethereal sigh echoed through the void. The energy rippled again, growing stronger as a change began to take hold. Outside the vortex, the blonde woman in red felt the connection between them waver, wondering if the worst had happened. She whispered his title into the wind, mortal. With growing dread, she asked if he had failed his crucial task. A soft whoosh of energy rippled through the chaotic void. Outside the vortex, the blonde woman in red clicked her tongue in irritation. She scoffed at what she perceived as the arrogance of one so young. The woman issued a final ultimatum, demanding that the mortal be handed over to avoid immediate annihilation. Her threat was cut short by a strange, crackling sound that drew her alarmed attention. From within the storm of souls, a spirit shrieked as the narrator noted that even powerful green-level spirits were being helplessly absorbed. The immense goo poison, an amalgamation of countless resentful spirits, was rapidly nearing completion. As the energy coalesced, terrified cries echoed from shadowy figures desperately trying to flee. The doomed spirits screamed in unison that the end had come. A great being, born from the depths of despair and malice, was finally taking form. The blonde woman's eyes widened as she realized what was emerging. A sharp, cracking sound signaled the violent birth of the new entity. With a sudden burst of power, a fully formed blue spirit erupted, violently slamming the woman in red back as she screamed. She continued to cry out, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the impact. From within the dissipating spiritual storm, a quiet, exhausted laugh could be heard. A lone figure took a firm step forward out of the maelstrom. A moment of stunned silence hung in the air following the cataclysmic event. As steady footsteps approached, the woman looked up in shock, barely whispering the name, mortal. Her mind raced as she sensed a different kind of energy, wondering with disdain if the foolish mortal had allowed himself to be devoured. Yet, as she focused, she realized her initial assessment was wrong. The dark-haired man calmly confirmed her suspicion, stating that he was not eaten. He then clarified with a chilling calm, I was the one doing the eating, actually. The woman in red could only stare, her mind reeling in absolute shock. Gathering her composure, she began to question the impossible man before her. She asked in disbelief if he had truly consumed all of that power, to which he simply confirmed that it was as she could see. Admitting her astonishment, she confessed she never truly believed he could absorb what had become a blue spirit. The raw, untamed energy now radiating from his body was truly immense. The dark-haired man then casually complained that his stomach felt ready to burst, as if he had simply eaten too much, which stunned the woman. The memory of his human frailty snapped her back to reality, and she urgently ordered the mortal to expel the excess energy at once. He questioned her command, but she quickly explained that a human body is a limited vessel. She warned that an overload of chi before achieving enlightenment is a potent poison, pleading with him to expel the energy before it was too late. The dark-haired man considered her words, then casually decided to hand over the remaining energy, perplexing the blonde woman. As she demanded to know what he meant, he began rummaging around on the ground for something. He finally found it, pointing to a small, whimpering remnant on the dusty floor. The woman recognized the object with a start as the dark-haired man picked up the skeletal remains. A sudden, wailing cry of energy erupted from the skull, startling her once again. She demanded to know what he was doing, questioning the sanity of pouring his immense chi into the fragile artifact. The skull and spine were immediately engulfed in a swirling vortex of brilliant blue energy. The blonde woman in red watched in stunned silence as the transfer of power grew more intense. The dark-haired man calmly channeled his overwhelming power into the glowing skeletal figure. She realized it was the skull of the being at the center of the vortex, a fact the dark-haired man quietly confirmed. With a final, blinding flash of light, the violent reconstruction came to an end. The last wisps of ethereal energy slowly faded away. A heavy thrumming sound echoed as a new form solidified from the light. The woman in red noted with surprise that it seemed to be a girl, though the dark-haired man found it strange, remembering it as a baby. The newly revived chained figure erupted in rage, demanding to know who they were calling a girl. With a furious roar, the mint-haired spirit declared that it was a man. The woman and the dark-haired man were left momentarily speechless by the bizarre declaration. The chained figure huffed indignantly, crossing its arms. When the woman asked again if it wasn't a girl, the spirit vehemently shouted, "No." The woman then turned to the dark-haired man, asking why he revived it instead of destroying it. He simply replied that he thought it might be useful, despite its unstable mental state. The mint-haired spirit snapped back, incensed that they would dare talk about it so freely. Its defiant outburst was cut short by a brutal punch to the face from the blonde woman in red. She coldly questioned who gave it permission to raise its voice, threatening to end its newly returned existence on the spot. The intimidated spirit quickly backed down, meekly stating that it did not, in fact, wish to die. The long dark-haired man then recaptured her attention, telling her he revived the spirit for a specific reason. The chained mint-haired figure looked on in dawning horror. With a grim finality, the dark-haired man stated he revived it to do this. The spirit let out a piercing scream as a terrifying power began to tear through its being. The blonde woman in red watched with a grim smirk, asking if he revived the creature just to torture it by destroying its very spiritual root. The bond connecting the spirit to its origin crumbled to dust in his hand. The chained girl and the woman in red watched in stunned confusion. A sickening crunching sound echoed through the silent cavern. The chained girl stammered, demanding to know what he had just done. An air of shared bewilderment fell over both the spirit and the man in black. Even the woman in red was left utterly baffled by the strange outcome. The chained girl's voice trembled as she realized the impossible had just occurred. The woman in red murmured that the method was ridiculous, questioning if this was how one truly forges the thread of a familiar spirit. A shocking thought then crossed her mind: her own binding to him as a familiar had been no coincidence. As the truth settled in, she could only wonder just what kind of being this mortal truly was. The man in black lowered his hand, announcing that the process was complete. The now bound light blue-haired chained girl could only look on with a distressed expression. Far away, the scene shifted to a tranquil pagoda bathed in the light of a full moon. Within a room filled with candles, a lone figure sat on the floor, weeping silently. The weeping assassin was in Cook, a Sun-rank member of the underworld assassin pavilion. A sudden, strange noise from nearby caused a watchful old man to turn in alarm. In Cook's head snapped up, a dreadful possibility flashing through their mind. The heavy sound of someone rushing down a red-lit hallway grew louder. The panicked footsteps thundered closer, filling the corridor with a sense of doom. The source of the commotion was a massive, shattered vase, its binding chains broken and a person lying motionless beside it. The great stone vessel, once a powerful artifact, lay in pieces on the floor. An old man with a beard stared at the destruction in utter disbelief, gasping that the pavilion master's greatest treasure was gone. He cried out in despair that the master's divine spirit insect and poison art had been completely destroyed. Under the light of a full moon, the underworld assassin pavilion stood in solemn silence. Inside, the shaman Jeong trembled, his mind reeling from a catastrophic event. A sudden, horrifying realization struck him. Jeong desperately pleaded with the pavilion master, but the silver-haired man coldly questioned if he was trying to halt the ongoing trial. He tried to argue for the value of a certain child, but the silver-haired man dismissed his concerns, stating it was not the time for such matters. Jeong then delivered the dreadful news: his own divine spirit insect and poison art had been utterly destroyed. An old man with a beard initially suggested a lesser spirit was to blame, but immediately retracted his words in disbelief, wondering how the shaman's personal barrier could have been broken. He concluded with dread that the intruder must be at least a mythical beast. A mysterious masked figure stood silently, the words, "mythical beast," echoing in their mind. A robed figure ordered their subordinate to prepare for a journey to the Corpse Blood Valley, shocking a nearby chained individual. The situation was clear: the appearance of a mythical beast during the Corpse Blood Valley's sacred trial constituted a grave emergency. However, the masked figure saw this chaos as a perfect opportunity, a convenient excuse to finally stop the trial. Unaware of these events, the woman in red stared in utter disbelief, unable to process what the man in black had just accomplished. The newly bound pale girl stammered, questioning how she could possibly have been turned into a familiar spirit. Cutting through her confusion, the man in black demanded to know her name. She began to refuse with a surge of defiance, but was silenced by a deep, threatening growl. The man in black repeated his command, his tone leaving no room for argument. Her will shattered in an instant. The girl screamed that her name was Gyu as the monk respectfully addressed his new master. The woman in red watched the whole disturbing display in cold, analytical silence. Her thoughts drifted to the monk's own enthusiastic submission, concluding that this new master was somehow even more terrifying. She was baffled that the resentful spirit, so close to becoming a powerful blue spirit, had revealed her true name so readily. She wondered if his overwhelming death chi was the cause, before another anomaly caught her attention. The monk voiced her unease, asking the mortal why he could perceive a doubling of his spiritual energy. The woman in red confirmed she saw it too, much to the monk's surprise. The monk then began to explain that he had just recalled a new technique from his past life. The woman in red was left utterly breathless as the technique was named, the thought-shattering 8 techniques. Ancient principles of the art flooded her mind, speaking of oaths, duality, and transcending ultimate limits. The man in black, now identified as Mal Yang, recited an incantation, promising not to cause harm without a price. As the chant continued, the woman in red realized with growing fear that she did not recognize this profound and powerful art. Mal Yang calmly stated that he was now able to divide up his energy. He explained the split was between his central and lower dantian, a revelation that made the woman in red's eyes widen in shock. This was a feat that should only be possible after a major realm breakthrough, yet he had skipped that step entirely. Now at the ultimate peak realm, he possessed double the inner energy of any other martial artist at his level. The implication was terrifyingly simple: he was now twice as strong as his peers. Seeing this, the woman in red noted that their time was short, a shame Mal Yang acknowledged with a slight frown. Deciding she could no longer hold back, she abandoned her plan to spare a few and declared she would now kill anyone she came across. Meanwhile, in the Corpse Blood Valley, a cruel cackle echoed through the trees as a combatant was struck down. A man holding a flag laughed with malicious glee at his handiwork. Within the dark forest, 2 groups of trial takers stood in a tense, hostile confrontation. A young man in a green outfit furiously demanded to know why his group was being attacked by a team that already had a flag. The bald man with tattoos merely chuckled, cynically musing that there was no reason beyond his own amusement. His companion in a blue robe taunted a warrior named Mo Harang for rejecting his team-up offer to side with losers. The young man in green realized with dawning horror that their opponents were simply trying to eliminate the competition, no matter the risk. Time was running out for everyone, as the sun would soon rise to mark the end of the trial. The young man urged his teammates to hold on, believing they would be safe once the trial officially concluded. The bald man with tattoos mockingly challenged them to try and endure until sunrise, if they thought it was possible. A sudden, piercing scream tore through the forest, startling both warring factions. A boy in teal looked around in panic, wondering where the screams were coming from, while a girl with red hair listened intently. A dark-haired man gasped in abject terror, screaming for whatever was coming to stop. A series of sickening cracks and snaps echoed nearby, causing a figure to flinch away in fear. The red-haired girl stared, her voice trembling as she asked what that monstrous thing was. An angry-eyed man could only stammer as he pointed toward the source of the growing commotion. A thunderous sound of immense weight and power crashed through the woods. A participant screamed in terror that the creature had gotten even bigger than before. A boy with black hair recognized the beast from earlier and yelled at his companions to run for their lives. The red-haired girl noticed something strange about one of the groups. She realized with shock that instead of fleeing, they were desperately clinging to their flag. A woman in white cried out in fear, questioning why the monster was charging directly toward them. In a horrifying moment of clarity, the woman in white understood the monster's true target. "It's the flag," she shrieked, as a man in green ordered everyone to rally around it. When questioned, the man simply yelled at his comrades to stop thinking and just protect the flag. The massive beast loomed over the terrified woman, while her teammate prepared to make a final stand below. The woman in white let out a blood-curdling scream as her fate seemed sealed. Her teammate shouted the name of Mo Harang, who had just abandoned them. The bald man callously told the woman not to be upset, as a small creature on his shoulder cackled at her demise. The woman in white resigned herself to her fate, thinking that this betrayal was just the nature of the competition. The giant boar monster stomped forward, closing in on the defeated, kneeling woman. The red-haired character, now revealed to be the woman on the ground, panted with exhaustion, knowing the sun would rise soon. The man in green desperately tried to draw the monster's attention to himself, shouting for his lost teammate Harang. As the beast's shadow fell over her, she wondered if this was truly how she was going to die. "No," a young man with scars roared, refusing to accept her fate. A heavy chain suddenly shot through the air with a metallic clang, aiming to bind the monster. The chains began to whip around the beast, wrapping it in a powerful hold. More and more chains flew out, completely ensnaring the rampaging creature. Though bound, the chained beast made one final lunge towards the fallen woman. A sigh of relief was heard as the sound of steady footsteps approached the scene. A dark-haired figure walked calmly into the clearing, observing that the situation was now perfect. The sudden appearance of this powerful newcomer left everyone stunned. A muscular, shaved-head man stared in shock, recognizing the man who had just arrived. The terrified young man who threw the chains admitted he was running out of time as he faced the mysterious figure. The newcomer, a young man with reddish-brown hair, surveyed the chaos with a heavy breath. His eyes fell upon the bound monster and the vulnerable woman, and he thought to himself that the chains meant everything he needed was here. The man with long dark hair expressed his profound relief, realizing that fate had gathered all the pieces he required in one convenient place. Chains rattled as the ensnared beast let out a final, piercing squeal. The man with long dark hair stepped forward, stating with immense satisfaction that everything he needed was now gathered in one place. Confused, the muscular shaved-head man shouted at the monster, demanding to know what it was doing. He furiously ordered the creature to kill the woman, his voice filled with desperate rage as the beast only whimpered in its bonds. The young man wondered why the monster wasn't moving, quickly shaking the thought away to focus on the immediate danger. While the woman desperately called out for Mo Harang, the young man asked if she could also see the strange apparition before them. His mind reeled at the sight of a chained girl as he yelled at his teammate to get it together, warning her that passing out meant certain death. The young woman stammered that she was trying her best, but he simply commanded her to get up and walk. The girl with chains observed the chaotic scene with an unnerving, silent gaze. As the man with the flag urged them to hurry, the chained girl quietly informed her master that the exhausted woman seemed to be able to see her. The man with long hair let out an amused, "Aha," evidently intrigued by this unexpected development. The bound monster began to struggle violently once more, spitting and growling within its metallic prison. A deafening squeal of agony and rage tore through the clearing. "That's it. Move," the bald man roared, still clinging to the hope that the creature would attack. The dark-haired combatant's voice cut through the noise as he issued a new command to the beast: "Kill them all." The panicked bald man froze, his face a mask of utter shock and disbelief. Scattered around the now subdued wolf-like monster lay the bodies of several defeated men. Stepping forward, the dark-haired combatant placed a hand on the monster's head, causing it to shriek in excruciating pain. He calmly reminded the creature that it now had to pay the price for attempting to steal what was rightfully his. The monster let out another agonizing, high-pitched cry. Its shrieks echoed as it writhed fruitlessly under the man's unyielding grip. A look of pure, unadulterated terror was now etched on the panicked bald man's face. With a final, sickening splatter of blood, the monster's eye glowed a malevolent red before its light faded forever. The creature's death cry dwindled into a haunting silence that fell over the clearing. Two onlookers stared wide-eyed in horror as dust and debris settled around them. The sound of the beast's immense body collapsing to the ground shook the very earth. An unnerving quiet followed, broken only by the sound of settling rubble. The bald warrior began to stammer, the word "we" catching in his throat as the reality of their situation dawned on him. The woman with long black hair exhaled a shaky breath, her fear drowned out by the screams erupting from the other survivors. "We're." The bald warrior stammered again, his voice trembling with fear. His companion finished the thought for him, screaming in despair that they were all going to die there. With a sudden surge of adrenaline, the bald warrior turned and shouted for everyone to run for their lives. But the woman with long black hair simply gave a chilling, quiet command to tie them all down. In an instant, magical chains shot out from the ground with a sharp hiss. They moved through the air with supernatural speed and purpose. The ethereal chains snaked directly towards their panicked targets. With a series of sharp clangs, the restraints found their marks, binding every contestant in place. What is this?" the buzzcut man yelled, a glowing energy field completely preventing him from moving. A grim acceptance settled on his face as he realized he was utterly trapped. The long-haired man calmly announced it was time to take a look at everyone's flags. His steady footsteps echoed ominously in the clearing as he approached his helpless captives. The buzzcut man struggled uselessly, demanding to know why he couldn't move as murmurs of panic spread through the bound crowd. He cursed in frustration, desperately wondering what kind of terrifying power their captor had used to restrain them all. The long-haired man continued his unhurried approach, completely ignoring their frantic cries. The man in green shouted in protest as the bloodied long-haired man calmly took a flag from one of the captives. After a moment's inspection, he nonchalantly noted there was nothing different about it before snapping it in half. "No," the man in green screamed in absolute despair. As the long-haired man moved to the next group, another angry chained man cursed him, demanding to know what the hell he was doing. The bald man frantically asked if he intended to break their flags as well, questioning what they were supposed to do now. He tried to reason with their captor, explaining that his team's flag was the same as the others and there was no point in looking. The bloodied long-haired man then stated that he, however, already knew what was written on the other flags, making the bald man flinch in surprise. Becoming desperate, the bald man quickly offered to negotiate, pleading with the powerful man to join his team. As a nearby chained man shouted in disbelief, the bald man pressed his case, reminding their captor that he needed a team anyway. The man in green furiously questioned his sanity, but the bald man retorted, asking if he'd rather they all die together. The bald man offered to kick someone out of his team to make room, an offer that was met with only a thoughtful hum from the man with long hair. Suddenly, the woman with dark hair let out a sharp gasp of surprise from a different corner of the clearing. The bald man cursed under his breath, realizing one of his own men had kept a flag he hadn't memorized, a mistake that was now biting them in the ass. The woman with dark hair shouted that she had found it and eagerly offered to give the flag to the long-haired man herself. The bald man could only utter a confused and betrayed "eh." With a cold look, the woman with dark hair declared that this flag was now hers. "You," the bald man roared, his face contorted with fury at the betrayal. He insisted the flag was his, but the woman feigned ignorance, denying his claim. The bald man seethed, internally sneering that the backstabbing bastard must be shaken by her imminent failure in the trial. The man in the green robe shouted a warning to a man named Mok Gyeongwoon, telling him not to trust the bald man who would surely betray him later. The young man in green chimed in, urging Gyeongwoon to join them since they possessed a flag that Mo Harang had brought. The bald man furiously shouted them down, claiming Gyeongwoon's flag was his to begin with and accusing their team of being cowards who hid behind a monster. The bald man called out to Mok Gyeongwoon, who immediately began bargaining for his own life by pleading with the long-haired man, promising repayment and pointing out the benefit of having an ally from the Scarlet Death Valley. A chaotic chorus of arguments erupted as everyone desperately tried to sway the long-haired man, with accusations of betrayal and cowardice flying from all sides. The man in white robes made one last desperate attempt to get Mok Gyeongwoon's attention, pleading for him to listen to their side. The bald man glared back at his former teammates, all of whom remained helplessly bound by the glowing purple chains. A sinister smile crept across the man with long black hair's face as he remarked how touched he was that they all wanted to be with him so badly. He continued, stating that while he would love to be with them all, the rules simply wouldn't allow it, silencing the crowd with his chilling tone. Their captor mused aloud that choosing one side over the other would be terribly unfair. "So, let's do this," he proposed, as the contestants suddenly felt the magical restraints binding them vanish. His chilling command then echoed through the now silent clearing. They were to battle each other to the death. The bald man could only utter a stunned, disbelieving, "huh," in response to the horrifying declaration. The long-haired man calmly laid out his terms, announcing he would take the 7 remaining survivors as his teammates. A wave of absolute shock and horror washed over the newly freed contestants as they realized the nightmare had only just begun. A blood-splattered fist clenched tightly, marking the brutal end of a life-or-death struggle. The man in green let out a final, desperate scream for his opponent to die. A blood-curdling cry of agony tore through the air as the fight reached its violent conclusion. The choked man could only utter a strangled gasp as his life was extinguished. His opponent, the bald man, heaved for breath, sweat and blood dripping from his face. A mysterious figure appeared, his voice cutting through the haze as he told the bald warrior he did well. The bald warrior remained silent, his body still tense from the kill. A close-up revealed his blood-spattered face twisted into a victorious, chilling smile. The bald warrior then turned to his fallen comrade, sneering that he had done well to die. Elsewhere, the man with glowing eyes seethed in fury, cursing the humiliation he had just endured. He grit his teeth and swore that he would kill Mok Gyeongwoon for this disgrace. The image of a bloodied, smiling young man haunted his thoughts. He vowed to achieve his revenge, no matter what it took. As the chaos settled, the masked warrior noted to his companion that they had arrived only to announce the trial's end. All around them, the maddened survivors continued their slaughter, screaming for death. The man in green desperately tried to restrain his frenzied companion, telling him to stop as their target was already dead. The man with tattoos roared that he wasn't, his mind lost to the bloodlust. Another man, struggling to his feet, wondered what in the world was happening. The man in the red robe screamed that he had to kill him, completely lost to the frenzy. And yet, there was something else happening amidst the madness. The masked figure watched one particular scene with keen interest, a sound of surprise escaping his lips. A powerful energy signature pulsed from one of the survivors. The masked figure mused that the hunter of the week had finally grown up. He then turned to his subordinate and asked about the forbidden path lock. The masked leader clarified his question, asking if the person who slew the beast had their internal energy blocked. The subordinate jolted to attention before answering. He confirmed that yes, the man's energy had been completely sealed. The masked figure remarked that the man over there was an incredibly skilled martial artist, on par with the King of Brilliance himself. He then approached the scarred man, warning him that being special attracts unwanted attention and that he should be more careful. Continuing his advice, he stated that the man would only create trouble for himself otherwise. The scarred man simply replied that he would think about it. Shortly after, it was officially announced that the trial was over, and the selection process began. Of the 259 participants, 59 were eliminated, while the remaining 200 were separated based on their understanding of the martial techniques on the flags. Ultimately, only 80 people passed, with the rest assigned as low-ranking members, drawing mixed reactions of relief and misery. The bald man scoffed at the crying failures, calling them idiots who had foolishly underestimated the trial. He dismissed their fate as none of his business, his mind focused on the more important decision that was about to be made. Nearby, Mok Gyeongwoon silently vowed that he would demonstrate his superiority. The man with horns stepped forward, capturing everyone's attention. The masked figure announced that he would now decide the top participant of the trial. The bald man's eyes lit up, knowing his time had come. The masked figure mused aloud on the criteria, wondering if it should be the one who memorized the technique or the one who performed the best. He then paused, a curious escaping his lips as he looked toward one individual. The bald man, assuming the pause was for him, impatiently asked what it was. He confidently stated that he could correctly answer any question about the martial technique. A murmur went through the crowd as he smugly asked, "How's that?" He declared that while his opponent had used strange techniques, they were no match for him when it came to true martial arts. He imagined himself standing over his rival, sneering about the insurmountable wall of talent that separated them. He roared his conviction for all to hear, certain that he would be the top trainee. Just as the masked figure began to announce his decision, a calm voice cut through the tension, positing that it wasn't just a sword technique. The young man continued his thought, asking if it was, in fact, a sword formation. A wave of shock silenced the crowd as they tried to process the stunning declaration. The muscular man with tattoos stood with unwavering resolve, his gaze fixed on the examiners. The bald man sputtered in disbelief, demanding to know what could possibly give him such a ridiculous idea. The young man explained calmly that the moves were true to the basics, designed without any repetition or overlap. A gasp of realization rippled through the knowledgeable observers. An intense man in the crowd whispered in awe that figuring that out would require the skill of a valley master. Indeed, a sword formation was a complex technique for dozens of swordsmen, and deciphering it from text alone was a monumental feat of insight. Such perception was impossible unless one was incredibly skilled. The masked man considered the alternative. Perhaps the young man was simply an overwhelming genius. A prodigy who could see the truth without ever having been taught. Deciding to probe further, the masked man tested him, asking how many swordsmen would be needed for maximum efficiency. The young swordsman answered without a moment's hesitation, 8. The masked man's eyes glowed with an intense light, his interest fully piqued. The young man continued, adding that 16 or even 32 would be possible, but any more would cause their positions to overlap. The examiner was left speechless for a moment, before a choked chuckle escaped his lips. The chuckle erupted into a full-throated, uproarious laugh of pure delight. The bald warrior could only watch, his own triumphant laughter for moments before dying in his throat. The masked figure's laughter subsided into a sigh of deep satisfaction. He declared that the young man also deserved the position of top trainee. The young man with long black hair simply stared ahead, his expression unchanging. The entire assembly of warriors could only look on in utter shock. The masked figure's voice rang out, declaring that the young man also deserved the top trainee position for this trial. The stunning announcement sent ripples of disbelief through the assembled warriors. With an air of finality, the masked examiner offered his congratulations. The long-haired man known as Mok Gyeongwoon simply thanked the blue spirit, while a blonde woman chuckled cryptically nearby. A low murmur began to build among the trainees, their whispers filling the air. From within the crowd, the bald man who had also passed shot a look of pure intensity. The masked figure addressed the 80 survivors, congratulating them on passing and noting the new fire in their eyes. He then promoted them all to the rank of intermediate martial artists, sending a wave of shock and elation through the group. A masked trainee celebrated his success, unable to contain his joy as the collective excitement grew. But the examiner quickly silenced the room, announcing his intent to explain the third and final trial. He revealed the name of the technique they had been studying, the Heaven and Earth 8 Inscriptions Formation. The formation was based on the 8 trigrams, a creation of a former association leader that required at least 8 and at most 32 swordsmen. With a knowing tone, he suggested the clever ones had already guessed the next trial, as a young man quietly realized the test wasn't over. The masked figure then officially announced the third trial, to form groups of 8 and successfully perform the sword formation. A collective gasp went through the crowd as a critical detail was revealed: group leaders would pass automatically, regardless of their team's results. The trainees were informed they would be given a single day to rest and prepare. Within that time, they were tasked with choosing their groups and, more importantly, their leaders. With a final, stark warning that murder was now forbidden, the examiner concluded his briefing. The warriors immediately grasped the brutal politics of the new trial, knowing everyone would now fight for the leadership position. Just as they began to process the implications, the masked figure spoke again, stopping everyone in their tracks. He announced that he would be removing the forbidden path lock that had suppressed their internal energy. A wave of relief and excitement washed over the trainees as they realized they would soon be at their full strength. A bearded man smiled in anticipation, eager to feel his power return. The bald man glared at Mok Gyeongwoon, vowing that talent and strange powers would mean nothing once he could use his own internal energy. In another part of the crowd, a man with long black hair silently promised that his own rival would soon pay. He seethed with rage, imagining the day his enemy would be crawling at his feet. The scene then shifts to the outer districts of the Heaven-Earth Association. The focus settles on a lavish building known as the Red Favor Pavilion. Inside, the air buzzed with the sound of a large, boisterous crowd. Lively chatter echoed through the opulent establishment. A sharp slam echoed as a cup was forcefully set down on a table. A woman with pink hair sighed heavily, lamenting that all she ever wanted was to find Mok Gyeongwoon. She clenched her fist in frustration, wondering how she had possibly ended up in an entertainment house. Her mind drifted back to the previous day when she had tried to infiltrate the Heaven-Earth Association, only to be thwarted by its tight security. She recalled her desperate attempt to bribe a guard to let her in. The guard had sarcastically assumed she was there to find a husband, a lie she had to awkwardly confirm before internally screaming. Her earnest pleas were useless, as the guard had refused, stating that helping her would be a death sentence. Just as she lost all hope, the man had cleared his throat and offered her an alternative path. He had asked if she knew of the Red Favor Pavilion, a name she did not recognize at the time. And that, she remembered grimly, was the reason. She now found herself working in this high-class establishment. The guard had explained it was a gathering place for the association's elite, and her skill with the huqin had easily earned her a spot. Back in the present, she sat in quiet contemplation, reviewing her options. With grim determination, she accepted that there was no turning back now. She swore to herself that she would get into the Heaven-Earth Association, no matter what it took. Her reverie was broken when a woman in red armor asked if she was ready, causing the purple-haired woman to stammer. The woman in armor impatiently urged her to hurry, adding that she was already pretty enough and needed little preparation. The woman then cheerfully remarked that with her looks, she was sure to be taken as a mistress by a high-ranking official. The word mistress struck a nerve, making her recall a lecherous man who once called her his pretty little babe. In a moment of desperation, she wondered if she should abandon her current plan and just try to break in. Far away, the Heaven-Earth Association headquarters stood as a grand and imposing fortress. Back with the trainees, a sharp crack echoed through the tense quiet. A spark of raw energy sizzled, signaling the return of suppressed power. The bald man with tattoos let out a steamy breath, his chi finally circulating without restraint. A dangerous glint entered his eyes as he decided it was time to make his move. He assessed that once the lock was undone, Mok Gyeongwoon's chi was merely at the level of a first-rate master. The bald man, however, saw himself at the true peak, believing his power to be overwhelmingly greater. He admitted his rival was talented with a sword but was confident his own superior internal energy would decide any conflict. He knew others would sit and meditate, but he suspected his target was also resting, leaving an opening. The bald man realized that this was his perfect chance to strike. A cruel smile touched his lips as he remembered the rule: he could do anything he wanted, so long as he didn't kill him. He turned his predatory gaze towards the man in the blue outfit, his intended victim. To his utter shock, the man in blue met his gaze with a smirk, remarking that it seemed they had the exact same thought. The bald man was taken aback, letting out an involuntary grunt of surprise. In an instant, the tense piece of the room shattered into motion. Violence erupted across the hall as a masked man screamed a battle cry while clashing with another trainee. One defeated warrior tried to rise, only to be cut short by a horrifying, unseen attack. A different man in blue cried out as his opponent's hands began to glow with a sinister, draining energy. He watched in terror as his chi was forcibly dispersed from his body. His attacker mocked him for being weaker than he thought, holding him fast as the helpless man cursed him. In another corner, a man in blue armor demonstrated his restored strength, crushing a stone in his hand until blood splattered. A man in yellow pleaded for his freedom after an apparent truce was broken, finding himself caught in a powerful grip. The captive begged his attacker to stop, but the man simply stated he would take him for his team, despite his weakness. The attacker, his eyes glowing a menacing red, asked if their similar mindsets didn't prove they would make a great team. A grim silence settled over the hall, broken only by the steady drip of blood onto the stone floor. Each drop echoed the brutal conclusion of the previous fight. The rhythmic patter continued as a strange energy crackled in the air. The crowd murmured in shock, a man in a green robe pointing out the victor was from the infamous Scarlet Death Valley, while another noted he'd taken down a top trainee without a scratch. A man with long hair stared intently at the winner, his mind racing to understand what kind of monster he truly was. With a swift, assessing glance, he took in the aftermath of the one-sided battle. The man with long hair then remarked to his companion that the defeated warrior, supposedly at the true peak, was far weaker than he had imagined. A woman in red offered a different perspective, suggesting it wasn't that his opponent was weak, but that he himself had grown stronger. Nearby, other onlookers commented on the victor's messy method as he dragged the defeated man away. The man with long hair decided this was the perfect moment to enlighten his companion on the nuances of martial realms. He began his explanation with the lowest realms, third rate, followed by second and first, noting that this is where most martial artists hit their limit. However, he continued, those with greater potential could ascend to the peak, which was further divided into early peak, true peak, and ultimate peak. Beyond that, one could reach the coveted supreme peak, the realm once occupied by the master of the Mok Sword Manor. The speaker clarified that even within the same realm, a vast gap exists, citing the King of Brilliance and the Corpse Blood Valley Master as examples of the ultimate supreme peak. After explaining it was a realm only the most talented could reach, the long-haired man who had been listening intently asked if there was more. The speaker confirmed that there was indeed another level. He described a realm of true transcendence, a power that defies human limits and can split oceans and mountains. The long-haired man absorbed this new information with a thoughtful hum. The explanation continued, clarifying that the recently defeated bald man was true peak, while the victor was ultimate peak, which accounted for the massive difference in their power. The man in the mask concluded that this was why the opponent felt so weak, but a blonde woman warned him not to let his guard down. The question was then posed to the blue spirit, asking where she stood among these ranks. The blonde woman, apparently the blue spirit, hesitated, her silence a telling response. The black-haired man intervened, declaring he wouldn't reveal her secret, but assured her she would learn in time, gently noting her aversion to discussing the past. With a swift motion, the black-haired man turned, changing the subject. He announced that the small talk was over and it was time for them to get started. Their mission, he stated with finality, was recruitment. A tense silence filled the air as his command hung over the group. In another part of the hall, the man in red prodded a fallen warrior, ordering him to wake up. The black-haired man's attention was drawn by the sudden movement. He acknowledged that the injured man was finally awake, who could only glare back, seething with impotent rage. The defeated bald man spat a furious accusation, decrying the cowardly use of an energy-dissipating poison. A dark-haired woman mused aloud about the poison, finding it interesting that its effect of dispersing internal energy mirrored her own chi. The bald man ordered her not to play stupid, trying to explain what happened, but his words were cut short. The dark-haired woman dismissed his protests, callously stating she didn't care what he thought and instead asked if he had considered her offer. The offer replayed in his mind, a man with glowing eyes condescendingly offering to take him on his team, despite his weakness. At that moment, the man with glowing eyes had a stark realization, this was a person he should avoid at all costs. Back in the present, the bald man had to begrudgingly admit to himself that his opponent was stronger, a fact that deeply wounded his pride. His defiance finally broke through as he told her to screw off. The bald man roared that he would rather die than join her team or ever become her subordinate. The dark-haired woman watched his outburst, a slow, condescending smile spreading across her face. The woman, now seen in a dark hanbok, sarcastically applauded his determination, while the injured bald man silently cursed her as an annoying fool. She sighed with feigned disappointment, remarking what a shame it was, as he would have been a nice addition to her team. The injured bald man struggled to his feet, determined to leave a room he could no longer bear to be in. He reassured himself that she couldn't kill him, but his escape was abruptly halted by a hand clamping onto his shoulder. The woman in the dark hanbok coldly asked where he thought he was going. Her intense gaze, framed by flecks of blood on her face, promised nothing but malice. She mocked his foolishness, asking if he truly thought she'd let him go after he had so rudely turned down her generous offer. The injured man started to frantically remind her of the rules against murder, but his words were drowned out by a chilling incantation. The command to release echoed as a terrifying, otherworldly energy was unleashed. The injured bald man cried out as the strange energy invaded his body, and he fought desperately to push it back. In a different, darker corner of existence, a long-haired man casually dismissed a plea, causing a scarred bald man to cry out in agony. The scarred bald man struggled against his unseen bonds, cursing the monster tormenting him. A demonic voice cooed, asking if he couldn't see how deeply his rejection had wounded it. The voice then made its sinister demand, in return for the insult, he must give up his body. With his last breath, the scarred bald man let out a final, defiant scream, cursing the son of a bitch who had done this to him. The long-haired man's single red eye glowed with an infernal light. He stood calmly, his back turned to a massive, glowing demonic figure that loomed behind him. He cast a casual glance over his shoulder at the spectral being. The long-haired man finally spoke, demanding to know who was there. The demonic voice answered, identifying itself as Mo Harang from the Moa house. The long-haired man paused, the name of the Moa house clearly holding significant weight for him. An unsettling, grinding sound began to fill the chamber. The grating noise grew louder, scraping against the silence. A sickening crack, like bones being twisted into place, broke the tension. The grinding sound continued, heralding the arrival of something truly unnatural. The long-haired man's expression soured for a moment before he calmly gave the command to come in. A soft footstep signified the visitor had entered the room. A short-haired woman gasped, her body tensing as she recognized the figure in the doorway. The long-haired man let out a sigh, as if mildly inconvenienced. He began to flippantly claim the newcomer simply wanted to join his team, but the short-haired woman immediately shouted that he was wrong. The dark-haired woman stared intently, sensing that the person before them was fundamentally different from who he was supposed to be. A red-haired woman confirmed their fears, stating with absolute certainty that this was not Yeong. A crushing, invisible pressure descended upon the room, emanating from the newcomer. The dark-haired woman was suddenly thrown into a memory of a time long past. In that memory, a pale-haired girl whispered to her master, believing that a certain woman was able to see her spectral form. The memory was punctuated by the image of a knowing, sinister smile. Snapping back to the present, the red-haired woman flinched violently, her face a mask of shock. The oppressive aura intensified, continuing to radiate from the possessed man. The dark-haired man spoke with chilling certainty, stating that he knew it all along, the woman could indeed see them. The ancient incantation whispered through the air once more, promising to release a truth that was deep-rooted and old. The long-haired man in the black robe confirmed his suspicion, stating that she could indeed see it. He began to chant an ancient incantation, calling upon the spirit of matter's origin and the enclosure of 9 sorceries. With a final, sharp command to release, a jolt of energy pulsed through the room. The very air seemed to crackle with an unseen, powerful force. A captive spirit, a light blue-haired woman, lamented that it couldn't be helped now that she had been caught. The dark-haired man coldly declared that her witness meant she would have to be silenced. The red-haired woman clicked her tongue, annoyed at the escalating situation. The light blue-haired spirit eagerly begged her master to give her the woman's flesh. A nearby blonde spirit wryly pointed out her indecisiveness, to which the chained spirit defensively claimed it was a different story. The red-haired woman frantically tried to de-escalate the confrontation, but the dark-haired man questioned why he should believe she didn't want to fight. She explained she had only come to confirm if the supernatural things she was witnessing were real. The dark-haired man asked if that was her true wish, warning her that the price for such knowledge was steep. With unwavering certainty, the red-haired woman affirmed her conviction. She declared her willingness to pay any price, a statement that shocked a nearby bald man. In a desperate plea, she begged the entity before her to lend her its power. Her request took the dark-haired man by complete surprise. He slowly confirmed her desire to borrow his powers, and she immediately answered in the affirmative. The red-haired woman offered her own body as collateral, demanding the power of the unseeable being in return. The dark-haired man remarked to his spectral companions that her spiritual eyes must have awoken when she was near death, as she could now hear their voices. He mused, however, that her vision wasn't perfect, as she seemed unable to hear his own private thoughts. Among all the innate talents of a Taoist master, the greatest and most coveted was always the eye. The dark-haired man, a cruel smile playing on his lips, returned to the red-haired woman's plea for help. He coldly questioned why he should grant her request, making her flinch at his dismissive tone. Taunting her, he explained there was no reason to go through the trouble of a deal when he could just take her flesh by force. The red-haired woman silently drew a hidden weapon from her sleeve. She warned him that he was underestimating her a great deal. With newfound confidence, she ordered the mortal to stand back, leaving the dark-haired man momentarily confused. He began to scoff, but his amusement was cut short by a flicker of genuine shock. A swift kick from the woman's foot erupted in a brilliant flash of light. The dark-haired man was shocked to find himself suddenly bound by threads, as the woman asked if he understood his position now. The red-haired woman coolly informed him that she could kill him at any moment she chose. Observing from afar, the long black-haired man noted she had used a dagger with 3 strings attached, and he quietly warned his own spirit companion to stay put. He remarked with dawning recognition that her dagger arts meant she was a successor to the Death King's lineage. Stunned by his words, the red-haired woman turned her attention to him, demanding to know who he was. She pressed the long black-haired man, demanding to know how he could possibly have knowledge of the Death King. The long black-haired man and his companion both knew that anyone familiar with the Keen Shadow flying daggers would immediately connect them to the Death King. The red-haired woman was utterly astounded that this stranger knew her sect's secrets. Her mind reeled. The Death King was the founder and war god of her sect, his arts passed down only by word of mouth. It was knowledge that should have been impossible for anyone outside the sect's highest echelons to possess. As she stared in disbelief, the long black-haired man calmly noted that the circumstances had just changed. The red-haired woman refocused her anger, threatening to torture the long black-haired man until he confessed his source. A sudden blur of motion and a sharp noise cut her threat short. Cursing under her breath, the red-haired woman found herself suddenly on the defensive again. She and the dark-haired man erupted into a clash of blinding speed. The red-haired woman gritted her teeth, straining against her powerful opponent. A furious exchange of blows lit up the chamber as their fight intensified. She let out a sharp cry as one of his attacks found its mark. The dark-haired man delivered a swift, concussive strike. A look of pure astonishment crossed the red-haired woman's face. The dark-haired man broke the silence to compliment her impressive speed. He conceded that she was, at the very least, much faster than the body's original owner, Yeong. A sharp twang echoed as one of her threads was pulled taut around his neck. The red-haired woman's eyes widened in a moment of triumphant shock. But she gasped as he stopped the lethal thread with 2 fingers, halting her attack completely. He tapped nonchalantly on the wire pressed against his skin. The dark-haired man looked down at her trap with an air of utter boredom. A metallic clang signaled the moment her weapon was rendered useless. He casually asked when she had managed to set this little trap. The red-haired woman snarled that she had warned him not to underestimate her. She threatened that with just a little more strength, she would slice his head clean off. In a single, fluid motion, the dark-haired man turned the tables. The red-haired woman was caught completely by surprise by his sudden counter. He struck a pressure point on her arm, causing the key in her thread to dissipate as she cried out in pain. As she coughed violently from the force of his blow, he remarked that she would be quite useful. He declared that she had passed his test, leaving her utterly bewildered. The dark-haired man revealed his initial plan was to give her to Soha, but he had now decided to use her for himself. Before she could react, he forced a strange pill into her mouth. She realized with dawning horror that she had been forced to swallow poison. Recognizing it as a deadly toxin, she desperately tried to circulate her ki as he stated his one and only demand. He commanded her to become his loyal dog, punctuating the order with another debilitating strike. With her completely at his mercy, the dark-haired man stated that now he would consider lending her his power. As if hearing a voice from his past, he defensively stated that he didn't particularly trust people. He leaned in closer, a chilling aura emanating from him as he spoke. The man with dark hair reminded her that she herself had sworn to pay whatever price was demanded. An oppressive silence fell, heavy with unspoken menace. A forgotten memory surfaced, a father explaining the concept of a murderous disposition to a young boy. In the memory, the father described it as a nature that derives profound joy from death and destruction, calling it the greatest quality an assassin can possess. He explained that such individuals feel no hesitation or turmoil, but instead find pure pleasure in the act of killing. It was a nature that could only be described as evil incarnate. The dark-haired man's voice dripped with malice as he told her to bear something in mind. A warning from her past echoed in her mind: if you ever meet one with a murderous disposition, do not engage, just run. The broken warrior, now a shell of her former self, began to question her choices. In a moment of absolute despair, the red-haired woman could only wonder what she had just done. A low murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd as a man with long black hair stared in disbelief. His bewilderment grew, questioning what in the hell was happening before his very eyes. The man with long black hair couldn't believe what he was seeing, muttering if his eyes were deceiving him. A woman with blue hair wondered aloud if both the Manhwa House and Scarlet Death Valley had truly submitted to that one man, a sentiment echoed by a red-haired man's denial. The man with long black hair could only ask the question on everyone's mind, who the hell is he? An oppressive silence fell over the onlookers, thick with unanswered questions. Elsewhere, a man in teal let out a heavy sigh as a door slid open, his mind drifting to the past. The scene shifted, recalling a time before the present chaos. A brutal command had been given to kill each other, causing a young man to cry out in protest. The narration confirmed the chilling reality, the one who gave the order was completely serious. A woman's hand clenched as she wondered if her master truly cared whether she lived or died. The man, who had once been his comrade, despaired at how someone he knew could change so drastically. With a sigh of resignation, the young man decided to let go of any lingering attachments. He declared that if his master wouldn't care what happened to him, then he would no longer care about his master. With a sharp turn, he made a new vow. He resolved that from that moment on, he would focus solely on keeping himself alive. The man's inner voice recalled his initial belief that he was the only one at the peak realm, a notion quickly shattered by the presence of many others at his level. The man in green smirked, realizing the world was far larger and more dangerous than he had ever imagined. He knew then that he had to become stronger, not just to survive the trials ahead. He steeled his resolve, deciding to fight for himself and himself alone. In the present, a man in blue robes chuckled, confirming his suspicion that the one he called Ma Sang was from the Mok Sword Manor. The man in blue robes identified him fully, stating that Mok Gyeongwoon was indeed a child of the Mok Sword Manor. A man with long dark hair stepped forward, demanding to know why a member of the Orthodox Murim was in the Corpse Blood Valley. Mok Gyeongwoon remained silent, his mind flashing back to the man he knew as Ma Sang. The man in blue robes remembered him as the first friend who had offered a hand, a companion through life and death trials. The man with long dark hair pressed his interrogation, questioning how Ma Sang, a member of the Heaven-Earth Association, could recognize the martial arts of the Mok Sword Manor. The man in blue robes offered no response to the pointed question. Mok Gyeongwoon broke his silence, demanding to know how the dark-haired man knew his identity. The dark-haired man dismissed his question as irrelevant, refocusing on the more important issue of an Orthodox Murim member's presence in their territory. He then posed a grave accusation, asking if the Mok Sword Manor had betrayed the Orthodox Murim. Mok Gyeongwoon instantly and vehemently denied the charge of betrayal. The dark-haired man questioned if he was not there to become a higher-up in the Heaven-Earth Association, a query that only confused Mok Gyeongwoon. The dark-haired man began to express his disbelief that Gyeongwoon could be unaware of the valley's true purpose. He revealed the ultimate prize, that reaching the final trial grants a chance to become a disciple of the Heaven-Earth Association's 5 kings or the 3 sects leaders. Mok Gyeongwoon was left utterly speechless by the shocking revelation. The pieces clicked into place as a dawning horror settled over him. He finally understood the true nature of the bloody trials. Mok Gyeongwoon realized with wide-eyed shock why everyone was fighting with such desperation. It was all for the chance to pass the trials and seize power. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to climb the social ladder and wield massive influence over the future of Murim. Mok Gyeongwoon gritted his teeth in agony, realizing his desperate struggle for survival was actually leading him closer to becoming a leader among his sworn enemies. The man in blue sighed, seeing that Gyeongwoon truly hadn't known, and then revealed he had been sent to the valley as a hostage. Mok Gyeongwoon questioned why a hostage would be sent to such a place, but the man in blue claimed ignorance. After a moment of contemplation, Mok Gyeongwoon accepted the bizarre explanation. He started to ask another question, but was cut off abruptly. The man in blue hushed him, his expression suddenly serious. He apologized for his initial mistrust, admitting that even though the Mok Sword Manor was a renowned orthodox sect, he couldn't be too careful, and urged Yu-chun to listen closely. The man in blue then revealed a shocking secret: he was a spy from the Orthodox Alliance's legendary hidden force. The revelation struck Mok Yu-chun with the force of a physical blow. The narration explained that the Orthodox Alliance was one of the three great powers of Murim, a pillar standing against the Heaven-Earth Association. Within the alliance existed the Hidden Force, a clandestine group specializing in assassinations and undercover missions, whose existence was officially denied and only spoken of in rumors. Mok Yu-chun's mind reeled with the confirmation that the rumored secret force was real. He questioned if it was wise for the spy to reveal such a secret, but the spy simply stated that the situation had become urgent. The Orthodox Alliance spy elaborated that a total of 15 agents had successfully infiltrated the Corpse Blood Valley. However, far more had died than he anticipated. While all passed the first trial, a staggering 11 agents were lost in the second. The spy confessed he was hoping Mok Yu-chun would agree to help them. Mok Yu-chun guessed the monstrous creature from the trial was responsible for the losses, but the spy indicated that was only part of the problem. The spy hinted that Mok Yu-chun himself was well aware of the true danger. A flash of dreadful understanding crossed Mok Yu-chun's face as he realized who the spy meant. The spy's face contorted with anger as he spat out that a particular bastard was the real problem. He named the demonic figure Mok Gyeongwoon, revealing that the crazy bastard had single-handedly slaughtered 9 of his comrades. Overwhelmed, Mok Yu-chun could only sigh in frustration and curse his damnable fate. The spy explained that he'd assumed Yu-chun was on Gyeongwoon's side due to their shared surname, but Gyeongwoon's command for them to kill each other proved otherwise. He offered a piece of information, acknowledging they were still half-brothers, which drew a questioning look from Mok Yu-chun. Mok Yu-chun then furiously declared his own intention: he was going to kill Mok Gyeongwoon. The man in blue pressed on, emphasizing that their situation was dire enough to require Yu-chun's help, leaving them with no other choice. He declared their intent to eradicate all interference, reassuring Yu-chun that while he knew how insane Mok Gyeongwoon was, they had a plan. The seated spy revealed their trump card, stating that they had someone just as insane to unleash upon him. The sharp, rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed through the chamber, heralding an ominous arrival. The narrator introduced the Ding Regiment, a special unit of the Hidden Force who earned their own unique codename. They were known as monsters, not only for their immense strength but for a much more fundamental reason. A blonde woman asked her dark-haired companion if she planned to rest, but the woman coldly replied that she could rest when she was dead. As the narration confirmed these individuals were different from ordinary humans, the dark-haired woman gave orders to the demonic monk in Moharang to gather people. She suddenly stopped, her attention fixed on an intruder she identified as Mok Gyeongwoon, even as the narrator confirmed this girl was also one of the monsters. The dark-haired woman coolly asked what he wanted, and he replied with a simple, chilling request: he wanted to talk. The scene shifted to a woman in a red dress who confirmed his intent, as the narrator explained she had obtained a body unable to feel pain through countless sorcerous experiments, warping her personality. The woman in red clarified Gyeongwoon's desire to talk with their bodies. The narrator revealed that due to her unique condition, she had learned to enjoy a grotesque art form known as nunhwayang. It was the act of deriving pleasure from the screams of pain, a revelation that caused the dark-haired Mok Gyeongwoon to let out a gasp of impressed wonder. A heavy silence hung in the air, thick with unspoken questions. The pink-haired woman let out a drawn-out, suggestive moan, her gaze fixed upon her captor. Mok Gyeongwoon wondered aloud why she had come, explaining that he had only subdued her after she inexplicably stripped and charged at him. The blonde woman reacted with surprise, asking if the girl hadn't arrived with him, prompting Gyeongwoon to call her phrasing blunt. She questioned his act of innocence as the chained girl excitedly whispered the word mating. Gyeongwoon conceded that the situation was troubling and mused about waking her to demand the real reason she was there. The chained girl watched him, panting with an unsettling, eager anticipation. A sinister smile spread across her face as she told him to do as he wished. The metallic strain of taut chains echoed ominously in the room. Meanwhile, a young man in blue raced through the woods, desperately hoping they weren't too late. His companion, a man in green, muttered Mok Gyeongwoon's name with a heavy heart. The man in blue pleaded with his friend, begging him to forgive Gyeongwoon just this once. Another man in blue robes admitted he disliked the bastard too, but couldn't stand by and watch a brother from the orderly wooden sword hall be utterly ruined. He begged for a chance, promising he would do his best to convince him. The man in blue robes finally yielded, agreeing they should go stop her before it was too late, earning a relieved thanks from the young man. He clarified that he was giving this one chance only because he considered the young man to be just, and insisted that he must succeed. The young man in green reaffirmed his conviction that Gyeongwoon would surely return to the orthodox faction once he was reasoned with. As they approached, the sound of a large, agitated crowd reached their ears. Onlookers wondered what the commotion was about, noticing that someone was being dragged out into the open. A man cursed under his breath as he realized the identity of those being exposed. A palpable shock rippled through the assembled group. They were agents of the covert steps, and they were being systematically rooted out. A man in a red hat laughed uproariously, patting Gyeongwoon on the back while the dark-haired woman looked on in surprise. The crowd buzzed with the revelation that someone had managed to find the spies hiding among them. The dark-haired woman announced to everyone that this was all thanks to Mok Gyeongwoon. The scene flashed back to 15 minutes earlier, with the dark-haired woman interrogating her captive. She confirmed the facts. The pink-haired woman was a spy from the covert steps of the Justice Union, and she had infiltrated this place as an enemy. The now subservient pink-haired woman added that a total of 4 spies had infiltrated, including the owner of the body she now occupied. The blonde woman found it foolish for spies to share their identities, a sentiment with which Gyeongwoon agreed. She marveled at the inefficiency of these people splitting into hostile factions based on ideology, and Gyeongwoon concurred. The blonde woman, however, noted that while inefficient, there was nothing more frightening. She explained that such conviction led them to wage their very lives for their cause. Gyeongwoon began to understand, realizing that this fanaticism exhausted people in a way that simple enmity could not. He recalled how these types of people had been a nuisance even during his time at the orderly wooden sword hall, as he found some clothes for his captive. The blonde woman asked Gyeongwoon his plan, noting that the spies had been an eyesore attempting to eliminate him. The pink-haired woman offered to deal with her former comrades one by one, but Gyeongwoon paused to think. He dismissed her offer, deciding there was no need for such a hassle. A cunning smile touched Gyeongwoon's lips as he announced he just got a great idea. Back in the present, the dark-haired woman laughed heartily, congratulating Gyeongwoon on his accomplishment. A woman in red and blue joined the praise, promising that he would be rewarded handsomely for his contribution. Gyeongwoon savored the moment, knowing his plan allowed him to earn merit and eliminate obstacles with a single stroke. He gave a faint, satisfied smile as the pink-haired woman glanced his way. The man in blue who had arrived to save Gyeongwoon stopped dead in his tracks, utterly confused. The pink-haired woman suddenly pointed at his companion, shouting that the man in green was also part of the covert steps. The man in green cursed his luck, realizing he had been exposed, and began to scramble away. Masked figures immediately gave chase, yelling for his capture. His escape was cut short as a figure landed lightly before him. Surrounded and trapped, the man in green could only stare in wide-eyed shock. Mok Gyeongwoon, in his female disguise, offered a slight, chilling smile. The young man spat Gyeongwoon's name, his voice filled with betrayal. He demanded they talk, but Gyeongwoon simply asked what there was to discuss. When the young man accused him of betraying the orthodox faction, Gyeongwoon cut him off, calling him naive. He then asked the stunned man if he, too, wished to be treated like a spy and dragged away. The young man couldn't believe what he was hearing, prompting Gyeongwoon to challenge his entire understanding of the situation. He mockingly questioned whether the young man truly believed the head of the bloodied corpse valley wouldn't know about the spies in his midst. An unseen voice recollected that the valley head had, in fact, been closely monitoring these exact people since the second trial. The young man's face contorted in disbelief as the horrifying truth dawned on him. Jeong offered a final piece of advice, warning that with such a foolish mindset, he wouldn't survive long here. As Jeong turned to leave, the man in green grabbed his arm, refusing to let him go. He desperately asked if Jeong even knew the true purpose behind the trials. Jeong merely shrugged in response. He coldly asked if he was supposed to care. The man in green was left completely deflated by Jeong's utter indifference. The woman in red approached Jeong, asking why he didn't just eliminate the man, but he replied, "Not yet." Jeong explained that he was still maintaining his cover as a fellow hall member and killing the man himself would raise unnecessary suspicion. For now, he concluded, it was better to just leave him. At that moment, a person in grey robes called out to Mok Gyeongwoon, who turned and answered politely. The messenger informed him that the valley head was calling for him, an announcement that took Jeong by surprise. The scene shifted to a large, imposing traditional building, the center of the valley head's power. Inside a darkened room, a hand drifted towards a framed portrait. A long-haired attendant announced to the figure in the shadows that he had brought the person who was summoned. The masked valley head considered for a moment before commanding the attendant to send him in. As the doors opened, the valley head's head snapped up, his full attention captured. He gestured towards a seat, inviting his guest to sit. The masked man leaned forward, preparing to speak. As a strange energy filled the chamber, the valley head stated it was time for them to have a brief talk. In the dimly lit chamber, Mok Gyeongwoon sat across from the imposing figure of the masked valley head. The valley head broke the silence, calling out Mok Gyeongwoon's name, to which Gyeongwoon simply affirmed his identity. The masked man stated he was aware that Jeong and Mok Gyeongwoon were brought from the Mok Sword Manor as hostages, a fact Jeong confirmed was true. However, the valley head admitted that he found the situation strange. The masked figure pressed further, asking why Jeong, a captive, would go out of his way to expose spies from the Orthodox Alliance. He delivered a chilling ultimatum, warning that Jeong's life depended on a convincing answer. Internally, Jeong was already assessing his opponent, noting the man's incredible speed. He sensed a burning energy and ridiculous strength, finally understanding why Blue Spirit had told him he still had a long way to go. As Jeong considered his response, a sudden realization struck him. A memory of the blonde woman known as Blue Spirit surfaced in his mind. Along with the memory of her came the image of a particular sword. Jeong recalled the masked figure's words, realizing this situation might work out better than he expected as he prepared to follow a specific instruction. The masked valley head's patience wore thin, his voice cutting through the silence as he demanded Jeong to speak. As Jeong began his move, the valley head's mind reeled, starting to question if the Lee household had somehow learned to control the legendary fiery Dawn Chi. A vision from the past, a young man with blue hair, stuttered in disbelief as the valley head wondered how Jeong could know of such things. The valley head mentally finished the question he couldn't speak aloud, wanting to ask if Jeong knew of the Scarlet Flame sword technique. A blinding flash of spiritual energy erupted in the chamber. The valley head's thoughts descended into paranoia, suspecting the hostage situation was a cover and that the association head had sent Jeong to test him. A painful memory surfaced, a king demanding 4 generations of loyalty before the Lee household would be permitted to use the title of king again. He cried out in his mind, believing he had already done more than enough. His thoughts spiraled as he questioned why he was still stuck as a valley master in this desolate place if his household had regained its honor. He grew desperate, demanding to know if the association head had sent Jeong. The man with the sword simply stated that the outburst did not answer his own question. Losing his composure entirely, the masked man roared for an answer. In response, Jeong's fingers moved with silent, deadly precision. The man with the sword, Jeong, recognized the form immediately. It was the sword art of the fingers. He could sense the technique's power from the pose alone, without a single word being uttered. An invisible shockwave of immense power blasted towards the masked man. The trajectory was flawless, aimed directly at the 8 vital points in the center of the body. The masked man gasped, the phantom pressure of the attack feeling terrifyingly real. Jeong, the man with the sword, knew this technique intimately. He recognized the martial art his grandfather had always spoken of, the legendary sword art of the lunar vein. The young man with dark hair, Jeong, acknowledged that the valley head recognized the technique. The masked man expressed his surprise, noting Jeong looked young enough to be Lee Womun's grandson, an outburst of shock escaping him as he realized Jeong knew his grandfather's name. A memory flooded the valley head's mind, his grandfather, the old man, telling him not to hate their liege, insisting she was not the traitor everyone believed her to be. The image of his younger self, a boy named Lee Womun, asking his grandfather if their family were truly traitors, became vivid. The boy, Lee Jeong, recalled his grandfather seeing the injuries on his face and knowing why he was asking. A narration of his past explained the constant harassment he endured at the association's training hall, the price for his grandfather's unwavering allegiance to the lunar vein. The young boy had asked if they would ever be free of that label, but his grandfather's resolve remained absolute. His grandfather had reasoned that it was a subject's duty to trust their liege until the end, but a young Lee Jeong, tired of the endless harassment, could never understand. He remembered desperately suggesting it would be better to swear loyalty to the association head instead. A young woman had echoed his frustrations, screaming about the terrible label forced upon them because of that liege. She had cried that it was because of that loyalty that her powerful grandfather had been demoted to a mere valley master. The woman, Jeong, couldn't comprehend maintaining such loyalty, her outburst only ending when the old man called her name. Lee Jeong recalled how his resentment grew, unable to understand why he had to pay for the sins of another. His grandfather's only explanation was always that it was because they were her subjects. After that, he had stopped speaking to his grandfather, instead obsessively training his martial arts as it was the only way he could stand to live. This dedication allowed him to become the first in his household to reach the 5th mastery level of the guiding flame art before the age of 20. In his moment of achievement, the young man felt invincible, believing he could do anything. He knew that even his grandfather had hit a wall at the 8th mastery of the Scarlet Flame Sword technique. He was certain he could surpass that, but his greed became his poison, making him ignore the warning not to attempt the 6th mastery before perfecting the 5th. In his haste, he soon faced the terrible consequences of his ambition. Uncontrollable flames erupted from his body as his attendants screamed for the young master in terror. The fiery dawn chi, the source of his power, was now burning his body from within, and he wondered if this was how he would die. Through the haze of pain and fire, a figure suddenly appeared. He recognized his grandfather standing before him. He knew that not even his father or grandfather could perfectly restrain the fiery dawn chi, and for his grandfather to absorb it now would be a death sentence. The elderly man began to draw the raging fire from the boy's body into his own. The man engulfed in flames screamed in protest, grabbing his grandfather and shouting that it was too dangerous. Seeing the man he hadn't spoken to in 4 years sacrificing himself, he pleaded with him to stop. But his pleas were choked by overwhelming horror. His grandfather, wreathed in sacrificial flames, offered one final, outstretched hand. Tears streamed down young Lee Jaehyun's face, which was illuminated by the deadly fire. The last thing he saw was his grandfather's face, etched with sorrow, as the flames fully consumed him. A strangled cry of pure agony tore from the young man's throat. His scream echoed amidst the swirling red energy, a sound of utter loss and despair. The young man's narration recounted that watching his grandfather burn to death because of him was a trauma beyond words. While being treated for his burns, he screamed for half a day, only stopping when exhaustion finally claimed him. At his grandfather's funeral, he confessed to his father and begged for punishment, but to his surprise, no one in the family blamed him. His father simply said that his grandfather would not have wanted that. He then handed his son a scroll, the last poem his grandfather ever wrote. The poem spoke of following in the footsteps of a great leader, a memory that time could never erase. Lee Jiam was lost, realizing his grandfather's loyalty never wavered, while he, his own grandson, had insulted that very will. In that moment, holding the poem, he made up his mind to carry out his grandfather's will. He vowed to continue that allegiance, even if it meant enduring shame and wearing a mask to deceive the world until the day he could finally meet his liege. Back in the present, the masked man's internal monologue concluded. He knew the lunar vein's art from his grandfather's stories, and now he had to know how Jeongwoon knew it too. Since the lunar vein was no more, he roared at Jeongwoon, demanding to know who he really was. He continued frantically, yelling that the only remaining scriptures were unreadable and now lost, making Jeongwoon's knowledge impossible. Jeongwoon calmly replied that it is better to see something once than to hear about it 1,000 times. He then invited the bewildered valley head to see for himself. As Jeongwoon released his power, he promised to reveal the veiled truth his grandfather had spoken of countless times. An image began to coalesce in the valley head's mind, a pipe, and a legendary beauty with eyes of blood. Red petals seemed to fall around the vision of a woman with an impossibly elaborate hairstyle. The scarred figure from his memories gasped in awe at the woman who was said to be stronger than anyone. She was, as the legends claimed, more beautiful than anyone in the association. The sheer shock and recognition sent the masked man stumbling to the floor. Lee Jiam, the patriarch of the Lee household, fell to his knees and greeted the vision as the master of the lunar vein, finally acknowledging his long-awaited liege. With his head bowed low, the scarred figure of Lee Jiam remained prostrate on the floor. His voice, filled with a century of longing, echoed in the chamber as he formally identified himself as the patriarch of the Lee household. Lee Jiam then greeted the master of the lunar vein, finally acknowledging his long-awaited liege. A heavy silence descended as the patriarch held his reverent pose. The spectral voice of the liege resonated, affirming she had always believed the Lee bloodline would stay loyal. She then turned her attention to Jeongwoon, asking the mortal if he had witnessed this profound display of fidelity. Jeongwoon privately scoffed at her foolishness, wondering how a vengeful spirit could still place trust in humans. However, he conceded that the situation was developing in an interesting way. He had not expected an allegiance to last over 100 years and had wrongly assumed the blue spirit was destined for disappointment. Outwardly, Jeongwoon admitted to himself that this turn of events was not bad at all. The liege's voice commanded Lee Jiam to raise his head. She began to speak of their shared past, but her words suddenly twisted into the incantation of a sealing art. Confused by her own speech, she questioned the strange words before instinctively shouting the final command to seal. A sudden, sharp cry of pain tore from Jeongwoon's own lips, startling him. The liege's spirit furiously demanded to know what the mortal bastard was doing to her. A frantic Lee Jiam asked where his liege had vanished, to which Jeongwoon coolly replied that she was now with him. When the patriarch begged to see her again, Jeongwoon simply stated that she was already standing right in front of him. This baffling assertion left both Lee Jiam and the contained spirit of the liege utterly speechless. Jeongwoon then dropped a stunning revelation, declaring himself to be her vessel. For a fleeting moment, a flicker of his own surprise crossed Jeongwoon's face. He thought to himself that while the blue spirit might trust the patriarch, he certainly did not, and it would be better to have the man under his direct control. Jeongwoon resolved then and there that he would be the one to claim the Lee household's generations-long allegiance. To that end, he presented a scroll to the kneeling patriarch. Lee Jiam's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the legendary completed technique of their art. He remembered his grandfather's stories of how he and his liege had created the guiding flame art together but were unable to complete it before tragedy struck. The Lee household's most profound, long-held wish was now trembling in his very hands. A gasp of pure awe escaped the old patriarch's lips. He marveled at how the liege had come up with the complex final step so easily, praising her unparalleled genius. From within Jeongwoon's mind, the blue spirit retorted that it was far from easy, as she only understood it after her spiritual eye opened in death. She cursed her own loose tongue, realizing she had accidentally revealed everything to Gyeongwoon, which would only make Lee Jae-im trust him more. The patriarch astutely noted that the technique still seemed incomplete, a fact Gyeongwoon readily confirmed. When Lee Jae-im asked why, Gyeongwoon explained it was a necessary precaution. He gently reminded the patriarch that his current predicament was due to past haste, and he was merely worried about such a mistake happening again. A warmth spread through Lee Jae-im, who was deeply moved by this unexpected show of consideration. The white-haired elder visibly struggled to contain his overwhelming emotions. Gyeongwoon silently observed the powerful effect his words were having. Lee Jae-im clarified that he was not kneeling merely because of the martial technique. He swore his loyalty anew, touched by his liege's profound consideration even as a spirit, and lowered his head to the floor once more. Gyeongwoon stood impassively, receiving the solemn vow. The blue spirit urged Gyeongwoon to see the family's true nature, insisting he could trust the Lee household and should abandon his doubts. She acknowledged his scheme of providing only half the technique but firmly reiterated her own unwavering trust in Lee Jae-im. Gyeongwoon agreed not to interfere, but warned her that he would not participate in any plots against the Lee household. Gathering his courage, Lee Jae-im asked if he might pose a question to his liege. The patriarch's inquiry about the great battle of Huaining sent a jolt of shock through Gyeongwoon. Lee Jae-im pressed on, explaining that this was the event where she was framed and killed, and he needed to know the truth of that day. Panicking internally, Gyeongwoon desperately wished for the blue spirit to figure a way out of this on her own. The spirit smugly refused, telling him to either confess his lie and let her speak, or handle it himself. Gyeongwoon quickly tried to assess what information the spirit might possess. In a brilliant deflection, Gyeongwoon asked what version of the events the Heaven-Earth Association currently believed. The blue spirit was stunned by his clever gambit of answering a question with a question. Lee Jae-im hesitated to speak of the official, likely slanderous, account, but Gyeongwoon insisted, overriding the blue spirit's frantic internal protests. Gyeongwoon mentally admonished the spirit, thinking she should have just told him what happened from the start. As the blue spirit began to shout a warning to the mortal, Lee Jae-im made a muffled sound, ready to speak. Gyeongwoon wryly considered that this was certainly an interesting way to learn about her past. The stage was set to uncover the history of the blue spirit, the leader of the Moon Division, and her conflict with the Heaven-Earth Association. The moment felt poised to reveal the very reason she had become a resentful spirit. Taking a deep breath, the masked patriarch began to recount the tale as he knew it. Trapped inside, the blue spirit raged, threatening to destroy the wooden doll that served as her prison. Suddenly, both Gyeongwoon and Lee Jae-im flinched, their attention drawn by an unexpected external sound. The tense atmosphere in the room was shattered by the interruption. The blue spirit, unable to perceive the outside world, frantically asked what was happening. The sound of deliberate footsteps approached from outside the chamber. A figure moved swiftly past the doorway. A nearby silver-haired woman turned her head in surprise at the disturbance. Valley Master Lee tried to reassure his liege that it was nothing important. The silver-haired woman then turned to him and asked for a favor, which seemed to take him by surprise. Elsewhere, a man with long black hair informed the silver-haired woman he was stepping out for a moment, earning a questioning look. A sharp, disturbing cackle echoed from nearby. The unsettling sound grew louder and more menacing. The noise culminated in a pained, gurgling cry. An old man with white hair appeared, chuckling as his suspicions were confirmed with a chilling sense of satisfaction. He declared triumphantly that he had finally located his missing insect poison. A sharp, guttural cry sliced through the tense silence. The sound quickly devolved into a pained, gurgling whimper. The silver-haired man's voice resonated with grim satisfaction as he confirmed he was right. He declared triumphantly that he had finally located his missing insect poison. The scene rewound, shifting to the events of half an hour ago. A hooded figure and a leader figure reacted in surprise as they noticed someone approaching. The hooded figure began to introduce himself formally as Fong Yang. The silver-haired man offered his greetings to the esteemed underworld assassin pavilion master. The leader questioned his destination, to which the silver-haired man replied that he was simply transporting spies. Fong Yang listened with a pensive hum, considering the man's words. The leader pressed for the reason he was at the Corpse Blood Valley, while both his companions inquired if there had been any problems during the trials. Though the leader considered halting the exams, Fong Yang interjected that while there were no major issues, something rather noteworthy had occurred. He revealed that a trainee named Mok Gyeongwoon had successfully slain the monstrous creature known for its pig-like sounds. An elderly man with a staff reacted with utter shock, questioning if the hunter of the week was truly dead. A man in a straw hat urgently reminded his master that this was the very child he had asked to be removed from the exam, stunning the old man. The elderly master marveled at the news, acknowledging such a feat from a novice as a sign of ridiculous talent and resolving to meet the boy himself. For the moment, however, he directed his subordinate to shift focus, declaring it was time to find what they had lost. With a sudden, sharp crackle of energy, a barrier erupted around them, catching the straw-hatted man completely by surprise. While another disciple questioned the sudden move, the man in the straw hat desperately asked his master for an explanation. A formidable cursed energy barrier had been erected around the area. Such a technique, comparable to a high-level demonic will domain, was only possible for those who had surpassed the moon realm, and the elderly man wondered at the reaction it was causing. A terrifying scream suddenly echoed from within the barrier's range, startling the old master. A faint, pained cry trailed off in the distance. An unseen woman reacted with visible shock. She let out a choked, desperate gasp as the cursed energy washed over her. Back in the present, the old man, in Cook, grunted with satisfaction as his suspicions were confirmed. He declared that this was, without a doubt, the location of his long-lost insect poison. This was in Cook, the underworld assassin pavilion master, a shaman considered strange for his deep interest in forbidden arts like the divine spirit insect and poison techniques. Upon reaching the age of 60, he had discovered a cave holding the secret techniques of the Mount Mao sect, and he laughed, certain the heavens themselves had aided him. An ornate gate stood against a vibrant sunset, marking the beginning of his new path. As most of the techniques were banned by the orthodox pavilions, he defected to the Heaven-Earth Association, where his power grew exponentially. A disciple in a hat confirmed that he could see the insect poison through the barrier, while a woman noted it was so potent it almost became a blue spirit. A woman with white hair stared intently at the old shaman, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. She knew instantly that he was the very man who had thrown her into that living hell. Though she burned with the desire to kill him, she knew he was too powerful, a mortal who had touched the realm of the innate. Her only thought was of escape, she had to get back to her master. The disciple in the hat blocked her path, chanting a binding spell as he flatly stated he wouldn't let her go. The white-haired woman countered with a swift decree, unleashing a blast of energy that sent her attacker screaming. Consumed by fury, she swore that she would kill the damned shaman. In Cook simply laughed, mockingly calling himself her parent and assuring her that her defiant attitude would soon be broken. He then revealed his chilling intention, to make her his familiar spirit. He instructed his disciple, Jeong, to watch closely as he began the 4 forms of birth law of commanding spirits. Taming a resentful spirit was deemed nearly impossible, but in Cook was confident that if he could succeed, he would finally be able to subjugate the great calamity that had haunted his ambitions. The old shaman's voice boomed as he commanded the spirit to speak. With a peal of manic laughter, he declared himself her new master. His amusement was cut short as he flinched from her unheard response, ordering her to shut up. The white-haired girl glared back, venomously telling the old geezer to die. In Cook recoiled in pure disbelief, realizing his powerful ritual had somehow failed. As he stammered, questioning how this was possible, the sound of approaching footsteps was punctuated by a young man's voice. The newcomer coolly asked what they were doing to someone else's dog, shocking everyone present. The white-haired girl cried out, "Master," in sheer relief, leaving the old shaman utterly bewildered. The unexpected title of Master hung in the air, a stunning revelation. The masked disciple, Jo Yugong, frantically pointed out the arrival to in Cook, identifying him as the Mok Gyeongwoon they'd heard about. Mok Gyeongwoon himself seemed taken aback, questioning why the spirit had called him her master. In a moment of sheer confusion, he seemed to address someone named Gyeongwoon, stating that this person was his master. The silver-haired in Cook remained completely still, his mind racing to comprehend the bizarre scene unfolding before him. Mok Gyeongwoon moved to offer a formal greeting, but in Cook cut him off with a sharp command. "Tell me again," the old shaman ordered, leaving the young man momentarily confused. In Cook's eyes narrowed as he gestured to the spirit and demanded to know if Mok Gyeongwoon was truly the owner of this thing. Jo Yugong gasped as a sudden, troubling thought occurred to him. Mok Gyeongwoon simply hummed, calmly contemplating the intense interrogation. In Cook's patience finally snapped, and he unleashed a wave of suppressive energy, demanding an immediate answer. Internally acknowledging the old man's monstrous power, Mok Gyeongwoon calmly and simply replied, "Yes, I am." In Cook was left incredulous, but Jo Yugong quickly suggested a test, have the young man give the spirit an order. Jo Yugong insisted it didn't matter what the command was, so long as he proved his control. In Cook then gestured to a young woman, calling for Gyo Soha to come to his side. A tense silence filled the air, broken only by Mok Gyeongwoon's short, dismissive scoff. Jo Yugong furiously demanded to know what he had done, but Mok Gyeongwoon simply stated he had done nothing much and had no obligation to explain. Scoffing at the defiance, Jo Yugong declared he would force the truth out and began chanting the binding sorcery, absence of self. As a mystical energy pulsed from cursed beads, the white-haired spirit peeked from behind her master, her eyes wide with fear. In Cook watched the spell take effect with a low, interested goo. Mok Gyeongwoon recognized the power of the cursed beads, correctly guessing it was a subjugation art that compelled absolute obedience. He wasn't concerned, however, knowing it wouldn't work on him since he had given a false name when he entered the trials. His calm, "all right," surprised Jo Yugong and caused the young spirit to gasp. Another figure, an old man with long gray hair, observed that the spell had been cast, and Jo Yugong confirmed it, noting the target was not yet obedient. The old man chuckled, praising Jo Yugong as his most cunning disciple, before ominously adding, however. Without another word, the old man with long gray hair launched a sudden, powerful strike against Mok Gyeongwoon. The spirit cried out for her master, but the attacker merely stated that one must test if the sorcery had truly worked. She begged him to stop, but the old man was unshakably confident, declaring it had to have worked since the young man swore on his name. Mok Gyeongwoon took the hit in stoic silence, causing the old man to hum in contemplation. Conceding the test was over, the old man ordered Jo Yugong to help him up and get the answers they sought. The hooded elder then directly addressed Mok Gyeongwoon, demanding he explain how he managed to make a resentful spirit his familiar. Mok Gyeongwoon was silent for a long moment, before muttering the two words, "Association Master." A low growl suddenly emanated from nearby, startling the old shaman. A tortured man chained nearby began to frantically repeat the words, questioning why anyone was bringing up the Association Master. The captive man descended into a state of panic, muttering the title over and over again. His muttering escalated into a desperate shout as he demanded to know if the Association Master was truly there, prompting in Cook to yell at him to speak louder. The man began to say the name one last time before a sharp crack cut him off. A sickening crunch echoed through the chamber, silencing the captive permanently. After a final, agonized scream faded, Mok Gyeongwoon coolly observed that the Association Master was, obviously, not here. The intense confrontation paused, leaving the fate of all parties hanging in the balance. The silver-haired elder cried out in agony, his mind fracturing as he uttered the Lord's name. His voice cracked as he stammered the name Yonhwan, lost in a storm of pain. A final, desperate scream escaped his lips as the torment overwhelmed him. A bloodied man remarked that no matter how strong the elder's energy burst, his physical body was far too weak. The bloody man, identified as Jo Yugong, questioned why the will of Jeong Yeo Jiangmu couldn't be restrained, as the elder cursed his own powerlessness. The masked man, the elder himself, realized his mistake in a moment of pained clarity. Blinded by talent, he had foolishly believed he could control such a being. With a grunt of effort, the masked elder lunged forward, unleashing a powerful blast of raw energy. He desperately invoked the Ogumching Iwi divine form, trying to stabilize the chaotic energy flow. The Five Peaks Grand Elder's urgent command of the law manifested as a flurry of strikes. Adopting the phantom god form, the rebellious Jo Yugong called the elder a rebellious brat and demanded he let go of his master. In a vision of the past, the young man in armor questioned his master's tutelage, who simply noted how much he still had to learn. In the present, the young man with black hair mused that once a master, always a master, as he observed the puppets before him. Jeong reflected internally that the puppet's energy was stronger than expected, and with his spirit Chongryang unavailable, Kusaha alone would not be enough. Deciding on a new course of action, Jeong turned his attention to the old shaman he called master. He offered a gift to the man in the basket hat, whose confusion was clear. A horrifying scream echoed through the chamber, signaling the start of a terrible ritual. The air filled with the sounds of tearing flesh and agonized cries. Another wet thud marked a brutal impact somewhere in the darkness. The young man in the basket hat taunted the master, asking if he was truly going to throw away the chance his disciple was offering. The master, utterly bewildered, could only question what he was talking about. The man in black calmly pointed out that the position of the Wansalgar Lord was now conveniently vacant. A chilling figure wearing a wooden helmet and red beads was revealed, the product of a dark art. The man in black questioned if he was being instructed to take the empty seat left by his master's death. He admitted he had no particular affection for his master, but failing to protect him would make it impossible for anyone to recognize him as the new lord. He lamented that this unfortunate situation had, in fact, greatly weakened his own position. The man in black began to recite a promise, only to be cut short by a startling realization. His eyes widened as he identified the terrifying technique manifesting before him. He breathed its name in horror, the Six Spirits Summoning Art. This forbidden technique was known for creating living ghosts from the blood of a dead person's heart through an inhumane and inefficient ritual. The man in black knew that sacrificing countless lives was necessary just to animate a single corpse. The art required an absurdly massive amount of malicious energy to even attempt. The old man grimly acknowledged that even if he killed everyone present, it would still be difficult to successfully complete the ritual. The young man simply questioned how this was all possible. The old man then laid out his proposal. He would grant control over the living ghost if the Grandmaster agreed to become a puppet lord. A younger woman pressed the issue, asking if he still refused to take the opportunity being offered. Back in the present, the man in the hat sighed, remarking that he had just experienced a very restless dream. Resigned, he agreed to hear what Jeong had to say. A moment of silence passed as the terms of the confrontation were about to be set. P3S8, the woman with light blue hair let out a soft gasp as an unseen energy washed over the area. Narration transition. A heavy sigh filled the air, thick with anticipation and dread. The straw hat man stated that he had 3 conditions, and the long-haired Jeong simply told him to go ahead. The old shaman's first 2 conditions were to explain why the oath shackles failed and how the Six Spirits Summoning Art succeeded. His final condition was a guarantee of his personal safety, to which Jeong coolly replied that he had already thought of a way to ensure it. Jeong added that it was a method that would surely put his master at ease, causing the shaman to react with alarm. The old shaman's mind raced as he saw the familiar prayer beads, realizing with horror what Jeong intended. Jeong presented the cursed beads, telling the old shaman that if he swore loyalty and became his dog, then there would be no reason to harm him. The man in the straw hat stared at the prayer beads, his gaze shifting to Jeong's subtle, mocking smile. He gripped the beads tightly, his knuckles white as he glared with barely contained fury. Jeong's smirk widened, his confidence unwavering in the face of the old shaman's rage. He reminded the shaman that he could always be subdued by force. The man in the mask was warned not to forget that he could be compelled to wear the beads again. The very air seemed to hum with the power of the phantom god form. Jeong then began to answer the first condition, ready to explain why the oath shackles had no effect. Their conflict resumed with a violent clash amidst the dense forest trees. Jeong revealed the simple truth: his real name was not Mok Gyeongwoon, but Jeong, a name the shaman should remember for his own oath. The masked shaman cursed himself for falling for such a simple trick, resolving to focus on subduing his opponent immediately. He believed Jeong would be unable to break through the phantom god form alone. Confident that the spirit was no threat due to her depleted power, the shaman planned to use his technique to suppress Jeong and end the fight quickly. But Jeong moved first, striking the masked figure with a powerful spear thrust. The shaman's spiritual construct shattered into pieces on impact. A crackle of energy filled the air as Jeong's attack pressed forward. He unleashed the Chikmukju thunder roar, a torrent of raw power. The two figures clashed violently amidst a storm of pure lightning. An armored figure, one of the shaman's constructs, declared that the fight was over. The construct commanded the spirit, Soha, to bind the captured Jeong. Sinister, dark tendrils began to emanate from a nearby weapon, ready to strike. Jeong, wearing his conical hat, was instantly ensnared by crackling chains of lightning. Soha cried out in disbelief, questioning how he could have possibly recovered his spiritual power so quickly without absorbing any malicious energy. A mocking laugh rang out as a voice taunted Fangsa for letting their guard down. The figure in the conical hat cried out as his balance was broken, and he was struck down. As the dust settled, Jeong stood over his defeated foe and began to explain the second condition. He revealed the reason the six spirit summoning art had succeeded. A final, decisive blow emphasized his next shocking statement. Jeong declared that his dantian, the very core of his spiritual energy, was made of pure malicious energy. Coughing in shock, the man with the bucket hat thought to himself that such a thing was utterly impossible. Soha struggled to comprehend the truth: not only was his name false, but his entire spiritual foundation was an abomination. The man with the bucket hat weakly asked if Jeong would make the oath now, but Jeong dismissed the notion as ridiculous. A sharp whistling sound cut through the tense silence. The man with long black hair, Jeong, smiled with an intensity that promised only violence. Soha realized his expression was one that seemed to dare her master to resist, just as Jo Yugong's voice began to swear a new vow. The oath was completed, as Jo Yugong pledged to uphold the will of Jeong. The masked man listened, dumbfounded that his own master would go so far for this disciple. The bloody elder admitted he was at a loss for words, feeling as though he had unwittingly taken a demon as his disciple. A sweeping vista of rugged mountains and dense forest stretched out under a clear sky. The sound of steady footsteps echoed through the quiet landscape. A palpable, powerful aura began to fill the air. The masked man stood in tense silence, his thoughts racing. He let out a deep sigh, wondering how his carefully laid plans had gone so horribly awry. The masked man fretted that while his ruse might fool others, it would never deceive the one who was coming. He knew he was facing senior disciple Jo Taechung, a genius shaman who had reached the sun rank and commanded two mythical beasts. In a different time, Jeong recalled warning Mok Gyeongwoon, questioning why he had to handle every detail himself for a goal that wasn't his. He clenched his fist, accepting that this was an all-or-nothing gamble for the position of pavilion master. Meanwhile, Mok Gyeongwoon's own thoughts were consumed with ambition, acknowledging his new disciple's talent as the key to his ascension. Yet, a seed of doubt began to sprout in Mok Gyeongwoon's mind. A terrible premonition washed over him, a nagging feeling that he had forgotten something of critical importance. He desperately racked his brain, but the crucial memory remained just out of reach. Jeong smirked to himself, reflecting on the unexpected potency of the cursed beads. He chuckled, realizing the artifact had been powerful enough to make Mok Gyeongwoon forget even his master's name. He recalled testing the bead's power, watching in satisfaction as it successfully erased his own name from Mok Gyeongwoon's memory. In that memory, he had asked Mok Gyeongwoon if more beads could be acquired, only to be told it was impossible. A mysterious man had explained that the beads were forged by one of the 6 divine shamans, and only 3 others existed in the world. The man elaborated that his own master had studied one for over a decade, yet failed to uncover its secrets. The young man, Jeong, had expressed his disappointment but remained hopeful that fate would lead him to the others. Jeong's gaze drifted into the distance as he contemplated the future. The masked figure's voice broke his reverie, and Jeong turned his attention back to his waiting companion. The masked figure then prepared to resume their earlier conversation. The topic was to be the hidden past of the Blue Spirit and the truth behind the Great Battle of Huaining. The masked figure paused, gathering his thoughts on where to begin the long and complicated story. After a moment of silence, he finally addressed Jeong directly, calling him mortal. Jeong, however, curtly dismissed him, stating that he was busy and would listen later. In a sudden shift, a woman in red appeared, pleading with him not to delve into her history, promising that he would understand when the time was right. As a bribe to secure his silence, she offered to teach him one of the legendary thought-shattering 8 techniques. Jeong's eyes widened, his interest clearly piqued by the incredible offer. His mind filled with suspicion. She had always refused to teach him before, which made him question just how badly she wanted to hide her past. He held up a single finger, demanding she signal her agreement to his unstated terms. A sly smile played on Jeong's lips as he considered the Blue Spirit's desperate situation. With a flick of his wrist, he raised a second finger, silently declaring that one technique would not be enough. The woman in red furiously demanded to know if he had any morals, to which Jeong calmly replied that he needed to secure his own profit. He pressed her for an answer, mimicking her own insult back at her, "Yug, you evil bastard." Defeated, the woman in red reluctantly flicked her fingers twice, signaling her agreement. A heavy sigh filled the air as the negotiation concluded. Back in the present, the masked figure began to apologize to his liege, but Jeong simply cut him off. Jeong told him the story could wait, inwardly celebrating his acquisition of 2 of the thought-shattering 8 techniques. The spirit silently fumed, reflecting that while any one of the techniques was endlessly versatile, the evil bastard had forced her hand. However, she admitted to herself that she would hate it far more if he were to learn about her past from someone else. She then reconsidered, realizing what she truly feared was learning the version of her history that others told. The masked figure questioned waiting for a better time, but Jeong swiftly shut him down. Changing the subject entirely, Jeong stepped forward and asked for an honest assessment of his current martial realm. The masked figure flinched at the unexpected question, but Jeong insisted on a truthful answer. He took a moment, carefully observing his master before speaking. The masked figure stated honestly that, based on chi alone, Jeong appeared to be merely first-rate. Jeong's mind flashed back to the Blue Spirit telling him his internal energy was at the ultimate peak, realizing that others couldn't properly gauge his power. He remembered her explaining that his power was composed of death chi, an energy most martial artists were incapable of sensing. A thought struck him: if even strong opponents couldn't detect his true strength, he held a massive advantage. Recalling that he hadn't been actively hiding his power, Jeong understood he could naturally conceal his full capabilities. The memory of the masked figure's utter shock at this revelation was still vivid. Returning to the present, the masked figure noticed Jeong's apparent disappointment, but Jeong quickly offered an apology. Jeong clarified that he understood the assessment, revealing that he had only possessed his current body for about 2 weeks. The masked figure's eyes widened in disbelief as Jeong added that the body's original owner had not even been a third-rate martial artist. In a stunned voice, he asked if this could possibly be true, and Jeong calmly confirmed it. Jeong explained that while he understood the high expectations placed upon him, he was essentially starting over from the very beginning. The masked figure's shock quickly transformed into profound admiration. His mind reeled with the implication: to reach the first-rate realm in a mere 2 weeks was an almost unbelievable feat. Filled with newfound excitement, he eagerly asked how long it would take for Jeong to reclaim the power he held in his past life. Jeong paused, realizing the blue spirit had never actually told him what realm she had achieved, though he could feel her immense power. He reasoned that the timeline he gave must be sufficient to accomplish revenge for both of them. The old saying that revenge taken after 10 years is not late came to mind, a reminder that patience and timing were key. Despite the wisdom in those words, Jeong decided that a decade was simply far too long to wait. He raised 2 fingers, a simple gesture that left the masked figure completely dumbfounded. The masked figure stammered, asking if 2 years wasn't an impossibly short amount of time for such a goal. Jeong's confidence was unwavering as he declared that it was not. In that instant, the blonde woman materialized beside them, demanding to know if he had lost his mind. She repeated his audacious claim, unable to believe he truly intended to reach the evolutionary realm. The woman scoffed at the idea of him achieving such a legendary state, the perfect balance of spirit, body, and mind, in only 2 years. It was a realm so profound that in the current era, only the mythical 6 heavens and 8 stars were said to have reached it. The masked figure could only stare, completely overwhelmed and rendered speechless by his master's ambition. The blonde woman mockingly declared his goal impossible and made a wager: if he succeeded, she would call him master and serve him like a servant for the rest of her life. With a cold glint in his eye, Jeong simply told her to be sure she didn't forget the promise she had just made. An electric shock of revelation rippled through the tense atmosphere. The young man, Jin-woo, stood in stark, silent realization. The man in blue robes cried out, pointing in disbelief and identifying the person opposite them as a fellow Amchan. Stumbling back, the man with short dark hair cursed, his face a mask of shock. Jin-woo calmly spoke the name Mok Gyeongwoon, which was met with a stunned silence from the man before him. A new chapter of Myst, might, and mayhem was beginning. The man with short dark hair could only whisper the name Ma Song as a painful memory began to surface. In a flashback, the man in blue robes gave a cold command to his companion, telling him to take care of it. The man in green robes stood silent, his face etched with inner conflict. A tremendous crash echoed through the confines of the memory. The green-robed man cried out that his brother should simply resent him for the betrayal to come. He confessed that he had pushed Ma Song into a deadly situation to protect others, but Ma Song had, against all reason, still believed in him. Within the fragmented memory, a lost voice questioned his own reality. He wondered in despair if he was nothing more than a mere pawn in their game. An anguished scream tore through the air, crying out the name Mok Gyeongwoon. A deafening silence followed the desperate cry. A mysterious figure's taunting voice echoed, urging the two to hurry up and kill each other before they themselves were killed. Again, the name Mok Gyeongwoon was screamed, laced with pure, unadulterated fury. The weight of this profound betrayal hung heavy in the air of the fractured memory. As the vision shattered, Jin-woo felt the world around him crackle and crumble. He let out a long, shuddering breath, the phantom pain of the memory still clinging to him. Gasping for air, Jin-woo struggled to pull himself back to the present. With a sudden, stark clarity, Jin-woo realized that the one who had been wrong all along was him. He slumped to his knees, admitting that Mok Gyeongwoon had been right. He had grown too soft and complacent to grasp reality. Clenching his fist, he scorned his own foolishness for believing he could ever return to a normal life when power was the only thing that mattered. The very idea of merely surviving now seemed like a pathetic joke, and he resolved to abandon all such complacency. He pushed himself to his feet with a newfound resolve, vowing to become stronger by any means necessary. Igniting the Yeonmok fire heart technique, Jin-woo declared he would become strong enough to make everyone kneel. The scene returned to his audacious claim that he would reach the legendary flower realm in a mere 2 years. The woman in red armor scoffed at his words, daring him to try and promising to truly call him her master if he succeeded. A faint memory surfaced of his grandfather remarking on someone's aggressive temperament. In that memory, his grandfather warned that it had taken even him 20 years to achieve such a feat and that it wasn't something to be spoken of lightly. But his grandfather's most important lesson also echoed in his mind: you won't know until you try. Suddenly, a sharp, splitting pain lanced through Jinwoo's skull. He staggered back with a grunt, catching the attention of his concerned subordinate. Jinwoo brushed off the concern, claiming he was fine, while his mind reeled, questioning why he would forget something. As he tried to recall his grandfather, he felt an agonizing pressure, as if his entire head was being cut open from the inside. It felt as if an outside force was deliberately interfering with his mind. A swirling energy confirmed his suspicion that his memories were being artificially blocked. He fell into a deep, troubling thought, wondering if his own grandfather could be responsible for sealing his memories. The oppressive aura intensified, causing his masked subordinate to call out to him in alarm. Jinwoo waved it off, stating he was just tired before shifting his focus to more immediate matters. Deciding to focus on what he could control, Jinwoo turned to the masked demon and asked if he knew of a person named Gyeong. The masked demon reacted with surprise, asking if he meant the legendary 6008 stars sword demon. A singular goal now burned in Jinwoo's heart, enacting his grandfather's revenge. He reminded the masked demon that this was the entire reason he had come to the Chanji Association, as his knowledge of the current Mirim was lacking. The masked demon understood, then began his explanation of why the sword demon was so infamous. He revealed the chilling truth: no one who had ever dueled Gyeong had ever survived. The sword demon's sect and identity remained completely unknown, a phantom who appeared only to challenge masters to life-or-death battles. Jinwoo found this strange, as he distinctly recalled the Mok Sword Hall master stating that the wound on his side was a direct result of his encounter with Gyeong. The masked demon then corrected himself, admitting there was in fact one well-known exception to the rule. That sole survivor was none other than one of the Chanji Association's 5 kings, the Venom King Baek Saha. Just before he disappeared, the sword demon Gyeong had indeed crossed blades with Baek Saha. In another location, the very same Baek Saha sat in quiet contemplation. His mind reeled with the new information, shocked at the thought that someone had actually fought Gyeong. Playing his part, Baek Saha feigned simple curiosity, mentioning a rumor he'd heard about Gyeong being a hidden master of the Chanji Association. He privately questioned his own judgment, wondering if Mok Gyeongwoon's theory had been incorrect. The red-masked man confirmed that such rumors were common, especially since the only survivor was one of their own. The blonde woman with a pipe added that the Lord's personal guards, a system still in use, were sworn to protect him at all costs. Baek Saha pressed further, confirming Gyeong's true identity was still a secret, a fact the red-masked man affirmed, suggesting only the Venom King might know the truth. Baek Saha absorbed this, filing away the crucial link between Gyeong and the Venom King. Having processed the information, he announced that he had another question. Meanwhile, Jinwoo interrogated one of the trial's overseers, asking about the true purpose of the Blood Trial Valley. A low, unsettling cackle filled the chamber. A man crackling with power explained that the trial's purpose was simple: to distinguish the gems from the stones. Jinwoo thoughtfully repeated the overseer's words, gems from stones. The man elaborated that successful candidates who reach the final stage get a chance to become a disciple of one of the association's executives. The path forward became clear in Jinwoo's mind, a ladder of power leading through disciples and the 5 kings to the Venom King himself. Jinwoo quickly analyzed the power structure of the very organization he planned to dismantle from within. The man in the mask, realizing Jinwoo's true status, hastily apologized and offered to remove him from the trial immediately. Jinwoo declined the offer, stating they should instead make use of the current situation, which left the man bewildered. Jinwoo then reminded the man of the prize for completing the trial, a chance to become an executive's disciple. A wicked smile touched Jinwoo's lips as he mused that a wound rotting from the inside is always the most painful. His resolve hardened into a sharp, terrifying point. Elsewhere, Mok Gyeongwoon gasped for breath, his body straining against an unseen force. He acknowledged that while his method had side effects, it was the only way to gain immense strength in a short amount of time. The face of Mok Gyeongwoon was a portrait of pure, agonizing determination. Jin-woo finalized his strategy. He would become the Venom King's disciple to get the information he needed on Gyeong. With a confident smile, he asked for confirmation, "I just need to pass the final test, right?" At the same time, his rival, Mok Gyeongwoon, vowed that the one who would ultimately rise from this crucible wouldn't be his opponent, but him. A majestic pagoda reached for the sky, setting a serene but imposing stage for the brutal trial ahead. A young man in a blue cap observed the gathering with a thoughtful hum, his mind already at work. The trial began, a new chapter of chaos and ambition unfolding. One of the men in a newly formed group pointed out a problem, announcing that they had one extra person. The woman with long dark hair questioned her colleague, who sheepishly admitted to recruiting one too many members while working separately. A muscular man nearby looked on with a dejected expression, his hopes sinking. With a weary sigh, the woman declared that since they only needed 5 people, one of them would have to step out. A man with spiky gray-black hair instantly bristled, challenging her authority and questioning who she was to tell him to leave. The man with red-brown hair watched the unfolding defiance with amusement, while the woman's expression remained cold and unreadable. The spiky-haired man sneered, declaring he wouldn't follow some pretty boy who was suddenly acting like a leader. His companion tried to warn him that their leader had utterly destroyed Jeong, but the man scoffed, pointing to the leader's pristine face as proof of a sham. The others wavered, admitting there wasn't a single scratch, as the dissenter accused the leader of bribing his way to the top. He then added a crude suggestion, wondering if the leader had simply seduced Jeong with his looks. A bald man with chest tattoos pleaded for calm, but the woman with long dark hair stepped forward, acknowledging their suspicion was understandable. She then offered a simple way to settle the matter, asking if he'd like to have a match to prove her strength. The spiky-haired man roared in agreement, eagerly accepting the challenge to a fight. The woman agreed, and in a blur of motion, unleashed a shocking wave of power. Her opponent could only let out a choked gasp, caught completely off guard. In a single, fluid movement, the woman slammed the man with spiky gray-blue hair face-first into the ground. The bald man with chest tattoos stared in disbelief at the swift and brutal conclusion. As the defeated man weakly questioned if it was over, the woman casually dismissed the fight as boring. Onlookers gasped, recognizing the fearsome technique she had used as air seizure. The woman in dark blue coolly scanned the remaining crowd, asking if anyone else needed proof. Her challenge met with absolute silence. Satisfied, she announced that since the team was full and there were no more complaints, it was time for them to begin their real work. On the ground, the defeated man groaned as a golden energy began to surge painfully from his body. The woman stood over her kneeling victim, her power flaring as she initiated her cruel task. An agonizing scream tore from the man's throat as the energy reached its peak. The man in the blue hat cried out in alarm, questioning why she was attacking an already defeated opponent, but she simply asked why he was so surprised. She then delivered a chilling promise, stating that her work was far from over. The man in the blue hat flinched, the horrifying implication of her words dawning on him. With cold determination, she revealed their plan. Before the trial began, they would break the arms and legs of every single competitor outside their team. A wave of pure terror washed over everyone who heard her declaration. Elsewhere, the sickening sounds of bone-snapping impacts and agonized screams echoed through the building. The man with the ponytail, a member of another team, flinched as a strange noise reached his ears. He asked his companion if he also heard something odd, but the man in the blue robe didn't seem concerned. Suddenly, the man in the blue robe stiffened, alerted to an unwelcome presence approaching them. He turned to find a mysterious figure had appeared before them. One of his teammates rudely told the newcomer to get lost, stating their team was already full. The long-haired man simply smiled and took a deliberate step forward, ignoring their dismissal. With a cold 1, he punctuated his count with the sickening crunch of bone breaking. The man with the ponytail shrieked in pain and collapsed, his arm shattered, while his teammates stared in shock. As they demanded to know why he was attacking them, the long-haired man coolly stated that he had already recruited his own team. He then revealed his grim purpose, announcing they were just there to break some arms and legs. The brutal count continued with 2 and 3, accompanied by another victim's scream of agony. The man in orange stood frozen, paralyzed by the horrific display of violence. A sinister voice from the attacking team warned him not to move if he valued his wrist. The relentless assault continued as the long-haired man's count reached 4. Another victim cried out as his leg was broken, only to be sternly told to be quiet by the man in red. The man in blue could only pant, the sheer brutality of the attack leaving him breathless. The man with long hair calmly took stock of their progress, calculating that 64 opponents remained. The blonde woman beside him sighed, remarking that they would be busy taking care of all of them. Throughout the halls, the sounds of desperate struggles and muffled cries continued. Another unseen combatant let out a sharp yell of pain as they were taken down. Meanwhile, Jin-woo paused mid-stride, his senses picking up a distant disturbance. Hearing footsteps approach, he turned and warily asked who was there. A man in blue stared in shock, recognizing the newcomer and exclaiming the name, Wuzhong Medicine. The blue-clothed man, Jin-woo, offered a calm and simple hello in response. Jin-woo feigned surprise, playfully asking if the man truly remembered him. The man in blue insisted he would never forget his savior's face. In a brief flashback, he recalled being protected by Jin-woo during a perilous moment earlier in the trial. Returning to the present, he explained to Jin-woo that a serious problem had arisen. He revealed that his teammate's leg had been broken, and he believed someone was systematically eliminating the competition. With a grave tone, he shared a rumor that the perpetrator was the infamous double badge winner, Mok Gyeongwoon. The man's words conjured an image of Mok Gyeongwoon's ruthless campaign. Having laid out the situation, the man in blue told Jin-woo he had come to make him an offer. He formally invited Jin-woo to join his team. He reasoned that since Jin-woo also needed a new team, they should work together to stop their common enemy. Jin-woo asked cautiously if the man was truly sure about him, given his complicated situation. The man reaffirmed his trust, stating he had wanted to team up all along, and asked for Jin-woo's answer. Jin-woo considered his options. He knew he needed a team to pass the trial and couldn't confront Mok Gyeongwoon alone. He quickly decided that joining forces was the most logical path forward to thwart his rival. Looking up with newfound resolve, Jin-woo firmly accepted the man's offer. The two exchanged grateful words, each man recognizing the other's skill as a crucial asset for the fight ahead. As they shook hands, the young man with brown hair was startled by the immense power he felt radiating from Jin-woo. He realized with a jolt that, just as he suspected, this man was far stronger than even himself. The man in blue robes complimented Jin-woo's strength, and Jin-woo returned the praise, acknowledging his new ally was formidable as well. His new teammate then asked the critical question, did Jin-woo have a plan to stop the man breaking everyone's legs? A confident smile touched Jin-woo's lips as he revealed that he had already thought of a way. 3 days later, the trial reached its conclusion. A masked figure stood before the assembly, preparing to announce the final top ranker. The announcer's voice echoed through the hall, declaring the winner to be the team leader, Wuzhong Medicine. Jin-woo's new ally turned to him with a triumphant grin, exclaiming that their plan had worked perfectly. In another location, Mok Gyeongwoon's blonde subordinate grimly confirmed their defeat. Jin-woo appeared before a stunned Mok Gyeongwoon, coolly asking him how it felt to be stabbed in the back for the first time. He then waited, observing his rival's reaction with a detached curiosity. The two adversaries stood locked in a silent confrontation, the air crackling with tense, blue energy. With a final, taunting smirk, Jin-woo admitted that watching his rival's plan crumble had been quite interesting. The announcer's voice echoed, declaring squad leader Mujanjiak as the top ranker of the third gate. The story continued in a chapter titled, Myst, Might, Mayhem. The blonde woman beside Mok Gyeongwoon grimly confirmed their loss. As she offered hollow comfort, Mok Gyeongwoon coldly asked his rival how it felt to be stabbed in the back for the first time. A cruel smile touched Mok Gyeongwoon's lips as he taunted that, for him, this was all quite fun. The events leading to this moment had begun 3 days prior, punctuated by the brutal sounds of combat. Back then, Mok Gyeongwoon let out a breath of relief after dispatching another opponent. He mused that only 8 people were left, hoping his own men were doing well, as one of his victims cursed him for his ruthlessness. His thoughts were shattered by a red-haired subordinate who rushed towards him in a panic. Gasping for air, the subordinate frantically announced that a problem had arisen. Mok Gyeongwoon coolly inquired as to what this problem was. The issue presented itself as a groaning, tied-up man on the ground. With a sharp intake of breath, Mok Gyeongwoon looked down to see several of his own teammates bound and defeated. His subordinate confirmed with a wince that their own teammates had been captured. Mok Gyeongwoon pondered this, recalling that he had ordered these weaker members to stick together for safety. The entire situation was baffling. Emerging from the shadows, Mok Gyeongwoon calmly demanded an explanation for what was going on. A man in a red sash from the opposing side simply mirrored the question, feigning complete ignorance. Following him, the young man in the teal robe offered a disingenuous apology. The woman with red hair correctly guessed that Mok Gyeongwoon's team had figured out their ambush, which Mok Gyeongwoon immediately questioned. He wondered if they had discovered his leg-breaking strategy, but couldn't fathom why they would take hostages instead of simply fighting back. The young man in the teal robe then launched a verbal assault, accusing Mok Gyeongwoon of stooping to a new low. He insisted that this particular trial did not call for such extreme and brutal measures. The man in the red sash scoffed, retorting that they were only reducing the competition, just as Mok Gyeongwoon's team had been doing. The teal-robed man shot back, refusing to believe their justifications and pointing out a critical factor they had seemingly forgotten. The rules of the test clearly stated that a group of 8 was required to perform the sword evaluation. Mok Gyeongwoon explained his brutal but simple logic: if his team and theirs crippled everyone else, the remaining 8 would pass automatically. A young man with a scar on his forehead from the opposing side stared in disbelief at Mok Gyeongwoon's sheer audacity. With a weary sigh, Mok Gyeongwoon dismissed the conversation, confident he had already prepared a counter for any contingency. But his confidence was instantly shattered by their next move. The scarred young man called out to his leader, Mujanjiak, who simply affirmed that he was ready. Even the woman with red hair on their team watched in shock, unaware of what was about to happen. One of Mujanjiak's men revealed their trump card, a cartilage needle that would cause a 10-day limp unless removed precisely, which they had already used on Mok Gyeongwoon's captured men. He then delivered the devastating twist: they had also stuck the needles into every single one of their own teammates. Mujanjiak calmly laid out the consequences: if he didn't cooperate, both of their teams would be disqualified. The woman with red hair internally praised the cleverness of the plan, realizing that even if Mok Gyeongwoon won, his team would be crippled, rendering him powerless. The young man in teal smugly asked if Mok Gyeongwoon finally understood the trap he was in. The woman with red hair delivered the final verbal blow, declaring, "It's checkmate, Mok Gyeongwoon." To their utter shock, a sinister smile crept across Mok Gyeongwoon's face. That smile then erupted into a chilling, maniacal laugh that echoed in the silence. The teal-robed man's confidence vanished, while the captive at his feet watched in growing despair. The woman with red hair was frozen in shock as the man she guarded trembled in terror. The young man in teal could only stammer, completely bewildered by this reaction. Mok Gyeongwoon's crazed eyes, however, were fixed on only one person in the crowd, Mok Gyeongwoon. His voice dropped to a menacing whisper as he contemplated aloud whether he should just kill him on the spot. Looking at Mok Gyeongwoon, the source of this interference, Mok Gyeongwoon was filled with a deep and profound annoyance. That simple emotion was so powerful that the very air grew heavy and oppressive around them. In that singular moment, Mok Gyeongwoon finally recognized Mok Yuchun as a true enemy. An invisible clash of wills erupted between the two, their potent energies colliding violently. Mok Gyeongwoon knew he could still eliminate Mok Yuchun and his allies to pass the test. However, it was far from certain that Myjanjiak would then cooperate in removing the needles from his own men. In the end, Mok Gyeongwoon decided that the risk of crippling his team was not one he was willing to take. With a sigh of concession, he announced that they would end the confrontation there. He accepted their offer but laid out his own terms, a hostage exchange of 4 teammates, to take place in the morning. After a tense pause, Mok Yuchun agreed to the deal. Sweat beaded on Mok Yuchun's forehead, yet his determined expression never wavered. The deal was struck, and the following day, the two teams exchanged their hostages as agreed. Each team was then allotted 3 days to practice for the final sword evaluation. While both teams performed flawlessly, Myjanjiak's team demonstrated a higher level of completion, earning their leader the top medal for the third gate. The trial organizers were slightly troubled that only 16 people had passed, but since all the expected talents were among them, it was deemed acceptable. Without any delay, the fourth gate of the trial began immediately. This test was a race through a dark, trap-filled maze, with successful candidates earning the prestigious rank of a prospective leader in the Chanjui. Ultimately, only 6 people managed to pass the brutal test, one of whom was a warrior named Yun Myung. The other 5 to succeed were Mok Yuchun, Mo Harang, Myjanjiak, and Yom Jie. The soft sound of footsteps echoed in the quiet hall after the trial concluded. But it was Mok Gyeongwoon who had received top honors for the fourth gate. Observers whispered in awe that he had set a new record, navigating the maze so fast it was as if he were running on flat ground. A dark-haired warrior and his companion with a ponytail walked in silence, processing the results. The dark-haired warrior finally broke the silence, admitting he never thought Mok Gyeongwoon could be faster than him. At that moment, a woman with long dark hair passed by, bidding them farewell for the evening. A heavy stillness lingered in the air after she departed. A small, sharp intake of breath betrayed the warrior's unease. He felt a cold sweat forming in the palms of his hands. He admitted that until now, he had never considered any of his peers to be particularly special. But that guy was different, and for the first time, his own body warned him of an absolute threat, making him realize Mok Yuchun's brother was a truly troublesome foe. A primal instinct screamed within him, a chilling premonition that if Mok Gyeongwoon was destined to become an enemy, then he needed to heed that warning and kill that guy, right now. With this ominous realization, the fourth gate came to an end, leaving only the final, bloody trial to come. Before the final trial commenced, the rewards for the previous gates were to be announced. A masked figure from the Chanjui offered congratulations to the 6 survivors, officially granting them the qualification of prospective leaders. The next chapter of their bloody trial was about to begin. The dark-haired official then declared it was time to reveal the rewards for those who had obtained the coveted top medals. A long-haired warrior scoffed, certain that such prestigious honors would not be given away freely. The masked figure announced that anyone with 1 top medal would receive the Chanji pill, a treasure granting over a decade of internal energy, which would be given to Mok Gyeongwoon and Myjanjiak. He continued, revealing that the reward for earning 2 top medals was entry into the legendary Blood Trial Vault, with the freedom to choose any martial art within. The blue-robed man and a brown-haired warrior both gasped in astonishment at the mention of the vault. The blue-robed man recalled hearing rumors of the vault's vast collection of secret techniques, realizing what a monumental opportunity it was. A silver-haired man tched at the jealousy in the room, while another dark-haired warrior simply stated that the more competition, the better. The blonde woman mused that while learning more arts doesn't grant instant strength, it broadens one's perspective, a thought the blue-robed man considered deeply. The masked man smirked, noting it had been 8 long years since anyone earned 3 top medals, building the suspense for its unique reward. He revealed the grand prize, the right to request personal instruction from one of the 12 council members, the highest authorities in the organization. The blue-robed man wondered aloud if that was a good thing, earning a sharp, incredulous question from the red-haired woman. He quickly clarified that 3 of the Owangs are members of the legendary Yukshin 8 stars, all masters who have reached the Wagyeong level. These 8 stars were known throughout the Murim as warriors who possessed the highest level of martial prowess. The very existence of the 8 stars implied that even the one called the Blade God was a tangible, attainable legend. The blonde woman remarked with a sigh that the power level of the leadership had skyrocketed in the last century, as the dark-haired man listened in silence. As a dark-haired woman bid them to rest, the dark-haired man interrupted, stating he had one more question. He asked what reward one would receive for obtaining an unprecedented 4 top medals, causing the masked figure to jolt in shock. For a moment, the masked official was utterly silent. The dark-haired young man held his gaze, awaiting the answer with unnerving calm. The answer finally came: they would receive instruction from the Lord of the Assembly himself, one of the Yukshin 8 stars. The scene shifted to a grand, ornate balcony where the highest echelons of power in the Chanjui looked down upon their domain. The red-haired woman stood speechless, the narration clarifying that Yukshin was a realm of power even beyond the legendary 8 stars. The blonde woman scoffed in disbelief, questioning if their lord, Chongnyan, had truly reached that mythical level. Her thoughts darkened, realizing their mutual path to revenge against him had just become infinitely more complicated. The scene transitioned to a tranquil view of a majestic mountain peak touching the clouds. The senior warrior of the Blood Trial Valley, Guak Monkey, formally greeted leader Yang Muon. Yang Muon acknowledged the warrior before him, identifying him as the one who had earned 3 top medals. He introduced himself as Yang Muon, the keeper of the secret martial vault. Yang Muon offered to guide the young warrior immediately and instructed him to follow. Their footsteps echoed as they made their way toward the hidden entrance. As they arrived at a sheer cliff face, the young warrior wondered if this was the entrance. Yang Muon explained the rules: he could choose only one manual from within, and even then, he had to copy it by hand on site. The warrior asked if he could browse as many manuals as he wanted, and Yang Muon confirmed he could, as he needed to choose one. Hearing this, the young man expressed his relief. As the guards prepared to leave, one of them, a man in yellow, remembered one last thing to tell him. He began to warn him about a specific room inside, one marked with a red line. A woman in blue finished his thought, giving an absolute command to not go in there. The man in yellow added that entering would mean seeing something that would make his skin crawl. The woman asked if it was truly that scary, and the man only alluded to a past incident, reinforcing his warning. The young warrior, holding a lantern, simply nodded, acknowledging that he understood. The woman in blue put the ominous warning aside as the heavy stone door began to rumble open. With the vault now accessible, she gestured for him to begin. A wave of energy seemed to rush out as pages of ancient knowledge awaited within. The warrior stepped inside, his expression thoughtful as he surveyed the massive library. The dark-haired man noted the sheer volume of manuals, realizing 2 hours was barely enough time to even glance at them all. He casually dismissed the scrolls on the first floor as trash, prompting the blonde woman in his mind to ask how he could be so sure. The blonde woman disregarded his assessment and simply instructed him to go to the upper floor. The dark-haired man, his hair now tied in a bun, stopped in surprise. He questioned how she knew about this place, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. He quickly deduced that the vault's layout was a perfect copy of the one at their headquarters. He correctly surmised it was a cleverly designed backup, hidden within a cliff to protect their sacred arts from any disaster. He asked the blonde woman for guidance, and she directed him to a specific book on the right. Trusting her implicitly, he reached out and pulled the designated manual from the shelf. The instant he opened it, the pages began to flip at a blinding, impossible speed. The entity within him, her form shifting to a woman in red, stared in utter disbelief. As the pages blurred into a single stream of motion, she cursed under her breath, stunned by his display. Her eyes widened in a mixture of shock and utter astonishment at what she was witnessing. The protagonist, now appearing as a man in blue, continued to absorb the information at an inhuman rate. As he grabbed the next set of books, his internal companion questioned how he could possibly memorize anything while flipping that fast. The protagonist calmly retorted that of course he was memorizing it, utterly baffled by her surprise. He explained that as long as he suspended the need for immediate comprehension, he could memorize anything just by seeing it once. The woman in red was rendered completely speechless by his photographic memory. She reeled internally, realizing his intellect was on a level she had never conceived of before. The protagonist knew he only had 2 hours and focused on memorizing as much as he could within the time limit. Yet another of his internal companions, this one a man with long hair, wondered what would come next, pondering how powerful he would become with this knowledge. Outside the vault, a lone, robed figure stood guard before the vast mountain range. The guard's head snapped up, suddenly alerted by an unseen presence. The masked guard peered into the distance, trying to make out the approaching figures. He identified them as a young man and a woman walking toward the restricted area. He shouted a warning, identifying the sacred ground as the blood trial vault and demanding they retreat. The heavy door of the vault creaked ominously in the tense silence. The sound of the groaning stone echoed through the mountain pass. The newcomer in the conical hat moved with shocking speed, appearing before the guard and calmly telling him to relax. Before the stunned guard could even finish asking who he was, the man in the hat coolly began to introduce himself. He presented a small pendant, and the guard's eyes widened in recognition, gasping that it was the Dark Blade King's crest. The grinning man confirmed his identity, revealing he was a disciple of the legendary Dark Blade King. The bearded man declared his name with pride, Wuxia. The grinning disciple then announced his master's full name, the one known as the Dark Blade King, Sun Yun. The crisp rustle of turning pages echoed through the vault. A hand continued to flip through a manual, its owner muttering for the next one. With relentless speed, he continued to call for the next book, and then the next. The title page of a martial arts manual, Myst, Might, Mayhem, was briefly visible. The woman with the book asked what was next, but as her companions checked, they hesitated upon seeing a particular scroll. From the floor below, a person confirmed that was indeed the one they were looking for. The dark-haired man's eyes landed on the title, recognizing it as the Sunhyan footwork technique from a clan that joined the Chanjui long ago. He internally noted that with some adjustments, it could be classified as an ultra-advanced martial art, a term that sparked his curiosity. The dark-haired man recalled Chongying's explanation that ultra-advanced arts offer insights beyond even the peak realm. He told the blonde woman that it would be best for her to learn this one, and she quickly agreed. Turning to the next manual, the dark-haired man was surprised to find another notable technique, prompting the blonde woman to ask if it was similar to the last one. The dark-haired man explained that the Taiguk Flow Palm was from the Wudang sect, but he immediately advised against her learning it. He warned that its basis in internal balance could cause a dangerous clash with her energy if learned incorrectly, and the blonde woman understood the risk. Despite the danger, the dark-haired man declared his intention to memorize it anyway, surprising her. He reasoned that just as Chongying once said you can identify a sect by their scars, knowing the technique could be useful for faking an identity. The blonde woman marveled at his unmatched creativity, but then her expression froze as she noticed something about the book he held. Another of his companions, a woman in red armor, sensed her change in mood and asked what was wrong. A woman in blue robes, also within his mind, pointed out that they were told this place only contained copies. The woman in red armor agreed, but admitted that something felt different about this particular manual. She realized with a jolt that the book in the dark-haired man's hands looked like an original. The woman in red armor mused on why they would keep a grimy original instead of a clean copy, questioning if that was reason enough to change its placement. She then remembered a past lesson from the man with long dark hair, recalling his teaching that an original holds a deeper meaning. The woman in red armor stated aloud the principle she had been taught: the traces left behind are the martial art itself. The man with long dark hair suddenly understood, realizing that an original text contains the creator's habits in their very strokes, embedding the technique's texture within the writing. The woman in red armor was utterly floored, recognizing that he was speaking with the insight of a peak-level master. The man with long dark hair concluded that it wasn't just his memory, but his exceptional understanding that was truly remarkable. The woman with blonde hair, regaining her composure, conceded that he had understood the concept fairly well. He wryly confirmed that he had indeed gotten it right. The man with dark hair continued to flip through the pages, now pondering the meaning hidden within the brushstrokes. The man in the hat hypothesized that by sensing the habits of the author, he should be able to read the text with a new level of awareness. His mind focused on the single word, awareness. A vision of splattering ink exploded in his mind's eye. He was suddenly assaulted by the image of a figure wielding a powerful purple energy from above. Jeong reeled from the sudden, vivid mental experience. He questioned what had just happened, trying to process the momentary vision. Jeong realized he had just seen a vision of the original author performing the palm technique. Pulled from his reverie, he asked his companions if his reading speed had slowed down, completely unaware of what had just transpired. The blonde woman with red eyes looked at him in awe, realizing he had just entered a state of Mwaji, a selfless trance. She explained that it is a state of such deep focus that one forgets themselves, and urged him not to fight it to gain the most from the experience. The young man with dark hair then had another realization: this vault wasn't a replica, but the entire original collection moved from the headquarters. The blonde woman with red eyes stared intently, confirming his suspicion. Every single manual in this vault was an original. A new possibility dawning on him, the young man with dark hair asked for directions to the third shelf across the room. The view pans across the vast, multi-leveled vault, filled with countless scrolls under the dim light of lanterns. He found a text titled, Mok Sword Technique, and the blonde woman with red eyes revealed she had personally placed a folded paper inside it for him. Unfolding the paper, the young man with dark hair stared at the strange inscription within. His eye widened as he read the names of the techniques, the Moonless Sword and the Moon-Facing Defeat Sword. The woman in red told him to consider it his lucky day, as this was the very technique from which her own legendary sword style originated. Through his eyes, the sword path of the manual began to appear before him as a vision of a woman in red wielding her blade. The young man recognized it as one of the 5 great sword techniques of the old Murim, a style he had never before witnessed. These were the last remaining forms of the legendary Moonless Sword. The young man was blown away, realizing these sword forms were on a completely different level from anything he had ever seen. A powerful, dark energy began to swirl around his chest as he absorbed the knowledge. An observer noted that Jeong's energy was wavering and taking form, the steady flow resembling a martial art being demonstrated. The woman in red whispered his name, observing the profound change coming over him. She knew he had fallen into a true state of selflessness. All she could do was hope that nothing would interfere and that this profound enlightenment would reach him. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the vault, a man sitting down was startled by new arrivals. A man facing away from the newcomers demanded to know who they were and if they were in charge of the vault. The disciple introduced himself as Wuxia of the Dark Blade King, shocking the man in yellow. A silver-haired man with the group remarked that the rumors were true, a disciple of an Owang was indeed leader class to have reached such a level at a young age. The man in the blue cloak asked for entry, but the man in yellow stated that the rules forbade even an Owang's disciple from entering. The man in yellow began to insist that rules were rules, regardless of who they were with. His words caught in his throat as he was shown a token of incredible authority. One of the newcomers started to announce their leader, Yang, but was quickly silenced by the man in yellow. The man in yellow, recognizing the token, realized the woman with them must be the one from the rumors as the group insisted they were only there to quietly retrieve something. The woman in red thought to herself that even seeing the leader in person, it was impossible to gauge her immense power, a level far beyond even the peak. The cloaked figure politely asked for entry again, but the elderly guard hesitated, mentioning someone was still inside. The man with braided hair impatiently asked if it was right to make her wait for a single student, even one who had earned 3 top medals. He assured the guard they would not interfere but would simply take what they needed and leave, finally gaining their reluctant permission to enter. The man with braided hair let out a sigh of relief, silently hoping nothing would go wrong. Upon entering, the cloaked figure paused, taking in the surroundings with a hint of surprise. The cloaked figure confirmed that the layout was indeed identical to the headquarters vault as they walked deeper inside. She suddenly stopped, her attention drawn to something in the distance. The man with braided hair spotted the person reading, identifying him as the top student they were told about. He remarked on the student's impressive feat of earning 3 top medals in the Blood Trial Valley, but his expression then shifted to one of shock. The silver-haired man commented that such a level was expected if one were to become an Owan's disciple, musing that he had a good chance. He then suggested it might be wise to get acquainted with someone of such talent, though he was surprised his lady was showing interest. The silver-haired man paused, looking more closely at the student in the trance. A smug, calculating smirk spread across the silver-haired man's lips. He told his lady to wait while he fetched the student, but the veiled woman said there was no need to go that far. The silver-haired man insisted it was beneath her to personally approach a mere student, and she reluctantly acquiesced. With a metallic click, the man rushed down the corridor toward the deeply focused young man. He noted with satisfaction that there was no reaction even with their group present. The silver-haired man confirmed his suspicion, the student was truly in a selfless trance. He knew that touching him now could either break the trance or cause a catastrophic deviation, but considered it none of his concern. Deciding the student was simply unlucky, the silver-haired man reached out, muttering that he shouldn't be blamed for what was about to happen. A hand descended toward the oblivious, fallen figure. The silver-haired man's hand hovered just above the dark-haired person's shoulder, ready to disrupt his concentration. But just as he was about to make contact, his wrist was suddenly and firmly caught. The dark-haired man's eyes snapped open, glaring at the intruder as he coldly demanded to know what he thought he was doing. Within the silent, stone-carved halls of the ancient vault, a profound energy began to stir. A blonde woman observed from afar, wondering if the young man named Jeong was grasping the enlightenment he sought. A sudden, sharp sound made the woman startle, her attention snapping towards an unseen disturbance. A nearby traveler watched as new figures approached, their steady footsteps echoing as he wondered who they were. One of the newcomers, a silver-haired man, realized with dawning horror that someone was about to interfere with Jeong's trance. A dangerous confrontation was set to erupt in the hallowed chamber. The woman with blonde hair shouted urgently, trying to wake Jeong before it was too late. A man with brown hair joined her, his voice filled with panic as he too called out Jeong's name. Jeong's concentration finally broke, a flicker of awareness returning to his eyes. An observer in a blue tunic noted that the immense energy Jeong had manifested was now being reabsorbed into his body. At the very moment his trance was ending, he had successfully reached a new state of enlightenment. An ally with dark hair urgently warned Jeong to look to his right. Jeong whipped his head around, his eyes widening in alarm at the threat he now saw. In that critical instant, the moment of his awakening, chaos was unleashed. Jeong confronted the attacker who had been stopped mid-motion, his voice cold as he demanded to know what he was doing. A dark-haired woman explained to the shocked onlookers that the man with short gray hair was deliberately trying to interrupt the trance. Another woman in red confirmed the man's malicious intent was to force Jeong into a state of mental deviation. The man with short gray hair feigned ignorance, muttering in disbelief about the supposed dangers of disturbing a selfless state. The dark-haired woman sighed, realizing with cold certainty that he had acted with full knowledge of the consequences. She let out a sharp cry of fury as she prepared to act. She declared that there was no need for words, for it was time for him to pay the price. In a flash, the man with short gray hair was sent flying, his body smashing hard against the far wall. He gasped for air, his mind reeling from the memory of a swift, crushing blow to his throat. His first and only thought was a desperate need to create distance. He frantically tried to find an escape route, but his body wouldn't respond. He could only choke and sputter, struggling for every breath. In another part of the vault, a different trance was interrupted, sparking a violent and chaotic brawl. The air became thick with the sounds of struggle and pained grunts. A woman with red eyes watched the madness unfold, her expression one of utter disbelief. The brutal exchange of fists and feet continued unabated. A man with gray hair cried out in agony as he was struck down. An embattled man stared down his attacker, a silent challenge in his eyes. A man in blue screamed for everyone to get away as the situation spiraled out of control. A woman in black let out a piercing shriek of pure terror. Another man in gray despaired over his master's precious secret manual being scattered, as a young boy nearby trembled with fear. The silver-haired attacker, still reeling, cursed Jeong as the cause of all this destruction. Unfazed by the chaos he'd inadvertently caused, Jeong, now with long dark hair and a red sash, gave a faint smirk as the lost papers floated around him. A sharp, crystalline sound suddenly resonated throughout the chamber. A powerful, humming aura began to radiate from Jeong body. The blonde-haired woman gasped, her breath catching as she recognized the phenomenal energy. The silver-haired man's mind screamed in denial as he identified the golden glow as a premonition aura. This legendary aura was a realm of enlightenment that only a warrior who had reached the absolute peak could ever manifest. It was definitive proof that Jeong had transcended his previous limitations and become a true master. Enraged, the silver-haired man lunged forward, vowing to kill his opponent in a single, decisive blow. Jeong premonition aura pulsed steadily, a silent testament to his newfound power. The silver-haired man and his companion, a woman in red, both froze in utter shock. Jeong ally, a dark-haired man, exclaimed in disbelief at the impossible sight of the premonition aura. The woman in red observed Jeong Sunhyan footwork, realizing he must have achieved his final enlightenment in this very place. She understood that he had evolved from a half-baked peak state into a complete and perfect master. The silver-haired man roared in frustration, accusing Jeong of hiding his true strength all along. He spat that even with this new power, the result of their fight would not change. As the attacker screamed, "Die," Jeong calmly prepared his counter, invoking the bright sunlight sword's clear sky technique. The sharp clang of their weapons clashing echoed violently. In his heightened state of awareness, Jeong could see the entirety of his opponent's saber technique unfolding before him. The two warriors collided in a brilliant torrent of energy and force. Amidst the chaotic assault, Jeong perceived a single, fatal opening. He became enveloped in glowing blue energy, his hands outstretched to unleash his own devastating attack. He prepared to execute the legendary moonless empty sword technique. The gray-haired man's confidence shattered, his eyes widening in alarm. He stared in confusion at the strange, shimmering particles forming around Jeong hands. Just before the final blow could land, a calm but commanding voice declared that was enough. A woman in an orange robe materialized between them, effortlessly blocking Jeong attack and shielding the gray-haired man. The gray-haired man stared, dumbfounded, as he recognized his lady standing before him. Jeong remarked with mild surprise that she had withstood his 3-star power, but the woman remained silent and still. His mind immediately began to analyze this unexpectedly powerful newcomer. The veiled woman acknowledged that Jeong was more than he appeared, while he silently conceded that she was incredibly strong. Jeong complimented her delicate hands for possessing such immense strength, which provoked an angry outburst from the man with the topknot. The veiled woman silenced her subordinate with a single word and a punishing grip that made him grunt in pain. She icily informed him that his foolishness had caused her great trouble, threatening execution if he uttered another word. As her subordinate trembled, she sternly asked if he understood her command. Another black-haired man from her retinue apologized for his companion's overzealous loyalty, before the veiled woman turned to Jeong and finally asked who he was. The woman introduced herself without hesitation as Wai Soyeon, the third disciple of the Chanjui's lord. The black-haired man who had just apologized flinched, his body going rigid at the mention of her title. His mind raced in panic, realizing the immense gravity of having run into a direct disciple of the Lord. He understood at once that their simple mission had just become dangerously complicated. The black-haired man's intense gaze darted to the side as he processed the disastrous turn of events. His eyes then widened in pure alarm as another, even more shocking realization struck him. Watching from a safe distance, the blonde woman stared with an expression of profound disbelief. She whispered to herself that Wai Soyan's face was an exact mirror of a person named Chongying. With an air of absolute authority, the woman in black and orange stated her identity once more, confirming she was Wai Soyan. Wai Soyan declared her identity once more as the third disciple of the Lord of the Assembly. The dark-haired man's eyes narrowed, telling her to wait a moment as he processed the revelation. The chapter title card flashed, heralding a new stage in their tense confrontation. Unnoticed by the main group, one of their companions in a blue robe was seen frantically running away in the background. The blonde woman sarcastically questioned if the legendary figure Chongying had a secret descendant, a notion the dark-haired woman vehemently denied. The dark-haired woman grumbled that since Chongying always avoided talking about the past, it was impossible for them to know anything. The blonde woman scoffed, confirming she'd never even been married, definitively ruling out the possibility of Wai Soyan being her descendant. The woman with the braided hair marveled at the stunning likeness between the two, noting it was as if they were twins. The blonde woman conceded a subtle difference, observing that while Chongying had a cold impression, Wai Soyan felt bright and radiant. The dark-haired man mused to himself that since he once looked exactly like the real Mok Gyeongwoon, such an impossible coincidence could indeed happen twice. Wai Soyan teased him, asking if he was staring because he'd fallen for her beauty, but his dark-haired companion bluntly stated that was not the case. A heavy silence fell over the clearing as the two opposing forces sized each other up. The woman with braided hair attempted to diffuse the tension, starting to introduce herself as a prospective branch leader. However, the dark-haired man interrupted her, stepping forward to introduce himself first. He stated with unwavering calm that his name was Mok Gyeongwoon. Wai Soyan regarded him with a thoughtful hum, her analytical gaze sweeping over him. She noted his handsome features, but her interest was clearly fixed on something else. Wai Soyan remarked that his martial level was far more outstanding, especially since he didn't look 17, and she made a mental note to recruit him. She then politely asked if she could make 2 points before their encounter proceeded any further. Mok Gyeongwoon agreed, and Wai Soyan thanked him for his generosity. Her first condition was a time limit. She could only remain there for a single siege, a period of 2 hours. Mok Gyeongwoon assured her not to worry, as he had already accounted for that, earning a nod of appreciation. For her second point, Wai Soyan gestured to her subordinate, declaring that her own life was just endangered because of him. Mok Gyeongwoon's expression hardened as he raised the issue of compensation for the attack. He declared that since his own life was nearly taken, he would take his attackers in return. As shock rippled through both parties, he theatrically amended his harsh demand. He conceded that taking a life would cost her a loyal subordinate, so he would instead prefer a reward of equal value. Wai Soyan's lips curved into a smirk, intrigued by his surprising audacity. She complimented his boldness, noting that he was clearly skilled in more than just martial arts. However, a challenging glint entered her eyes as she prepared her countermove. Mok Gyeongwoon goaded her, reminding her that she had just been the one to demand her subordinate's life. With an unwavering gaze, Wai Soyan called his bluff and gave a simple, chilling command, then kill him. A flash of energy erupted as both Yopsun and the gray-haired man recoiled in shock at her sudden decree. Wai Soyan clarified that she had already apologized and broken his wrist. If that wasn't enough, she would not be responsible for what happened next. Mok Gyeongwoon calmly questioned what she meant by being unable to take responsibility. Her black-haired subordinate quickly explained that the man was Yopsun, a disciple of the fearsome Dark Blade King. A dangerous understanding began to dawn on Mok Gyeongwoon's face. He correctly interpreted her words as a veiled threat, warning him not to regret his actions later. Wai Soyeon taunted him, suggesting that backing out now would prove he was all talk. After a tense pause, Mok Gyeongwoon sighed as if conceding defeat, saying he had no choice. He announced that out of respect for the Dark Blade King, he would back down to avoid future trouble. Wai Soyeon sneered, voicing her bitter disappointment that he amounted to so little. She loomed over him and his companion, their surprised faces reflecting her apparent victory in their war of nerves. But in a sudden, explosive feint, Mok Gyeongwoon unleashed an attack that sent a shockwave towards her retinue. Startled into action, Yeopsan roared, "You bastard, what the hell?" prompting Wai Soyeon to slyly ask if he had just spoken. The silver-haired Yeopsan froze, the weight of his own outburst crashing down on him. Wai Soyeon smirked, reminding him of her explicit order, "Speak, and face immediate execution." Mok Gyeongwoon coolly drove the point home, confirming that Yeopsan had indeed just talked. The grim reality of the trap slammed into both Yeopsan and Wai Soyeon. Mok Gyeongwoon feigned pity, stating that while he was only going to hit him once, Yeopsan's outburst meant he was now definitely going to die. A sharp, disbelieving laugh escaped Wai Soyeon as the brilliance of the scheme became clear. She instantly recognized his tactic of killing with a borrowed knife, using her own authority to eliminate her subordinate and avoid the Dark Blade King's wrath herself. As Yeopsan desperately pleaded for his life by invoking his master's name, Mok Gyeongwoon verbally cut him down. He shamed Yeopsan for trying to use his master's reputation to force his own lady to break her word. Mok Gyeongwoon coldly advised him not to tarnish his lady's honor and to simply die quietly. The disgraced Yeopsan could only sputter in impotent rage, cornered by his own foolishness. A heavy sigh of defeat escaped the subordinate as he accepted his fate. But then, to everyone's shock, Wai Soyeon erupted into thunderous laughter. She praised his brilliant mind for orchestrating such a gambit in a split second, admitting she had mistaken him for all talk. Yet, she presented one final, deadly counter: had he considered that she could simply kill him and bury the entire incident? With daring confidence, Mok Gyeongwoon challenged her directly, asking if she would actually do it. A genuine smile spread across her face as Wai Soyeon admitted he was truly to her liking, a person she wanted on her side. She then tossed a small object towards him, causing her elderly attendant to cry out in alarm. The object landed softly in Mok Gyeongwoon's hand. It was her personal identity token. She explained that the token represented a promise to grant any request, its value being the compensation he sought, the worth of Yeep Wizian's life. Acknowledging she was too clever to fall for his trap, Mok Gyeongwoon graciously accepted the token. Wai Soyeon clarified that it was not a reward, but an investment in his future. She then made her offer, formally inviting Mok Gyeongwoon, the prospective branch leader, to join her faction. She confessed her ambition to become the next head of the assembly and admitted she needed a great deal of talent to achieve her goal. Promising to treat him well, she extended her hand, urging him to take it. The young man, however, politely refused her offer, claiming with false modesty that he was not fond of conflict. Wai Soyeon let out a short, disbelieving laugh at his flimsy excuse. She turned and walked away, accusing him of simply not wanting to join the weakest faction, as her rivals already had more than enough talent. She warned him that a moment of decision would eventually come for everyone, questioning if the choice he made then would truly be his opportunity. Mok Gyeongwoon stood his ground, his voice ringing with confidence as he confirmed that it would be. Now using his true name, Jeong declared his chance would come, provided he was still someone worth desiring by then. Pausing in her departure, Wai Soyeon glanced back over her shoulder, her red eyes evaluating him one last time. His own eyes met hers, and in their depths, she saw an unwavering sincerity. A wry smile touched her lips as she mused that this was the first time she had ever left empty-handed after trying to recruit an officer. Acknowledging his powerful confidence, she turned away completely, promising to see if events would unfold as he predicted. With a final, parting glance, Wai Soyan told him that she would be looking forward to it. Jeong replied with absolute certainty that he would live up to her expectations. An unseen superior's voice thundered, demanding to know why Jeong had defied his command. The consequences of his defiance were already beginning to unfold. A red-eyed woman slid up beside him, chiding him for not even pretending to bow to Wai Soyan and squandering such a rare opportunity. The long-haired man, Jeong, retorted with a cynical smirk, suggesting her disappointment stemmed from losing a chance to acquire a powerful new body. He conceded that the Assembly Lord's disciple would have accelerated their plans, but without a guaranteed victory, the risks were simply too high. The red-eyed woman insisted that the senior disciple, Na Yuliang, was the front-runner for the next lord, but Jeong countered that antagonizing the powerful crown prince would be foolish. Resigning himself to the past, Jeong's focus was suddenly pulled away by an unnerving sensation. His companion questioned his sudden shift in focus as he admitted he hadn't noticed the presence until they got closer. Her gaze followed his, settling on a specific spot in the distance that sent a chill down her spine. Jeong confirmed her suspicion, indicating that the disturbance was originating from that very location. A low, haunting wail began to drift through the air, carrying an otherworldly sorrow. A palpable evil energy seeped from its source, the malevolent aura growing with each passing moment. The red-eyed woman recognized the area. A bearded man had warned them of a room marked with a red line that they were absolutely forbidden from entering. Peeking into the forbidden area, a man in a doorway stared in shock, questioning what he was seeing. He wondered aloud if the immense evil energy was truly leaking from a simple wooden box. Jeong, now inside, observed the scene with a deep sense of foreboding, finding the entire situation profoundly strange. The tense atmosphere was shattered by a woman's blood-curdling scream. A man in a yellow top cried out in a frenzy, obsessed with finding lost manuals. Another man wailed in despair over the sheer number of manuals before a chilling silence descended upon the room. A single foot deliberately crossed the glowing red line that sealed the chamber. A disembodied voice called out to someone named Jeong, causing Jeong to pause as the voice sounded eerily familiar. Claiming to be Jeong, the voice pleaded for release from its stifling prison. The illusion then shifted, taking the form of Jeong's deceased grandfather, who begged for his help and left the young man momentarily stunned. Jeong stood motionless, his face an unreadable mask as he processed the spectral assault. His spirit companion, Chongying, asked what was wrong, prompting Jeong to question if the spirit could see the apparitions before him. Chongying saw nothing, confirming it was an illusion and playfully mocked Jeong for nearly falling for such a simple trick. Jeong coolly assured his companion that he would, of course, not be deceived. Inwardly, however, he seethed with irritation at the entity's audacity in using his grandfather's image against him. Suddenly, a powerful voice boomed from the box, angrily demanding to know how a cursed spirit like Chongying dared to interfere. Chongying bristled at being called a cursed spirit, but Jeong remained silent, his focus entirely on the box. As the wooden box groaned, the spirit within issued a command, telling the human to open it. Jeong's eyes narrowed slightly at the entity's bold demand. The spirit grandly promised that it, a commander of the forces of death, would grant him any wish he desired. Chongying materialized in his blue spirit form, scoffing at the ridiculous offer and questioning how a trapped entity could grant anyone's wishes. Jeong, perceiving the spirit, wondered aloud just what kind of being they had stumbled upon. Chongying surmised that an evil spirit had been sealed inside and that its voice was now leaking through cracks in the old wood. The spirit boasted that it was lucky to find someone who could hear its voice, dismissing Jeong as a mere Taoist monk, but Jeong corrected it, identifying himself as a wandering spirit handler. The spirit recognized the term, comparing him to a salmon who had come before. It explained that a salmon, literally, crab-eyed, was a strange and rare type of being born from human parents. The entity elaborated that their birth was seen as a harbinger of misfortune, leading to them usually being killed as infants, a fact that intrigued Jeong. It then lamented that ever since that previous salmon had visited, it had become completely imperceptible to the outside world. Chongying cried out in shock, declaring that erasing perception itself was a power that defied the very laws of the world. As Chongying raged against the monstrous spirit, Jeong calmly instructed him to hold back his anger. He silenced his companion with a knowing look, suggesting there was a much better way to deal with their predicament. The blonde woman affirmed his intentions, noting his skill in creating food spirits but reminding him to weaken the target first. The entity, calling itself the master of the forces of death, sneered at their plan, but Jeong simply responded with a dismissive "and so?" With a sinister cackle, the entity made one final attempt at manipulation, asking if Jeong truly didn't wish to see his grandfather again. A tense quiet fell, only to be broken by the wet, squelching sound of a ritual beginning. The spirit desperately tried to bargain, promising freedom in exchange for opening the box. But before it could finish its plea, Jeong interrupted with a condition of his own. He initiated a devouring ritual, declaring that the spirit would first share its abundant energy with him. As the entity shrieked for him to stop, Jeong coldly informed it that it was far too late. He was immediately taken aback by the sheer volume of energy flowing into him, far more than he had anticipated. In just a single moment of feeding, he had absorbed the spiritual power equivalent to 50 people. The malevolent figure writhed and screamed as its personal domain and power were violently siphoned away. An unseen observer watched the spectacle in horror, wondering what manner of being Jeong could possibly be. The blonde woman announced that he had absorbed enough evil energy and instructed him to finish the job by turning it into a food spirit. Jeong acknowledged her command and prepared for the final step of the ritual. Yet even as he prepared to strike, a profound and unsettling feeling of dread washed over him. He unleashed a devastating blast of energy, only to be shocked as it met an unexpected, powerful resistance. His attack thwarted, he stared in disbelief, wondering what had just happened. Under the immense strain of the impact, the ancient sacred box finally began to crack and splinter apart. From the shadows of the crumbling prison, two stern and ancient faces stared out at him with piercing intensity. The scene pulled back, revealing Jeong standing alone within a circular chamber as the chest before him disintegrated. A low, grating sound rumbled through the room as the wood continued to break. The cracking intensified, the sound echoing ominously as the seal was shattered. From the ruins of the box, a silver-haired man emerged, expressing his surprise that a human could wield enough evil energy to break sacred spirit wood. The man smiled, remarking that Jeong was indeed a very lucky individual. The horrifying truth finally dawned upon Jeong. He had been utterly and completely deceived. He realized with dawning dread that the entity's imprisonment had been nothing more than an elaborate act. A wave of shock paralyzed him as the true scale of the trap was revealed. The chamber was not a chamber at all, but an exquisite landscape painting, and within that painting, a being had been drawn. A cacophony of spectral screams erupted from the painted world, a chorus of eternal torment. The being within the painting was one of ancient and immeasurable power. The nature of this entity was something far beyond the realm of mortal comprehension. A young woman desperately warned Jeong that this was not a foe he could possibly hope to fight. An immeasurable amount of evil energy, vast and terrifying, began to gather in a single location. The ancient text known as the Damunsan Haejing recorded all manner of legends and monsters across the Central Plains. Within that book, it was written that among all spirits, there existed beings of a higher realm that must never be approached. These beings were said to have existed since time immemorial, ancient beyond human understanding. The narrative identified the creature before them as one of these legendary spirit-class monsters. Taking the form of an old man with a long white beard, the entity mockingly asked Jeong if he was trembling. Overwhelmed by the crushing presence, the young man could only whisper in terror that the being before him was a true monster. The narrative explained that a being who had reached the highest realm among all spirits and monsters had just been unleashed. It was a creature beyond a magic beast or even a divine beast, it was a legendary spirit beast. The young woman confirmed their horror, they were facing a being straight out of legend. The narrator described the oppressive aura that made one's skin sting and head bow, an energy that even kept the mighty Chongying on high alert. This very same spirit beast was now standing directly in front of them. This was a catastrophe beyond mortal comprehension, a world beyond their own. The old man let out a low, guttural growl, his ancient eyes fixed on his prey. With a deafening crack, Jeong clashed violently with the beast in an explosion of blue energy. The old man clicked his tongue in annoyance, admitting he had intended to crush him to death in one blow. Jeong retorted that the beast was surprisingly strong for one who had been sealed away. The ancient being scoffed, questioning how a mere worm dared to judge his power, even in its weakened state. Jeong silently acknowledged the undeniable gap in their power, horrified that this was the beast's weakened form. The old man commented that Jeong was indeed a strange one. He found it bizarre that a living human was traveling with an entourage of stray ghosts. Suddenly, the wooden doll cried out in agony as the beast's power struck it. A silent, devastating impact rippled through the air as the attack found its mark. The old man showed a flicker of surprise, admitting the stray spirit wasn't bad. Declaring he was hungry, the beast mused that the spirit would at least serve to satisfy its appetite. In a furious display of loyalty, the woman in red let out a defiant roar. The ancient creature declared himself the master of death, born of delusion and resentment, and demanded they offer their spiritual power to him. The dark-haired Jeong watched with a grimly determined expression. The elder spirit beast simply let out a curious sound, intrigued by their resistance. Jeong expression twisted into one of pure fury. The two combatants collided once more with devastating force. Jeong let out a pained grunt as he struggled against the overwhelming power. The elder pointed a single finger, channeling a torrent of dark, malevolent energy. Their powers met in a blinding, chaotic clash. Jeong was sent flying, crying out as the energy overwhelmed him. The light-haired woman struggled to speak, her voice trembling as she demanded the beast release her master. With a final, desperate surge of will, she screamed for the creature to let him go, momentarily startling it. The old man with the white beard called her a tricky little spirit for her interference. He then promised she would pay dearly for daring to lay a hand on his body. The woman with blue hair was instantly engulfed by the beast's punishing counterattack. An agonizing scream tore from her throat as she was consumed by his power. The sound of violent choking echoed through the chamber. The man with blue hair gasped for breath, realizing he had truly stepped into the worst situation imaginable. The spirit beast found his defiance amusing, vowing to see him trembling in fear soon enough. Suddenly, the woman with light blue hair cried out in shock at an entirely new and unexpected presence. A bewildered man with brown hair appeared from nowhere, demanding to know who the spirit beast was. After a moment, the brown-haired man coughed, seeming to recognize the ancient entity. The old man with the white beard and mustache sneered, admitting he had been wanting to devour this newcomer for quite some time. The man in the doorway looked on in utter confusion. Even the spirit beast was baffled, questioning what was happening. Lying on the ground, Jeong wondered if this bizarre event was caused by a red line left behind by someone named Salmon. The mysterious man in the doorway clicked his tongue and decided to simply leave. He turned smoothly to make his exit. A brilliant flash of light announced his sudden departure. The spirit beast cried out in frustration as the man vanished without a trace. The injured Jeong could only watch in stunned silence. Seizing the momentary distraction, Jeong desperately yelled for his companions to get out. He and the blonde woman were seen falling through the air, attempting a frantic escape amidst a swirl of energy. The enraged white-haired man reappeared before them, bellowing, "Where do you think you're going?" The blonde woman in red was slammed hard onto the ground, causing the woman with blue hair to gasp in shock. Both the blonde woman and the blue-haired woman cried out their master's name in terror. The spirit beast, robed in white, mockingly complimented Jeong for his quick assessment of the situation and for seizing the brief opening. The man in dark clothing retorted that the beast was the troublesome one, feigning surprise that a non-sage could wield such power. The spirit beast began to reference a prior offer, but was cut off. Jeong interjected, asking if the promise to grant one wish in exchange for freedom was still valid. The man in the white robe questioned why it should be, but Jeong argued he was the one who ultimately secured his freedom. The spirit beast scoffed at the notion, accusing Jeong of acting only to satisfy his own greed. The dark-haired man brushed aside the insult, suggesting they let it slide for the sake of the mood. The old man found his composure strange, wondering if Jeong was truly not afraid. He sneered, asking if the young man foolishly believed he wouldn't die in this situation. Jeong gritted his teeth, admitting that it certainly wasn't the latter. The beast threatened to rip off his leg, but Jeong warned that if he were to die, the beast would remain trapped in this painted world forever. The old man mocked him, asking if he was begging because he was scared to die after all. Jeong claimed not to cling to life, but the beast pressed on, demanding to know why he begged. Jeong finally revealed his reason: there was someone he needed to kill. The old man's eyes glinted with interest as he correctly guessed the motive was revenge. Finding the situation intriguing, he asked if having his life spared was truly all Jeong wanted. The white-haired man noted with satisfaction that at least the boy knew his place. Feeling magnanimous after millennia of imprisonment, the spirit beast nodded and agreed to humor him. A tremor of relief ran through Jeong body as he let out a shaky breath. A sickening, wet crunching sound suddenly broke the silence. The white-haired man laughed at the brat's foolishness as he tore the arm clean off, with Jeong realizing he wouldn't be using it again for a very long time. The dark-haired man looked over in anguish at the woman in red armor and his other companion. The woman in red armor's voice echoed in his mind, warning him there was only one fleeting chance. A massive surge of dark energy suddenly erupted from Jeong captive body. The white-haired man smirked, asking rhetorically if he ever really needed to make a deal in the first place. He revealed his true intention, boasting that he could simply control Jeong body himself. The blood-covered Jeong realized with dawning horror just how messy the situation had become. An elderly, bearded observer noted that while he distrusted humans, the ancient spirit beast was just as deceitful, leaving no openings. In his mind, the blood-covered Jeong steeled his resolve, speaking to his grandfather and accepting he needed to be ready for anything. He lamented with grim finality that it seemed he would not be able to get his revenge after all. The demonic eye of the spirit beast spoke directly to Jeong, its voice a low growl. The blood-covered young man could only stare back, his mind reeling in shock. From afar, the blonde woman screamed Jeong's name in terror, while the silver-haired attendant cried out for her master. The elderly spirit beast stepped forward menacingly, questioning rhetorically if it truly needed to make a deal. An oppressive silence descended upon the painted world, thick with tension. The spirit beast boasted that it could simply move Jeong's body at will, rendering any bargain pointless. Jeong realized with dawning horror just how complicated the situation had become. The elderly observer mused that the ancient spirit beast was just as distrustful as any human, leaving no openings to exploit. Resigned to his fate, Jeong apologized to his grandfather's memory, accepting that his revenge would go unfulfilled. A memory surfaced of a regal woman standing beside a frightened one in a dimly lit chamber. A strange, ethereal energy suddenly began to manifest around him. A grim laugh escaped Jeong's lips as he suddenly questioned why he ever assumed his revenge couldn't be won in a single moment. Even as the spirits of Chongying and Gyusoha sought vengeance, new, powerful voice demanded its own place in the conflict. A disembodied hand, glowing with resentful power, angrily questioned if its own grudge was any less significant. A brilliant flash of energy erupted, blindingly bright. A fist clenched in defiance, the power within refusing to be denied. The silver-haired man growled in fury, demanding to know what the bastard was doing. Consumed by this new power, Jeong's voice became a primal chant, roaring for more. The deep, bitter grudge held within him began to manifest as tangible, raw power. The woman with blonde hair stared in disbelief, recognizing an energy far more condensed and potent than mere premonition. Such a phenomenon was said to be possible only for those who had achieved a deep level of enlightenment. This was Genki, hardened chi, but the silver-haired beast was baffled by its unnatural color as it pulsed from Jeong. Jeong let out a powerful grunt, barely containing the volatile energy coursing through him. The silver-haired man cried out in surprise as his control was broken, causing him to stumble back. Wreathed in an aura of pure malice, Jeong charged forward with blinding speed. The spirit beast scoffed, marveling at how a living being could possibly wield such a deathly energy. Claws extending from its hand, the beast found the development to be completely and utterly strange. A single, blood-splattered eye burned with an unnerving, predatory intensity. The voice that boomed from the beast was not one of pain, but of pure, unadulterated delight. With its eyes glowing ominously, the old man declared its sudden desire to dissect Jeong and uncover his secrets. Jeong knew he couldn't close the gap in power, yet he screamed and pushed forward with everything he had. With a final roar, he prepared to let this final, desperate attack loose. A sudden, unforeseen interference stopped the clash dead in its tracks. The old man grunted in shock, recognizing the meddling of a stray spirit. The spirit beast's eyes widened in disbelief as it was suddenly engulfed in a torrent of blood. It could only weakly utter a single name from the past, Chongying. The blonde woman watched the unfolding chaos, whispering Jeong's name with grave concern. A different memory flashed, the woman screamed at a blue-haired man to run, but he remained frozen. A sickening thud echoed as a devastating blow landed. The man with blue hair silently questioned why this was all happening. He reasoned there was no need for a mere food spirit to go this far, dismissing the idea it was acting to ensure his revenge. As he wondered about its motives, the blonde woman realized with terror that this was not just a stray ghost, but something else entirely. The bearded old man declared the meal sufficient to curb his hunger while the blonde woman let out a furious roar. Another heavy impact sounded as the man with blue hair reached out a helpless hand. His desperate eyes locked onto the struggling form of the blonde woman. She fought against her captor, weakly mouthing the words for him to get out and save himself. A face, splattered with blood and contorted in agony, stared back with wide, horrified eyes. The figure's face twisted with exertion as they moved with blistering, desperate speed. The painful memory faded, leaving only the cold, harsh reality of the present battle. Back in the painted world, the woman in red and the man in blue stared in shock at the tense standoff. Bloodied but defiant, Jeong held a single finger aloft, from which a humming, dark energy emanated. The woman in red gasped, "What are you?" as the elderly man with white hair began to choke her, his face a mask of pure menace. Jeong's hand crackled, channeling streams of dark purple energy into a single point. A pained grunt escaped the beast as a projectile of red energy slammed into its chest. The scene fractured into three images of raw emotion, a distressed woman, an enraged old man, and a pained, blood-soaked Jeong. An unknown voice called out, addressing the beast as Elder. The injured Jeong spat a chilling promise that the beast would be stuck in this painted world forever. As something shattered and fell to the ground, the woman in red screamed in protest. A final, decisive sound confirmed that Jeong's gambit was complete. Jeong grunted in pain, prompting the older man to call him a crazy human. The beast began to panic, realizing that if its unwilling host were to die, it would be trapped here for all eternity. A sudden, firm grasp on its form shocked the beast to its core. Jeong smirked through the pain, wryly commenting that the beast certainly didn't make it easy to shake hands. The spirit beast stammered, finally understanding that every one of Jeong's seemingly suicidal moves had been deliberate. As the devouring stone embedded in its body activated, the ancient creature let out a despairing roar of agony. Jeong's life-or-death gamble had paid off. He had correctly deduced the beast was avoiding his devouring ritual because it disrupted spiritual energy. Now bound together, Jeong declared that the spirit beast couldn't leave this place without him. The choked beast could only manage a choked laugh as it called him a mere worm of a creature. Jeong commanded the struggling creature to cease at once, as volatile energy crackled around his hand. The chaotic spiritual power continued to surge violently between them. The beast threatened to tear him to pieces, but its words were lost in an unnerving, pained laugh. It screamed at the damned little ghost that was now inflicting unimaginable pain upon it. As more energy flared, the woman's voice echoed with a powerful warning not to underestimate her. A chilling, guttural laugh rumbled from deep within the silver-haired man's chest. The possessed beast's laughter escalated into a full-blown, maniacal roar of defiance and pain. The spiritual power binding them together continued to crackle and flare uncontrollably. A rhythmic, primal chant began to fill the suffocating air of the painted prison. The chant grew stronger and more defined, echoing with an ancient, terrifying power. In the beast's mind, a desperate monologue began as it tried to comprehend the situation. The being who called itself the King of Death, one of the 6 demon lords, was in disbelief. It was being completely overwhelmed and humiliated by a pathetic human. For the first time in millennia, the white-haired warrior had to wonder if it was truly feeling fear. An echoing cry reverberated through the painted prison. The King of Death stammered in disbelief, his mind reeling with the thought that he, a demon lord, was being humbled. The chaotic energy binding the two beings together continued to surge unpredictably. His ancient pride struggled to comprehend his humiliation at the hands of a pathetic human. For the first time in millennia, the old warrior wondered if he was truly feeling fear. With a violent surge of spiritual energy, he inwardly roared that such a thing was impossible. He raged against the notion, remembering the countless beings to whom he had brought terror over thousands of years. The King of Death furiously declared that the foolish human had brought this fate upon himself. Jeong's eyes widened in alarm at the beast's sudden and terrifying change in tactics. The red-eyed woman gasped in horror, recognizing the impossible maneuver as a spirit form attack. A terrified scream cut through the suffocating atmosphere of the sealed dimension. The woman cried out in denial as she realized the beast was attempting astral projection to possess Jeong directly. It was a desperate, soul-level assault that even Jeong seemed unable to counter. A bolt of raw spiritual power flashed between the two combatants. A raw, agonized scream was ripped from Jeong's throat as the possession began. He struggled to speak, trying to comprehend the malevolent presence forcing its way into his being. His mind was violently invaded as the King of Death pushed deeper into his consciousness. The invading spirit recoiled in shock, confronted by a mysterious seal-like character glowing within Jeong's soul. Jeong could barely form a coherent thought as the two powerful wills violently clashed inside him. The King of Death cursed the damned human as he felt a potent and unexpected resistance. Jeong could only manage a choked gasp as the internal battle for his body raged on. He was rendered momentarily speechless, consumed by the struggle against the ancient demon. The King of Death's voice boomed with monstrous fury, erupting from Jeong's own throat. The enraged spirit howled at the indignity of being challenged by a mere mortal vessel. A low growl rumbled as a shadowy transformation began to overtake Jeong's form. The possessing creature snarled, announcing that Jeong had forced it to reveal its true form. With a blood-curdling roar, it promised to utterly destroy him. From a distance, a dark-haired observer flinched, his expression filled with confusion. He analyzed the unfolding event, noting that the creature's technique was clearly designed to draw in vast amounts of energy. The observer's mind raced as he questioned where such a massive amount of power could be coming from. His thoughts suddenly landed on a terrifying possibility, a fragment from the sacred spirit wood. At the same moment, the monstrous creature realized its own energy was being forcibly absorbed, finally understanding Jeong's true gambit. It bellowed in a panic, demanding that this draining process be stopped at once. High above the chaos, an ancient, mystical scroll began to unroll itself from within a sealed chest. The glowing scroll, which contained the very fabric of their painted prison, pulsed with purple energy. A blinding light erupted from the scroll's center as the prison's ancient power began to reawaken. A memory stored within the seal replayed, showing a fierce battle between two warriors and a great wolf-like beast. The dark-haired observer surmised that the relic must be reactivating now that the beast's evil energy was being drained away. The ancient wolf creature from the memory roared in defiance, boasting that such a simple seal was nothing to it. It let out a final, dimension-shattering scream as it unleashed its full power against its captors. The man and woman from the memory were blasted high into the air by a cataclysmic wave of dark energy. Undeterred, they descended with renewed force, driving their attack into the heart of the beast. In the replayed memory, the dark-haired man and his blonde companion stood back to back, their faces grim with determination. The snarling wolf beast glared back, its orange eyes burning with primordial hatred. The vision shifted to show the blonde woman glaring down at a different, bloodied man who lay defeated before her. The beast's voice echoed a chilling farewell before it vanished, leaving the defeated man to scream in absolute despair. His anguished cries slowly faded as the vision from the scroll dissipated. The landscape painted upon the mystical scroll shimmered and began to grow dim. The violent storm of spiritual energy that had filled the prison started to recede. A tense quiet fell over the chamber as the chaotic power finally subsided. A sharp cracking sound signaled the end of the spectral reenactment. A single, inert fragment of the exhausted seal drifted silently to the floor. Back in the present, the red-eyed woman and an exhausted Jeong stood before the now quiet chest. Jeong gasped for air, weakly remarking that the spiritual whiplash had been an intense ordeal. He confessed that the violent energy shifts had nearly made him sick. Utterly spent, he knelt beside the two unconscious women near the room's small altar. The red-eyed woman breathed a heavy sigh of relief, admitting how incredibly lucky they were that the seal had reactivated when it did. Her relief quickly turned to alarm as she noticed strange, glowing cracks beginning to appear on Jeong's skin. The subtle cracking sound continued as the fissures spread across his body like a shattered porcelain doll. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief, recognizing the legendary phenomenon of Wangle Talte, a complete physical rebirth. This, bone-reforming, rebirth, was a process of bodily reconstruction that occurred when a master's meridians fully opened after achieving enlightenment. It was a transformation that granted the body the ability to handle an impossibly greater amount of qi. The woman stared in awe, knowing that this process normally only happened when one reached the distant flowering realm. She realized Jeong's body had not waited for a spiritual breakthrough, it was evolving on its own to contain the spirit beast's immense power. The red-eyed woman considered the profound implications of this unprecedented event. She understood that they might be witnessing the very birth of an entirely new type of master. A faint wisp of purified energy swirled around Jeong's reforming body. A low groan escaped Jeong's lips as he slowly regained consciousness. He took a deep, steadying breath, feeling the profound changes that had occurred within him. His first thought was of how light he felt, wondering if this was the fabled realm of true transcendence. He clenched his fist, feeling solid and strong, noting that even the pain from his wounds had vanished. The word "stronger" echoed in his mind as he quietly contemplated his dramatic and unexpected evolution. His thoughts drifted to a past conversation, recalling when a man in a bucket hat had asked him about taming spirit beasts. Jeong remembered affirming the common belief that no one had ever turned a spirit beast into a food spirit. The man in the bucket hat had then revealed it was not impossible, stating there were two legendary individuals who had succeeded. He had spoken of spirit handlers who had reached the divine realm of Bangshin by making spirit beasts their servants. The man had quickly dismissed them as beings from another world, telling Jeong only to know that such heights were achievable. Back in the present, a wry smile touched Jeong's lips as he realized he still had a very long way to go. As he murmured his own name in reflection, his eyes were drawn to a slight movement from one of the unconscious women. His gaze snapped toward her, his calm expression instantly replaced by one of absolute shock. The woman, Chongying, lay motionless on the floor, her red garment splattered with blood. Without warning, her face began to crack and emit an ominous purple glow, just as his had. A faint cracking sound heralded the beginning of her own terrifying transformation. Jeong cried out in alarm and disbelief, his voice choked as he uttered Chongying's name. Overwhelmed by the impossible sight before him, the woman in red screamed Jeong's name in a choked cry. A close-up showed the absolute shock reflected in an observer's wide, disbelieving eyes. The world seemed to pause in that moment of horrifying, unprecedented transformation. Chongying's blood-stained hand lay limp on the cold, unforgiving floor. Her face fractured like porcelain as a sinister purple energy began to seep from the deep cracks. Jeong could only stare, rendered completely speechless by the horrific sight. The blonde woman, now identified as Chongying, was named in a choked, horrified whisper. Jeong watched the process of bone rebirth with a detached, almost amused curiosity, noting that while she looked no different, a fundamental change had occurred. He mused that at this rate she could reach the flowering realm in 2 years, but then observed that her spiritual energy had become dangerously weak. Chongying bitterly retorted that she ended up this way trying to save him and that she expected neither pity nor thanks. Jeong, caught off guard by her sacrifice, simply asked why she had helped him. Chongying's mind raced with the thought that his death would have meant the end for her, but she outwardly asked if he was sad that she was about to disappear. He questioned what she meant by disappear, as she tragically accepted that she had no chance of survival left. She told him there was nothing to be sad about, before urgently pleading for him to promise her just one thing. With what little strength remained, Chongying begged him to ensure her revenge was carried out, but Jeong calmly suggested they discuss it after she recovered. A sudden realization caused Jeong to gasp in surprise. In a swift and decisive motion, he grabbed the unconscious Chongying, prompting a shocked reaction from an unseen onlooker. The observer realized with astonishment that Jeong was sharing his own immense and incredibly pure energy, an act that went far beyond simple recovery. The infusion of power was so potent that her rank began to skyrocket, approaching the legendary level of Namryang, the blue spirit. A blinding surge of crimson energy completely engulfed Chongying's hand. The violent energy slowly dissipated, leaving a profound and irreversible change in its wake. Chongying's eyes snapped open, now glowing with a brilliant red intensity that spoke of newfound power. She rose to her feet, reborn as a figure of immense strength, radiating a formidable aura in her striking red dress. Chongying wondered aloud what had just happened to her, to which Jeong drily remarked that he wasn't the only lucky one. As described in the ancient Yin-Yang Codex, a Namryang, or blue spirit, was a being whose spiritual power could physically manifest beyond mere illusion. Such a spirit was considered nearly as catastrophic as a magic beast, leading Chongying to wonder if this was what people called a stroke of fate. Brimming with newfound confidence, she swiftly turned to Jeong, demanding he tell her what he wanted. She asked what he expected her to do, but he playfully deflected, asking if he should start calling her Blue Spirit, which prompted her to insist he just use her name. Jeong continued to tease her about the title, earning an annoyed retort, while another spirit silently addressed its master. Nearby, the bandaged woman Wuxia lay still, a heavy silence falling as Chongying contemplated her new reality. The spirit with white hair then cheekily asked Jeong if he had any spare energy left for them. The bearded man, now occupying a new physical body, cheerfully announced that he would be waiting. A delighted Chongying called out to Jeong, telling him not to forget to come get her, causing him to remark on her vastly improved mood. The spirit with white hair explained her happiness was due to Soha's rank also rising, while the bearded man celebrated finally obtaining a body of his own. It was explained that since Soha was already near Chongying's level, the infusion of pure energy elevated her rank and allowed her to subdue Yang Muon. Having successfully possessed a body and achieved a higher rank, the spirit was now quite pleased with her situation. Chongying mused that the spirit's true joy came from reading secret manuals, which Jeong chalked up to her past as a martial artist, a thought the bearded man found creepy. With their unexpected power-up sorted, Jeong declared it was time for them to head out. The bearded man chuckled in agreement before his expression shifted, his senses detecting something amiss. In another location, a deep and expectant silence filled a hidden chamber. A faint crackling sound echoed as a splintered piece of wood miraculously mended itself. The silver-haired woman marveled as the sacred spirit would fully restore itself, wondering if it truly held the fabled power of sages. She decided to leave it there for the time being, prompting her chained companion to ask if she was really not going to consume it. The man in dark robes who had left it confirmed that eating it now would likely cause unforeseen problems. He had decided the wood should not be touched, instructing the woman to alert him if anyone came looking for it. The silver-haired woman remained deeply perplexed, questioning why he would leave something so dangerous there and what the spirit beast's master, Salmon, was truly plotting. In her mind's eye, a monstrous, three-eyed figure clad in ancient attire materialized from swirling dark energy. Elsewhere, a bearded man slumped over a large stack of books, utterly exhausted from his research. A distant, carefree voice declared that everything would probably work out on its own. Meanwhile, a majestic sunset cast vibrant pastel hues across a vast mountain range. A masked man stood waiting under the twilight sky, noting with some impatience that his companion was late. He recalled being warned of a possible delay but felt this was far too long, starting to worry that trouble had found its way to his comrade. Just as the masked man resolved to go investigate, he sensed a sudden presence appear right behind him. He whirled around in shock to find Jeong casually asking if he had been waiting long. The masked man stammered that he hadn't, his mind reeling from the profound and unsettling change he sensed in the other man. He vividly remembered that before Jeong entered the archive, his aura was clearly that of a first-rate master. But now, to his utter disbelief, he couldn't feel any spiritual energy from him at all. As Jeong walked past with an almost non-existent presence, the masked man was left to wonder what kind of profound realization he had attained within the archive. Jeong simply asked if they should depart, turning his attention toward the impending final trial. Even as he projected an aura of calm, Jeong admitted to himself that he could not predict how this was going to turn out. A new scene was set beneath a large full moon, its brilliant light partially obscured by the dark branches of a pine tree. The moon cast an eerie glow over a quiet village, where the warm light of lanterns flickered against the encroaching night. The quiet was broken by the sound of determined footsteps treading on grass and twigs. The approaching figure was clad in rugged attire, with a distinctive red bag on their back and thick bracelets on their arm. The man was revealed to be none other than one Byinghak, one of the 5 kings, known across the land as the Thunder Fist King. An extreme close-up captured his stern expression, his eyes narrowed with intense focus. He had come to meet Jeong, one of the dark faction, who greeted his arrival by remarking on the location's perpetually eerie atmosphere. As he approached, Jeong agreed that the place always gave him a bad feeling. He observed that it had been 2 months since their last meeting during the tournament, formally greeting the Lord of Darkness. The figure he addressed was the infamous Dark Lord, one of the 3 great lords of the powerful Chanji Association. One Byinghak commented on the Dark Lord's ever-present, face-hiding mask, to which the Lord simply replied that it was the law. The Dark Lord acknowledged one Byinghak's awareness, given that the Dark faction's role in espionage demanded such extreme secrecy. It was a well-known fact that only the Supreme Assembly Lord knew the Dark Lord's true identity, face, or even gender. One Byinghak confessed that, despite knowing the rules, the secrecy still filled him with an unshakable sense of unease. The Dark Lord steered the conversation to business, asking what brought the Thunder Fist King to this place, but one Byinghak gestured for him to wait. He then presented a bottle of Jangwonhong, one of the most famous and sought-after red wines, as a gift. The Dark Lord, recognizing the rare vintage, immediately understood that this was no mere gift, it was a bribe. One Byinghak was preparing to make a request regarding the next trial set to take place in the Blood Valley. He openly admitted that he was about to ask a rather rude and significant favor. The Dark Lord's concealed face showed a hint of amusement as he waited to hear the king's audacious proposal. The artist, Kim Tae-young, left a heartfelt message thanking readers for their support and announcing a 1-week break to move, promising a return on June 10. The Dark Lord addressed Won Byung-hak, focusing the conversation on the Corpse Blood Valley trial. The Thunder Fist King formally stated his need for a difficult favor, prompting a curious "oh" from the Dark Lord as his mind raced. The Dark Lord astutely guessed that he wanted her to give up one of the disciples. She flatly declined the request, coolly stating that she had her own reasons. A heavy silence settled between the two powerful figures. However, the Dark Lord reconsidered her swift refusal. Acknowledging the rare vintage he had brought, she agreed to his request on the condition that their desired candidates did not overlap. Won Byung-hak resigned himself to revealing his choice, accepting it was the price for asking such a favor. He identified his target as the child of the Baekhyun sect, explaining that his own techniques required an exceptionally sturdy body. The king recalled a past incident where his own disciple was crippled simply from attempting to learn one of his advanced moves. The Dark Lord seemed satisfied with his answer, calling his choice a good one for her own plans. With a triumphant laugh, she revealed that she desired a girl from the trial. When Won Byung-hak asked if she meant the child from the Moa house, she simply confirmed that it was her. Both were visibly relieved that their interests did not clash, with the Dark Lord even thanking Won Byung-hak for the favor. Won Byung-hak pondered the strange coincidence of their chosen disciples. He then delivered a crucial piece of information: the Sound Valley Master also wanted the Moa house child. Warning the dark sect leader of the trouble ahead, the Thunder Fist King took his leave. Elsewhere, a grand traditional building rested silently under the light of a full moon. A strange, tickling sensation suddenly registered in someone's ear. The dark-haired man rubbed his ear, wondering aloud why it was suddenly so itchy. He casually asked the woman in green if her ear was also itching, causing her to jump back in denial. Changing the subject, she asked him why he had wanted to see her. She inwardly fretted over his intentions for the late-night meeting, though she outwardly feigned indifference. The dark-haired man bluntly asked if she would be willing to take him on. His choice of words sent the woman in green into a flustered panic. Her mind spiraled as she pieced together the late hour and his provocative request, assuming he had romantic intentions. He quickly clarified his meaning, specifying that he wanted to take her on in a duel. She nervously confirmed if he meant for training, to which he simply affirmed. He explained his desire to warm up for the next day's trial, leading her to the disappointing realization that he still didn't see her as a woman. As she questioned the sudden request for a duel, he admitted it was out of nowhere. The woman in green, however, saw this as her chance to finally get even with him. Her mind raced with a new strategy, believing that if she aimed to kill instead of just subdue, she could finally claim victory. The dark-haired man noticed her sudden eagerness, snapping her out of her vengeful thoughts. He then stunned her with an unexpected challenge, to try her best to actually kill him. To her utter disbelief, he promised to undo the poison within her if she managed to win. He gave her his word, confirming the sincerity of his promise. As he began to restate the terms of victory, his body moved in a blur of action. A memory of a different fight flashed, showing his finger striking toward a woman's neck like a viper. In that past encounter, he had pressed a knife to a different woman's throat, her expression frozen in shock. An observing red-haired woman could only stammer in astonishment at the speed of his draw. The dark-haired man had coolly judged his opponent's reaction as far too slow. He then paused, taking a brief moment to internally assess his own technique. A slight smirk touched his lips as he concluded his performance was not bad. The blonde woman supervising his training warned him against arrogance, reminding him of the chasm between his current level and the true supreme peak. He simply replied that he hoped there was a large gap, his thoughts already drifting to a deeper revelation. He reflected that for the longest time, he had only viewed martial arts as a means for revenge. But now, a new feeling had taken root, a pure, unadulterated desire to learn more about the art itself. Another observer noted his monstrous growth, realizing he had soared to a level far beyond her own reach. The sheer scale of his power had become so immense that it now inspired a sense of profound awe. A silver-haired man watching from the sidelines could only describe the prodigy as a monster. The next day arrived, and the grounds of the Corpse Blood Valley trial filled with the footsteps of gathered martial artists. During the final trial's first day, a masked figure overseeing the event noticed an unexpected arrival. He squinted into the crowd, trying to identify the newcomer who carried such an imposing aura. With a jolt, the masked host recognized the unmistakable presence of the dark sect leader. A woman with bold red makeup also identified the leader, noting their different appearance but wondering why they had come to a trial ceremony for the first time ever. A melody from a stringed instrument suddenly cut through the murmuring crowd. An unsuspecting martial artist cried out, clutching his head in sudden, excruciating pain. A nearby bearded man clicked his tongue, recognizing the cruel hobby of the musician as the woman with red makeup giggled in amusement. The source of the sonic torture was revealed to be the Sound Valley master, Hang Yirang. Hang Yirang's eyes scanned the crowd, and she inwardly noted the presence of another powerful woman. Despite her internal thoughts, she maintained a serene smile as she continued to play her tormenting music. The masked host grunted under the sonic assault, cursing Hang Yirang's wicked hobby. He recalled how she always weaponized her music with sound chi, even ignoring a direct warning from the association's own vice leader. A cruel smile played on Hang Yirang's lips as she considered increasing the tempo. Her victim's agonized screams intensified as the music grew more frantic. The masked host decided he had no choice but to intervene, even at the risk of straining their professional relationship. Just as he was about to act, a commanding voice echoed through the venue, ordering Valley Master Hang to cease. The bearded man looked on in shock as the powerful newcomer interrupted the painful performance. Hang Yirang stopped playing and calmly addressed the new arrival, acknowledging the presence of the King of Brilliance. The King of Brilliance, a striking figure in purple, sarcastically questioned if they were not allowed to be there, while a subordinate affirmed their right to attend. The King of Brilliance instructed their attendant to take a seat, while another lord pointed out that the Sound Valley master was delaying the trial. The King of Brilliance clicked their tongue in clear annoyance at the situation. The masked host recalled the history between the two. The King of Brilliance, Sun Yun, was Hang Yirang's great adversary and had nearly killed her in a past conflict. He found Sun Yun's appearance fascinating, as the king already had many talented disciples and had never shown interest in these trials before. Among the crowd, a young man and woman pointed toward the gathering of masters in absolute awe. Onlookers buzzed, wondering which prodigy could possibly attract the personal attention of one of the five kings, the Dark Sect leader, and the Sound Valley master. The Corpse Blood Valley master bowed deeply, formally welcoming the red-masked King of Brilliance and noting it had been a long time. When the Valley master expressed his surprise, the King of Brilliance stated they had their reasons, prompting the master to inquire what they were. The Corpse Blood Valley master's expression was a mask of grim, focused intensity. At that moment, a man in the front of the crowd gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. His shock quickly morphed into a choked laugh of relief as he realized what he was seeing was true. He recalled thinking that a certain individual was surely destined to perish during the grueling trials. Yet, against all odds, he saw with his own two eyes that the person he thought was dead was, in fact, alive. The master of the Moon Division recalled his certainty that the boy was destined to die during the trials. Overcome with relief, the man in the front choked out that he was, against all odds, alive. He violently grabbed a nearby subordinate, demanding to know who they were talking about. As the man with the sword whined about his own loss, the master frantically cut him off, caring only for the name. The defeated man finally answered, the one who survived was Mok Gyeongwoon. The master's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, whispering the confirmation that he was truly alive. He had been convinced that even with the Moon Division's swordsmanship, the Corpse Blood Valley would claim him, but now, fortune had blessed their clan. The master then turned on his subordinate, demanding to know how he'd ended up in a fight, to which the man admitted he'd disturbed someone in a learning trance. The black-haired man shouted for him to be quiet as the gray-haired subordinate yelped, begging the master for mercy. The master's thoughts returned to Mok Gyeongwoon, astonished that not only had he survived, but he had reached the final trial. A young man with long black hair, observing from the side, noted that Mok Gyeongwoon was different now. The master made a silent vow that if the boy showed even more potential than anticipated, he would take him as a disciple, regardless of the scorn for his orthodox roots. Nearby, a person in teal robes reacted with a subtle hum of interest. That same person clenched their fists, a quiet gesture of intense anticipation. From afar, another dark-haired observer expressed his surprise, admitting that while he expected the talented kid to survive, he never thought he'd reach the finals. He mused that all the hardships had forged a new, keen sharpness in the young warrior's eyes. One of the bearded masters let out a low chuckle, remarking that he was glad he decided to attend. The bearded man openly declared his excitement for the outcome of the final trial. The masked host stepped forward, his voice cutting through the murmurs of the crowd. With a commanding tone, he announced that the final trial would now begin. The young man with dark hair gasped in surprise, his eyes fixed on the object that had just appeared. A man in a green robe shouted in recognition, identifying the massive scroll as a match bracket. He quickly deduced that the final trial must therefore be a tournament. The masked figure confirmed their suspicions, stating that as they had likely noticed, the trial would take a specific form. He declared that the final trial would consist of a series of one-on-one duels. The host explained that having tested their limits, the finalists would now have the chance to display their full potential to the powerful figures gathered to watch. In a grand pavilion, the assembled masters and sect leaders listened with focused intensity. The masked figure announced the grand prize: winners would be granted the right to choose which higher-up they wished to serve. Two young men in the crowd whispered in awe, realizing this meant a direct path to becoming a disciple of one of the 5 kings or a sect leader. The host offered his encouragement, wishing the competitors the best of luck in the coming battles. A young man in the crowd, however, looked on with a skeptical expression. Another finalist simply found the entire development to be interesting. A heavy silence fell over the contestants as the weight of the announcement settled in. One young man declared he didn't need the right of choice, as his only goal was to stop a specific person in the arena. His vengeful declaration hung in the silent air, adding a layer of personal stakes to the trial. Elsewhere, the Toad Poison King Bek Saha's attendant noted that the person they were looking for was not present. Bek Saha lamented that his plan to learn about the phantom sword was now ruined, forcing him to reconsider using the valuable plaques he had won. As the host listed the 5 kings, 3 sects, and 4 valleys as potential masters, Mok Gyeongwoon felt he had no other choice. He voiced his disdain for the options, finding them utterly boring. His mind, however, was already working, noting that the number of powerful figures present did not add up correctly. The host began the selection process, instructing contestants to come forward and take a numbered plaque when called, starting with Mok Yu-chun and Yun Mu-young. As the plaques were drawn, a realization began to dawn on one of the contestants. Mok Yu-chun confirmed his suspicion as he drew number 6, placing him in the lower bracket. He stated his placement aloud, confirming he was in the lower half of the tournament. The man with the red sash groaned with envy before announcing they would continue. The announcer continued assigning numbers, giving number 4 to Yun Mu-young and number 2 to Mu Jang-yak. The narration confirmed that the true battle had only just begun. The man in blue then called out the next name, a hush falling over the crowd as he summoned Mok Gyeongwoon. The distinct clatter of a wooden plaque being drawn echoed through the tense arena. The long-haired man announcing the numbers paused, his gaze lingering on the name for a moment. He then declared that Mok Gyeongwoon had drawn number 1. The man in blue who had called his name offered a wry, knowing smile. The announcer concluded the draw by assigning Yeom Ga to the lower bracket as number 5, officially setting the matches. The long-haired man who had drawn his lot let out a heavy sigh. His opponent was set, and he grimly accepted that this was how it was going to be. He had drawn the most difficult opponent possible for his very first match. Despite this, the dark-haired man remained confident, certain he couldn't lose with the hidden trick he held in reserve. A mysterious woman cloaked in red appeared beside him, commenting on his boredom, to which he simply agreed. The dark-haired man, Mok Gyeongwoon, turned to his opponent, stating that it looked like they would be able to have a proper fight. He offered a sportsmanlike farewell, wishing that they both do their best regardless of the outcome. His opponent, another dark-haired man, shocked him by replying that he didn't think he could do that. He arrogantly explained that if he were to actually do his best, the fight would be over far too quickly. An observer chuckled, remarking that the young man was exceptionally good at getting under people's skin. The man in the red mask ordered the two combatants to step onto the stage. The arrogant young man then called out to Mok Gyeongwoon by name. Surprising Mok Gyeongwoon again, he proposed they make a bet, since his opponent seemed so confident. The blue-robed man, Mu Jangyak, suggested the loser must call the winner, sir, smugly adding that hierarchy is important. Mok Gyeongwoon cut him off, dismissing the wager as no fun and proposing a much better one. As Mu Jangyak stared in shock, Mok Gyeongwoon explained that instead of simply calling the winner, sir, they should raise the stakes. He made his counteroffer: the loser would become the winner's dog. A wave of shock and outrage rippled through the arena at the humiliating proposition. As Mu Jangyak seethed, realizing his opponent was a master of provocation, Mok Gyeongwoon taunted him, asking if he was scared. Mu Jangyak was silent for a long moment, the phrase, a dog, echoing in his mind as he walked forward. In the stands, a cloaked figure flinched, startled by the intense escalation. The woman in purple, however, burst into delighted laughter at the sheer audacity of the wager. The bearded master sighed, lamenting that he wanted to gauge the mock child's martial level, but the boy had drawn an unlucky opponent. The man in the mask inquired about Mu Jangyak's origins, and the bearded man admitted he only knew he was from some unknown, smaller sect. The bearded man then expressed his shock, suddenly wondering if he had made his own choice of disciple too rashly after sensing the boy's power. His internal assessment was terrifying. Mu Jangyak was already at the ultimate peak, terrifyingly close to the legendary supreme peak. The masked referee called for their attention, ordering the two combatants to get into position. The young man, Mu Jangyak, smirked and agreed, ready to begin the fight. With a swift gesture, the referee's voice boomed across the stage, signaling the match to begin. Mu Jangyak's voice rang out, beginning to state the terms they had agreed upon. The stakes were set, and the rule was absolute: the loser would become the winner's dog. Mu Jangyak's voice boomed across the stage, loudly repeating the first part of their wager: the loser. He let the words hang in the air, a final reminder that the loser would become the winner's dog. Mok Gyeongwoon calmly acknowledged that this was indeed what they had agreed upon. But Mu Jangyak shot back with a sneer, expressing his belief that Mok Gyeongwoon would be the one becoming his dog. A small smirk played on Mok Gyeongwoon's lips as he simply asked his opponent why he was so sure. Mu Jangyak's confidence was absolute as he declared it was because he was going to win. In a flash, he vanished, causing the woman in green to gasp while other men in the crowd cried out at his astonishing speed. Mu Jangyak reappeared in an instant, announcing his first technique: flowing water disturbance. The two combatants then clashed in a violent explosion of raw energy that shook the entire arena. Mok Gyeongwoon began to taunt that a move like that wouldn't possibly work. His words were cut short by the shocking impact of their next exchange of powerful blows. The entire crowd watched the battle unfold with a mixture of raw shock and utter awe. On the stage, the two martial artists faced each other again, their robes flowing in the charged air. Mu Jangyak's technique was recognized as the flowing water disturbance, a style based on accumulating power. They stood poised in the center of the vast courtyard, a palpable tension stretching between them. A sudden gasp rippled through the audience as a few onlookers recognized the stance Mu Jangyak was now taking. A man in blue shouted in disbelief, identifying the legendary technique as the right fist left palm. Mu Jangyak gloated at his opponent, smugly asking if he was surprised by the development. From the stands, the cloaked figure remained perfectly still, their thoughts hidden behind a veil of silence. Mu Jiangyak proudly announced that this was his ultimate technique, the peerless right fist left palm. A spectator in the foreground muttered the name of the technique, his face grim with understanding. The bearded master explained that any true martial artist would know that this specific technique was considered almost impossible to achieve. The difficulty lay in its demand to simultaneously cultivate two separate flows of qi, a feat which risked a disastrous internal collision. But, if a warrior could master it, balancing a clenched fist on the right and an open palm on the left, the results were extraordinary. To face such a master would feel like fighting two opponents at once, overwhelmed by a storm of seemingly infinite techniques. The bearded master sighed, thinking how incredibly unlucky Mok Gyeongwoon was. He lamented that of all the gifted fighters present, the boy had to be matched with the very best, making the fight's outcome seem all but decided. A heavy silence fell over the stage as Mu Jiangyak prepared his ultimate assault. Mok Gyeongwoon considered the name of the technique for a moment before letting out a bemused sigh. He found the entire situation amusing, admitting to himself that he quite liked the technique's name. A wave of confusion swept through the audience at his completely unfazed reaction. Mok Gyeongwoon finally looked up at his opponent, coolly advising him not to act so tough. Enraged by the disrespect, Mu Jiangyak channeled his power, vowing that he was going to do one thing. He screamed that he would utterly crush Mok Gyeongwoon's ego, unleashing his world-resisting fist. As he lunged forward with his ultimate technique, Mu Jiangyak roared that the fight was over. Both fighters prepared their hands for the decisive strike, one mirroring the other perfectly. The legendary right fist left palm was met by its identical twin. Fist met fist and palm met palm in a blinding cataclysm of pure energy. The force of their collision was so immense it blasted both men backward across the stage. The distinguished guests in the viewing stands shot to their feet, their voices a chorus of absolute disbelief. Mu Jiangyak stood speechless, while a random spectator voiced the question on everyone's mind, what in the hell had just happened? In the crowded arena, every single eye was fixated on the two figures standing in the center of the stage. The bearded master could only stammer, his mind unable to process what he had just witnessed. Beside him, the stern-faced man finished the thought, his voice laced with pure astonishment. The impossible truth dawned on them all, Mok Gyeongwoon had perfectly imitated the right fist left palm after seeing it only once. The woman in makeup let out a delighted laugh, realizing the true genius of the tournament had just been revealed. She declared with absolute certainty that this young man was the one she had been searching for. Nearby, a dark-haired woman voiced the same possessive desire, her eyes burning as she stated, I want him. Mu Jiangyak choked back his fury, snarling at the sheer audacity of his opponent's mimicry. His rage was cut short by a sudden, sharp impact that he never saw coming. A relentless flurry of strikes rained down upon Mu Jiangyak, forcing pained grunts from his lips. The barrage of attacks continued, culminating in a sharp cry of agony from the blue-robed fighter. Mok Gyeongwoon's feet danced across the stage, his fluid mysterious footwork making his movements impossible to predict. Mu Jiangyak gasped in pain, horrified to realize his opponent was now seamlessly weaving kicks into the already complex form. An observant spectator noted that this was far more than mere imitation, the constant changes and improvements were on another level entirely. Mu Jiangyak came to the horrifying realization that Mok Gyeongwoon's strength, technique, and application were all vastly superior to his own. An observer remarked that it was like watching someone play with an insect, the difference in their power was simply overwhelming. A prior opponent of Mu Jiangyak's watched in shock, realizing that while he was treated as an equal, the prodigy was now being handled like a small child. A fearful onlooker corrected his own assessment, this wasn't one of the top geniuses, this was a monster. A brutal series of punishing blows landed with sickening force, sending Mu Jiangyak stumbling across the stage. The impossible thought finally broke through Mu Jiangyak's crumbling pride, was he, the great prodigy, actually going to lose? Another devastating strike buckled his knees, forcing the air from his lungs in a wheezing gasp. As if sensing his opponent's crumbling will, Mok Gyeongwoon's voice cut through the air, shouting the word, "nonsense." Yet, a flicker of surprise crossed Mok Gyeongwoon's face as his opponent began to rally for one final, desperate act. Mu Jangyak gathered the last of his strength, his voice raw with hatred as he began to scream. He howled that it would be Mok Gyeongwoon who would become the dog. An eerie silence fell upon the arena following his desperate, final declaration. Mok Gyeongwoon's voice was dangerously calm as he began to speak, saying, "From now on." In the stands, some of the more discerning spectators exchanged knowing smiles, sensing the fight was truly over. The rest of the crowd, however, recoiled in a mixture of fear and utter surprise at what happened next. Mok Gyeongwoon leaned in and delivered the final, humiliating blow with his words, "Try barking better." His eyes squeezed shut, Mu Jangyak strained with every ounce of his being, an unseen force bringing him to his knees. A strangled cry of complete and utter agony tore from his throat. Mok Gyeongwoon let out a sharp grunt, not of pain, but of effort, his mind marveling at how his foe could launch a final attack from such a broken position. The sharp, final sound of a decisive counterattack echoed across the now silent stage. And then, there was only a profound and telling quiet. A dark-robed man in the crowd stated calmly to his companion that the match was over. The masked announcer raised his arm, his voice beginning to build as he prepared to declare the victor. The entire stadium erupted into a deafening roar of astonishment and thunderous applause. The masked announcer's voice finally boomed, officially declaring the winner, Mok Gyeongwoon. In the stands, a dark-robed man stated calmly that the fight was over. On the stage, the masked announcer's voice began to build with anticipation. He then roared the name of the undisputed winner across the arena, Mok Gyeongwoon. A brief, stunned silence fell over the crowd as they processed the incredible upset. In the VIP section, a burly man broke the quiet, declaring his intention to recruit the young victor. A man in purple questioned this sudden claim, but the burly man reminded him that he was supposedly interested in a different prospect. The man in purple confessed with grim honesty that he would deeply regret it if he didn't try to take Mok Gyeongwoon for himself. A bearded man scoffed at this, asking why he was being so greedy when he already had so many excellent disciples. The burly man's energy flared violently as he took offense at being called greedy. A wave of immense pressure washed over the other masters, a testament to his barely contained power. He repeated the accusation, his voice laced with menace as he questioned the bearded man's choice of words. Unfazed, the bearded man shot back, asking how else one could possibly describe his blatant avarice. As a woman in red armor moved to intervene, another man noted with alarm that a real fight was about to break out among the masters. A woman in white let out a delicate laugh, apologizing for the sudden interruption to their argument. A man with dark hair then asked to chime in, while a woman in red and orange robes questioned why they were even fighting. Both the arguing men were caught off guard by the sudden, multi-pronged intervention. The woman in the red and orange robes calmly reminded them all that the ultimate winner of the tournament gets to choose their own master. A silent consensus passed between the masters as they shrugged in collective realization. They grudgingly admitted the truth, a talent like Mok Gyeongwoon would certainly take first place and have his pick of them all. The bearded man cleared his throat, acknowledging that their heated argument had been entirely pointless. He silently admitted to himself that he had lost his reason for a moment, so tempting was the young prodigy. The woman in white suggested they simply continue watching, but a woman in purple robes mused that other talented children might yet appear. Nearby, a woman with an ornate hairpiece remained utterly silent, her expression unreadable. The scene shifted to a quiet stairwell, where a man in black sat across from a woman in green. Back in the stands, the woman with the ornate hairpiece hummed thoughtfully, observing the new developments. The next match was announced to the crowd, Mo Harang vs Yun Muyung. The masked announcer gave the signal, and the fight officially began. The woman in green simply said, "Okay," seemingly responding to an unheard command. A sudden, violent clash of techniques erupted in the arena. Mo Harang's opponent glanced around in confusion, unable to find his foe after the initial exchange. From an unseen location, Mo Harang's voice taunted his opponent, telling him he wouldn't be found so easily. The opponent stood frozen in stunned silence, completely outmaneuvered. The camera then focused on a different young man, his eyes wide with utter shock. In the stands, the woman in purple chuckled softly, clearly amused by the display. In a secret, mental conversation, a woman wearing a tiara gasped in surprise that Mok Gyeongwoon had located her so quickly. A smirk crossed her face as her initial suspicions about his incredible perception were confirmed. Mok Gyeongwoon's voice resonated in her mind, coolly complimenting her for finding him as well. He then cheekily asked if she was impressed by his ability to speak without moving his mouth, to which she noted his honesty. As a reward for his talent, the woman with the tiara offered to teach him the very technique he was witnessing. She instructed him to cause vibrations at the Lianchuan acupoint at the root of his tongue, as if touching it with a cotton bud. The Valley Master expressed her complete confidence that he would be able to master it immediately. A moment later, Mok Gyeongwoon's voice echoed in her mind again, testing the technique with a simple question, like this? The Valley Master laughed in delight, impressed but not surprised that he had learned it instantly. He asked what the technique was called, and she introduced it as secret sound transmission, a perfect tool for private conversations. Mok Gyeongwoon coolly remarked that it was a nice skill to have. Getting straight to the point, the Valley Master then directly ordered him to become her disciple. She warned him that choosing the other kings would be foolish, as one already had a successor and the other's techniques had crippled his last student. In contrast, she offered him the life of an emperor in her legendary Sound Valley, a place inhabited only by women. Her tone turned to ice as she began to outline the consequences should he dare to turn her down. She brought up his brother, Jeong, and threatened to take the boy as her personal subordinate. The Valley Master elaborated on her threat, promising to play with the boy until she grew bored, after which she would kill him. Just as she was about to seal her ultimatum, Mok Gyeongwoon's reply left her utterly speechless. He calmly told her to have fun with his brother, calling it a fair price for the lesson she had just taught him. The Valley Master reeled in shock, realizing with dawning horror that the boy was being completely serious. She could only wonder if he was completely out of his mind to make such a cold and ruthless bargain. The story transitioned back to the bloody stage of the arena. Mu Jangyak's face, covered in blood, was a mask of wide-eyed, empty shock. Jeong gasped his friend's name and immediately rushed to his side. Kneeling beside the defeated warrior, a panting Jeong asked if he was all right. Mu Jangyak stared blankly ahead, not responding. He finally whispered that he had lost, and though Jeong tried to console him, it was no use. Sensing a terrifying shift, Jeong called out his friend's name once more in concern. A strange, vacant smile spread across Mu Jangyak's bloodied face as he slowly rose to his feet. With mechanical purpose, his boots took a heavy step forward on the stage. Jeong cried out in alarm as Mu Jangyak walked right past him, heading towards Mok Gyeongwoon. The once proud warrior fell to his knees before his victor, stating that as the loser, he was now supposed to become his dog. Prostrating himself fully on the ground, Mu Jangyak loudly declared that Mok Gyeongwoon was now his master. Jeong could only watch, his entire world crumbling in a moment of absolute, horrified disbelief. "Master," he screamed, unable to comprehend what his friend was saying. At that exact moment, the announcer's voice cut through the tension, declaring Mo Harang the winner of his own match. The next fight was immediately called, pitting the newcomer Mok Gyeongwoon against Jeong himself. As Mo Harang walked off the stage, Jeong desperately ran to him with a warning. He frantically told Mo Harang to be careful of Mok Gyeongwoon, explaining how he was somehow making everyone around him into his subordinates. Mo Harang simply replied with grim finality that it was already too late, leaving Jeong stunned. Just then, Mok Gyeongwoon reappeared, his calm announcement of "I'm back" sending a jolt of terror through Jeong. Consumed by rage and fear, Yeom spun around to confront the monster. He demanded to know what Mok Gyeongwoon had done, but the victor simply played dumb. Yeom screamed at him not to play dumb, his accusation cut short as the announcer called for Mok Gyeongwoon to enter the arena. The masked man gestured impatiently for the next fighter to come forward. Trapped and defeated, Yeom fell silent, his anger turning to ash. Mo Harang watched his friend, wondering what had gone so wrong to change him so completely from the person he once knew. He lamented that he only wanted to bring his friend back to his senses, but felt it was hopeless against such overwhelming talent. Everyone wanted a piece of the prodigy, and so people naturally began to gather around him. Compared to that force of nature, Mo Harang felt utterly powerless. In the center of the arena, Yeom and Mok Gyeongwoon finally stood facing each other. A wave of utter despair washed over Yeom as he stared down his opponent. He was left with a single, soul-crushing question: could he possibly stop him? A brutal strike echoed through the arena as the match began and ended in a single, violent instant. A dry, chilling laugh filled the air as the announcer declared the winner. On the cold stone floor, Yeom lay broken and utterly defeated. Breathing heavily, the victor Mok Gyeongwoon stood over his fallen foe as his name was called out in triumph. From the stands, the Scarlet Blood and Yama squad captains both conceded that the two fighters were amazing. They noted that while Yeom had skillfully utilized his techniques, Mok Gyeongwoon fought with incredible, raw instinct despite his lack of experience. It was a stunning display of talent overcoming training, as a fighter lacking experience had so decisively defeated his opponent. But as the victor stood panting, it was clear something was terribly wrong. A woman named Sia, her face painted in elaborate makeup, watched the unfolding scene with silent, knowing eyes. A heavy, anticipatory silence fell over the crowd. Mok Gyeongwoon's breathing grew more ragged, each gasp laced with a terrifying strain. A burly man in the crowd watched in alarm, realizing the fighter's chi had impossibly doubled in a mere second. He questioned if a forbidden technique had been used, ordering his men to get ready. The command was clear: they were to subdue the winner just in case he lost control. The woman with the crown observed that he was close to losing his reason, while her black-haired companion grimly noted his veins could explode, killing him. A silver-haired man nearby delivered a cold, simple verdict: he's dead, which the red-eyed woman beside him began to question. But a demonic voice clarified that it was not the winner he was talking about, shocking a young man as two heavy thuds were heard. The woman with red eyes gasped in horror, her realization dawning as a sickening sound of absorption echoed from the arena floor. The red-masked figure's gaze fell upon the still form of Yeom. A bald man confirmed the terrible truth with a single word: dead, as the shock of it rippled outwards. The man with red hair and the mustached man beside him stared in disbelief. Across the stands, the faces of a woman in green, a man in blue, and a young man were frozen in stunned silence. One young spectator finally broke the silence, his voice trembling as he asked if Yeom was truly dead. The horrifying reality of the scene struck the crowd with the force of a physical blow. The red-masked figure leaned in closer, realizing that Yeom was not just dead, something unnatural had occurred. He saw that the veins near the point of impact had exploded in a bizarre fashion, leaving him to wonder what could possibly cause such a wound. In a different time, Mo Harang had let out a bitter laugh, remarking that someone had brought their fate upon themselves, confusing a young boy nearby. He was thinking of the fake cultivation technique that Mok Gyeongwoon had created and unleashed upon the world. The memory of that cursed cultivation technique lingered like a poison in the air. A sickening gurgle seemed to punctuate the horrifying memory. An injured fighter, having used the same technique, stared in horror, stammering as he asked if the man on the floor was dead. Several figures looked down upon the fallen bodies, victims of the same dark power. A crushing thought echoed in the mind of the injured man: because of me. A guttural scream of agony tore through the air. It quickly escalated into a full-throated roar of uncontrollable rage. A man enveloped in a violent red aura screamed as his mind was flooded with insidious whispers commanding him to kill. The tormented man, Mo Harang, recalled how the technique first felt like a liberating release of emotion, a feeling that gave him immense pleasure. With dawning horror, he now understood that the pleasure he felt was nothing but pure, unadulterated killing intent. Mo Harang descended into mad laughter, striking out wildly as the power consumed him. A spectator noted with terror that he could lose his mind at any second, while a bearded man desperately called for the valley master to restrain him. A high-pitched whine of energy suddenly filled the space around Mo Harang. A moment of stunned silence followed the unexpected surge. A pendant floated from his robes, pulsing with a crimson energy that fought back against the corruption. Mo Harang's eyes blazed with intense light as he focused his will. A memory surfaced in his mind, of a young man telling him to keep the pendant. The energy within him clashed violently, contained by the pendant's power. The red-masked demon watched in utter shock, as did two worried men beside him. Mo Harang screamed for the power to stop, even as it continued to rage against his control. The bearded man who had called for help stared in awe, realizing that the fighter still had his reason. Though the voices urged him to kill, Mo Harang fought back with every fiber of his being, desperately crying out for it to stop. A single, determined thought began to form in Mo Harang's mind. He remembered the feeling of helplessness, admitting to himself that it was all because his friend had been the best. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Mo Harang's resolve hardened. He managed to gasp for air, his mind set on a single goal: he needed to bring his friend back to the way he was before. Panting from the exertion, Mo Harang finally brought the chaotic energy under his control. The red-masked man grunted in surprise that he had controlled it, while a man in dark robes remarked that it was impressive, as most people lose themselves to that power. A woman in red told her companion that Mo Harang would likely be the one he'd have to fight in the end, a prediction the young man in dark robes received in silence. The tension in the air shifted as the tournament moved forward. The red-masked man announced the next match between Mok Gyeongwoon and Mo Harang, only for a woman in green, the next scheduled fighter, to immediately surrender. The red-masked man simply accepted her forfeiture. The stage was cleared for the next confrontation. A man with a beard scoffed, noting that the association leader had wanted simple entertainment. Instead, the tournament had become a grave duel between two brothers of the Orthodox Murem. This sacred duel was now set to take place in the heart of the sinister corpse Blood Valley. The red-masked man raised his voice, declaring the beginning of the final test. The masked victor stepped forward, introducing himself by his known alias, Mok Gyeongwoon. He then faced his final opponent, Mo Harang, and declared his true name, Mok Gyeongwoon, before issuing a final, chilling order: get ready. His name was Mok Gyeongwoon, though some knew him only as Mok Gyeongwoon. Mok Gyeongwoon stared down his opponent, his voice a low command to get ready. A heavy silence fell over the arena, thick with anticipation for the duel to come. The bearded man let out a booming laugh in delight, while the woman in the hat sighed in exasperation. Mok Gyeongwoon's resolve hardened as he repeated his true name, a clear line drawn in the sand. The dark-haired man declared that as a member of the Orthodox Murem, Mok Gyeongwoon had crossed a forbidden line, and it was his duty to stop him. Mok Gyeongwoon confessed that he might lack the skill to win, but the wood-heart sword transfiguration technique Mo Harang had taught him had unforeseen side effects. He explained that the dangerous technique affected not only himself but also the very opponent he was attacking. The young man screamed that he might end up killing Mo Harang, desperately pleading for him to stop the fight right there. The man with long black hair remained silent, his expression unreadable. Mo Harang's mind focused intently on the so-called transformation technique. His vision sharpened as one of his eyes began to glow with a sinister red light. He had activated the demonic eye, an ability learned from the shaman New Moon which allowed him to perceive the unseen flow of qi. Through this special sight, he saw how the technique more than doubled the user's power instantly while causing the opponent's vessels to implode. Mo Harang now understood that changing just a few verses in the original scripture had created these devastating side effects. A strange and morbid curiosity sparked within the man with long black hair. He reflected on how a few altered verses could have such a profound effect, realizing just how deep the art of martial arts truly was. Mo Harang noted that Mok Gyeongwoon was still holding back, actively trying not to kill him, and wondered what would happen if the technique were intensified. Deciding to provoke him, the dark-haired man casually remarked that the technique was very interesting and that he had not expected such an outcome. The young man stared, bewildered, as Mo Harang continued, stating he was not surprised at all that the technique had side effects. He demanded to know what Mo Harang meant about the technique. With a cold, cutting finality, the dark-haired man declared that the technique was a fake. Mok Gyeongwoon's world shattered, his face twisting in utter shock and disbelief. He stammered, barely able to comprehend what Mo Harang had just said. The horrifying question finally escaped his lips: had his friend knowingly taught him a fake technique all along? A chilling realization struck him: Mo Harang had never cared whether he lived or died. The masked figure's voice boomed across the arena, signaling the official beginning of the match. Ignoring the announcement, the young man screamed at Mo Harang, demanding an answer. A cruel smile played on the black-haired man's lips as blood began to spill. He taunted his friend, asking if he truly had not known until that very moment. In a flash of memory, the injured man coughed up blood as the black-haired man condescendingly asked if that was all he had. The injured man could only let out a primal scream of frustration. His attack sliced through the air, missing its target completely. The black-haired man easily dodged, goading him to use the dangerous technique he had been given. Despair washed over the injured man as he wondered why none of his attacks could land. He questioned if Mo Harang was simply that much stronger than him. A past version of himself cried out in anguish, wondering what all his years of arduous training had even been for. Back in the present, as the voices in his head screamed for him to kill, the injured man desperately fought against the urge. A memory of Mo Harang's voice echoed in his mind, telling him it was all because he used to be the best. But that memory was now poisoned by a single, brutal word from the dark-haired man: fake. The voices grew louder, relentlessly urging him to stop resisting. The dark-haired man let out a sharp grunt, a pained expression on his face. A chaotic memory flashed, showing both the dark-haired man and a man in green robes grunting in agony. The maddening whispers to kill echoed in his mind once more. The bloodied man clutched his head as the demonic voice commanded him to kill his opponent. With a final, desperate gasp, he screamed for the torment to stop. He planted his feet firmly, his body suddenly still. The chaotic red energy that had enveloped him slowly dissipated into the air. Looking up from his exhausted state, the long-haired man simply asked if that was really all he had. Mok Gyeongwoon could only gasp for breath, utterly spent from his internal struggle. As the bloodied man wondered what all his suffering had been for, the long-haired man confirmed his thoughts with cold certainty. He sneered, stating that he should not have expected much from a low-born individual. As a sinister sound scraped through the silence, something inside the bloodied man shifted. The long-haired man noticed the change in his opponent's demeanor as he began to admit his own initial disbelief. A strange power began to coalesce around the bloodied man as he quietly asked what was meant by that. The energy around him pulsed and grew, crackling with immense and volatile power. The long-haired man continued his monologue, confessing that at first, he never believed Mok Gyeongwoon would properly teach him the technique. But as he spoke, Mok Gyeongwoon's chi flared, doubling and then tripling in an instant. The scarred man, his face a mask of resolve, admitted that despite his doubts, he had chosen to believe in Mo Harang because he felt he had to. He was finally using the very power that tormented him. The young man recalled the single reason for his misplaced faith. He remembered that when he first used the technique, he felt truly powerful. This was the same technique he had just been told was a lie. And with it, he had become overwhelmingly strong. In the stands, the bearded man frantically screamed for the Valley Master to stop the duel immediately. A vision of chaos began as the ground beneath a dark figure's feet shattered under immense pressure. Two figures plummeted from the sky, one erupting in a violent shower of blood. The premonition continued with a frantic mid-air battle, debris raining down from their devastating clash. Two figures in dark robes, one with a fierce red mask, were seen charging headfirst into the fray. The vision culminated in a catastrophic explosion that tore through a once crowded plaza. In this chaotic future, a buff, scarred man declared that his opponent would not die so easily, to which a young man with long black hair simply scoffed. A massive hand loomed over the young man's face, yet he only returned the threat with a sinister, knowing smile. The vision showed two warriors clashing, their bodies wreathed in immense, fiery power. A scene of pure panic unfolded as civilians fled from the devastating battle between the two combatants. A man in a blue robe cackled with glee, screaming for his enemy to die, while his ally yelled to hold him tight. As chaos reigned and people scattered, a figure in green cried out that they knew what was happening, lying helpless on the ground. The figure in the red mask calmly surveyed the aftermath, asking a mortal if he was still alive. The young man with long black hair coughed, admitting through a smirk that the last blow had indeed hurt. A grim decision settled in the air. A quiet resolve began to solidify from the fragments of chaos. Through the vision of destruction and the weight of betrayal, Mo Harang finally declared that he understood. A woman with fiery eyes let out a guttural scream that echoed through the chaotic aftermath. As one man choked on the ground, two women watched, their faces a mixture of concern and grim resolve. The bearded man yelled in alarm that the berserk warrior would die from chi blockage at this rate. A man in dark armor struggled to restrain the frenzied fighter, screaming for him to stay still. The choked man continued to roar incoherently as the bearded man grunted under the immense pressure. Desperate, the man in dark armor called out for the sect leader to subdue the rampaging trainee. The woman in white and orange gasped, her eyes wide with a sudden, dreadful realization. The woman in purple reported that his veins were too twisted to find his acupoints, prompting the bearded man to declare he would be dead soon. A woman in blue stepped forward, calmly stating that she would handle it, much to the bearded man's surprise. The air was thick with the sounds of choking as the warrior's life hung precariously in the balance. The woman in purple could only stare in shock at the sudden turn of events. When questioned by the woman in blue, the bearded man casually replied that he had simply made the trainee's head ring a bit. With a few precise strikes, the bearded man announced that the trainee was now stable. He then delivered a grim diagnosis, explaining that with twisted veins and an unstable dantian, the young man would require a long period of recovery. His thoughts then shifted as he turned and asked about the fate of the other combatant. A wave of utter shock rippled through the onlookers. A man in brown armor and a man with a black beard stared in disbelief, realizing that Mok Gyeongwoon was still alive. The injured man in black stood firm, his face smeared with blood but his gaze unbroken. A woman in yellow rushed to the side of a man in a red mask, asking if he was all right, to which he simply confirmed he was fine. The man in the red mask explained that it would have made less sense for someone of his level to have dodged the attack, stunning the man in black. The man in black mused that it must have been a lot of work to get hit on purpose. It was clear he had calculated exactly how strong he needed to appear, but there was more to his plan. When the woman in yellow questioned why he provoked his opponent, the man in black simply stated he had a reason. He then revealed that reason for all to see. The sight left the onlookers completely stunned. A quiet, clicking sound filled the air as the energy settled. The man in black explained that while the technique was rough on the body, it was quite useful when focused on a single part to maintain control. He then turned to a woman in red armor, asking if she didn't find his new application useful. The man in the red mask stammered, utterly lost for words at the display he had just witnessed. He marveled that Mok Gyeongwoon had perfectly copied the technique just by seeing it once, an act he admitted was beyond his comprehension. He reflected that while he once believed Mok Gyeongwoon would reach the evolutionary realm in 2 years, he now felt the young man might surpass even that lofty expectation. The man in black declared his excitement to see how his protégé would turn out. He then complimented Mok Gyeongwoon's frighteningly brilliant mind, admitting he never expected him to master the technique so quickly before asking what it should be called. After a moment of thought, the woman in red armor named it, Reversing Blood Evil Arts, an unorthodox art that purposefully changes the veins. The man in black found the name quite fitting. He repeated the name, Reversing Blood Evil Arts, finding the sound of it to his liking. The man in black then told his liege, the woman in red armor, that she always managed to surprise him, to which she coyly asked if that was really so. However, the dark-haired man's attention was already elsewhere. He asked what had become of Mok Gyeongwoon, startling a nearby robed figure. The red demon-masked figure reported that they had managed to stabilize Mok Gyeongwoon just before death, causing the dark-haired man to muse that his rival was fated to live longer. He quickly dismissed the thought, satisfied that he had successfully acquired the Reversing Blood Evil Arts. And so, the final examination of the corpse Blood Valley concluded, leaving just one problem remaining. An argument immediately erupted over who should be named top trainee, with one elder championing Mok Gyeongwoon while the bearded man roared that it was nonsense. The bearded man passionately began to lay out his case. He insisted that if the match had been allowed to continue, Mok Gyeongwoon would have surely died. The goatee man countered that they were judging skill, not survivability, but the bearded man shot back that going down still counted as a loss. The narrator explained that the trainee who placed first in the final examination earned the right to choose their own mentor. This rule sparked a fierce political conflict between those who wanted Mok Gyeongwoon to lose so they could claim him, and those who wanted to make him the victor to earn his favor. An elegant woman argued that since their association recognized evil arts, Mok Gyeongwoon should be declared the winner. The bearded man admitted Mok Gyeongwoon was talented, but maintained that without a final result, nothing could be truly known. An enraged man began to shout down the opposition. The woman in orange politely interjected, asking if she could speak. She suggested that it was only right to come to a precise conclusion, which intrigued the man with the goatee. After confirming that everyone agreed they didn't know who would have won, she continued her line of reasoning. The woman in orange then proposed that since either of them could have won, the only fair outcome was to call it a tie. A gasp went through the room as the bearded man realized the full implication of her words. The woman in orange followed her logic to its end, stating that since they couldn't make both of them losers. The masked valley master delivered the verdict, both trainees would be declared top trainees. The announcement was met with a stunned and tense silence from the gathered masters. A man with a ponytail and a man with red hair begrudgingly conceded, knowing they could not argue against the valley master's absolute authority. The man with the ponytail cursed under his breath, realizing this decision made him look bad. The woman in purple clicked her tongue, clearly displeased with the outcome. As the bearded man let out a triumphant laugh, a young attendant huffed in annoyance at the result. For the first time in the history of the Corpse Blood Valley, 2 trainees were crowned as the top graduates. The masked figure then summoned Mok Gyeongwoon to come forward. The man with the ponytail could only click his tongue in frustration as his chance slipped away. The sound of determined footsteps echoed as Mok Gyeongwoon approached the stage. The black-haired man now held the power, for he was the one who would get the choice. All the masters watched intently, wondering which of them he would choose. Mok Gyeongwoon stood before the assembled elders, a calculated look on his face. The bearded man leaned forward, his expression a mixture of hope and anticipation. Mok Gyeongwoon began not with a choice, but with an apology. He thought to himself that every master present was so great, it was simply too hard to decide on just one. The assembled warriors and elders exchanged confused glances at his unusual preamble. He then boldly declared he would be direct, asking each of them to state what they could offer him. A wave of utter shock silenced the entire hall. The dark-haired man with a beard erupted in roaring laughter at the sheer audacity, while the man in blue was left speechless. The bearded man's face twitched in fury as he seethed, calling the young man a bastard. Unfazed, the man with long black hair simply invited them to please go ahead, masterfully turning his selection into a high-stakes negotiation. With the attention of the entire hall upon him, the man with long black hair began to lay out his terms. He demanded each of the masters tell him what they could offer for his allegiance. The man with the beard and armor gritted his teeth, a mix of fury and amusement twisting his face. The older man with a mustache noted the recruit's sheer boldness, negotiating directly with the leaders of the Heaven-Earth Association. The man with red hair immediately jumped in, offering the vice leader position in the Yama squad to secure the promising new talent. Swiftly correcting himself to the Scarlet Blood squad, he sweetened the deal by promising his secret martial technique as well. The woman in the purple dress interjected, pointing out that she had seen him wield a sword during his trials. She confidently declared that she was the only master present who could truly advance his swordsmanship and urged him to choose her. The bearded man chuckled, finding the escalating bidding war for the young graduate deeply interesting. The masters were being masterfully played by the young man, who inwardly considered the sword path a not unappealing option. Amidst the offers, a voice from the crowd questioned if the sword was truly the path he wished to walk. The bearded man, confident Mok Gyeongwoon couldn't refuse him, reminded the boy that with his talent, any path of martial arts was open to him. He then pressed the point, asking if swordsmanship was really the final choice. Mok Gyeongwoon simply replied, no, stating his only goal was to become strong, regardless of the method. A woman with black hair gasped, taken aback by his straightforward ambition. The man in blue robes erupted in booming laughter, delighted by the young man's mindset and eagerly inviting him to be his disciple. He promised to make Mok Gyeongwoon his successor and teach him a martial art that would leave him peerless in hand-to-hand combat. The man with the wild beard passionately pleaded for the young prodigy to become his disciple. A sudden silence fell as the bearded man addressed him by a surprising title, Child of the Mok Sword Manor. He spoke of a fateful connection between them, a statement that caught the attention of the other black-haired youth. The youth spoke up, revealing he had been brought to the valley by the bearded man and was now seeing him again, a revelation that shocked the elder. Mok Gyeongwoon's mind reeled as he tried to piece together this new information. He wondered if the bearded man and the other top graduate already knew each other. The bearded man admitted he'd seen the youth's talent before but never imagined he would make it this far. The black-haired youth cryptically replied that he had a good experience, thanks to the man before him. The bearded man let out a small sigh, relieved that the youth seemed to hold no resentment. He asked if the youth wished to return, but the boy firmly stated he came on his own volition, sparking confusion among the onlookers. As murmurs spread, the bearded man, now revealed as the King of Brilliance, turned his attention back to the recruitment. The King of Brilliance directed his next words to Mok Gyeongwoon, assuring him that even if people took issue with his origins, he would personally offer his protection. A woman with a painted face let out a sly laugh, her interest piqued by the veiled threat concerning the boy's background. When a nearby woman asked for clarification, she simply said that the King of Brilliance meant exactly what he said. The crowd buzzed with speculation as the masked figure sighed, sensing the trouble that was about to unfold. The woman with the painted face had pieced it together, the boy was from an orthodox clan, a secret only the Valley Master and the King of Brilliance knew. An elder observed that being an orthodox martial artist within the Heaven-Earth Association, their sworn enemy, would put the boy in a perilous position. The man with red hair accused the King of Brilliance of using this evil method to corner the young graduate. The King of Brilliance extended a hand, declaring that Mok Gyeongwoon now had no choice but to accept his offer. Mok Gyeongwoon stood alone, contemplating the trap that had been sprung. After a moment, he calmly acknowledged that the king's assessment of his predicament was true. The King of Brilliance watched, slightly perplexed by the boy's lack of panic. Mok Gyeongwoon decided that if his history was going to be a chain, he would be the one to shatter it right there and then. Before the king could press his advantage, Mok Gyeongwoon turned to address the entire hall, seizing control of the narrative. He announced his intention to introduce himself properly. He declared himself Mok Gyeongwoon, the third son of the Orthodox Murim's prestigious Mok Sword Manor. A wave of shock and alarm rippled through the assembled warriors. The woman with the red face paint could only stare, her composure utterly shattered by the bombshell. Mok Gyeongwoon then added that he was brought to this place as a hostage by the King of Brilliance himself. A stunned, heavy silence descended upon the hall, thick with disbelief and simmering anger. A man with a scar called him an insane bastard for revealing his own weakness, as the other masters realized this revelation created a problem for all of them. The woman in green who had followed him was horrified, realizing she may have sworn her loyalty to an enemy from the Orthodox sect. The woman with makeup noted what a difficult child he was, seeing the inevitable conflict that would arise from an Orthodox member winning their trials. The man with red hair exploded in fury, demanding to know what an Orthodox bastard was doing there while another warrior screamed in rage. The man in the red cloak lunged forward, bellowing for Mok Gyeongwoon to get on his knees. A woman in dark clothing issued a sharp command to stop, her authority halting the man mid-attack as he recognized the order came from a superior. The bearded man admitted he found this situation difficult to accept, his authority now being challenged. The woman with the ornate hairpiece voiced the concern of many, stating that they could not accept an Orthodox child as a disciple. The man with the scar confronted the King of Brilliance directly, reminding him of the family he lost to the Orthodox and demanding to know why he hid this. The woman with the ornate hairpiece correctly deduced the king's failed plan. He'd sent the boy here to die, but Mok Gyeongwoon had thrived instead. The woman in purple robes waved a dismissive hand, declaring that whatever the politics, she wanted no part of an Orthodox disciple. The man in armor stoically voiced his agreement with her sentiment. A clear division formed in the hall as the masters stood firm against accepting an Orthodox warrior. Observing the scene, the black-haired youth reflected that these people were all the same, their lives governed by mutual hatred. The King of Brilliance noted that despite the pressure, Mok Gyeongwoon had revealed his identity rather than disavow it. Deeply moved, the black-haired youth began to stammer out a pledge to risk his life to protect his fellow graduate. An older man glanced over, puzzled by the youth's sudden emotional outburst. But Mok Gyeongwoon interrupted, clarifying that while he was born Orthodox, he had always hated its rigid black-and-white worldview. This unexpected declaration left the black-haired youth completely stunned. Mok Gyeongwoon proclaimed that he revealed his identity not to cling to his past, but to formally cast it aside. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to make an unbreakable vow before the entire association. He swore to cut off all connections to his family and his former life. He then pledged his life to the Heaven-Earth Association to fight against the very orthodox Miriam that birthed him, a vow that sent shockwaves through the hall. A burly man let out a sharp, surprised laugh. The kneeling man who had tried to attack him froze, beginning to understand the incredible gamble Mok Gyeongwoon was making. The burly man's surprise turned to booming laughter as he acknowledged the sheer audacity of a man throwing away his own roots. He admitted he never imagined the recruit would resolve the crisis in such a spectacular fashion. Mok Gyeongwoon now faced the stunned masters, his position completely transformed. With a calm expression, he asked if there were any more problems, leaving everyone speechless at his utterly unpredictable nature. The story began with the legend of the 1,000-person head, a murderer who built a grotesque tower from his victims' severed heads. In a dark cell, a chained prisoner let out a wretched scream as he was kicked. A silver-haired man, another prisoner, was reminded that his execution was set for the following day. A hooded figure remarked on the man's violence even on his last day alive, before directly addressing the younger prisoner. The hooded figure asked the young man why he had just killed someone. Noting the smell of metal and ash, the figure correctly deduced the man was a blacksmith and questioned why he had snuck into the prison, but the prisoner demanded an answer to his own question first. The silver-haired prisoner confessed he was a man who didn't understand emotion, having chased the feeling of pleasure his entire life without success. With a tremor in his voice, he admitted that this was the reason he killed. The blacksmith added that everyone expresses their most extreme emotions at the moment of death. Still, the silver-haired man wondered if he, too, would finally feel something when it was his turn to die. A deep existential dread filled him as he questioned the very reason for his birth. The robed figure declared that while he didn't understand it, the prisoner's twisted desires and thoughts made him qualified. The man with white hair, stunned, could only question what he was qualified for. The robed man offered a chilling proposition: since he was to die anyway, he could donate his body to forge a sword that would be unique in all the world. The prisoner's eyes widened in sudden, horrifying realization. A bubbling sensation began to consume his body and mind. The man with white hair threw his head back and let out a guttural scream of agony. His shrieks echoed through the chamber as an overwhelming energy burst forth. The agony transformed into a fit of crazed, manic laughter. He screamed that he could finally feel it. This was emotion. A powerful surge of energy erupted from the forge. Within the newly forged sword, a trapped soul silently screamed its desire to feel more emotion. The desire was now deeply embedded within the very core of the weapon. Back in the present, the tension in the Heaven-Earth Association's hall was palpable. The bearded man let out a stifled laugh. His disbelief erupted into booming laughter as he mocked the sheer ridiculousness of a man disowning his own roots. Mok Gyeongwoon stood his ground, a smirk playing on his lips as he faced the masters. The woman in purple conceded that they could no longer judge him based on his origins. The bearded man thought to himself that with the controversy settled, he was now the only one who would take the new recruit. However, the woman with a red dot on her forehead chuckled, thinking that Mok Gyeongwoon was hers for the taking. She announced that she must be the only bidder left, just as the looming presence of the dark sect leader was felt. The man with the beard realized with a start that the dark sect hadn't given up on the boy after all. A man in blue robes lamented his unappealing blade techniques, while the man in dark robes admitted his status was beneath the king of brilliance. The man in the dark robes then stated he had only one thing that might be tempting. Mok Gyeongwoon watched, confused by the man's statement. The man in the dark robes stepped forward, declaring that if Mok Gyeongwoon came with him. The promise sent a shockwave of surprise through the assembled masters. The man in the dark robes finished his offer: he would give him the most powerful demonic sword, the evil's rule sword. A collective gasp filled the hall as a sealed box was brought forward. The people gathered watched in stunned silence. The man with the beard stuttered in sheer disbelief at the man's audacity. Another master holding a sword yelled that the dark sect leader was out of his damn mind. The bearded man demanded to know what he was thinking, bringing such a dangerous artifact to this place. Mok Gyeongwoon's mind raced, questioning what a demonic sword and the evil's rule sword could be. The blade was known as a masterpiece forged by the artisan Wuxia. It had been discovered within a destroyed imperial tomb. The woman with the ornate outfit explained that the sword, which had caused a bloodbath in Murim, had the power to bring out the worst of one's greed. She added there was another, more interesting legend about its creation. It was said that Wuxia had followed an ancient, forbidden practice, melting a living human into the steel. This horrifying act was how the blade was born. This was how the evil's rule sword came into existence. The bearded man took a deep breath, admitting to himself that the desire for the sword was creeping into his heart, even with it confined in its chest. Another master looked towards the dark sect leader, wondering if he was truly certain about this gamble. In a prior confrontation, the master had angrily called out the dark sect leader. The bearded man had furiously demanded to know why the dark sect leader had brought such a dangerous item. The leader had refused to answer, prompting a threat against his life. The dark sect leader urged the furious man to calm down. With no other choice, the leader relented, stating he could not reveal everything. He agreed to share just one detail about the evil's rule sword. The sword, he explained, had the ability to bring forth a person's hidden desires. He calmly stated this fact as if it were a simple truth. This ability was absolute: anyone who wielded the sword would go mad with greed and confess their deepest secrets. A grizzled man posed a question to the assembly, asking if they weren't curious. The young man with dark hair continued the thought, wondering about the boy. A woman with dramatic makeup finished the question: were they not curious if he truly meant it when he swore to give up his roots? The grizzled man glanced sideways, his expression stern and calculating. An imposing figure let out a soft, knowing chuckle. The woman with dramatic makeup turned, asking what would happen now. The nature of the test was clear: if he showed desire for the orthodox Murim, he was a liar; if not, his vow was true. The woman declared that lies would get him nowhere, and demanded to know his truth. Mok Gyeongwoon stood silent, the weight of every eye in the hall pressing down on him. A voice in his head, a woman in red, identified the energy radiating from the box. She confirmed that it was, without a doubt, demonic chi. Mok Gyeongwoon noted that the energy felt somehow artificial, as if it were consciously beckoning him to unsheath the blade. The woman in red questioned if he would really choose the dark sect leader just for a sword, but he mused that it was a coincidence. The silver-haired man reasoned that the dark sect's intelligence network might hold clues about his grandfather's killer, and there was another benefit. His hand moved almost unconsciously towards the talisman-covered box. The silver-haired man realized that if it was truly demonic chi, he could use the ritual of attachment. With the ritual, he could absorb the sword's energy for himself. The demonic energy pulsed with a malevolent power. The crowd murmured in awe and fear, finally laying eyes on the legendary evil's rule sword. A black-haired man observing from afar found the entire situation utterly fascinating. He hummed thoughtfully, watching the scene unfold. A sudden realization dawned on the black-haired man's face. He acknowledged Mok Gyeongwoon as a very interesting human, before issuing a silent command. Now, he thought, it was time for the boy to show him his true hidden desires. An inferno erupted with a fierce, crackling roar. Within the flames, an elderly man looked up, his blood-stained face a mask of weary resignation. A young woman with grim determination in her eyes stood defiantly amidst the blaze. Her silhouette fell upon the broken body of the old man, a bloody sickle resting on the ground. The young woman's voice, cold and final, whispered that she could now see. A chilling, ethereal cackle echoed through the horrifying vision. A disembodied voice then probed Mok Gyeongwoon's mind, asking if this was his true desire. It identified the burning rage and the thirst for a bloody revenge against his grandfather's killer. But the entity hesitated, sensing something was amiss. It questioned the presence of an unfamiliar barrier within his consciousness. This mental wall, constructed from profound grief, was what forced his focus solely onto vengeance. The entity reasoned that while the murderous intent was real, it was not the core of his inherent desires. It wondered what powerful being could have erected such a wall, and what truths it was meant to conceal. Its probing was suddenly cut short by an utterly unexpected revelation. Beyond the wall of sorrow lay not darkness, but vast grassy plains and a monumental gate. A sinister, delighted laugh escaped the monster within the sword. It cackled that the situation was fascinating, for it could feel an immense power. It sensed the true, deep-rooted desires that were sealed away beyond the mysterious gate. An overwhelming compulsion seized the monster, a desperate need to tear open the demonically sealed passage. It urged Mok Gyeongwoon to show it his true desires. Witnessing them was its sole purpose for existence, but its intrusion was abruptly cut off. The sword's monster was stunned into silence as another consciousness made its presence known. The black-haired man observing from afar cried out in disbelief, questioning how Mok Gyeongwoon could have woken up from his spell. He stared in utter bewilderment at the scene. The man was shocked to realize his target was still standing there, seemingly unaffected. In the hall, Mok Gyeongwoon suddenly gasped for air as his consciousness violently snapped back to his body. He panted heavily, his breath ragged and harsh in the tense silence. A low growl rumbled in his chest as he tried to understand what had just happened. He wondered what kind of ordeal he had just been put through. His unsteady, shallow breaths were the only sound in the immediate vicinity. Then, a strange, resonant humming began to emanate from the sword. The bearded man and the woman in the ornate hat stared, a shared sense of unease passing between them. The bearded man asked the dark sect leader if this was a normal reaction, to which she grimly replied that it was not. Another high-ranking member of the dark sect admitted he had never seen the sword behave this way before. A dreadful anticipation settled over the assembled crowd. The bearded man then watched in horror as Mok Gyeongwoon's eyes suddenly turned completely black. In that instant, a horrific vision slammed into the bearded man's mind. He let out a choked gasp of pure shock. His voice trembled as he questioned what he was seeing. His face became a canvas of absolute shock and disbelief. He found himself in a hellscape of utter destruction, everything bathed in a terrifying, blood-red light. He saw the lifeless bodies of the Lightning Fist King and the Dark Sect leader, realizing in horror that everyone was dead. He desperately questioned if it was an illusion or a glimpse of reality, unable to comprehend the massacre unfolding before him. Another violent premonition seized him. His eyes widened in renewed terror at a new, impossible sight. He stammered, his mind struggling to process the impossible phenomenon. The bearded man finally managed to whisper what he was seeing: impossible black flames. He took an involuntary step back, his expression turning gravely serious. He concluded with certainty that this situation was dangerously out of control. The man realized that the sight of those flames instilled a chilling fear he'd never known, not even when facing death itself. He suddenly found himself paralyzed, crying out in his mind when he realized he could not move a muscle. He commanded his body to move, a desperate panic setting in as he knew what would happen if he remained frozen. A strangled noise escaped him as he realized the figure in the flames was about to strike. The bearded man gasped loudly, his body trembling violently as the vision shattered. His vision cleared to the sight of Mok Gyeongwoon, standing eerily still before the assembly. Still shaking, the bearded man struggled to breathe, trying to grasp that he was back in the hall. The woman with dramatic makeup then broke the silence, asking if the others had seen the same horrific vision. The woman in red confirmed she had seen a strange illusion, questioning if that apocalyptic scene could truly be the boy's desire. But the bearded man knew it was something different, it felt wrong. An unsettling feeling washed over him, as if something that should have remained sealed had just been freed, punctuated by a piercing screech from the sword. The high-pitched, metallic shriek grew louder, drawing every eye in the room. They all realized the horrifying sound was coming from the evil's rule sword. The talismans plastered on the weapons box began to smoke and char, unable to contain the power within. Inside the sword, the monster's spirit screamed that it had made a grave mistake in provoking this human. It reeled in terror, unable to comprehend the existence of such a being inside a mortal man. The monster found itself overtaken by an insane, primal fear, an emotion it was not supposed to possess. To the spirit, it felt as if it were gazing upon chaos itself manifested into a physical form. A chorus of terrified screams ripped through its spectral consciousness. Its mind was overwhelmed by pure dread as a gurgling cry escaped its core. The monster shrieked in absolute agony, its form heaving with phantom breaths of fear. A single, horrifying certainty consumed it: it was about to be devoured. Within that inner world of black flames, a calm figure began walking toward the cowering demonic entity. The monster could only watch, paralyzed with confusion, as the deliberate footsteps drew ever closer. Meanwhile, in a quiet, unassuming shop, a mysterious shopkeeper noted the recent influx of guests. He paused in his work, adding a thoughtful, however. With a sharp, definitive tap, he set an item down on his counter. A profound statement echoed in the quiet space: it was not yet time. Back in the chaotic hall of the dark sect, screams of panic erupted from the crowd. The evil's rule sword pulsed with a dark, hungry light, absorbing the ambient fear. Mok Gyeongwoon blinked, groaning as he wondered if he had briefly passed out. He noticed the sword trembling in his grasp and questioned if it had already submitted itself to him. Mok Gyeongwoon began to question why, but a strange new sensation cut his thoughts short. A faint, dry cracking sound drew his gaze downward. The sword continued to hum and vibrate, trembling with a strange, newly awakened power. Mok Gyeongwoon hummed to himself, his mind abuzz with the strange sensations coursing through him. He stood perfectly still, lost in the chaotic aftermath of the ritual. The man in the red mask rushed to his side, frantically asking if he was all right, but Mok Gyeongwoon simply blinked and asked if something had happened. A blonde woman explained that he had passed out while standing and questioned what had transpired. Mok Gyeongwoon's thoughts raced, recalling that the moment he began the ritual, he had witnessed not his own memories, but the memories of the sword itself. He remembered that the most powerful vision was of a human whose body was melting away, yet he was laughing in pure joy, leading Mok Gyeongwoon to wonder if the sword's spirit craved emotions because it had never felt them before. Furthermore, among the flood of memories, he had also glimpsed the experiences of others who had previously touched the blade. One of them in particular stood out. It was a memory of the dark sect leader, who was seen panting in confusion after a sudden, inexplicable event. A smirk played on Mok Gyeongwoon's lips as he found the new information very interesting. They were, indeed, very interesting memories. Back in the hall, the assembled masters and disciples sat in stunned silence, processing the strange event. The woman in the ornate headdress caught her breath, wondering aloud what the illusion they had all just seen could have been. As she noted that the others must have felt it too, a scarred man questioned if the evil's rule sword had always been so powerful, but a bearded man disagreed, clarifying that its evil energy usually only affects the wielder. The woman pressed on, demanding to know what they had all just experienced. All eyes turned to Mok Gyeongwoon, whose hands were still wrapped around the hilt of the now quietly glowing sword. A faint hum of power still emanated from the dark blade. Mok Gyeongwoon calmly declared that this outcome was not bad at all. The bearded man approached cautiously to check on his condition, and Mok Gyeongwoon assured him he was fine. Still bewildered, the man asked for an explanation of what had just happened. A bearded warrior stepped forward, demanding to see the sword, his request causing a woman with unique makeup to recoil in alarm. Before the situation could escalate, the King of Brilliance intervened, stating he would calm the sword first, to which the warrior readily agreed. The King of Brilliance waved off the crowd's concerned shouts, assuring them he just wanted to check something as he took the blade. The woman with unique makeup watched in terror, thinking to herself how dangerous this was, as even she had lost control when holding the sword. She vividly remembered how she had accidentally killed someone under its influence, the horror of their dying face forever burned into her memory. She was certain that even a master at the ultimate supreme peak like the King of Brilliance would be unable to control it, but a sudden surge of energy cut her thoughts short. The bearded warrior looked on, his expression one of pure confusion. The woman stared in disbelief, realizing the King of Brilliance was completely unharmed. The sword, which had just been exuding an overwhelming and ominous energy, was now completely docile in his grasp, prompting the stunned woman to quietly address the King of Brilliance. In that moment, it became clear that the true owner of the evil's rule sword had been decided. And just like that, the final trial concluded with Mok Gyeongwoon being chosen as the dark sect leader's newest disciple. Although everyone present had witnessed the strange illusion, they all silently agreed never to speak of it, their pride too wounded to admit they had been so easily affected. However, they all shared a single, unspoken thought: should they ever face Mok Gyeongwoon in the future, they would have to take that sword from him at all costs. Sun Yoon, the King of Brilliance, could not hide his disappointment at losing such a promising candidate, having never expected a mere sword to alter the outcome so dramatically. Resigned, he declared he would have to be satisfied with another, and thus the King of Brilliance, Sun Yoon, took in Mok Yuchun. This had been Mok Yuchun's own choice, born from a burning desire to become stronger than the bastard who had overshadowed him. Sun Yoon looked down at the determined young man and promised he could make that happen. It was this promise that led Mok Yuchun to choose the King of Brilliance, while the remaining masters selected their own disciples and subordinates. Mu Jiangyak, the Lightning Fist King, found a child he believed also held great potential. Mo Harang, the Sound Valley Master, shrugged, remarking that it didn't really matter as he had planned to choose a girl anyway. The Scarlet Blood Squad chose Yun Mu Young, but due to Yeongga's recent death, the other members were unable to select a new disciple. And with the final selections made, the trials of the Corpse Blood Valley officially came to an end. The scene shifts, opening to a wide, clear blue sky dotted with fluffy clouds. The story moves to a new location, the Heaven-Earth Association. A low, ominous rumble echoed through the grand halls. A powerful presence seemed to pulse through the very air of the association's headquarters. A long-haired man turned to his new disciple and simply asked if they should go in. They entered a bustling courtyard, surrounded by traditional architecture and filled with people. The view pulled back, revealing a busy street teeming with citizens and merchants. An aerial perspective showcased a sprawling city, its streets alive with activity stretching as far as the eye could see. The master chuckled, asking his disciple if this was his first time visiting such a place, and laughed when Mok Gyeongwoon confirmed it was. He gestured forward, explaining that the dark sect was not far from here and that they would arrive soon. The master laughed again, remarking on the coincidence of taking in a disciple who wasn't a swordsman, to which Mok Gyeongwoon replied that he was not picky and would learn whatever he was taught. The master's eyes lit up as he asked if his disciple truly meant it, and Mok Gyeongwoon gave a firm yes. A hearty, pleased laugh echoed from the master. His expression then shifted as he paused, adding a single word, but. He explained that there was a small payment required for his teachings and asked if his new disciple was all right with that. The master then revealed that his particular martial arts required an incredibly strong yin energy to master. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper as he explained that for a man to learn it, he must first be castrated. Nearby, a dark-haired woman and a small blonde man overheard the conversation, their faces contorting in sheer horror. Meanwhile, in a different, dimly lit chamber, the curtains were drawn tight. An elderly man was racked by a deep, rumbling cough. The only light in the room came from a wall adorned with dozens of flickering candles. Another violent coughing fit seized the elderly man. The man, vice leader Mong Siekian of the Heaven-Earth Association, finally caught his breath and asked the figure before him how he was feeling. He then turned his full attention toward his leader, respectfully addressing the association leader. The imposing, golden-armored figure of the Heaven-Earth Association leader remained utterly silent. In a dimly lit chamber, the elderly man was seized by a deep, rumbling cough. The only light in the room came from a wall adorned with dozens of flickering candles. Another violent coughing fit racked the ailing man's body. On a nearby table sat a bowl of dark medicine and a pristine white cloth. Vice leader Mong Siekian of the Heaven-Earth Association broke the silence to ask his leader how he was feeling. The imposing figure before him was known simply as the association leader. The golden-armored association leader remained utterly silent, his presence dominating the room despite his illness. Mong Siekian carefully suggested they summon the renowned physician of Huaita for aid. He argued that this legendary doctor, considered the best alongside the long-absent radiant medicine immortal, might be the only one who could cure his sickness. The association leader dismissed the idea with a wave, a rasping cough interrupting his claim that it was all right. Instead, he changed the subject, asking if the results from the Corpse Blood Valley trials were in. After the leader questioned if anything remarkable had occurred, Mong Siekian cautiously brought up the fact that the hostages from the Mok Sword Manor had been sent there. The shadowy figure of the leader grunted in faint recognition of the Mok Sword Manor. Mong Siekian privately wondered if the leader's idea of entertainment was worth the massive consequences, before asking aloud if the hostages were dead. The vice leader then delivered the first part of his shocking report: they had not only survived. Mong Siekian's profile was etched in grim seriousness as he prepared to reveal the full truth. He announced that the two of them had defied all odds and finished the trials tied for the top position. The association leader burst into laughter at the absurdity, but Mong Siekian quickly insisted that it was no laughing matter. An old man with a topknot declared it a humiliation that Orthodox children had taken the top rank, suggesting they expose one of the winner's techniques. The association leader immediately shut down the suggestion with a firm and final no. Steam curled from a nearby teacup as a heavy silence fell over the court. The leader stated plainly that he could not let that happen. An overwhelming aura of power began to radiate from the ailing leader's form. As the pressure mounted, Mok Gyeongwoon was reminded that his leader was still immensely powerful. He acknowledged that there was a reason his master was called the pinnacle of Murim, and even ill, no one present could possibly match him. The vice leader knew that even he stood no chance against such might. The stern-eyed leader commanded them to leave the hostages be, an order Mok Gyeongwoon quickly accepted. Just as he was about to speak again, a new thought occurred to the vice leader. The leader, however, spoke first, asking if they had found the thing, which made Mok Gyeongwoon falter. The vice leader admitted that they had not found it yet, though he seemed to have more to say. The chamber was filled with ornate lanterns and a display of formidable weapons. The association leader simply acknowledged the report with a curt, "All right." The sound of footsteps echoed as the other officials departed. Once alone, Mok Gyeongwoon finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. A foot suddenly landed on the wooden floor directly behind him. A voice called out his title, startling the vice leader from his thoughts. The newcomer inquired after the association leader's health as he approached. Mok Gyeongwoon was inwardly stunned, realizing the man's martial arts had improved so much that he failed to notice his presence until he spoke. The man was introduced as the leader's second disciple, the second young master, Jeong. He was considered the least talented of the three disciples, but that was only by the highest of standards. Compared to anyone else his age, his skill was unmatched, and he now asked if his master was still searching for the thing. He questioned the obsession with a religious artifact, suggesting it would be better to look for the renowned physician of Hwai Ta instead. Jeong offered a vague reply to a dark-haired man, who accused him of avoiding the question. The dark-haired man's eyes glinted with a knowing and mischievous light. He offered to share some interesting gossip he'd heard, successfully piquing Jeong's curiosity. An elder man with them spoke up first, demanding to know if the rumors about the Orthodox Murim hostages winning the trials were true. The dark-haired man confirmed that the news had indeed already spread far and wide. He let out a dark chuckle, seeming to relish the elder man's obvious displeasure. The dark-haired man then shrewdly asked if Jeong was interested in the winners, as the elder man beside him paled with worry. A person in yellow robes tried to caution the dark-haired man, who mockingly asked if he was afraid he would do something to the Orthodox bastards. The dark-haired man confidently explained that he knew Jeong's personality well, having known him since childhood, and that he sorts everyone into two types. He revealed Jeong's philosophy: people are either of help to him or they are not, and he only associates with those who can help him. A cruel smile touched Jeong's lips as he finished the thought, confirming that he destroys those who won't be of help and hoping the winners would prove useful. In another location, a man with black hair stared ahead, a look of uncertainty on his face. They stood before the entrance to the Heaven-Earth Association's notorious dark sect. A cold breeze seemed to whisper through the sinister grounds. A masked man inside looked up, alerted by the fluttering of wings. The air filled with the sound of pigeons arriving. More and more pigeons descended into the courtyard. Two masked figures were seen consulting a scroll as another robed man looked on. A woman in red exhaled, seemingly relieved. As she noted that her powers were working, she asked the man with black hair what the sect members were doing with the birds. A red-robed figure explained that they were managing the sect's letter pigeons, burning the messages after reading to ensure absolute secrecy. A woman with a crown questioned if there was a better way to maintain secrecy. She then stunned her companion by demonstrating the secret sound transmission technique, which she had learned from the Sound Valley master. The woman in red armor recognized the name, recalling that the monks of Shaolin used a similar skill. Elsewhere, a woman in a traditional hat chuckled, announcing that they had finally arrived. She gestured grandly towards her personal training hall. A woman in black inspected the area with a thoughtful hum. The woman in the traditional hat turned to a man in black, asking if he was now willing to learn her martial arts. The man surprised her, apologizing as he declined the offer. The woman declared that she would take him as a subordinate instead, prompting the man to ask why he couldn't be her official disciple. She retorted that she couldn't call him a disciple if he wouldn't learn her martial arts, leading him to regret not seeking out one of the 5 kings. The man asked if castration was truly the only way to learn, and she confirmed that it was. She explained that her ghost yin arts demanded an exceptionally strong yin energy, which was the foundation of all her techniques. Without it, he could never learn the flying ghost blade or ghost shadow claw, as a man's natural yang energy had to be forcefully reduced. She leaned in, explaining that if he were to be castrated, he could wield the profound yin energy just as she did. The man with black hair watched in utter shock as she demonstrated its chilling power. His mind reeled as he began to grasp the true meaning of an energy that was the polar opposite of yang. The woman then posed a new question, asking what he thought about an energy that was even more yin. The man was left completely stunned and speechless. The concept she was alluding to was the ultimate form of yin, death chi. The man with the sword confessed that he didn't know how, but he had naturally collected yin energy whenever he cultivated his own chi. The woman in the hat was utterly dumbfounded, muttering that it must simply be a part of his unique constitution. The man with the sword could only agree that he was, indeed, full of surprises. A nearby blonde woman let out a dry chuckle, teasing him that he really must not have wanted to cut it off. The man with the sword quietly considered his unique circumstances. The woman in the hat expressed her relief, noting that his natural yin energy meant he was perfectly healthy and remarkably lucky. The man with the sword eagerly asked if this meant he could finally become her disciple, to which she replied with a cheerful laugh and an enthusiastic, "Of course." She clarified that she intended to make him a quasi-disciple, a term that left him visibly confused. The sect leader explained she already had 3 powerful, non-castrated quasi-disciples, Hwan Yeonmyeong, Myung Tak, and Yong Su, all at the true peak realm. She began to offer an introduction to his new seniors, but her sentence was cut short. An urgent pounding echoed through the hall as a messenger yelled for the sect leader, bearing critical news. A man in gray robes insisted she come with him at once, prompting the woman in white robes to question the sudden disturbance. The messenger delivered a coded phrase about the 14th unit of the second stem song, causing the sect leader's eyes to widen in shock. She immediately recognized the code, her mind racing as she connected it to the imperial palace. As she began to mention they had found something, the man in gray robes whispered of the underground prison's flower, but she swiftly silenced him. The man with long black hair overheard the strange word, flower, his curiosity piqued. Before departing, the sect leader instructed him to read and memorize a scroll she provided, promising to be back soon. Once they were alone, she demanded the full report from the messenger, who confirmed their intelligence was certain this time. The man in gray robes added that the appearance matched the rumors, leading the woman to conclude that with the palace involved, the information must be true. Her thoughts immediately turned to the elusive thing that the association leader had been so desperately searching for. The swordsman was left alone in the hall, with scrolls covered in complex martial techniques unrolled before him. The woman in red remarked on how interesting it was, feigning envy of his memory just as a hand slammed down nearby with a loud bang. 3 men dressed in matching purple robes glared down at the swordsman with open hostility. Second disciple Myung Tak identified him as the captive from the Orthodox Murim, while third disciple Yong Su crudely remarked that he looked stupid. Standing slightly ahead of them was the imposing figure of the senior disciple, Hwan Yeonmyeong. The woman in red dryly identified the trio as the quasi-disciples, noting that they already seemed to dislike the newcomer immensely. A low growl escaped third disciple Yong Su as he sized up his new junior. Without warning, a hand gripped the hilt of a sword, launching a sudden attack. The man in black let out a grunt of surprise as he was forced to defend himself. A man in purple furiously accused him of taking the evil's rule sword, a treasure their senior disciple had risked his life to obtain. The long-haired man threatened to cripple the swordsman for his audacity. Another disciple declared his intent to take the sword back by force. The attacking disciple's confidence vanished, his expression turning to shock. He let out a choked cry as the swordsman effortlessly neutralized his assault. The long-haired disciple screamed in agony as he was swiftly taken down. Defeated on the ground, the disciple marveled in disbelief at how easily the newcomer had handled opponents at the peak realm. The swordsman sarcastically asked if they were truly willing to risk their lives on their very first meeting, as the disciple grunted in pain. He then held up the contested blade, tauntingly asking if they wanted it that badly. One of the disciples shrieked in terror at the cold offer. The sinister-looking swordsman then challenged them to try taking it. The enraged senior disciple, Hwan Yunmyeong, stared back, his body trembling with fury. A flashback began, with Hwan Yunmyeong introducing himself as the senior quasi-disciple. He recounted his past as an orphan taken in by the sect leader, admitting his fear of castration prevented him from becoming an official disciple after he awakened to his worldly desires. Fearing being replaced, he confessed to a scheme of leading new disciples astray with prostitutes, ensuring they too would reject castration. He believed this would make him the natural heir, but a new development shattered his carefully laid plans. A younger disciple burst in, shouting that there was a huge problem. He frantically reported that the master had taken in a captive as a disciple, causing Yunmyeong to fearfully ask if the man had agreed to castration. The disciple shouted that it wasn't necessary, as the newcomer was simply born with an abundance of yin energy. To Yunmyeong's horror, the disciple added that the newcomer had been given the evil's rule sword that Yunmyeong himself had acquired. The senior disciple's mind fractured with rage. He had brought that sword to the sect, and he found it unforgivable that this captive would get both the successor position and the blade. His inner voice screamed that the inheritance was his and his alone. He resolved in that moment to kill the newcomer and seize everything he felt was rightfully his. Back in the present, Hwan Yunmyeong's face was a mask of sweat-drenched, intense determination. Snapping back to reality, he looked down at the evil's rule sword in his hand, bewildered as to how it got there. The swordsman simply watched him, a single word escaping his lips, "Wow." He then repeated Yunmyeong's own murderous thoughts back to him, causing the senior disciple's face to pale in shock. Completely flustered, Yunmyeong asked what his senior disciple meant, his mind in a state of utter confusion. A horrifying realization dawned on him as he recalled the swordsman's earlier challenge. The swordsman had indeed dared him to take the sword, if he could. Yunmyeong remembered his master's warning about the evil's rule sword, that it makes one speak their deepest desires, and realized with dread he had confessed his entire murderous plot aloud. A strange force suddenly surged from the sword, causing him to cry out in shock and pain. He let out a blood-curdling scream as the sword's malevolent power completely overwhelmed him. He thrashed and struggled, crying that he couldn't remove the cursed blade from his hand as its energy coursed through him. The swordsman calmly watched the display and asked if he wanted help. Engulfed by the chaotic power, Yunmyeong desperately screamed for him to hurry. The swordsman coolly reminded Yunmyeong that he was the one who had said it. He emphasized that Yunmyeong himself was the one who had just asked for help. Yunmyeong tried to protest, but the swordsman lunged forward, grabbing the struggling disciple's arm. The protagonist moved in a flash, his own sword glowing as he prepared to intervene. Elsewhere, a woman in red armor discussed the unfolding situation, wondering what the sect leader planned to do about the prisons. As a man in gray robes suggested the involvement of a spy, the sect leader was forcefully interrupted by the frantic return of her subordinate. The hooded sect leader demanded to know what was so urgent, and the woman apologized for intruding. The subordinate insisted that the sect leader must go to the training hall immediately. The sect leader burst through the doors of the training hall with a loud bang. She froze in the doorway, utterly speechless at the scene that greeted her. One of her purple-robed disciples writhed on the floor, emitting a pained, inhuman groan. His groans then escalated into a final, agonized scream. The grand hall was a picture of devastation, with all three of her quasi-disciples lying defeated on the ground. The man with the sword stood over them, coolly stating that they were lucky to be alive. The woman in the elaborate hat mused that while she expected conflict, she never imagined they would lose so pathetically. A bloodied hand reached out as the kneeling Hwan Yunmyeong shakily called out to his master. The senior disciple then made an unbelievable request, begging his master to allow him to be castrated, which left her utterly stunned. Immediately, the other two disciples joined in, weeping as they too pleaded to be castrated. The sect leader could only stare in wide-eyed disbelief, muttering about the absurdity of the situation. Overlooked in the chaos, the man with long black hair allowed a faint, satisfied smile to cross his lips. On the floor of the devastated training hall, the defeated disciples continued their desperate, tearful pleas to be castrated. The sect leader, still reeling in the doorway, could only manage a stunned utterance of disbelief at the bizarre scene. Unseen by the others, the man with long black hair allowed a faint, satisfied smile to grace his lips. His smirk widened with cruel satisfaction. A low, dark chuckle escaped his throat as he savored his victory. One of the defeated disciples glared up at him, vowing that his arrogance would be short-lived. Earlier, the events had unfolded with a pained scream echoing through the hall. The dark-haired man had taunted one of the disciples, holding up a freshly severed object and remarking on its freshness, which only enraged the disciple further. The disciple had furiously questioned if he thought he could get away with such an act. The dark-haired man had calmly replied that not only would he get away with it, but he would likely be praised for punishing rebels. With dawning horror, the disciple realized that since he was only a quasi-disciple, his opponent was technically correct about the sect's hierarchy. However, the disciple believed he held a trump card that the dark-haired man was completely unaware of. He and his fellows were convinced that once they underwent castration and became official disciples, their status would surpass their tormentors. And so, the flashback ended with the disciple begging the sect leader to make him an official disciple. He passionately swore that he would have no regrets about his decision. An amused sect leader had looked down upon the groveling men and granted their wish. The disciples erupted in joyous thanks, believing their plan had succeeded. In their minds, they sneered at the dark-haired man, certain that his downfall was imminent. Returning to the present, the sect leader called out the name, Gyeongwoon, formally addressing the dark-haired man. Gyeongwoon simply affirmed that he was fine with the name she had given him. The sect leader laughed, wryly noting how lucky he was to gain 3 junior disciples the moment he was accepted. One of the newly castrated disciples protested that they had joined first, but Gyeongwoon immediately questioned his impudence. The sect leader clarified the new pecking order. Since Gyeongwoon was the first to become an official disciple, he was now their senior. The disciple could only sputter, his plan having backfired in the most humiliating way possible. One of his companions, understanding the situation immediately, knelt and formally greeted Gyeongwoon as his senior disciple. The other 2 disciples stared in shock at their comrade's swift surrender. The disciple with the bandana realized with a sinking heart that his comrade still didn't understand. The sect leader had never been on their side. He concluded with chilling certainty that Gyeongwoon was the true future leader of the dark sect. An elderly man then arrived to escort the defeated, whimpering disciples to the medicinal hall. Once the hall was empty, an intense quiet settled between Gyeongwoon and the sect leader. Gyeongwoon finally broke the silence, asking if she wasn't going to question his actions. The sect leader correctly surmised he was asking why she hadn't interrogated him and had instead promoted him to senior disciple. Gyeongwoon suggested that such questions were unnecessary, an answer that earned an appreciative laugh from the sect leader. Yet Gyeongwoon pressed, sensing she was holding something back and urging her to speak her mind freely. The sect leader then asked if his decision to spare the disciples stemmed from some sort of attachment. She knew Hwan Yunmyeong had mentioned the evil's rule sword, meaning she was aware of his disciples' scheme to avoid castration. She mused that they had discussed more than she expected, but Gyeongwoon simply told her she didn't have to explain. The sect leader conceded it could be called an attachment, but added cryptically that a leader must sometimes ignore what they know. She prophesied that while he might not understand now, he would learn this lesson when he eventually became a leader himself, a piece of advice Gyeongwoon accepted. She then apologized for not warning him about his disciples' techniques, but Jeong replied that he already did. Seeing her confusion, he clarified that he was referring to the ghost shadow claw technique. Jeong stunned the sect leader by revealing that he had already memorized the entire martial art. He asserted that he had committed every single part of it to memory. The sect leader was left speechless, astonished that he had mastered the technique in such a short time and finally grasping the true depth of his talent. She admitted that it was difficult to spare praise for him, even if she wanted to, which Jeong accepted with a simple thank you. The sect leader then dismissed him to rest, handing him a director's uniform and saying she would inform the director of internal affairs of his appointment. As she departed, a sudden surge of energy rippled through the air, causing Jeong to flinch. He paused, his senses on high alert as he analyzed the strange energy he had just felt. Changing his plans, Jeong quickly asked the sect leader if he could take a walk instead of resting. He claimed that after being in the mountains for so long, he wished to take a look around the compound. The sect leader cheerfully granted his request, and Jeong offered his thanks. But just as he turned to leave, she stopped him with a word. She declared she would have a guide accompany him to prevent him from getting lost. Jeong paused, carefully considering her sudden offer. He immediately saw through her excuse, realizing that guide was actually a guard meant to monitor him. He graciously accepted her offer, even as he understood that the sect leader's trust in him was not yet complete. The scene transitioned to a vast, sprawling complex nestled against a distant mountain range. Jeong couldn't help but be impressed by the sheer scale of the dark sect's headquarters. He wondered aloud how long it would take to explore every corner of the massive buildings. His assigned guide, Guard Sick Jeong, politely told Jeong to pay him no mind. Jeong offered a quick thanks and proceeded on his walk. Within his mind, the blonde woman questioned why he had come outside instead of simply going to rest. Jeong explained that he had sensed something he couldn't ignore. He revealed that he had detected the distinct spiritual energy of Go Chan. Jeong was certain that the spirit was located somewhere nearby. The blonde woman confirmed he meant the spirit who had possessed the body of the female assassin, and Jeong affirmed it. As she noted that Go Chan seemed to be in the same body, one of his other spiritual companions was amazed that he managed to infiltrate their location. Jeong surmised that Go Chan must have used the assassin's memories to find his way into such a secure place. The blonde woman remarked that more allies were always better, though Jeong's attention was suddenly caught by another presence. The blonde woman also felt it, other energies emanating from just below a nearby staircase, next to Go Chan. Jeong focused his senses downward, peering through the floor. He questioned just who these unknown individuals were. His eyes narrowed in intense concentration as he analyzed the energies below. He identified most of them as powerful masters of the Supreme Pearl Realm. However, the one leading the group possessed an energy signature startlingly similar to the King of Brilliance. Meanwhile, in the area below, a female attendant urged her young master to greet the approaching party, but he didn't recognize them. The attendant identified the leader as Jang Nung-ak, the association leader's second disciple, a name that made the young master's jaw drop. The young master's mind reeled, scarcely believing that the legendary Jang Nung-ak was here. His shock was interrupted by the sight of one of the group's members, a bearded man, chugging from a flask. Nearby, a purple-haired woman wrinkled her nose in disgust before her expression shifted to one of shocked recognition. She stared in disbelief as her companions began to openly mock someone in the newly arrived group. A grotesque-looking man and a blonde woman laughed cruelly, jeering that the person had gotten into the sect using their looks and was basically a girl now. The purple-haired woman finally broke, collapsing into a fit of hysterical, pained laughter as she wished for death to escape the utter humiliation. The grotesque man and a blonde woman erupted in cruel laughter, mocking Go Chan for using his looks and now being treated like a girl. Overwhelmed by the humiliation, Go Chan broke into a fit of pained, hysterical laughter while his spirit screamed that he wanted to die. His mind reeled as he desperately wondered how things had managed to escalate to this disastrous point. The scene flashes back 3 days, to the opulent Red Favor Pavilion, a courtesan house known for its exclusive room that catered only to the most important guests. It was there that Go Chan found himself, sighing as he questioned how his mission to find Mok Gyeongwoon had led him to this. During the chaotic preparations for a 5 Kings disciple, Go Chan's exquisite beauty had gotten him selected, prompting him to consider escape as an attendant chided a difficult client. The man on the couch curtly ordered for the next person to be brought in, and Go Chan realized with a jolt that his turn had come. An attendant forcefully straightened Go Chan's back, warning him not to be rude and to leave immediately if the guest showed any displeasure. Go Chan mused that while everyone else was desperate to become a mistress, it was the worst possible outcome for him, yet he could not simply abandon his mission now. His thoughts were interrupted by the stark reality that this guest was a disciple of the formidable 5 Kings. Inside the room, a man took a long swallow from his drink, idly wondering who would be brought before him next. When a woman with a stringed instrument was presented, the man looked up with a hint of interest. The woman held her instrument, but recoiled as she met the man's cold, unimpressed gaze. The man shattered the silence by bluntly calling her a bitch. He then sharply observed that she had learned martial arts, causing the woman to panic as she realized he had seen through her disguise. As the man pressed her on how she learned her skills, the woman desperately tried to compose herself and deliver the lies she had prepared. She resorted to her first tactic, a woman's tears, claiming her deceased, low-ranked martial artist father had taught her some self-defense. The man initially played along, his voice dripping with false pity for a martial artist's daughter working in such a place. He then abruptly dropped the act, scoffing that she chose this life and that others had it much harder, refusing to fall for her obvious story. The woman's heart sank, realizing with dread that he had seen right through her sob story and she was completely screwed. Just then, she noticed a peculiar change in his expression and fell silent. The man suddenly burst into dramatic tears himself, wailing that she was gravely mistaken if she thought her sad story would actually make him sad. After his strange outburst, he clarified that he wasn't seeking a mistress, but simply thought a woman would be a novel addition to his all-male guard. The purple-haired individual was stunned into silence, questioning if he was truly being offered a position as a guard. Realizing this was a far better outcome, they boldly asked for the name of the man who would be their new master. When the man questioned their audacity, they retorted that they should at least know the name of the person taking them in. The man with the axe, Ho Jonghyuk, let out a booming laugh, thoroughly amused by their impertinence. Suddenly, the purple-haired individual flinched, their eyes widening in shock as they recognized the weapon he carried. The terrifying truth dawned on them: this man had to be the disciple of Ho Taegang, the infamous master who beheaded countless orthodox masters with that very axe. A heavy, suffocating tension filled the room after the chilling realization. The man proudly introduced himself as Ho Jonghyuk, the leader of the Annihilation Squad and a close aide to the second young master, Jeong Ak. Back in the present, the now smiling guard finished his story, explaining how he came to serve Ho Jonghyuk. Now dressed in provocative pink robes, he lamented that though he was called a guard, he was treated like a mistress, forced to wear embarrassing clothes and pour drinks all day. As he sniffled over his humiliating circumstances, a nearby blonde woman erupted into loud, mocking laughter. A man with long black hair listened to the tale with a grim, thoughtful expression. His mind, however, was already preoccupied with the notorious scar-faced disciple, Jeong Ak. A companion wearing a white mask warned him to avoid the second young master, recalling advice that Jeong Ak was a man who always took whatever he coveted. The long-haired man knew that catching Jeong Ak's eye would be a disaster and decided on a cautious approach. In an attempt to avoid conflict, the dark sect leader's disciple stepped forward to offer a formal greeting to young master Jeong Ak. His respectful words were cut off by a loud and disgusting slurping sound. The repulsive noise echoed through the hall, drawing all eyes. A companion with black hair smirked that Jeong Ak hadn't even glanced their way, considering it a blessing in disguise. But just as the tension seemed to dissipate, a sharp voice commanded the disciple to wait. An immediate and chilling silence descended upon the group. Jeong Nung-ak slowly turned, his eyes narrowing as he repeated the title, the dark sect leader's disciple. The unasked question hung heavy in the air, alluding to the rumor that a hostage from the Orthodox Murim had shockingly won the Corpse Blood Valley trials. Despite the intense, suffocating pressure, the long-haired disciple maintained his composure. Jeong Nung-ak's voice was low and dangerous as he confirmed his identity as the hostage from the Orthodox Murim. The blonde spirit companion urgently warned her mortal to bow as low as he possibly could. She stressed that Jeong Nung-ak was not an opponent he could afford to challenge. The dire warning echoed in his mind: once you were caught, you would either become his toy or be ripped to shreds. Without warning, Jeong Nung-ak's hand shot out and clamped down on the disciple's shoulder. A cruel smile played on Jeong Nung-ak's lips as he declared the situation to be interesting. He openly mocked the disciple's power, questioning how someone who was barely at the early peak stage could have possibly placed first in the trials. The long-haired disciple began to humbly reply that he was merely lucky. His words were cut short as he felt a sharp spike of killing intent directed at him. He instantly realized this was a test. With a swift, probing attack, Jeong Nung-ak moved to personally gauge the disciple's true level of skill. A condescending smirk touched Jeong Nung-ak's lips as he prepared his strike. He casually flicked the disciple's forehead, seemingly confirming his assessment of his meager, early peak strength. However, he immediately followed this with a devastating punch that sent the long-haired disciple flying backward. The disciple crashed heavily against the floor with a sickening thud. Jeong Nung-ak smugly remarked that the disciple was just as weak as he had initially perceived. An attendant noted to his own young master that the rumored victor seemed unimpressive, prompting the pair to lose interest and depart. The blonde spirit sarcastically congratulated the mortal on his fine performance. However, one of Jeong Nung-ak's followers, an observant man, noticed something was wrong with the scene. He pointed out that for someone who was supposedly terrified and overwhelmed, the disciple's heartbeat remained suspiciously calm. A woman in their group turned to him, confused, and asked him to explain what he meant. The observant man's eyes glowed with a strange light as he focused, processing the subtle sounds no one else could hear. It was then revealed that there was one detail Mok Gyeongwoon had overlooked: sound, the specialty of one of Jeong Nung-ak's 5 main pillars of support. These powerful individuals were known as the 5 Peaks Assembly, a mountain of strength propping up Jeong Nung-ak's authority. Jeong Nung-ak ranked these 5 from 1st to 5th peak, and among them, a blind man had astonishingly risen past Ho Jonghyuk to become the 2nd peak. This man was the formidable 2nd peak, Wai Mengchen. Wai Mengchen explained to his comrades that his hearing was exceptionally keen, and if his ears were functioning correctly, something was amiss. The long-haired man, Wai Mengchen, then made a startling declaration: the attacked disciple had shown no surprise whatsoever. A curly-haired companion turned in disbelief, asking if he truly meant, not at all. Wai Mengchen confirmed it, his expression twisting in annoyance at the puzzling contradiction. The curly-haired man repeated the words in utter shock, while Wai Mengchen's irritation grew at this inexplicable calm. He was Jeong Nung-ak, the association leader's 2nd disciple. While infamous for his cruelty, he was even more renowned for something else entirely. Jeong Nung-ak possessed a crazed obsession with talented individuals. And because of one perceptive blind man, his attention was now fixed. The man in red confirmed the suspicion with a sharp glint in his eye, declaring that his comrade was right. The man with curly hair stared in disbelief, noting that Mok Gyeongwoon's heart wasn't racing in the slightest. Mok Gyeongwoon had captured Jeong Nung-ak's interest, prompting the blonde spirit to urgently warn him to remain calm, as his true skill level was still a secret. In a steady voice, Mok Gyeongwoon began to explain his composure. He stated that his teacher taught him to never lose his calm, even when facing a great tiger. The man with curly hair laughed, finding the saying about a great tiger rather charming. Mok Gyeongwoon trailed off as a menacing energy crackled around him. A looming figure with glowing blue eyes materialized, representing the true tiger before him. A flicker of alarm finally crossed Mok Gyeongwoon's face. A man in dark robes, Jeong himself, mockingly asked if such a saying was valid without the skills to back it up. Jeong, now holding a fan, declared his desire to see those skills, and his burly subordinate acknowledged the order. The woman in red, one of Mok Gyeongwoon's spirit companions, desperately warned him to hold on. The burly man's attack was launched in an instant. A blur of motion cut through the air. The burly man's powerful fist descended with crushing force. The air itself seemed to tear around the strike. The force of the blow rippled outwards, a testament to its raw power. A woman with dark hair in the crowd tooted, certain the disciple was about to be killed. A man with dark hair mused that even the top trainee of the Corpse Blood Valley would struggle against an ultimate peak realm master. The man with wavy hair, Mok Gyeongwoon, began to say it was fine. Another man expressed his shock, while a man in white robes stepped forward, offering to take over. The man's hands moved with lethal grace, drawing a sword from its sheath. The man in white robes challenged Mok Gyeongwoon, vowing to see if he would continue hiding his skills. He sneered, promising to push him to the very brink of death. A low hum of power began to emanate from the scene. The man in white robes could only watch in dawning shock. The hum intensified into a powerful roar of energy. The burly man who threw the punch stared in wide-eyed confusion, questioning what was happening. Mok Gyeongwoon, his hair now a mess, roared that he had been enduring it all. The now bloodied swordsman declared that they had finally ruined it for him. His expression hardened as his hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. A brilliant energy enveloped his fist as he clenched it with purpose. Jeong watched with amazement, while a nearby man in blue could only gasp in shock. Jeong's voice boomed with excitement, recognizing the martial prowess of the top trainee from the Corpse Blood Valley, who had reached supreme peak before the age of 20. A woman in yellow asked in disbelief if he was truly supreme peak, and Jeong confirmed it was an early stage. The woman with purple hair stared in stunned silence, unable to process what she was hearing. Her mind reeled as she questioned how he could possibly be at the supreme peak level. She knew for a fact that this very man, just 1 month prior, was different. The woman with purple hair recalled that he didn't know a single thing about martial arts. A monster had infiltrated the Heaven-Earth Association, and no one had been the wiser. The stern-faced Mok Gyeongwoon stood silently, the charade now over. The blonde spirit cursed that the blind man had ruined everything, while Mok Gyeongwoon admitted he hadn't expected his heartbeat to be monitored. Jeong, a fan held gracefully, decided to be direct and demanded that Mok Gyeongwoon swear his loyalty to him. His spirit companions urged him to accept, warning that it was dangerous to garner any more attention. With his hands clasped before him, Mok Gyeongwoon began his reply with an apology. The lone swordsman stated that he could not take the offer, earning a sharp rebuke from a goblin-like spirit who chided him for never listening. Jeong's smile vanished as he began to process the rejection. He slowly repeated his words, ensuring Mok Gyeongwoon understood. A flash of energy erupted as the two men's wills clashed. The grim-faced Jeong finished his question, demanding to know if Mok Gyeongwoon had heard his offer. The woman with purple hair watched in horror, wondering if Mok Gyeongwoon was insane. The solemn swordsman remained silent, his true intentions a mystery to all. Mok Gyeongwoon calmly began his counter, asking Jeong if he truly wanted the dark sect. The bloodied man then suggested it might be better for Jeong not to do anything right now. Jeong's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected turn. As the tension hung in the air, Jeong's expression shifted to one of intrigued amusement. The fan-wielding man leaned in, inviting Mok Gyeongwoon to continue. Mok Gyeongwoon explained that if he, a former Orthodox Murim captive, swore loyalty so quickly, the dark sect leader would never trust him. Jeong laughed, admitting the cleverness of the logic, he would simply be seen as a spy. Jeong asked what he would get for waiting, to which Mok Gyeongwoon simply replied, a promise. Mok Gyeongwoon reminded Jeong of his position as the top successor candidate and offered a deal, wait, and he would earn the dark sect leader's trust. Then, Mok Gyeongwoon promised, he would offer Jeong the entire sect. He thought to himself that waiting a while was the best way to ensure things went smoothly. Jeong accepted the terms and promised to be waiting, hoping the trust would be earned by their next meeting. One of Jeong followers laughed and called for drinks, while another summoned their attendant, Geo Mopal. The silver-haired woman, Geo Mopal, couldn't believe her master had backed off just like that. She realized Mok Gyeongwoon's intelligence was as formidable as his martial prowess. He had masterfully read the situation and resolved it with nothing more than his words. And at that very moment, a thought crystallized in an observer's mind. A close-up on a crazed, smiling face revealed the depth of hidden ambition. The old man watching from afar mused that he had a feeling the young man was hiding much more. Mok Gyeongwoon stood before the temple, a bloody but resolute figure against a backdrop of robed men. The blonde woman turned to her companion, addressing the blue spirit, and the woman in red confirmed she was listening. Mok Gyeongwoon's thoughts narrowed, focusing on a single loose end. His mind fixated on the blind man who had exposed him. A single, cold directive echoed in his thoughts: he must die. Mok Gyeongwoon declared to his companions that he needed the blind man dead. A voice cut through the air, posing a question to the man it called mortal. The purple-haired woman asked what he was going to do about him, prompting Mok Gyeongwoon to ask who she meant. She clarified she meant Go Chan, the man trapped in a woman's body, which drew a chuckle from the blonde woman. Mok Gyeongwoon revealed he had already used a secret transmission to order Go Chan to watch the second young master and his group. The blonde woman remarked with a hint of sadness that Go Chan didn't even seem to mind being in a girl's body. She then expressed her surprise at how peacefully Mok Gyeongwoon had dealt with the recent confrontation, noting that people were watching. However, she clarified that she wasn't referring to the eunuch's guard. Mok Gyeongwoon stood with his back to them, facing the ornate dark sect building. A small, knowing smirk played on his lips. He simply said, "Let's go," and turned to leave. The purple-haired woman hummed in agreement, ready to follow. The blonde woman, however, hesitated, wondering what she should do. Her attendant sighed, asking why she let Mok Gyeongwoon leave when he was the very person she wanted to see. The blonde woman lamented that she'd only recently heard of his orthodox origins, a fact that could be very annoying for her if it got out. The complication was made worse by the fact that he was now the dark sect leader's disciple. Pushing her worries aside, she asked her attendant if he thought the rumors about Mok Gyeongwoon's power were true. The attendant specified she must be referring to the claim that he had reached the supreme peak realm. She recalled that just a few days ago, he was merely at the peak realm, and it didn't seem like he had been hiding his skills. Yet, she mused that a man like Jeong wouldn't spread such a lie without reason. The attendant stood silently, lost in thought. He concluded that if Mok Gyeongwoon was truly at the supreme peak realm, he had to be brought to their side, regardless of his origins. The blonde woman resolved to check his power for herself. Her mind raced as she wondered just how she could possibly test him. Meanwhile, Mok Gyeongwoon arrived at his new residence with a sound of impressed surprise. He admired the entire manor provided for him, noting the generosity shown to the dark sect's official disciples. The blonde woman remarked that his treatment had certainly improved now that he was an official disciple. Mok Gyeongwoon agreed, but with a knowing look that suggested there was more to the story. He stated plainly that everyone present was there solely to keep an eye on him. He had already assessed the situation, the guards, the servants, all of them were martial artists, a clear sign of the sect leader's profound distrust. The blonde woman noted that while the spies were individually weak, their numbers were a problem, but Mok Gyeongwoon simply declared he would make it so they weren't watching him at all. She looked on, confused, asking what he meant. Mok Gyeongwoon reminded her of his promise to the second young master. He affirmed his intention to keep that promise and take over the dark sect. As the head guard, Jeong, tried to excuse himself, Mok Gyeongwoon stopped him with a grin. Mok Gyeongwoon asked for a private word, leaving the guard momentarily confused. Jeong wondered what this new disciple could possibly want to ask him. Confident that the man wouldn't try anything foolish with so many people around, Jeong agreed to the talk. As they walked together, Jeong asked what was on his mind. Mok Gyeongwoon cut straight to the point, asking if Jeong planned to report on his activities to the dark sect leader. Jeong froze, utterly shocked by the direct confrontation. Mok Gyeongwoon coolly stated that while he didn't care about being watched, the guard would only report what he was permitted to, leaving Jeong stunned by his sheer audacity. Jeong attempted to dismiss the brazen order, but Mok Gyeongwoon warned him that he would regret it. The guard seethed internally at the man's unbelievable arrogance. Elsewhere, other servants murmured about the new disciple's gall, questioning how he dared threaten the man assigned to watch him. They dismissed him as a disposable object, a temporary favorite of the sect leader. The headband servant declared he only followed the sect leader's orders and began to walk away, vowing to report this incident as well. The female servant reached out to stop him, but he continued to stride away. Suddenly, Mok Gyeongwoon activated the ritual of attachment, causing both servants to react in visceral shock. The headband servant let out a choked cry, his body seizing from the unseen attack. He gasped in terror, wondering what was happening to him. The female servant watched in wide-eyed horror. The headband servant panicked, believing the crazy new disciple was actually trying to kill him right then and there. As Mok Gyeongwoon's power flowed into him, the servant received a telepathic command. The man groaned in submission as a sudden, horrifying understanding dawned on him. His mind went completely blank for a terrifying moment. Mok Gyeongwoon's voice echoed in his mind, calmly reciting his deepest desire, to marry a fellow guard and live together in the outer castle. He called it a wholesome wish, much to the servant's absolute horror at having his secret thoughts exposed. Mok Gyeongwoon explained that his blade, the evil's rule sword, had the interesting ability to make people reveal their deepest desires. He then delivered a chilling threat, musing how easily such a wholesome wish could be destroyed if the man's lover were to die. The servant fought to compose himself, deciding to feign loyalty while secretly planning to warn the sect leader about this dangerous man. Just as he steeled his resolve, his eyes widened in terror at what he saw. He let out a choked gasp of disbelief. He instantly recognized the object Mok Gyeongwoon was holding, the butterfly hairpin he had given to his beloved. As Mok Gyeongwoon slowly approached, the servant stammered, demanding to know how he had obtained it. Mok Gyeongwoon's voice was a cold whisper, promising that next time, it would not be a hairpin. With a sickening smile, he finished the thought, it would be her decapitated head instead. He then issued his orders, instructing the terrified man to only report a polite encounter with the second disciple and nothing of the fight. The servant was to say only what he was told, the command absolute and final. Mok Gyeongwoon then mocked the broken man, asking why he looked like he was about to cry. The female servant watched the scene unfold, her mind screaming that this man wasn't just arrogant, he was the devil himself. His work done, Mok Gyeongwoon calmly dismissed the now compliant servant. As the headband servant stumbled out, another guard asked if he was all right, noting his pale complexion. The second guard expressed his confusion, stating he thought the young master had been in his room talking with the servant the whole time. The chilling implication began to dawn on them. If Mok Gyeongwoon never left the room, then who was the one who brought the hairpin? As the two guards patrolled the corridor, their footsteps echoed in the tense silence. One of the guards was suddenly stopped in his tracks. A calm voice invited him to join its owner for tea, remarking that they would be seeing each other more often. The seated figure, none other than Mok Gyeongwoon, offered the guard a cup. After a moment of terrified hesitation, the guard cautiously accepted the unsettling invitation. Mok Gyeongwoon's lips curled into a sinister, knowing smile. The teacup was placed on the table with a soft, final tap. Under a crescent moon, the sprawling compound of the dark sect was cloaked in an uneasy silence. A lone scholar trudged through the courtyard, his mind replaying the supposed meeting between the second young master and Mok Gyeongwoon. The scholar confirmed to his superiors that after a brief exchange of words, the young master had simply left. He affirmed that this was the entire truth of the matter, his voice steady despite the lie. A woman in ornate black and orange attire mused that Gyeongwoon must be plotting to take over the sect, despite her having already turned him down. A masked man voiced his skepticism, finding it highly uncharacteristic for the second young master to leave without causing a scene. Despite his deep-seated doubt, he suppressed a shudder and reluctantly agreed with the official report. The scholar desperately wanted to scream the truth, that Gyeongwoon was a monster hiding his true power and should not be taken as a disciple. But an unseen, menacing pressure kept his lips sealed, forcing him to report that nothing had happened. A heavy silence fell over the room as his false report settled in the air. A woman in ceremonial makeup broke the tension with a relieved laugh. She expressed her relief that no trouble had occurred, while the man in armor curtly dismissed the trembling scholar to get some rest. Later, the woman reviewed a scroll while the formidable figure of the dark sect leader stood silently in the doorway. A long moment passed as she stared thoughtfully at the report. She finally addressed the dark sect leader, her voice low and serious. The woman stated her feeling that the report she'd received was far from complete. The dark sect leader agreed, noting the scholar's pale, anxious face and the report's missing details. He scoffed at the idea that the second young master would leave so peacefully, concluding that something must have happened to the servant, Jeong. The woman in traditional attire ordered someone to keep a close watch on Jeong. She extended the order, commanding that everyone in Mok Gyeongwoon's residence also be placed under constant surveillance. She finished her command, expecting a full report on everything that transpired. A subordinate in red robes accepted the order and melted back into the shadows. The woman in traditional attire let out a weary sigh once she was alone. With a soft clatter, she opened a hidden compartment in her desk. Inside the drawer lay a single, mysterious scroll. Her breath hitched as she carefully took it out. She unrolled the ancient parchment, her eyes scanning the ornate writing within. A grim sigh escaped her lips as she contemplated its contents. 1 week passed. In that time, the dark sect leader's concerns about his new disciple had only multiplied. A flash of energy erupted in the training grounds. The power on display was blinding. The first worry was Mok Gyeongwoon's impossible talent. When ordered to demonstrate his knowledge, the boy had performed the ghost shadow claw technique flawlessly. He performed it as if he'd been training for a lifetime, yet when the leader questioned a servant, he was told that Mok Gyeongwoon had done nothing but read books in his room. The dark sect leader found it utterly unbelievable, wondering if the boy had truly mastered a complex technique just by watching it once. He tested Gyeongwoon with another technique, but the results were the same, confirming a talent far beyond anything he had anticipated. The dark sect leader realized with a chilling laugh that this disciple was so gifted he needed no instruction, a talent so profound it was terrifying. He immediately changed his teaching methods, deciding to simply answer whatever questions Gyeongwoon might have. But the first question his new disciple asked was the last thing he expected. Instead of asking about martial arts, the dark-haired scholar inquired about the very mask the sect leader wore and how it was made. The sect leader was baffled, realizing Gyeongwoon's interest lay not in combat, but in the sect's deepest and most protected secrets. This strange curiosity became his second great worry, which a masked messenger soon came to confirm. The leader found the news hard to believe, as teaching the sect's secret techniques required absolute trust. Unwilling to give that trust, he withheld the final moves of his arts and, 3 days prior, had ordered his subordinates to investigate Mok Gyeongwoon and his family. He had assumed such a talent would be nurtured, but the report stated Gyeongwoon was treated poorly by his household. Worse, the investigation concluded that his martial skills were merely third-rate, a fact that shocked the leader to his core. He concluded the boy likely held a grudge against his family, but finding the report insufficient, he ordered his men to dig deeper. And then there was the last and third worry. This one was the biggest of all, a problem that left the powerful leader feeling utterly stumped. He had placed Mok Gyeongwoon under constant surveillance. But strangely enough, the reports came back showing nothing was amiss. Gyeongwoon spent his days in a simple, predictable loop of training, eating, and reading. He never once strayed from this rigid, almost inhuman, routine. The masked leader found the perfect regularity to be the most suspicious part, wondering if Gyeongwoon was somehow threatening his observers into silence. However, even after he switched out the spies, the results remained identical. While this could have meant the reports were true, the leader's intuition screamed that this was actually more suspicious. Because of this feeling, he came to a single, chilling answer: Mok Gyeongwoon had already caught on. He reasoned it was impossible to threaten or persuade all 18 spies he had sent. Therefore, Gyeongwoon must have noticed the surveillance long ago, using talents that extended far beyond martial arts. The dark sect leader sighed, realizing Gyeongwoon was only acting normal to placate him, and that his own paranoia had only made the boy more cautious. Deciding on a new plan, he summoned his most elite agent, Jade. Jade was a special-grade assassin from the legendary Soundless Murder sect, a martial artist whose skills had reached the ultimate peak realm. He was the hands and feet of the dark sect leader, the greatest master of stealth in their arsenal, and he materialized silently as if from the shadows themselves. The dark sect leader issued his orders: replace all of Gyeongwoon's attendants and guards with regular staff. Then, he tasked Jade with personally keeping an eye on the boy. With a silent nod of understanding, Jade vanished as quickly as he had appeared. The leader was confident that if the special-grade assassin Jade was hiding, not even a supreme master would ever notice his presence. He felt certain that he would finally uncover Mok Gyeongwoon's true nature. After all, a person only reveals their secrets when they believe no one is watching. A figure darted swiftly and silently through the manor's corridors. His footsteps were perfectly soundless as he neared his target. He slipped past a final corner, intent on his mission. But the hooded man froze, his body jolting as an unseen power stopped him in his tracks. Mok Gyeongwoon appeared, chanting an incantation as ethereal chains of energy flew from his fingertips. The hooded figure known as Jade could only let out a choked gasp as the mystical force seized him. Gyeongwoon's voice was a cold whisper as he finished his spell, binding the master assassin completely. Landing as lightly as a leaf, Gyeongwoon's work was done. The greatest spy in the sect could do nothing but grunt in defeat. The sound of a chain being locked echoed in the darkness. Muffled cries of agony were the last sounds the assassin made. Nearby, the demonic monk looked up from his book, calmly noting that his companion had returned early. The woman in red appeared from the shadows, addressing her fellow spirit by his title. A small explosion of spiritual energy marked the completion of their task. The woman held a sphere of captured energy in her hand. With a satisfied sigh, she revealed that this takedown had actually occurred 3 days ago. She explained that their mortal master, Gyeongwoon, had ordered them to investigate the dark sect's forces. It was during this investigation that they had found the assassin, Jade. She scoffed that while Jade was an expert at hiding, his skills were useless against spirits, and they had taken him down with ease. Afterward, they subtly threatened or persuaded every other spy, ensuring the sect leader would only hear what they wanted him to hear. As a result, only 1 week after the mortal joined the dark sect, he had the entire faction's surveillance network licking the palm of his hand. The formidable dark sect leader was now nothing more than a puppet, completely unaware of the strings his new disciple was pulling. Under a cloudy night sky, a crescent moon cast its pale light upon the traditional rooftops of the sect. In the shadows, Mok Gyeongwoon's mind was already on his next move. The woman in red armor asked the demonic monk how he was adjusting to his new mortal vessel, to which the spirit grunted his satisfaction. Gyeongwoon, however, was focused on a scroll he'd acquired, wondering if it was the same one the dark sect leader always consulted. He could only imagine the secrets hidden within its pages. Suddenly, the masked demonic monk shifted, sensing another presence nearby. Jeong calmly explained that the trembling figure they held captive was not, in fact, a martial artist of the dark sect. He revealed the man was an assassin sent after him, a declaration that visibly startled their prisoner. The blonde woman added that he'd been sent by the blind swordsman from their last encounter, which caused the assassin's eyes to widen in shock. Jeong's thoughts identified the mastermind as Wei Mengchen, a loyal and particularly bothersome subordinate of the association leader's second disciple. He had anticipated that the man would try something soon, and his instincts had proven correct. Jeong then recounted the assassin's initial, false confession, that he was a member of the Orthodox Alliance's hidden force. The blonde woman mocked the captive, telling him to use his head. The lie was obviously meant to frame Jeong, who himself hailed from the Orthodox Murim. With a sickening crack of bone, Jeong noted that the full truth had spilled out after some simple torture, making the man scream out Wei Mengchen's name in agony. The broken assassin shrieked that the second evil, Wei Mengchen, was the one who had sent him. The blonde woman mused on the sheer audacity of the plan, questioning how the blind man thought he could get away with sending an assassin into such a secure place. Jeong silently agreed, recognizing the strangeness of the situation. An assassin of this level stood no chance of killing him. This location was an intelligence hub, fortified with some of the strongest security in the entire association. Elsewhere, the long-haired man responsible for the plot began to wonder how his assassin could have possibly slipped past their defenses. A heavy silence fell as a sudden, dawning horror crossed his face. He uttered that they had been played, a statement that confused the blonde woman at his side. A wave of dread washed over the plotter as he realized his scheme had been turned against him. He explained that the assassin was never caught because he was allowed in, recalling the initial, suspicious claim of being from the Orthodox Alliance. The woman's eyes widened as the man confirmed their fears. The security was never loose enough for a simple infiltration. They had intentionally let the assassin pass through their gates. The assassin wasn't an assassin at all, he was a trap, designed to smoke out supposed infiltrators and learn their true purpose. The blind man had planned to hijack that very trap, using it to make it look like a spy was attempting to contact Jeong. Back at Jeong's residence, a subordinate called out, asking if the young master was all right. The dark sect's internal affairs overseer arrived, announcing an invader had been found and summoning Jeong to come outside. In that moment, Jeong finally understood that the blind man's purpose was never to assassinate him. At a distant location, the black-haired man in a straw hat, Wei Mengchen, allowed a sinister smile to spread across his face. His true goal, he gloated, was to brilliantly frame Jeong as a spy for the Orthodox Alliance. He and his masked companion looked down from a high peak, observing the lit-up sect sprawling below. When asked for an update, Wei Mengchen explained that the dark sect's martial artists had just escorted Jeong to a separate building. He let out a dark chuckle, confident that everything was unfolding exactly according to his master plan. The plotter could vividly picture his target panicking, caught in a web with no escape. The day before, the agent Jeong had confirmed his orders with his master. The elder, Wei Mengchen, assured him that Jeong would certainly torture him, at which point he should confess Jeong's name. He instructed Jeong to use his name to buy time, certain that the young man's intelligence would prevent him from killing an informant right away. This stalling tactic would give the dark sect's internal forces the time they needed to make their move. The agent solemnly acknowledged his role in the intricate and dangerous plan. Wei Mengchen then looked upon his subordinate with a grim finality. Jeong accepted his fate, stating he was ready to die as a spy of the Orthodox Alliance. His only final request was for the elder to take care of his family. Wei Mengchen made a solemn promise, assuring Jeong that his loyalty would never be forgotten. The entire plan, from its very inception, was built around the sacrificial death of the agent named Jeong. It was a foolproof trap. Whether Jeong tortured Jeong or not, the result would be his framing as a spy. To ensure success, they had bribed the internal affairs overseer and even armed Jeong with a plague from the hidden force. Wei Mengchen was certain that this move, born of dozens of schemes, was something even the clever Gyeongwoon could not escape. Soon, Jeong would expose Mok Gyeongwoon, causing him to be stripped of his position within the sect. Or, even better, he would die a slow, agonizing death under the dark sect's torture. Back in the present, Wei Mengchen stood alone beneath the moonlit sky and bamboo trees. He let out a long, satisfied sigh. He had always trusted his keen senses, especially his ability to read the truth within the sound of a person's heartbeat. Mok Gyeongwoon's heartbeat, however, had always been disturbingly off. It remained unnervingly consistent, its rhythm never changing no matter the situation he was in. Believing there was something fundamentally wrong with such a being, he had argued for Gyeongwoon's death, but the Lord had silenced him. He chuckled to himself, content that he had taken matters into his own hands. A deep sense of relief washed over him as he prepared to celebrate his victory. That relief was instantly shattered by a sudden, chilling presence that made his breath catch in his throat. A strange, ethereal mist began to seep into the room from all directions. The ghostly vapor swirled and thickened, obscuring his vision. Within the fog, cryptic characters seemed to glow faintly on the walls around him. The man stood frozen, his mind struggling to comprehend what was happening. He slowly realized that the entire compound had become far too quiet. In a sudden panic, he lunged towards the door and threw it open. The heavy door slammed violently against the wall. His mind raced as he scanned the empty courtyard. The martial artists who were supposed to be on guard were gone. He frantically wondered if they were all asleep, a thought he immediately dismissed as impossible. Stepping outside, he knew something far worse must have happened. As he strode cautiously through the silent compound, the grim truth became apparent. Every single one of his guards had been silently knocked unconscious. And through the deathly silence, a rhythmic, familiar sound began to approach. He recognized the heartbeat instantly, but his mind reeled in disbelief. Its owner was supposed to be locked away. He screamed out in rage and confusion, demanding to know how the impossible figure before him had gotten in. That man should have been in a jail cell, being tortured at this very moment. A calm voice cut through the night as Mok Gyeongwoon coolly announced his own name. Then, an even more shocking sight appeared as the bloodied hand of Jeong reached out, offering something to the plotter. The stern man could only stare, completely stunned by the impossible scene. He whispered Jeong's name, his mind unable to process the betrayal. With a firm and deliberate motion, Gyeongwoon took the object from Jeong's hand. As a dark aura began to pulse around him, Gyeongwoon made a solemn promise to the man who set the trap. He declared that he would return everything that Wei Mengchen had so graciously given to him. The dumbfounded plotter could only stammer, desperately wondering what in the world could have possibly gone so wrong. And on that shocking cliffhanger, the author Kim Tae-young announced a necessary 3-week hiatus to recover his health, promising to repay his readers' support with the highest quality work upon his return. Sometimes, a feeling arises, an abnormal ripple in the peaceful waters of daily life. It was a subtle yet undeniable premonition that something was terribly off. The rhythmic clatter of game pieces was the only sound disturbing the suffocating silence. A strangled gasp escaped Wei Mengchen as his mind reeled, desperately questioning what had happened. His thoughts raced back to the flawless plan, which should have seen Mok Gyeongwoon branded a spy by the Internal Affairs Overseer. There had been no room for failure, and yet, the man he had trapped was now standing right before him. Wei Mengchen's mind screamed in confusion, wondering just what could have possibly gone so wrong. 2 hours earlier, a guard had cautiously approached Mok Gyeongwoon's quarters, inquiring if the young master was all right. The guard then reported that an invader had been spotted within the sect's compound. From the shadows, the dark sect Internal Affairs Overseer, Cho Yam-hun, calmly requested for Mok Gyeongwoon to present himself. Cho Yam-hun mused to himself that while he had been doubtful, the rumored invader had indeed appeared just as planned. A man with a ponytail explained to the gathered officials that Wei Mengchen had sent a messenger accusing Mok Gyeongwoon of being an Orthodox Alliance spy. The message further claimed that Gyeongwoon was planning to make contact with a member of the hidden force. A smiling man added that he was already suspicious of the captive, and the invader heading straight for Gyeongwoon's room seemed to confirm it. A fat man celebrated aloud, seeing this as the perfect chance to finally get rid of the man he loathed. An official sharply ordered his masked subordinate to drag Mok Gyeongwoon out by force if he refused to comply. An unseen speaker then noted with surprise the sudden arrival of another important figure. A nearby soldier identified the newcomer as the Internal Affairs Overseer, Cho Yam-hun. The elegant sect leader dryly remarked that he had assumed the overseer was unaware of the situation, given his failure to capture the intruder. He coolly stated that they had known about the invader all along and were simply observing his goal, a flimsy excuse Cho Yam-hun pretended to accept. The fat man sneered at the sect leader, noting that since the invader went to his room instead, his arrogance wouldn't last much longer. A woman with dark hair complained that the invader wouldn't confess despite her torture, as a man in a red hood moved to forcefully wake the captive. Overseer Cho Yam-hun stopped them, pointing out that torturing the captive would only make things worse, a statement another man questioned. The overseer suggested that the torture could have been a ruse, an act performed simply to avoid suspicion. With a sharp, sudden movement, Cho Yam-hun seized Mok Gyeongwoon by the front of his robes. He publicly accused Gyeongwoon, declaring the invader was a spy who had tried to get in contact with him. The overseer pronounced Gyeongwoon the most suspicious person present and declared he would die from torture. With a vicious tug, Cho Yam-hun yanked Mok Gyeongwoon's head back by his long hair. A pained gasp was torn from Gyeongwoon's lips from the brutal treatment. But as the overseer stared down at his victim, he was stunned to see the faint trace of a smile on Gyeongwoon's face. A calm voice suddenly cut through the tension, inquiring about the late-night guest, prompting a surprised look from Mok Gyeongwoon. The sect leader had arrived, nonchalantly asking what business the invader had in his territory. Before the man in red could answer, he let out a blood-curdling, inhuman scream. The invader suddenly lunged, grabbing a terrified overseer Cho Yam-hun, who struggled and screamed for him to let go. A man in a red robe watched in utter confusion as the captured overseer began babbling an apology. To everyone's shock, Cho Yam-hun loudly confessed that he had told the Orthodox captive everything. The overseer himself seemed bewildered by his own words, even as the man in the red robe began begging for his family to be spared. A wave of hysteria spread as others began to cry out, confessing to crimes and pleading for their lives. Cho Yam-hun turned to the sect leader, frantically insisting that he was being framed and didn't know these people. His desperation turned to rage as he lunged towards the silent Mok Gyeongwoon, threatening to rip the smile from his face. Guard Byok calmly intercepted the overseer, questioning why he was overreacting as if he'd actually hired the invader himself. Cho Yam-hun froze, trembling uncontrollably as he realized the trap had just snapped shut on him. He could only stammer in disbelief while a masked figure watched the chaos unfold with a sinister laugh. Whispers immediately spread through the masked onlookers, who now believed the esteemed Mr. Mok was a good person who had been framed. The crowd's consensus quickly formed, the overseer was the true culprit, having held the invader's family hostage to frame the young master. The overseer could only offer weak, desperate denials as his entire scheme crumbled around him. Amidst the red-tinged chaos, Mok Gyeongwoon stood silently, his white robes a stark symbol of control. P4 Unbeliever declared to the sect leader that he had merely followed the overseer's orders, causing Cho Yam-hun to scream in pure rage. Narration transition. The invader then announced his intention to arrest the corrupt overseer, calling for Guard Byok to assist him. "No. It wasn't me," the overseer shrieked, his protests drowned out by the mounting accusations. The command was given to arrest the traitor on the spot. A final, desperate cry of "No!" echoed through the courtyard as he was dragged away. The flashback concluded in a storm of violence, with flames and clashing steel lighting up the night. Masked figures fought and fell in a brutal, decisive melee. A heavy thud signified the end of the battle as the last body hit the ground. A quiet pronouncement was made, the invader who tried to sow discord within the sect was dead. A woman in a distinctive hat gave a final order for no one to ever speak of the incident again. Two hands clasped in a powerful pact, sealing a new agreement with a flash of brilliant light. The red-hooded figures bowed in perfect unison, acknowledging their new orders with a resounding cry. An eerie silence fell over the scene once more. Only the sound of dripping blood broke the quiet. A woman with heavy makeup suddenly felt a familiar, chilling presence wash over her. A faint, ghostly chime echoed through the air, unheard by most. Ghastly spirits, drawn to the scent of blood, began to swarm a wounded woman. A man with long hair looked on in utter shock as the phantoms descended upon their target. Through the carnage and chaos, a bloodied Mok Gyeongwoon wore a smile of absolute, chilling confidence. The heavily made-up woman could only stare, her mind unable to process the nightmarish scene. The story returned to the present, focusing again on that lingering, unsettling feeling that something was deeply wrong. A lone woman in white robes stood silently in the pouring rain, a somber reflection of the night's dark events. The feeling persisted, an undeniable sense that the very fabric of reality had been disturbed. A man in blue robes acknowledged this eerie sensation, as Wai Mengchen stared down his opponent. Wai Mengchen finally put a name to the feeling he'd had about Mok Gyeongwoon from the start. He grunted in pain as his body trembled, trapped in the impossible situation. The air between the two men was thick with killing intent and unspoken threats. Mok Gyeongwoon held out the object he had received, coolly stating, "Here, I'll give it back." He made a solemn vow to return everything that Wai Mengchen had so graciously intended for him. Wai Mengchen's mind raced, he had recognized Gyeongwoon's talent, but there was always something fundamentally off about him. He now understood that conventional schemes and political traps were utterly useless against such a being. His conclusion was simple and absolute, he had to kill Mok Gyeongwoon right here and now. A mysterious woman's voice suddenly echoed, warning the mortal to be careful, a caution Mok Gyeongwoon met with a disarming, "Sorry." The entire atmosphere seemed to freeze in that single instant. A powerful, crackling energy began to coalesce around Mok Gyeongwoon. The blonde woman's disembodied voice continued, referring to Gyeongwoon as, "this blind man." With cutting certainty, she declared that he was far superior to the plotter standing before him. Wai Mengchen, the white-robed swordsman, conceded his opponent's strength and intelligence, but noted he had made one fatal mistake. He gravely informed Gyeongwoon that he should never have set foot in this place. With a final surge of murderous intent, Wai Mengchen made a grim promise, "You are going to die to me." Mok Gyeongwoon simply smirked, finding the bold declaration interesting. Mok Gyeongwoon began his counteroffensive by conceding a single point to his opponent. He calmly admitted that the man standing before him was indeed strong. Wai Mengchen accepted the compliment, noting Mok Gyeongwoon's impressive martial level for his age, but ominously added there was a catch as his sword slid forward. It was an undeniable truth that a critical flaw always accompanies such unnaturally rapid growth. Mok Gyeongwoon's eyes widened as a burst of energy shot toward him. Their blades met with a sharp, metallic shriek that echoed through the hall. The two swordsmen became a blur, clashing their weapons with intense, furious speed. A single blade whistled as it sliced cleanly through the empty air. The chaotic symphony of steel striking steel continued without pause. Even when two masters occupy the same martial realm, their true skill levels are not equal, with internal energy being a crucial factor. Wai Mengchen taunted his opponent, explaining that his rapid growth left his internal energy shallow, which was the very reason he was now losing. As their blades continued their dance, he prepared to demonstrate the second, more important reason. An explosive strike suddenly broke through the rapid exchange of blows. Mok Gyeongwoon was caught completely off guard by the unexpected maneuver. Wai Mengchen coolly named his advantage as experience, observing that his foe had failed to react in time. He pressed his advantage without hesitation, closing the distance between them. While acknowledging the precision of his opponent's moves, Wei Mengchen relentlessly continued his assault. He laid out his foe's weaknesses, a lack of experience against unpredictable attacks and an inferior reserve of internal energy. With cold certainty, Wei Mengchen declared that real battles are cruel and unforgiving. He proclaimed that these two shortcomings would seal his fate as he prepared to unleash his dazzling star power sword technique. Wei Mengchen then unleashed the fourth technique, Brave Heartful Fruitful Flash, declaring that his opponent's own talent had become his hubris. Facing the attack, Mok Gyeongwoon saw a complete sword technique so breathtakingly beautiful it was almost hypnotic. The attack's perfect form was so captivating that Mok Gyeongwoon found himself completely mesmerized. A sudden, reckless urge to deflect the magnificent technique head-on surged within him. He braced himself, deciding to meet the attack with his full power. A blinding explosion of golden energy erupted at the point of impact. The light of the colliding techniques intensified, washing out the entire chamber. Their combined power crackled violently as the two forces struggled for dominance. Mok Gyeongwoon's face was completely obscured by the blinding golden light and bursts of raw energy. Yet, from within the torrent of power, a soft chuckle escaped his lips as he thought to himself, "This is fun." The soft chuckle erupted into a full-throated laugh, his sheer exhilaration echoing with the crackling energy. In that moment, he finally understood the thrill of fighting a true martial master. A wave of pure joy washed over him. This was more fun than any other fight he had ever been in. Wei Mengchen stared in disbelief, calling his opponent's laughter abnormal, but grudgingly admitted that in a few years, he might have been the one to lose. A sinister, crackling energy began to emanate from Wei Mengchen's blade. "However, you were foolish," Wei Mengchen growled, his patience finally snapping. Blood trickled down Mok Gyeongwoon's face, his expression momentarily one of shock. Wei Mengchen accused him of foolishly overestimating his own abilities. He then roared that this very overconfidence would be what gets him killed. From within Mok Gyeongwoon, the blonde woman's voice flared to life, crying out a warning to the mortal before them. The entity gasped in sudden recognition of the technique Wei Mengchen was forming. Wei Mengchen's mind focused, visualizing the characters for his shattering technique. He prepared to unleash his devastating 8 shattering techniques. To his utter astonishment, Wei Mengchen cried out as his sword inexplicably slipped from its intended path. An unseen force, a bizarrely named technique, had deflected the blow, causing Wei Mengchen to grunt in pain and confusion. The master swordsman was left completely bewildered by the impossible turn of events. Mok Gyeongwoon calmly settled back into his fighting stance as if nothing had happened. He had just successfully employed the first technique, the ritual of expulsion. The pale, red-eyed woman's voice echoed with laughter inside his mind, delighted by this unbelievable development. She marveled that he had already learned the ritual of expulsion, the direct opposite of the ritual of attachment she had taught him. While the ritual of attachment pulled things in, the very essence of this new power was to push them out. The woman noted that because the blade had only slipped instead of being fully repelled, his mastery of the technique was still imperfect. Mok Gyeongwoon reflected internally that using the new technique against a skilled opponent was difficult, especially getting the timing right. The woman in red armor's voice then took over, declaring that while the game was fun, her time was running out and it was time to end this. Wei Mengchen recovered, assuming his opponent had used some hidden trick to make his blade slip, but resolved it would not work again. A low growl of pure energy emanated from his sword as he prepared a counterattack. He confidently declared that the same trick would not work twice as he began to channel his enhanced sword skill. Wei Mengchen conceded that his opponent possessed both strange techniques and a remarkably fine sword. He noticed a new crack in his own renowned blade, realizing that dragging out the fight was no longer to his advantage. The need to end the battle immediately became his one and only priority. Vowing to finish it, Wei Mengchen unleashed his dazzling star power sword 7th technique, resistance destroying martial arts stone. The woman in red armor's voice coolly replied, guessing that he must finally be out of new attacks. Wei Mengchen stammered in shock, unable to believe what was unfolding before his very eyes. Mok Gyeongwoon calmly pointed out that he was repeating his attacks, then perfectly recited the name of the very technique Wei Mengchen was using. A cataclysmic explosion of energy rocked the chamber as two identical ultimate techniques clashed. Wei Mengchen, his form unsteady, could not begin to comprehend what had just transpired. The dazzling star power sword was an absolute secret art, passed down to only one successor at a time and unknown to the world. Panting for breath, Wei Mengchen slowly, horrifyingly, understood the implication. In the midst of their life-or-death duel, Mok Gyeongwoon had somehow learned his opponent's sword style and was now unleashing it himself. The air itself screamed under the strain of the overwhelming power being released. This cannot be possible. Wei Mengchen cried out as he was completely overwhelmed by his own, perfected technique. The force of the impact caused his defense to crack and crumble. He let out a final scream of agony as the attack broke through his guard completely. Wei Mengchen's last thoughts were of horror, realizing his foe was not only using his moves but executing them better than he ever could. The monstrous ability to copy, perfect, and instantly surpass an opponent's martial arts was a talent too terrifying to exist. The face of an observer twisted in a mask of strain and grim determination. His mind raced with a terrifying conclusion: this dangerous man would surely target the second young master next. The man with black hair, watching from the side, knew he had to intervene and stop him at any cost. But in that moment, a tense silence fell over the battlefield. The very air seemed to freeze, holding its breath in anticipation. The observing man with black hair stopped dead, his eyes wide with a new, deeper level of shock. In the center of the hall, Wei Mengchen roared, finally admitting that his opponent was a true genius. However, he bellowed, gathering his remaining strength, I am still superior when it comes to chi. He resolved to pour every last bit of his life force into this one final gamble. But just then, that familiar, deeply unsettling feeling that something was fundamentally wrong returned. The two figures continued their desperate, furious clash within the grand hall. An old warrior observing the battle gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. He watched as something impossible happened again, and then again. The old warrior's mind struggled to process what he had just witnessed. His senses zeroed in on Mok Gyeongwoon's chi, which had changed once more. Mok Gyeongwoon stood tall, his scarred body now holding a sword that glowed with an entirely new level of immense power. The old warrior realized with dawning horror that Mok Gyeongwoon hadn't been fighting at full strength from the very beginning. Mok Gyeongwoon, now revealing his true power, turned to the old warrior and stated that he should never have intervened. He then turned his attention back to the bloodied Wei Mengchen, informing him he would have lived longer had he stayed out of it, as the man begged for him to stop. But before Wei Mengchen could finish his desperate plea, Mok Gyeongwoon made his move. With a final, almost gentle slice, the dark-haired man brought the fight to a decisive end, whispering a simple, chilling, good night. The dying man, his life fading, conceded that the battle had been harder than he'd thought. The woman in red agreed, remarking that her companion was stronger than expected but still had a long way to go. She mused that despite his shortcomings, he had defeated a superior foe, and his rate of improvement was simply unbelievable. Her train of thought was suddenly shattered by a peculiar sensation that filled the air. The woman in red identified the gathering miasma as death chi, finding the development interesting and noting this was likely her companion's first time witnessing such a phenomenon. She explained that this occurs when a person dies with profound regrets, their resentful energy coalescing into a human form. The dying man's voice echoed his deepest regret, a desperate wish to have achieved greatness. A stern, spectral figure began to form, seething with a maddening sense of injustice. Having become a resentful spirit, the ghost of Wei Mengchen locked eyes with his killer and spat out Mok Gyeongwoon's name. The furious spirit vowed to deliver a curse, promising to follow Mok Gyeongwoon to the very ends of the earth. Mok Gyeongwoon, his face and clothes stained with blood, offered only a faint, dismissive smile. Wei Mengchen's ghostly form contorted with rage, his eyes flaring with an unholy light. The spirit turned its full, wrathful attention toward the man who had ended its life. Mok Gyeongwoon simply stared back, his gaze intense and unwavering. The spirit of Wei Mengchen faltered, shocked as he began to wonder if he was actually being seen. To the spirit's astonishment, Mok Gyeongwoon calmly confirmed that he could, in fact, see him. The resentful spirit cried out, recoiling in utter disbelief. It stammered, completely baffled by this impossible development. The woman in red's voice cut through the tension, telling the noisy spirit to be quiet. She chided the ghost for acting up when his corpse was barely cold. Terrified, the spirit wondered what kind of calamitous being had been accompanying Mok Gyeongwoon all along, as the woman considered absorbing its power. As the resentful spirit cried out in dismay, Mok Gyeongwoon coolly remarked what a shame it all was. He advised the fading spirit to mind its own business in the future, leaving another onlooker to question just who he was. The scene shifted to the quiet, imposing residence of the dark sect's Mok Gyeongwoon. A palpable, tense energy hung heavy in the silent halls. A figure moving through the residence stopped short, sensing something was wrong. The dark sect leader walked cautiously, noting with deep suspicion that not a single guard or servant was in sight. He slid open a door, revealing a chamber within. The woman in the elaborate headdress sat waiting, coolly stating that he was late. She immediately questioned the dark sect leader, demanding to know where he had been at such a late hour. The scarred man began to claim he was training, but she cut him off, accusing him of lying. He insisted it was the truth and told her to ask the guards, only to trail off, remembering the empty corridors. The woman in the elaborate headdress spoke of an unsettling feeling that had been growing within her. She explained that while a single strange event can be ignored, a constant string of them creates a pattern that cannot be dismissed. Her eyes narrowed as she declared her realization: he was at the very center of it all. The scarred man attempted to feign ignorance before snapping that she had crossed a line. His eyes widened, filled with a sudden, grim resolve. The woman in the elaborate headdress pressed her advantage, demanding to know what he did to the guards. In that moment, she mentally assessed his power, realizing he was far faster than Wei Mengchen and that she stood no chance against him. She had to admit he was fit for his position, having understood the situation without any proof. The dark sect leader knew he couldn't fight his way out of this confrontation, nor could he offer any excuses. Desperate, his mind latched onto one final, drastic option he had to use. As the woman began to state the consequences of his actions, the story flashed back to 100 years ago. A narrator explained a time when a particular religion was brutally oppressed. It was a faith persecuted for spreading beliefs that were said to bring chaos into the world. Back in the present, the woman in the elaborate headdress stared at the dark sect leader with dawning horror. The historical account continued, revealing that this fire-worshipping religion was still considered heretical. In another time and place, a man in red armor accused a masked figure of being a believer in Zoroastrianism. The masked figure's eyes went wide with shock from behind their disguise. Their mind reeled, frantically questioning how their secret could have been discovered. The timeline jumped again, this time to just an hour and 45 minutes ago, where the woman in red knew their enemies were closing in. She decided it was time to read a scroll, which her companion identified as belonging to the dark sect leader. The woman in red revealed the demonic monk had delivered it by possessing a guard. Her companion, a man in dark robes, stared at the strange script in confusion. She identified the writing as the language of Persia, which came as a complete shock. While the narrator explained Persia was a distant land, the woman in red asked how he could possibly recognize the language. The man in dark robes explained that his grandfather had taught it to him while instructing him in foreign medicines. Mok Gyeongwoon then took the scroll and began to read aloud, initially thinking it was some kind of poem. He recited the first verse: "I burn my body with the sacred flames." A close-up showed a woman's intense, burning red eyes. He continued reading the passage, which spoke of having no regrets in life or death and a light that would brighten the path. The woman in red abruptly told him to stop, realizing it wasn't a martial art or a poem, prompting him to ask what it was. She revealed with certainty that what he was reading was a prayer. With no time to spare, she quickly explained it was from a heretical fire-worshipping cult that the government and Murem had tried to eradicate a century prior. That historic purge had led to the deaths of countless people. The woman in red was certain the cult was still persecuted, and a nearby hooded figure understood the implication: if the dark sect leader was a member, it was his ultimate weakness. Mok Gyeongwoon looked up from the scroll, a plan forming as he declared he now had the leader's weakness. The narrator confirmed that this faith could indeed be a vulnerability, but there was a crucial detail unknown to them. What a mortal like Mok Gyeongwoon could not possibly know was the true nature of the cult's devotion. In a flashback, the woman in red spoke to an enemy, while the narration explained that for the sake of their faith, these believers were unyielding. She decided to kill her target then and there, as it was revealed the cultists were willing to do anything for their beliefs. Back in the recent past, Mok Gyeongwoon chided the woman in red, saying she shouldn't have provoked the believers, and she admitted it was a mistake. She had reasoned that it would be best to simply reduce the number of people who knew the secret. With a cold command to die, she had moved to silence her opponent for good. The woman in red had then begun to recite the cult's prayer, starting with, "I burn my body with the sacred flames." As she continued the verse, a sudden, shocking realization stopped her cold. Mok Gyeongwoon had finished the prayer for her, his voice laced with pity for the mortals as the final lines echoed. The moment was met with absolute, stunned silence. In the present, the masked dark sect leader and, in memory, the woman in red both demanded to know how he could possibly know that sacred prayer. The masked man's mind raced, dismissing the idea that his scroll was red, as very few in the Central Plains could understand Persian. His suspicion turned to frantic hope as he wondered if Mok Gyeongwoon could be a generational member, daring to ask if he was one of them. Recalling his promise to the woman in red, Mok Gyeongwoon played his part, feigning surprise as he confirmed this faith was indeed the man's weakness. The masked man, the dark sect leader, took the bait completely and asked with desperate hope if Mok Gyeongwoon was one of them. He questioned if this was all a ruse to pretend to be a believer, unaware that Mok Gyeongwoon was not just using his weakness, he was about to become it. Mok Gyeongwoon turned to the woman in red, reminding her that he had told her this faith would be the dark sect leader's greatest weakness. Staring at Mok Gyeongwoon, the masked man began to ask the question that now consumed him. With a voice trembling with hope, the dark sect leader asked if he was truly one of them. His mind recoiled in suspicion as he questioned if this was all just an elaborate ruse to pretend to be a believer. The second act of Mok Gyeongwoon's intricate deception had officially begun. Some time later, the dark sect leader, now fully convinced she was among friends, laughed joyfully that it was a good day. She expressed her sincere happiness at finding a fellow member of the faith, while Mok Gyeongwoon coolly replied that they were now in the same boat. Mok Gyeongwoon played his part perfectly, vowing to do everything for the sake of their order. The dark sect leader gave a firm nod of satisfied agreement. They sealed their new alliance as she grasped his hand, both reciting the sacred words, "Blessed be the flames." With a final, triumphant laugh, she told her new ally to go and rest. The woman in red armor later remarked on his incredible talent for escaping difficult situations, to which he simply stated that the more people on his side, the better. She had to admit to herself that the way he utilized information was on a completely different level. He hadn't simply won over the dark sect leader. The narrative rewound to a couple of hours earlier, when the leader had first asked if he was truly a member. Back then, the blonde woman had warned him to give up, believing he was simply trying to deceive the leader by pretending to be a member of Zoroastrianism. She insisted his opponent was a master of intelligence, secrets, and espionage. Certain he would be caught, she pleaded with him to stop, but Mok Gyeongwoon calmly replied that her fears were only valid if that was all he was trying to do. The blonde woman could only wonder what he was truly planning. In his initial answer to the dark sect leader, Mok Gyeongwoon had feigned uncertainty about his status as a member, sowing the first seeds of his complex lie. He claimed to have received teachings but was unsure if it was enough, prompting the leader to demand who his teacher was. Mok Gyeongwoon concocted a story about an old man with dark spots on his face who refused to share his name to avoid trouble. The leader found his story vague and asked if he really expected her to believe him, to which Mok Gyeongwoon confidently replied, "Of course not." As she began to question how she could possibly verify his story, he prepared to deliver the master stroke of his deception. The chamber fell silent as Mok Gyeongwoon declared that he was taught the prayers in the original text, a claim that visibly stunned the dark sect leader. A laugh escaped the blonde woman as she realized his true gambit. He was using his perfect memory to his advantage. She knew the leader could never anticipate that he'd memorized the text just by seeing it, and would instead assume it could only have been taught by a high-ranking member. The tense confrontation continued, a battle of wits between two masters of manipulation. The dark sect leader challenged him to prove it by writing down something specific, a challenge Mok Gyeongwoon readily accepted. He paused, pretending to carefully consider which specific teaching he should write. In his mind, he recalled a particular sentence from the scroll that had a distinctly different vibe from the others. Deciding this phrase was perfect for his ruse, he began to write with feigned concentration. The blonde woman marveled at his brilliant improvisation, noting the convenient coincidence that his grandfather had taught him Persian. As Mok Gyeongwoon handed over the parchment, his strategy of layering one subtle lie upon another was in full effect. The leader's hand trembled as she recognized the prayer of the sacred flames, proving that weapons of truth can be used to decorate a lie. Her mind, consumed by faith, immediately jumped to the only old man she had ever heard use that exact phrase. Convinced, she declared that he must have been taught by him, falling completely for the trap set for a zealot. The blonde woman let out a weary sigh, reflecting on how truly frightening this kind of faith could be. The dark sect leader proclaimed that anyone taught by that man was definitely a part of the order. She then eagerly asked if he knew the teacher's whereabouts, but Mok Gyeongwoon replied that the old man had simply vanished one day without a word. The leader was just relieved to hear the man was alive, while the blonde woman noted the irony that Mok Gyeongwoon didn't even know who he was talking about. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the hardest part was over, Mok Gyeongwoon decided to double down on his bluff. He casually mentioned that the old man had left something behind, a statement that shocked both the dark sect leader and his spiritual companion. The blonde woman panicked internally, wondering what he could possibly mean since the man was a complete fabrication. As she questioned his gamble, Mok Gyeongwoon presented another piece of writing, claiming it was a message in Persian he could not decipher. The dark sect leader leaned in, her eyes widening as she examined the unfamiliar script. She slowly sounded out the words written on the page, "Sword of Soul." A jolt of recognition ran through her as she put the words together and uttered the name, Phantom Sword. The blonde woman let out a sharp laugh, utterly astounded by his shrewdness. She now understood his endgame. The Phantom Sword was his grandfather's killer, and he was now linking this target to the very man the dark sect leader was searching for. With this single move, he guaranteed that the dark sect's vast intelligence network would be used to hunt for his enemy. Mok Gyeongwoon had not only fooled the dark sect leader but was now masterfully using her to advance his own quest for revenge. The blonde woman called his scheme ridiculous, though a hint of admiration colored her tone. Despite the plan's brilliance, she still urged him to be careful. When he asked why, she reminded him of the cult's insane obsession and their willingness to do anything for their order. The green-eyed woman confessed that, personally, she had never wanted him to get involved with them in the first place. Mok Gyeongwoon found her sudden concern rather odd. Confused by his reaction, she asked what he meant. He pointed out her hypocrisy. She decried the inefficiency of the Orthodox Murim's ideals, yet held a clear prejudice against a religion from the West. Flustered, the blonde woman stammered, caught completely off guard. She groaned, unable to form a coherent defense against his accurate observation. With a resigned sigh and a faint smile, she finally admitted that he was right and that she was indeed prejudiced. Mok Gyeongwoon told her he liked this quality about her, her ability to always acknowledge the truth when confronted with it. Clicking her tongue, she got back on topic, reminding him that despite his cleverness, he still had to do the hard work on his own. Back in the present moment, Mok Gyeongwoon quietly acknowledged that this was true. His thoughts drifted to his conversation with the leader. He had hoped she would know something about the phantom sword, but was shocked when she claimed to have no information. He had assumed an intelligence master would know something, so he pivoted, mentioning a rumor that the phantom sword was the association leader's personal guard. The dark sect leader was impressed he had heard such things, and Mok Gyeongwoon confirmed the rumor's existence. However, she explained that the rumor was unconfirmed, as only the association leader knew the identity of his guards. Mok Gyeongwoon gritted his teeth in frustration, fearing he had hit yet another dead end. But he refused to accept defeat. He quickly proposed a new lead, suggesting they speak to the Toad Poison King, who was rumored to have fought the phantom sword once. The leader immediately dismissed the idea, stating that the king was in mourning for his mother and was not seeing anyone. Unfazed, Mok Gyeongwoon simply asked, "How about this, then?" as he produced an item that made the leader fall silent. He held out his 3 first-place plaques from the Corpse Blood Valley, suggesting they use this incredible prize as leverage to secure an audience. The leader was aghast at the sacrifice, but Mok Gyeongwoon insisted he wanted to do what he could for the order, winning her over completely. A soft, appreciative gasp escaped the dark sect leader's lips. She thanked him profusely, relieved that a path forward was now clear. With the new plan set, she decided they would depart the very next day. She explained that it was the Toad Poison King's grandson's first birthday, so Mok Gyeongwoon could deliver a gift on her behalf and then present the plaques. The leader was confident this approach would guarantee him a meeting. A quiet sense of victory washed over Mok Gyeongwoon as he finally saw a clear path to his enemy. The pieces of his grand design were clicking perfectly into place. He mused that while he was having to do much of the work himself, this alliance at least offered the possibility of new knowledge. The dark sect leader, now his willing pawn, gestured for them to prepare to depart. And so, their journey began, a quest to find the man who had supposedly fought his grandfather's killer. Mok Gyeongwoon gazed toward the horizon, eager to discover what secrets this Toad Poison King held. As the sun rose, the unlikely trio of schemer, zealot, and spirit set off towards a new, uncertain confrontation. The story continues, weaving a tale of Myst, might, and mayhem. His masked companion from the dark sect announced their arrival, to which the young man responded with a quiet acknowledgement. The masked man gestured towards the grand estate, identifying it as the manor of the Toad Poison King, Baek Saha. Mok Gyeongwoon's mind raced. He was finally at the home of the man rumored to have once fought the phantom sword. As he began to suggest they head inside, he was cut short by an unexpected sight. His eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the approaching figure. It was Wai Soyeon. The woman in red, Wai Soyeon, recognized him in turn, her voice tinged with surprise as she uttered Mok Gyeongwoon's name. A chilling aura suddenly emanated from a man with long black hair, who was instantly identified as the formidable Jeong. A man holding a fan chuckled, remarking on the presence of the dark sect leader's disciple. Others in the vicinity took notice, murmuring amongst themselves as the key players gathered. A man in a red mask let out a gasp of awe, while Jeong grimly realized the gravity of the situation. This was not a good situation at all. Wai Soyeon sighed in resignation, noting that it was only natural for Jeong to be here as well. After all, securing the support of the Toad Poison King would provide a massive advantage in the heated battle for succession. But her thoughts were cut short by a sudden, intense feeling of malice directed her way. A man with an intense gaze, standing near her, fearfully questioned if Jeong looked like he wanted to kill him. A close-up on Jeong eyes revealed a bloodshot fury, crackling with a murderous blue energy. 2 hours earlier, the source of his rage began when Jeong was violently questioned about what he was doing. Wai Mengchen's close subordinate, Jeong, screamed in agony under the pressure. The long-haired man, Jeong, furiously demanded to know how his subordinate's death could have happened under their watch. Jeong Yim's apology was cut short by a brutal blow that choked the words in his throat. Jang Nung-ak gave a cold, merciless order to kill all the guards for their failure to protect their master. The guards' pleas for help were silenced as they were swiftly executed. Jang Nung-ak's murderous gaze then fell upon the terrified Jeong Yim. His retainers desperately intervened, begging their liege not to kill Jeong Yim, as he was the only one left who could command Wei Mengchen's elite forces. A tense silence fell as Jang Nung-ak considered their pleas. A man in a green robe interjected, stating that this assassination was not the work of any ordinary killer. Go Yonhu, the first evil undefeatable demon fist, explained that the final technique had sliced cleanly through both Mengchen's sword and throat. He pointed out that while the cut was clean, the scene was a mess, deliberately arranged to make tracking difficult. As an expert in investigations, Go Yonhu concluded the assassin was at least at the true supreme peak level, and possibly even higher. Jang Nung-ak seethed, realizing there were only a few enemies who possessed that level of martial skill. His mind immediately jumped to his primary rivals, senior disciple Na Yulriang and Wai Soiyan. He reasoned that they wouldn't have acted directly, meaning the killer must have been one of their top subordinates. He slammed his hand down, commanding his men to find the culprit at all costs. Jang Nung-ak swore a solemn vow to exact his revenge in the exact same manner, no matter what it took. His fury then focused on one of the primary suspects, a man whose image burned in his mind. This was Wu Harang, the leader of the Great Palace Squad. As the King of Brilliance's disciple and Wai Soyan's close personnel, Wu Harang was the perfect target for Jang Nung-ak's suspicion. Back in the present, the two factions stood in a tense standoff, their auras clashing violently. Jang Nung-ak's followers desperately urged their young master to calm down, warning that causing a ruckus without proof would do no good. A low growl escaped Jang Nung-ak's lips, his anger barely contained by his subordinates' pleas. Wai Soiyan merely scoffed at the display before turning away, leading her entourage toward the manor. One of her attendants questioned Jang Nung-ak's hostile behavior, earning a smirk from another. An ally of Jang Nung-ak turned to Mok Gyeongwoon, asking if he had sided with their rival, to which he simply replied that he had not. Wai Soiyan paused, telling Mok Gyeongwoon they would talk later, as she couldn't let him steal this opportunity from her. Mok Gyeongwoon knew she was right, with the least support among the candidates, this was his one and only chance. The man with the intense gaze, Wu Harang, steeled his resolve, vowing to help Wai Soiyan become the association leader to avenge Mengchen. An attendant announced the arrival of young lady Wai Soiyan and young master Jang Nung-ak, creating a stir among the waiting guests. As the two prominent successors prepared to make their entrance, Mok Gyeongwoon and his companion decided it was time for them to proceed as well. However, their path was suddenly blocked by a guard who ordered them to halt. An official in purple robes stepped forward, demanding they identify themselves. Mok Gyeongwoon calmly stated he was the dark sect leader's disciple, here to deliver a gift, which earned a quick apology from the official. The official then politely asked him to simply write his name on the guest log. Confused, Mok Gyeongwoon questioned the official's subsequent instruction to return from where he came. A man with a mustache explained that although it was a day of celebration, the Toad Poison King was still in mourning. A woman with black hair added that they had orders to send back any guest who was not deemed important. The mustached man reiterated the point, making their position clear. He firmly told Mok Gyeongwoon that he needed to leave. Behind the now stalled young man, his masked companion stood silently, observing the situation. Elsewhere, a man with a knowing smile watched the proceedings unfold. Inside, the arrival of young lady Wai Soiyan and young master Jang Nung-ak was formally announced. A man in blue robes, watching from within, noted that their arrival was right on time. Baek So-gang, the second eldest of the Baek house, remarked to Madame Jang that this was the successors' only real chance to gain their family's support. Madame Jang mused that with rumors of the association leader's illness spreading, the successors had grown desperate for alliances. A woman in pink wondered why her father didn't just pick one, but Baek So-gang reminded her of their father's stubborn nature. Madame Jeong sighed, concluding they had no choice but to ask the two powerful guests to understand and leave. The members of the Baek family stood in their lavish room, preparing to receive their uninvited guests. Jang Nungyake strode forward, offering his formal greetings to the great lady. Wai Soyeon followed, coolly remarking on the joyous occasion, which drew a sharp glance from her rival. Jang Nungyake pushed past her, offering his congratulations for her grandson's first birthday, causing Madame Jang to flinch at his aggressive demeanor. Wai Soyeon could only let out a frustrated sigh at his boorish behavior. A woman with black hair lamented their constant bickering, but politely thanked them for coming. As she began to politely refuse them entry, a panicked man in green robes burst in, shouting that there was a problem. Huffing for breath, he reported that the dark sect leader's disciple was here, causing the woman to question why he wasn't sent back as ordered. The attendant stammered, unable to explain the complicated situation that was unfolding at the gate. A flashback to the gate showed Mok Gyeongwoon declaring that if he couldn't enter as a guest, he would simply visit under different circumstances. The attendant at the gate had asked for his understanding, but Mok Gyeongwoon's expression turned serious. The attendant in the main hall now relayed the shocking news: the dark sect leader's disciple would be joining them after all. Jang Nungyake reacted with pure astonishment, demanding to know how he managed to get in. The attendant explained that Mok Gyeongwoon had formally requested teachings from the Toad Poison King. He elaborated that a request for teachings made with the authority of the Corpse Blood Valley plaques holds the same power as an order from the association leader and cannot be denied. The heavy gates to the inner manor began to slide open. Mok Gyeongwoon, now identified as the dark sect leader's disciple, prepared to make his grand entrance. The great lady, Madame Jang, cast a suspicious sideways glance, her intricate makeup doing little to hide her wary expression. Mok Gyeongwoon formally offered his greetings, addressing the great lady of the Baek house with deliberate deference. The majestic Baek house stood nestled against the mountains, an ancient fortress under a clear sky. As the gate began to close, a voice from the background cried out for them to wait. The woman in orange demanded to know how Mok Gyeongwoon had entered, while Wai Soyeon remarked that even they had struggled to gain access. Jang Nungyake laughed boisterously, proudly claiming he expected nothing less from his subordinate, which earned an annoyed growl from Wai Soyeon. Mok Gyeongwoon dryly commented on their apparent closeness, to which Jang Nungyake sarcastically confirmed that they were indeed besties. A dangerous glint appeared in Wai Soyeon's eyes as she processed this new dynamic. She then deliberately escalated the tension, asking Mok Gyeongwoon if he still possessed the plaque she had given him, shocking everyone present. As Mok Gyeongwoon panicked, Madame Jang sternly advised the agitated young man not to cause a ruckus. A tense silence filled with unspoken calculations fell upon the courtyard. Her son asked what they should do, and Madame Jang identified the unassuming young man as the true problem. Jang Nungyake reasoned that while they couldn't refuse a request made with the top trainee plaque, they also couldn't just let that one child in alone. The woman in ornate robes, Madame Jang, worried that favoring one would anger the other two powerful guests. With a sigh of resignation, she concluded that they were left with no other choice. Her gaze swept across the three contentious visitors standing before her and her attendants. Madame Jang announced her decision to let them meet her husband, prompting a shocked protest from the young man with dark hair, her son. She quickly silenced him, reasoning that it would be faster for them to simply meet him directly. Her expression dared them to see the situation for what it was. The elderly woman with red markings reminded her son that his father was a peerless master of the poison arts. The unspoken threat behind her words sent a shockwave through the gathered crowd. The guests were then led towards the private residence of the famed Baek Saha. The young man with dark hair, Baek So-gang, apologized for the delay as he greeted them. He informed them that his father would meet all three of them, which elicited a surprised "oh" from Wai Soyeon. However, as Jang Nungyake listened, he learned there was a condition attached to this audience. Baek So-gang explained that they must go to his father themselves, a condition that puzzled the woman in orange. Suddenly, a thick, venomous miasma began to fill the corridor, causing Jang Nung-ak to cry out in alarm. Baek So-gang calmly revealed that the entire building was saturated with poison, a trial they had to overcome to reach his father. Jang Nung-ak recoiled from the noxious fumes, sputtering in disbelief at such a welcome. He quickly understood that the condition itself was to survive the treacherous poison filling the air. Wai Soyan's mind raced with frustration. Of all the potential challenges, it had to be poison. The Baek house's poison was one of the 3 most lethal in Zongfuiwan, and it was rumored that no antidote for it even existed. An impasse was reached as the 3 guests stood on the stairs, facing the silent family members on the platform above. An elder of the Baek house observed that no one was stepping up, knowing it would require the internal energy of a supreme peak master just to endure. The old woman began to assume that none of the guests had the courage to proceed. But then, a single figure moved with sudden, startling decisiveness. The elder cried out in alarm as Mok Gyeongwoon stepped into the poison, certain the young man would be crippled or even die. While Baek So-gang frantically called for a physician, Mok Gyeongwoon simply inhaled and remarked that the aroma was quite good. The man with curly hair and the man with the sharp hairstyle could only stare in stunned silence at his bizarre reaction. Mok Gyeongwoon then calmly listed every single one of the 13 complex poisons mixed in the air, from arsenic to the yellow seeds of monkshood flowers. With a serene smile, he asked if he could be permitted to go in now. The old woman stammered in disbelief, demanding to know how he had learned so much about poison. He casually replied that he hadn't, he had just studied a few poisons and medicinal herbs on his own. The elderly woman gasped in awe, recognizing him as a true, once-in-a-generation genius. A man with long hair explained that knowing poisons was one thing, but identifying them by scent alone was a mark of innate, rare talent. He admitted that such a gift was nearly unheard of, even within their own poison specialist family. The elderly woman declared that she wanted this child, and the young man agreed, finally understanding why he sought teachings from his father. She admitted that what she initially thought was a waste of time now seemed like an opportunity to form a very good connection. Mok Gyeongwoon turned and quietly asked the other 2 what they intended to do. Jang Nung-ak scoffed that he couldn't back down when his subordinate had already gone ahead, drawing a sharp retort from the woman in orange. The young man instructed them to release the poison by circulating their qi and offered to guide them the rest of the way. He would now lead them directly to his father. Pained, guttural moans of effort echoed down the hallway. The air itself seemed to writhe and hiss with venomous energy. The oppressive atmosphere grew heavier and more suffocating with every step. Jang Nung-ak and the woman with the red ribbon gritted their teeth, visibly struggling against the overwhelming poison. Wai Soyan noted the poison's increasing strength and asked Mok Gyeongwoon if he was all right, but he merely gave his opinion on the poison's quality, frustrating her. At last, the man in the blue robe announced that they had arrived. He gestured towards a sealed room, explaining that his father was inside. Wai Soyan looked on with a grim, determined expression. The man in blue warned them that the poison would be even stronger closer to the room, causing Jang Nung-ak to pale. He explained that their family's ultimate art, the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction, produced enough poison chi to melt surroundings, necessitating specially built training rooms. Jang Nung-ak finally understood why Master King had called the Toad Poison King the most dangerous of the 5 kings. The man in the blue robes formally announced to the patriarch that all 3 guests were here. A powerful voice from within the room echoed in surprise, questioning if all 3 of them had truly made it. The Toad Poison King found their success unexpected, while the woman in red armor recognized the heavy true chi in his voice, confirming his legendary strength. She called out his name, acknowledging the master before her. Jang Nung-ak stepped forward, introducing himself as the second disciple and boldly stating he was there to gain his support. The man in blue robes drily complimented his honesty and turned to the woman in red, who admitted she was there for the same reason. Undeterred, the woman in red armor called out to the Toad Poison King once more. Jeong Nungyake passionately declared that he would become the association leader and achieve great things, pleading for support. As his boisterous laughter filled the room, a sudden, crushing spiritual pressure silenced him completely. The man in blue robes dismissed him as all talk, challenging them to prove their worth through their actions. He then issued his challenge: he would grant a single wish to the one who could raise him off the floor. While the smiling man scoffed at the seemingly easy task, the man with dark hair looked on in horror. Jeong Nungyake and the woman in orange tried to approach but were instantly staggered by an immense wave of power. They realized the poison chi had become impossibly strong, forcing them to circulate their own chi just to survive. The man with blue robes watched in despair, recognizing the technique his father was using. The spreading poison of cloud mist, the 7th level of the sutra, was too powerful for even a supreme peak master to endure. It became chillingly clear that his father had no intention of supporting any of them. An eerie silence settled as the deadly mist thickened. The voice of the man in the blue robes cut through the haze, asking them what was wrong. The old man with white hair taunted the struggling warriors, asking if this ordeal wasn't what they had wanted. Suddenly, the toad poison king Bek Saha sensed something was terribly amiss. One figure remained standing amidst the swirling green poison, walking steadily forward. The man in blue stared in utter disbelief, demanding to know what Mok Gyeongwoon was and how he could possibly withstand this deadly art. Mok Gyeongwoon's eyes glowed with an eerie green light, mirroring the poison that surrounded him. As he looked to the side, completely unfazed by the lethal environment, a forgotten memory began to surface. He recognized something from deep within his past. It was the very same marking. He gritted his teeth, his determined steps echoing in the poison chamber as he advanced. It was the marking left behind by one specific man. This was the mark of the man who had killed his grandfather. His voice, clear and steady, cut through the tension as he stated he was requesting teachings. His true purpose here was to learn about the Phantom Sword. And he was formally requesting these teachings from the Toad Poison King. The story pauses to celebrate 100 chapters of Mayhem, with a cheer from artist Yang Jiangel. The congratulations continue, as John Daldal of The Judge returns wishes for 1,000 more chapters. The series' own artist, Mad Bird, joins in to commemorate the 100-chapter milestone. Jeong-san adds their own voice to the chorus of congratulations for the series. Ji Jero, creator of Boundless Necromancer, offers their congratulations on this significant achievement. Author Jean Yuri of Coin Jackpot After Divorce also sends well wishes for the 100th chapter. Jean, the author of Hero Without Blood or Tear, celebrates the 100-chapter accomplishment. Pumpkin Bird, from Bad Born Blood, offers their enthusiastic congratulations for 100 chapters. Mokaprog extends their own heartfelt congratulations on the series reaching its 100th installment. The user 584 adds their praise for the series' 100-chapter milestone. Finally, 1.z of Solo Max Level Newbie enthusiastically urged the team to keep going for 100 more years. A young man's voice cut through the toxic air as he formally requested teachings from the Toad Poison King. With unwavering resolve, the young man repeated his question, his voice filled with an unnerving intensity. The man in the blue robe looked on, utterly shocked by the intruder's audacity. The elder with the white beard, Bek Saha, questioned how the young man could possibly endure the cloud mist poison, a feat that should be far beyond his level. The young man recognized the king's technique, void capture, and internally acknowledged the effortless control that marked him as one of the 5 kings. He then delivered a staggering insult, asking if this pitiful display was what the legendary king considered strong, dismissing his poison as unimpressive. A wave of collective shock rippled through the chamber at his blasphemous words. Bek Saha's initial fury quickly melted into intrigued laughter at the sheer arrogance of the youth before him. With a slight gesture, the Toad Poison King challenged him, asking if he truly believed the poison wasn't lethal. A palpable sense of dread filled the air as the king's power began to surge. A man with dark hair cried out in alarm for his father as a thunderous crash echoed through the room. The Toad Poison King, now fully enraged, dared the young man to endure his next attack. A devastating shockwave erupted as Bek Saha unleashed his palm technique of demon destruction. Bek Saha chuckled, confident the poison had already reached the young man's internal organs, but his taunt was cut short. The young man mockingly asked how long he was expected to withstand it, his nonchalance leaving Bek Saha utterly stunned and speechless. The youth casually explained that while the king's true chi would have killed him, the poison had no effect, infuriating Bek Saha, who couldn't comprehend such a constitution. With two swift movements, the young man seized Bek Saha's arm, shocking the elderly master. As Bek Saha demanded to know what he was doing, the young man simply stated it was nothing much. He then revealed his true purpose, calmly stating he was just showing the king the poison that he himself possessed. Bek Saha spat out a curse in disbelief as the young man's grip tightened with a sickening crunch. For all poison artists, there exists an ultimate realm, to have one's own flesh and blood become a potent toxin, to become a true human of poison. Bek Saha trembled, realizing the youth was claiming to have achieved the very state he had dedicated his entire life to but could not reach. The young man placed a single drop of his own black blood onto the king's finger. A sharp gasp escaped Bek Saha as the impossible truth of the poison's potency registered in an instant. The young man confirmed the horrifying reality, declaring himself a man of poison. Staggered, Bek Saha could only stammer, asking what this power was that he was feeling. The king's mind reeled in disbelief that this youth possessed the one thing he had coveted his entire life. The young man spoke of this legendary state as if it were nothing, a fact that dumbfounded the old master. Overwhelmed, Bek Saha collapsed to his knees, enveloped by the swirling green miasma of his own poison. A sudden, unfamiliar sensation coursed through the old man's body. Coughing violently, Bek Saha realized with horror that the single drop of blood had poisoned him. The young man's arrogant words, "Is this what you consider strong?" echoed in his mind with terrifying clarity. Bek Saha let out a grim laugh, finally understanding the youth's words weren't arrogance, but a simple statement of fact. With a final groan, the Toad Poison King collapsed to the floor. A moment of stark silence passed. The young man cried out in alarm, surprised by the king's sudden and complete collapse. A man with black hair observed that the poison had paralyzed the king's stiffened legs long ago. He advised the young man to approach the king himself, who now understood that Bek Saha had been immobile from the start. The black-haired man warned that the king's own reversed poison was now rushing to his brain and that he would soon fall into a coma or die. The young man panicked, realizing he wouldn't be able to learn about the phantom sword if the king died. The legendary Toad Poison King lay defeated, his face stained with his own blood. A blonde woman urgently reminded the young man about the medicine he possessed. A man in a red mask specified the reward he'd received, the legendary Heaven-Earth Essence. The young man commanded them to feed the essence to the king, hoping it would help him expel the poison. Bek Saha, barely conscious, was astounded they would use a miracle medicine on him, having failed to stop the poison's reverse flow himself. He resolved to use the entirety of the medicine's immense power not to heal, but to drive out every last trace of poison from his body. The young man found the king's desperate struggle strange, causing the old master to pause. He questioned why Bek Saha was fighting the poison, advising him to simply accept it. The silver-haired old man was taken aback by the strangely familiar words. The advice triggered a deep memory, for those were the exact words his father, Baekgyu, had always told him. A flashback began, with Bek Saha recalling how he had always chased after his father's shadow. He remembered his father, the legendary Baekgyu. His father was a peerless martial artist who created the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction and became the first human of poison, slaying the Sichuan Tang clan's patriarch to become the Grandmaster of Poison Arts. However, the path was treacherous, and none of his children could reach the eighth realm. His eldest, a supposed genius, had died trying. His third son had been left paralyzed in his lower body from the strain. A much younger Bek Saha had once desperately folded his hands and pleaded for an answer. He had stood before his father, his voice filled with apprehension. The 25-year-old Bek Saha asked if it was truly impossible for him to reach the eighth realm. He voiced his deepest fear, asking if he was destined to die or be crippled like his brothers. His father, Bek Yu, simply replied that the sutra was the path, and that he must adjust to it. The vague response caused young Bek Saha to erupt in frustration. He screamed that he lived in constant fear of death or paralysis and begged for a real answer instead of the same cryptic advice. His desperate cry echoed in the chamber as he demanded to know what he was supposed to do. Bek Yu had only replied that he would know when the time came. The young Bek Saha's frustrated retort was left hanging in the air. Back in the present, the elderly Bek Saha whispered the same question that had haunted him his entire life: when is that supposed to be? The old master stared intently at his hand, a lifetime of confusion beginning to clear. He lamented that he had waited and waited, only for his legs to become paralyzed, never reaching the eighth realm he so coveted. As he wondered what he was supposed to do, a powerful realization struck him. His father's voice seemed to echo in his mind. It was followed by the young man's question, "Why are you fighting the poison?" The image of the young man standing over him blended with the memory of his father's words. Bek Saha's eyes snapped open, looking at the youth with newfound understanding. The young man repeated the crucial advice one last time: just accept it. Addressing him by name, the young man continued his lesson. He delivered the final, devastating truth: the time his father spoke of had already arrived long ago. A brilliant golden aura flared around Bek Saha as the enlightenment washed over him, his eyes wide with intense comprehension. Within his mind, the Toad Poison King finally understood everything. He realized he had always ignored his father's advice to adjust, but hearing it from this child had finally broken through his stubbornness. Bek Saha acknowledged that his body had been ready for the transformation for a very long time. The only thing that had been stopping him, he now knew, was himself, a revelation that shocked the onlooking dark-haired woman. The woman watched in amazement, realizing the old king was finally starting to accept the poison. The blonde woman dryly remarked that the old mortal was indeed very lucky. His body began to change, adapting to the enlightenment that his own fear had been suppressing for decades. He was undergoing a profound metamorphosis, shattering the wall he had been stuck behind his entire life. Bek Saha was ascending to the evolutionary realm, finally on the path to becoming a true man of poison. The blonde woman remarked that the old mortal was indeed lucky as a strange sound filled the air. She noted with a hint of jealousy that his body was rapidly changing to adapt to his newfound enlightenment. The wall that had held him back for a lifetime was finally crumbling, allowing him to undergo a profound metamorphosis. With a final surge of power, Bek Saha ascended to the evolutionary realm, on the path to becoming a true man of poison. His new, youthful form was wreathed in a residual aura. With a sharp step, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, standing on his own for the first time in decades. A soft hum of energy emanated from him as he took in his renewed vitality. Jinwoo calmly offered his congratulations, startling the newly transformed man. Bek Saha, his voice now deeper and stronger, could only utter a single word in his surprise. Jinwoo admitted he was worried the man might pass out from his blood, never expecting him to achieve a full metamorphosis instead. A wide grin spread across Bek Saha's face as he commented that hearing such words from Jinwoo was particularly touching. He then added that there was another, more noticeable change. Jinwoo pointed out that Bek Saha had also become significantly younger. Bek Saha looked at his own hands, realizing Jinwoo was right and recalling that all masters of the eighth realm possessed a youthful appearance, a benefit far beyond his simple wish to walk again. Shifting gears, Bek Saha declared their deal void since he got up on his own, but Jinwoo's retort made him scoff at the implication he was ungrateful. He sincerely stated that he could never forget the one who saved him from a lifetime as a cripple, to which Jinwoo gave a simple, heartfelt thank you. Bek Saha, pleased with the young man's response, suddenly vanished in a burst of speed, surprising Jin Woo. Jin Woo laughed, realizing Baek Saha was merely testing him, playfully calling him an arrogant bastard for forcing his hand. Conceding the point, Baek Saha formally acknowledged Jin Woo as his savior and asked what he could do to repay the favor. He offered anything from martial arts and rare poisonous plants to immense wealth, but Jin Woo only had one request. When Jin Woo stated he only had a question, Baek Saha was momentarily taken aback. Jin Woo then made his singular demand, to be told everything about the Phantom Sword. He insisted he needed nothing else, only the story of Baek Saha's legendary fight against the elusive warrior. Baek Saha fell into a pensive silence, the weight of the past settling upon him. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed to tell Jin Woo about the Phantom Sword. He specified he would recount exactly how their battle unfolded. A memory ignited as Jin Woo felt a surge of anticipation. He was finally on the verge of learning the truth about the mysterious Phantom Sword. Baek Saha began his tale with a startling preface. He confessed that despite their famous battle, he had no idea who the Phantom Sword truly was. Baek Saha explained that the man wore a mask, completely concealing his face and age, and there was more to the story. In a vivid flashback, a single, devastating strike sent a figure flying. He explained that what happened could not even be called a fight. Baek Saha recalled his utter helplessness, a feeling of despair he hadn't experienced even when facing the 8th Mastery Master, Ho Tae-gang. Every poison technique he unleashed was effortlessly scattered by the masked swordsman's overwhelming skill. The Phantom Sword's true strength, he realized, was far greater than any rumor had suggested. The fight ended abruptly when the masked man simply stopped, declaring that it was enough and leaving Baek Saha stunned. Enraged by the apparent pity, Baek Saha demanded to know why he had stopped, only to be asked if he truly wished to fight an injured man. Baek Saha was confused by the Phantom Sword's claim of being injured. In a shocking move, the masked man tore open his own robes, revealing a gruesome, pulsating wound corrupting his chest. As a master of poison arts, Baek Saha instantly recognized the fatal mark of a poison palm, realizing with dread that his opponent had fought him in such a critical state. The crushing truth dawned on him, he had never stood a chance. Overcome with shock, Baek Saha asked who could have possibly done this to him, guessing at the powerful Ouyang or Sichuan Tang clans. The Phantom Sword uttered a single, unexpected name, Radiant Medicine Immortal. Baek Saha was floored, knowing the man only as the greatest physician alongside the renowned physician of Huai Ta, not a martial artist. The masked man then tossed a small object towards the stunned Baek Saha. Recognizing the item with a gasp, Baek Saha heard the Phantom Sword ask if he now understood why they had no reason to fight. The masked warrior instructed him to return the item to its owner and deliver a specific message. I was interrupted. After the Phantom Sword vanished, Baek Saha was left with the knowledge that not only was the swordsman impossibly strong, but the renowned physician of Huai Ta was a poison master superior to himself. Back in the present, Jin Woo, captivated by the story, asked what object the Phantom Sword had given him. Baek Saha leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice to reveal the secret. He confessed that the item was none other than the association leader's plaque. Jin Woo theorized that the Phantom Sword might be a guard for the association leader, but Baek Saha quickly dismissed that as an unknown. Baek Saha recounted that when he presented the plaque to the association leader, he was simply told to never speak of the matter again. The implication was clear to Jin Woo, the one person who knew the Phantom Sword's identity was the association leader. The connection between the Phantom Sword and the association leader's plaque solidified a new plan in Jin Woo's mind. He finally understood the true power structure at play, realizing the association leader was one of the legendary Six Heavens, masters who had reached the pinnacle of martial prowess. With a new target in his sights, Jin Woo declared his intention to meet the association leader. Having gotten the information he sought, Jin Woo thanked the old master and prepared to take his leave. Baek Saha, however, stopped him, questioning if he was forgetting about the teaching he had promised to receive. A wide, knowing laugh escaped Baek Saha as he realized Jin Woo had never intended to become his disciple in the first place. The dark-haired woman, caught in the ruse, offered an apology for their deception. Baek-saha, amused rather than angered, insisted that he must repay his debt and offered to teach Jinwoo something truly valuable. He cryptically told the young man to look forward to his lesson, leaving him intrigued. Elsewhere, Mok Gyeongwoon gasped for air, his lungs burning from the exhaustive chase. Beside him, the blonde woman also struggled to catch her breath, her eyes wide with lingering fear. She cursed their mysterious pursuer, unable to comprehend such monstrous stamina. The woman realized with growing dread that her opponent was digesting the poison faster than she was, rapidly closing the gap in their power. As they frantically scanned their surroundings, a figure appeared in the distance. The blonde woman spotted their target, shouting for him to stop so they could continue their talk. To their shock, the man they had been pursuing was not alone, standing with him was Mok Gyeongwoon. Another man in orange robes expressed his surprise, only for a rejuvenated Baek So-gang to calmly remark on the commotion. Baek So-gang stared in disbelief at his father, who now stood before him completely transformed. He stammered in awe, asking if his father had truly undergone a complete metamorphosis. The onlookers buzzed with excitement, realizing a new martial master had just been born into the association. The woman in orange and the curly-haired man rushed forward, eager to congratulate Baek-saha and secure his favor. The woman suggested a celebration, but her offer was cut short by a puff of smoke from Baek-saha's pipe. The old master calmly stated it was all right, dismissing their fawning. He reminded them that their business was not over, as the condition of helping him to his feet had not been met by either of them. The curly-haired man and the woman in orange could only stand in stunned, dejected silence. Baek-saha then turned his attention to his son, Baek So-gang, with a new announcement. He declared that from that day forward, Jinwoo was his official disciple and a new member of their family, to be treated as a brother. As Jinwoo reacted with surprise, Baek-saha continued his explanation. He explained this was his reward, as the family's ultimate technique, the Poison Sutra of Demon Destruction, could not be taught to an outsider. Baek So-gang protested that the technique was a treasured family secret, but his father simply stated that was precisely why he was adopting Jinwoo. When Jinwoo mentioned his allegiance to the dark sect leader, Baek-saha brushed it aside, confidently stating he would handle it with the other leader personally. Realizing the old master wouldn't take no for an answer, Jinwoo internally decided to go along with the plan for now. A glint of understanding flashed in Jinwoo's eyes as he glanced at the shocked faces of Baek So-gang's rivals. He instantly grasped the true reason behind Baek-saha's public declaration. By becoming the disciple of both the Toad Poison King and the Dark Sect leader, Jinwoo would instantly become a formidable rival to the other ambitious members of the clan. The old master confirmed Jinwoo's thoughts, musing that all attention would now be diverted to him, a burden disguised as a reward. Baek-saha smirked, inwardly admitting that the clever young man had thoroughly outmaneuvered him. Deep within the martial world lay the clandestine underworld assassin pavilion. A man with a staff urgently asked if the long-awaited figure had finally arrived. After receiving confirmation, another man in gray stood in silent, heavy contemplation. The air crackled with anticipation, the time was finally near. For the pavilion master, Jo Yugong, a crucial moment was upon them. The elderly monk stewed over the news that senior disciple Jo Tae-chung had returned without warning from a secret mission. The usurper recalled his pact with Mok Gyeongwoon, remembering his own feigned reluctance to take his dead master's position. He had sealed the deal, promising to become the pavilion master and hide the fact that his partner had been the one to kill their master. The elderly monk had only feared the sun-rank senior disciple, and now the man himself was back. Yet, the masked usurper tried to convince himself that he was not worried. He believed all his preparations were complete and his position secure. He had manipulated his master's reanimated corpse to seize power before sinking the body in a distant lake. Arriving at the main hall, the elderly monk, dressed in yellow, asked a guard if Jo Tae-chung was inside. Filled with a false sense of security, he dismissed the guards, convinced he held every advantage. The heavy doors creaked open, revealing the scene within. A subordinate, turning to greet the legendary senior disciple, was abruptly cut short. The man froze in utter shock, his greeting dying on his lips. The elderly monk stared in disbelief at the sight before him. Senior disciple Zhou Taichung was already sitting upon the pavilion master's throne as if it were his own. A heavy, charged silence filled the grand hall as the elderly monk stood frozen. Forcing himself to stay calm, the elderly monk reasoned that Zhou Taichung was merely trying to unnerve him, and formally welcomed him back. Zhou Taichung, his eye bandaged, casually acknowledged the greeting and the rumors of his secret mission. With biting sarcasm, Zhou Taichung feigned surprise that the new master knew of his mission, remarking that things seemed to be running well. The elderly monk noted Zhou Taichung's sharp edge but dismissed it as understandable bitterness. He began his performance, humbly stating that while the position should have been Zhou Taichung's, he was trying his best to get used to the responsibility. The elderly monk continued his act of a reluctant leader, claiming he understood the senior disciple's frustration but was merely following orders. With calculated gravity, he declared he was following the final orders of their late master. Zhou Taichung's eyes narrowed as he questioned this convenient claim. In a conceptual flashback, the masked elderly monk recounted the lie he told, twisting the master's will to justify his own ascension. Zhou Taichung remained outwardly impassive, but his mind raced, questioning if their master had truly said such a thing. The elderly monk swore on his word that the story was true. Believing himself utterly justified, he even encouraged Zhou Taichung to ask the others he had already swayed. Zhou Taichung's voice was dangerously quiet as he repeated the lie, feigning acceptance. The elderly monk warily observed his surroundings, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. A tense standoff ensued between the two men, the space between them crackling with unspoken conflict. Dropping all pretense, Zhou Taichung's voice turned cold as he remarked on how badly the other man must have wanted the position. A sudden, sharp movement broke the stillness. The two martial artists locked eyes, their silent confrontation about to erupt into violence. To the elderly monk's horror, Zhou Taichung seemed to summon the spirit of their deceased master. The usurper let out a sharp gasp, recoiling from the impossible sight. Panicking, the elderly monk wondered how his crime was discovered before unleashing his own desperate attack. Zhou Taichung calmly summoned his own power, calling forth Toru and Hyumwon. A powerful force whistled through the air toward the outmatched monk. An explosion of spiritual energy filled the room. The elderly monk found himself thrown through a chaotic portal, debris raining down around him. He was caught in the heart of the blast, his body tumbling helplessly through the rubble. He grunted in pain as the force slammed into him. The usurper screamed in agony as his defeat became certain. His body hit the ground with a thud, followed by the steady sound of footsteps approaching. The defeated monk looked up to see Zhou Taichung standing before him, flanked by two colossal, menacing spirits. These were Toru, the mythical red flying star, and the equally fearsome Hyumwon, the senior disciple's two terrifying familiar spirits. Zhou Taichung demanded to know who it was, but the fallen monk could only ask what he meant. Zhou Taichung explained that the monk lacked the power for the technique he used, meaning someone must have helped him. With chilling intensity, he demanded the name of the co-conspirator. A man in armor watching the interrogation clicked his tongue, ordering more pressure to be applied, and the fallen monk cried out in agony. The man in armor and Zhou Taichung offered a painless death in exchange for the name of his accomplice. The defeated monk gasped for air, knowing he could never defeat the senior disciple. But a defiant thought began to form in his mind. A flicker of resolve ignited within the dying man. He recalled a past conversation, a memory of when he had addressed the senior disciple with false deference. The monk remembered admitting that he had given up the position of successor when he first became a disciple. He had confessed his inferiority to Zhou Taichung's overwhelming talent, but his confession had a hidden caveat. The elderly monk recalled that despite his words, he still dreamed, a feeling amplified after being defeated by that child. His memory drifted to a young man practicing his art, a fierce prodigy with immense potential. He remembered the sight of the young man, Mok Gyeongwoon, effortlessly wielding flames in his hands. The elderly monk lingered on this memory, a source of his current, fatal loyalty. He had believed that even if he himself failed, that child was destined to reach heights he could never dream of. Back in the present, Jo Taechung's power crackled as he prepared the final blow. Finding his courage, the elderly monk spat that as a master, he would never sell out his student. Jo Taechung prepared to unleash the power of the Willow Spirit Divine General. The blindfolded disciple simply called the monk a fool for his misplaced loyalty. A final, piercing scream echoed through the hall. With his last breath, the monk could only think of one name, Gyeongwoon. Miles away, Mok Gyeongwoon felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to run. A woman in red attire called out to Gyeongwoon, snapping him from his daze and asking him to come say hello. Mok Gyeongwoon stumbled over his words, trying to brush off his sudden distraction. He reflected internally that he had just been thinking of someone, unaware that his accomplice had just met his end. A new day dawned over the mountain range, its light gracing the traditional rooftops below. A man with a scarf let out a long breath, having left guard Suk Jeong behind. He remarked that the woman with long hair must have been waiting for quite some time, startling her. After he quickly corrected himself, she simply urged that it was time for them to go. Later, under a canopy of stars, misty mountains stood in silent watch. The aerial view revealed a sprawling city glittering below, a vast sea of lights against the deep night. The woman with long hair noticed Mok Gyeongwoon had paused and asked him what was wrong. A man in the background announced that a guest was waiting, prompting a surprised reaction from Gyeongwoon. The guest revealed himself as squad leader Woo Harang, who couldn't help but compliment Gyeongwoon on his amazing chi detection. Gyeongwoon, recognizing him as one of Wai Soyan's close aides, noted that Woo Harang hadn't bothered to hide his presence. Woo Harang retorted that he disliked hiding his chi like a rat, all while internally identifying Gyeongwoon as his target. He disdainfully recalled that this was the arrogant bastard who had received a plaque from the young lady. Beside him, a mustachioed man clicked his tongue, finding it annoying that she would give her plaque to such a useless-looking man. Woo Harang formally relayed his purpose, stating that the young lady had asked him to bring Gyeongwoon to her. The mustachioed man interrupted, bluntly stating his dislike for Gyeongwoon and asking if he remembered someone named Yob Wyson. An older man standing behind them recalled the name, remembering him as an obstacle from a past encounter. The mustachioed man explained that Yob Wyson was his junior disciple, and since Gyeongwoon was the cause of his misfortune, he could not simply stand by and do nothing. Woo Harang calmly brought the focus back to the plaque that Gyeongwoon had received from the young lady. He then presented his own plaque, offering to resolve the tense situation himself. He proposed a wager, a duel where the loser would forfeit their plaque and all negative emotions tied to the incident. The younger man, Mok Gyeongwoon, simply let out a sharp, dismissive laugh. Gyeongwoon declared that the man's intentions were painfully obvious, making another man with a bandana tense up. With a knowing smirk, Mok Gyeongwoon correctly identified the man's true motive as jealousy. The woman in red confirmed his assessment, noting how the man's expression had faltered at the mention of the plaque and accusing him of seeing their liege as his woman. Gyeongwoon piled on, accusing the man of even selling out his own junior disciple, an insult that finally pushed the man over the edge. In a flash of anger, the mustachioed man lunged forward, grabbing Gyeongwoon's collar with a guttural cry. He furiously screamed, demanding to know how they dared to insult him. Unfazed, the woman in red acknowledged his love for the young lady, but cruelly noted it would never work out if she became the association leader. She continued her psychological assault, suggesting he was actively trying to sabotage the young lady's succession. With chilling accuracy, she deduced that trying to steal Gyeongwoon's plaque was a key part of his desperate plan. But before the mustachioed man could retort, he noticed a strange energy beginning to emanate from Gyeongwoon. Mok Gyeongwoon coldly asked if he really thought he could succeed, as a sinister green aura erupted around him, prompting a distant observer named Seo Hyen to identify it as poison arts. The deadly green mist rapidly spread across the ground, crawling towards the nearby building. From her hiding spot, Seo Hyun watched the scene unfold in stunned silence. She, Jeong Nungake's close aide and the infamous Fourth Evil, could not believe what she was witnessing. Her mission was to persuade Gyeongwoon to join her liege's forces, but she had stumbled upon a scene far beyond anything she had anticipated. She racked her brain about Wu Harang, the first of the 5 tigers and the official successor to the King of Brilliance. That very same Wu Harang, a paragon of the Heaven-Earth Association's youth, was now coughing violently on the ground, having been defeated with shocking ease. Seo Hyun immediately understood that this was a development of massive importance. She realized they had severely misjudged Gyeongwoon, and knew she had to report this staggering new information right away. Just as she resolved to leave, a silver-haired woman appeared beside her, remarking that she had witnessed something quite interesting. Suddenly, the silver-haired woman's eyes widened in shock as a wave of flame-like energy erupted near her. An unknown and overwhelming power flared in the air. The silver-haired woman managed to mutter that this new arrival was an interesting one. Her body began to tremble as she realized she hadn't felt any presence at all, even though someone was now standing directly behind her. The voice she heard sent a cold dread through her as she began to understand the danger she was in. Gyeongwoon's companion, the woman with long dark hair, simply told her target that she needed to rest. A quiet, final sound marked the observer's swift incapacitation. Back at the initial confrontation, the mustachioed man choked and gasped for air under Gyeongwoon's power. Mok Gyeongwoon calmly informed the man that he didn't care who he liked, a statement that seemed to break his opponent's spirit. He assured the man he wouldn't snitch, but pointed out that his petty jealousy had led him to make a completely unnecessary and foolish bet. With a final, condescending glance, Gyeongwoon noted that the outcome must be quite disappointing for him. Defeated and broken, the mustachioed man could only stare back in silence. As Gyeongwoon turned to say his goodbyes, his keen senses picked up on something amiss. He suddenly registered that the presence of the woman who had been watching him was gone. On the ground nearby, a woman in a yellow dress now lay completely still and unconscious. The watcher's chi presence had vanished without a trace. The mustachioed man finally collapsed to the ground with a soft thud. Mok Gyeongwoon spun around, his mind racing as he questioned what had just happened. The space where the observer had stood just moments before was now completely empty. They were gone. A new, previously unnoticed observer mused that they had not felt Gyeongwoon's movements at all. This mysterious watcher noted how Gyeongwoon had knocked out both Jeong and Wu Harang in a flash. Yet, despite this incredible feat, they had felt neither his presence nor his movements during the entire exchange. The observer's voice finally cut through the air, demanding to know who Mok Gyeongwoon truly was. Mok Gyeongwoon replied with a playful challenge, telling the voice to guess. In an instant that defied perception, he vanished from his spot. The observer was caught completely by surprise, unable to track the movement. Appearing directly behind the powerful figure, Gyeongwoon mockingly asked where he was looking and how he was supposed to guess like this. The observer's eye widened in sheer shock and disbelief at the impossible speed. The scene shifted, revealing the confrontation now involved 3 figures, with 2 facing away from a new party. A blonde woman stood among them, silently observing the tense standoff. A person in a hat asked for a description of the newcomer, to which another replied that one of his eyes was dark. The description continued, noting that his other eye was a distinct, whitish-gray. A close-up of a striking blue eye confirmed the unique and identifying feature. The observers identified him by his reputation, Mok Gyeongwoon, disciple to both the dark sect leader and the infamous Toad Poison King. The battlefield was now crowded with the senior disciples of both Wai Soyeon and Jeong Nungaek. And standing before them all was the association leader's revered first disciple. Mok Gyeongwoon formally addressed his powerful new opponent, offering his greetings to the first disciple, Na Yolryang. Nearby, a man with dark hair let out an audible gasp of surprise. The first young master, Na Yulriang himself, found the situation truly interesting and coolly asked how Jeongwoon could have possibly known his name. A white-haired, red-masked figure once explained that receiving 4 top trainee plaques would grant a direct request for teachings from the association leader. A woman in a traditional outfit elaborated that only one person, the first young master, had ever achieved this, possessing an overpowering chi and standing closest to the leader. That man's name was Na Yulriang. A man in dark robes wondered why such a prodigy would need to compete for the successor position, a question that visibly startled the woman. She conceded that while Na Yulriang was the most talented candidate, his support was mysteriously capped at only 40%. With a grim expression, she revealed that there was something severely wrong with him. The man in dark robes pressed for an explanation, but the woman hesitated. She finally admitted that Na Yulriang was simply different from a normal person. Back in the present, Na Yulriang chuckled at Mok Gyeongwoon's confusion, finding the situation deeply interesting. Na Yulriang felt a strange sense of kinship, musing to himself that Gyeongwoon was just like him. The smirking man finally understood why someone from the orthodox Murem would convert to their ways. He accused Jeongwoon of harboring the same murderous desires, concluding the orthodox Murem must have been terribly boring for him. Mok Gyeongwoon smoothly feigned ignorance, claiming not to understand what Na Yulriang meant. Brushing aside the denial, Na Yulriang asked how Jeongwoon knew his name, to which Jeongwoon simply answered that he guessed. Na Yulriang scoffed at a guess without evidence, but Jeongwoon corrected him, citing the instant knockout of young lady Wai Soyan's aide. He continued his deduction, mentioning the takedown of young master Jang Nung-a's aide, which caused Na Yulriang to flinch. Jeongwoon explained that only a few people possessed such power, and only the successors would attend the Toad Poison King's grandson's first birthday. With the other 2 successors having no reason to attack their own subordinates, Jeongwoon was left with only one suspect, a fact Na Yulriang affirmed was correct. A confident smirk settled on Na Yulriang's lips. The man in blue robes praised Jeongwoon's intellect, admitting he had planned to let the others deal with him for fun. The woman in red, however, declared that after witnessing Jeongwoon's ability firsthand, she could no longer stand by. She noted Na Yulriang's interest and urged Jeongwoon to use this as his chance to get closer to the association leader. An unstable energy suddenly began to crackle violently through the air. The woman in red watched in wide-eyed alarm as the energy erupted. The force of the powerful blast radiated outward in a destructive wave. She could only stare, utterly stunned by the sudden, overwhelming display of power. A question lingered in the air about the strange feeling of meeting one of your own kind. Na Yulriang's voice described this encounter as a sense of belonging. In his mind, however, this feeling was twisted into a premonition that something was deeply wrong. That feeling of distorted kinship quickly festered into a deep, chilling hatred. Mok Gyeongwoon's eye, now bloodshot and intense, remained fixed on the escalating danger before him. The blonde woman urgently warned Jeongwoon to be careful, calling Na Yulriang a bastard. She revealed that he had reached the evolutionary realm. It was a state that transcended human limits, a power said to be capable of splitting mountains and oceans. His chi, silent and still yet ready to burst forth, was the very definition of the evolutionary realm. Destructive energy began to erupt from the ground, tearing through the corridor. Screams of shock and pain echoed from those caught in the sudden release of power. Mok Gyeongwoon realized with horror that Na Yulriang had completely sealed the area with his true chi. Na Yulriang announced with grim satisfaction that no one would interrupt them now. The scene flashed to a chaotic battle between 2 robed figures amidst the wreckage of a collapsing building. A black-haired man in dark robes strained under the assault, his face streaked with dirt and sweat. With a sickening crack, he was thrown backward in a spray of his own blood. The black-robed man's body skidded violently across the debris-littered floor. An enormous, clawed foot slammed into the ground, shattering the earth. His white-robed attacker let out a peal of maniacal laughter. He taunted his foe for deflecting a blow meant to explode his head, sarcastically complimenting his talent. Enveloped by a sinister purple aura, the black-robed man brandished his sword, preparing to fight back. The white-robed attacker unleashed a furious barrage of energy attacks from above. Despite the onslaught, the black-robed man managed to deflect the multiple energy slashes. His opponent, a man with long black hair, remarked that he was the first to last this long against him since the Five Tigers guy. He mused that he understood Jeongwoon's desire to kill him, but doubted others would. The long-haired man mocked him for resorting to words when their strength was so mismatched, before adding that he, too, had to live. He then complimented his opponent's defiant eyes, finding them far more interesting than his words. With a sinister chill, he invoked a technique known as the ritual of expulsion. A sharp cry of agony pierced the air. The man with long black hair feigned a look of mild surprise at the sound. With a powerful roar, he unleashed the full might of his attack. Jeongwoon cried out as he was struck by an immense wave of reflective energy. The staggering force of the impact left him breathless. The power of the ritual of expulsion was undeniable. The black-haired man in dark robes grimly confirmed that his worst fears were true. His white-robed adversary explained that it was impossible to respond to such ever-changing attacks. The air was filled with the agonizing screams of unseen victims. The white-robed man declared that he and his opponent were the same, and thus he wouldn't be afraid of death. He then cruelly wondered if that fearless expression would hold after he had severed all of his limbs. Seeing an opening, the man in dark robes prepared to strike with the palm technique of demon destruction. Another blood-curdling scream erupted as the technique found its mark. A glowing red mark pulsed on his waist as the man in dark robes lunged forward. The white-robed man staggered back with a grunt of pain, while his attacker expressed weary disbelief. Back in the present, the charismatic Na Yulriang dryly commented that Jeongwoon had quite a lot of tricks up his sleeve. The now bloodied Jeongwoon recalled the blue spirit's lessons as he realized his poison sutra of demon destruction had been countered. He finally understood the gap in power, as his own attacks inflicted internal injuries on himself while poison had no effect on his foe. Jeongwoon offered his skills to Na Yulriang, who laughed it off, completely certain he would be stabbed in the back. Na Yulriang claimed that Jeongwoon's desire for murder was the only genuine emotion he possessed and the sole reason he lived. Silently, the bloody Jeongwoon questioned if Na Yulriang was wrong. Na Yulriang cruelly offered to let him live as a limbless man who needed help to eat, laughing at the thought of the expression he would wear. The bloodied man steadied himself, accepting that his arms would be the first to go. A tense, heavy silence descended upon the battlefield. The faint, agonized moans of the fallen echoed in the background. A new black-haired man appeared, remarking on Jeongwoon's audacity before noticing the blood staining the ground. The newcomer decided it would be simpler to just kill Jeongwoon himself. His aura turned murderous as he declared that Jeongwoon had left him no other choice. With a cacophony of screams, the warriors clashed again in a maelstrom of blood and violence. The woman in red yelled for the mortal to flee to the old man who uses poison. She tried to claim Na Yulriang as her opponent, but Jeongwoon snarled back for her to fuck off. The black-haired man desperately yelled for the mortal to run to the old man who uses poison. The woman in red claimed her approaching opponent as her own, only for the black-haired man to snarl back for her to fuck off. The black-haired man staggered on his feet, weakly calling out to the blue spirit. He admitted he could only hold on for a short while, a revelation that shocked the woman in red. The woman in red warned him that she could feel the aura of a monstrous shaman from afar, certain he must have felt it too. The black-haired man confirmed her fears, knowing it would be dangerous if the shaman noticed his presence. She explained that she was limiting her own spirit power to avoid detection and urged him to run while he still had time. The black-haired man finally relented, stumbling away from the chaotic battlefield. In a flash of movement, a new figure appeared, intercepting the woman in red. A powerful strike slammed down, blocking her path with unyielding force. The explosive impact of the clash reverberated through the air. The newcomer, a silver-haired man, demanded to know the meaning of her actions. He looked down on her, addressing her as the youngest disciple. As the silver-haired man noted he hadn't seen her since their master had fallen ill, the woman in red began to suspect he was mistaken. She quickly realized he was confusing her for a girl who shared a striking resemblance. While the silver-haired man demanded an answer, the woman in red just laughed, sarcastically asking if he was angry she had touched something he claimed. Deciding it wasn't necessary to correct him, she resolved to play along with the mistaken identity. She found the idea unpleasant but decided to use the other girl's martial arts to maintain the ruse and avoid drawing unwanted attention. The woman in red prepared to unleash a style that was not her own. The silver-haired man's eyes widened in shock as she took the unmistakable stance of the sword style of heaven. She initiated the technique known as falling star. A powerful wave of energy erupted from her sword in a brilliant arc. She inwardly admitted that while she hated its creator, the sword style was exceptionally fast and would be difficult to dodge. The silver-haired man was momentarily taken aback by the sudden and powerful assault. Effortlessly deflecting the blow, the silver-haired man commented that she'd improved quite a bit, having previously thought she only possessed internal energy. He chuckled with genuine surprise, remarking that she had gotten much better. With a condescending laugh, he declared how proud he was of her as her senior disciple. The two warriors met again in a storm of blows, their energies colliding in a massive explosion. The woman in red let out a short gasp from the sheer force of the impact. The silver-haired man closed the distance between them with incredible, blinding speed. He laughed mockingly, asking why she had suddenly fallen silent. Seething with frustration, the woman in red cursed him under her breath. As their blades locked, she wondered if he was truly that mad, while he simply praised her as good. She realized with growing concern that even while holding back and using an unfamiliar style, he was perfectly matching her movements. The woman in red concluded that the mortal she'd sent away could never defeat this man, prompting her to consider a desperate gamble. The silver-haired man suddenly warned her that if she crossed the line, she would leave him no choice, leaving her confused. He revealed he hadn't expected to use a certain technique, activating his penetrating eye. A wave of alarm washed over the woman in red as she felt an immense amount of chi gathering in his eye. The silver-haired man focused his power, unleashing his hidden ability. His eye began to glow, shining with an intense, otherworldly blue light. With a sharp crackle of energy, his perception of the world fundamentally changed. The woman in red felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere as the man stared through her and ominously uttered, "You." With cold certainty, he declared, "You're not Wai Soyeon." The woman in red was completely stunned, realizing he had seen through her deception. The scene then cut to an intense close-up of two figures with menacing, glowing red eyes. The blonde woman let out a huff of irritation as the black-haired man recoiled in shock. Wielding a blade of pure red energy, the blonde woman relentlessly attacked the black-haired man. As the violent strikes rained down, an unspoken question about the mortal's identity seemed to linger in the air. The blonde woman suddenly paused her assault, questioning what she was feeling. A strange and ominous energy was now emanating from her target. It felt different from death chi, something far darker and more profound than she had ever encountered. The scene flashed back to moments earlier, as the black-haired man desperately fled his pursuer. The grotesque sounds of something chasing him echoed closely behind. The black-haired man finally came to a halt, his expression turning grim. His inner thoughts confirmed his greatest fear: his pursuer would undoubtedly chase him down and kill him. He knew he couldn't run and had no other options left, his only path was through power. The singular desire for power consumed his every thought. He considered attempting the forbidden path to the evolutionary realm. Wondering if it would even work, he decided to risk the dangerous process of metamorphosis. The black-haired man recalled the moment he witnessed the Toad Poison King's ascension, having memorized the precise route of the chi circulation. He remembered how the energy pierced 3 vital spots, and how the 3 yangs formed essence, vitality, and spirit. Though he didn't understand the underlying principles, he was confident he could copy the physical process. But he was acutely aware that awakening the three yangs without true enlightenment was a surefire way to die. He stood silently for a moment, weighing the life-or-death decision. It was the most desperate gamble he could make, with his very life on the line. The black-haired man steeled his resolve, realizing it was all or nothing. He reasoned that if he was going to die anyway, he might as well try. With a final surge of desperation, he committed to the attempt. Breathing heavily, he began to reverse the circulation route to accommodate his death chi, pushing it from his lower to upper dantian all at once. He let out a choked gasp as the energy surged violently within his channels. A scream of pure agony ripped from his throat as the raw power threatened to tear him apart. Panting, he realized he'd almost died because his breathing was unstable and resolved to try again, but much more slowly. After calming his breath, he focused on the new, inverted flow, yang in the middle of yin. He repeated the reversed mantra in his mind, guiding his energy along the new path, yin, middle, yin. He was reversing the heavenly arch, drawing the three yins to the middle to assist his very origin. He was not pursuing the conventional convergence of the three yang essence. Instead, he sought the forbidden convergence of the three yin essence. With this heretical power, he intended to transcend the wall of his limitations. From a safe distance, the woman in red armor continued to observe the unfolding events. She let out a sudden laugh, unable to believe what she was seeing. The thought of him attempting metamorphosis right here, in the middle of a battlefield, was absurd. Her thoughts trailed off as she stared at his audacity. Elsewhere, the two other powerful combatants continued their violent clash, oblivious to the transformation. During metamorphosis, the body is incredibly vulnerable, even the slightest disturbance can cause a fatal chi blockage. Seeing this weakness, a madman declared he would seize the opportunity and cut off the man's limbs. A sharp metallic clang echoed as something, or someone, abruptly stopped his advance. The woman in red armor mused that watching a body reformation in real time was truly interesting. Undeterred, the madman plotted aloud to cut off the vulnerable man's arms and legs. He wondered with a sneer what would happen if he went through with his vicious plan. Recognizing the immediate threat, the woman in red armor lunged to intercept his dangerous advance. She knew his mortal condition was already unstable, and that during a reformation, even a feather's touch could be fatal. While she warned of an imminent chi deviation, the madman declared he would start by taking an arm. A rapid series of sharp impacts rang out as an unseen defense was hastily erected. With a final, deafening clang, the madman's attack was decisively parried. Elsewhere, a dark-haired man paused his own fight, turning his head with a flicker of amusement. His opponent, a woman in red, warned him not to get cocky. The dark-haired man's hand began to crackle with an ominous, dark energy. The woman in red wasted no time, lunging forward to press her assault. The air filled with the sound of their rapid, furious exchange of blows. Blade after blade met in a dizzying flurry of attacks and parries. Their clash of steel echoed across the chaotic battlefield. The high-speed combat escalated into a near-invisible blur of motion. Amidst the deadly dance, the dark-haired man let out a confident laugh. He unleashed the sword style of heaven's ultimate technique, the heavenly sword meteor, momentarily stunning the woman in red. In another part of the battlefield, a silver-haired woman cried out, struggling to prevent her own energy from leaking out. The dark-haired man's cruel laughter provided a stark contrast to the silver-haired woman's pained groans. The battlefield became a cacophony of their dueling, manic laughter. As her agony intensified, his triumphant cackling only grew louder and more deranged. He screamed that his power was finally reaching its target, as a taunting voice wondered aloud if the man would die. The silver-haired woman let out one last, desperate cry of pain. A piercing scream of pure, unadulterated power erupted from the center of the chaos. A thunderous impact shook the very foundations of the earth. The scream continued, now laced with an overwhelming surge of energy. It built to a final, terrifying crescendo, signaling the climax of the transformation. From his restraints, the bound man looked on in horror, realizing who was responsible. A heavy, definitive impact landed with a sickening thud. The woman in red armor could only stare, her eyes wide with utter shock. A narrator's voice declared that the moment had now arrived. An ancient creature issued a single, powerful command for its servant to go forth. A woman with striking red lips panicked, realizing her covert actions had been discovered. She resolved that, if it came to it, she would release every last bit of her spirit energy. A man with long black hair watched the scene unfold in stunned silence. The situation had clearly spiraled into something far beyond anyone's control. The woman in red armor countered the growing chaos by invoking her own technique, the sword style of the moon. Her opponent, the woman in red, grimly noted how dangerous the battlefield had become. Her adversary continued to channel the immense power of the sword style of heaven. Waves of destructive force radiated from their clashing techniques. The ground erupted in a series of violent explosions. The woman in red admitted that, despite her hatred for him, the sword style of heaven was perfect, though she believed it still had flaws. She revealed that for 100 years, she had replayed his every move, searching for an opening. She had finally pinpointed what she believed was the technique's only weakness. The dark-haired man cried out in shock as she moved to exploit this vulnerability. To her utter astonishment, she discovered that he had somehow patched the very flaw she was targeting. The dark-haired man's triumphant laughter echoed as his perfected style overwhelmed her. Observing from a distance, a blonde-haired woman stared in disbelief, questioning how a mere mortal could possess such power. A shadowy figure watched with her, wondering how the mortal's energy could feel so profoundly ominous. The figure questioned if the transformation was truly proceeding correctly, given its sinister nature. Suddenly, the shadowy figure launched an attack, forcing the blonde-haired woman to dive out of the way. The dark-haired man surveyed the escalating chaos, deciding it had become far too dangerous. He declared it was time to end the fight, startling the blonde-haired woman. Refusing to let him leave, she shouted that he wasn't going anywhere and cast a blood barrier to trap him. Crimson energy pulsed and solidified, forming a cage around the powerful warrior. The blonde-haired woman strained, pouring her very essence into maintaining the crimson prison. The barrier shimmered and cracked, struggling to contain the immense power sealed within. From somewhere in the chaos, an unknown attacker let out a ferocious battle cry. A violent spray of blood erupted as a desperate, disembodied hand reached out from the carnage. A long-haired man gasped, his eyes wide with shock at the brutal turn of events. The woman in red screamed a horrified "no" as she witnessed the devastating blow. A swirling vortex of black and purple energy began to emanate from the ground. A large, imposing weapon slowly descended from the sky, drawn into the chaotic vortex. A different, gleaming sword then plummeted from the heavens, falling toward an outstretched hand below. With a solid thud, two figures landed, facing each other before a dark, ominous building. A man in red armor and the woman in red both panted heavily, exhausted from the recent battle. The air hung thick and heavy with the immediate aftermath of their intense clash. The blonde woman stared at the epicenter of power and let out a dry, disbelieving laugh at the mortal's transformation. A chilling, palpable aura began to spread from the site of the metamorphosis. The slow, deliberate footsteps of an approaching silhouette cut through the tense silence. The figure in shadow spoke, acknowledging that the final destination had been reached. An absolute, profound silence fell as the transformation reached its stunning conclusion. Where a vulnerable man once knelt, a muscular warrior with long black hair and glowing blue eyes now stood, a powerful sword in his hand. His voice resonating with newfound power, the muscular man declared he had finally reached the realm of evolution. The blonde woman panted from exhaustion, acknowledging that the mortal had finally done it. From a distance, her adversary confirmed that their foe had indeed reached the evolutionary realm. The newly transformed Jinwoo stood in profound silence, his glowing blue eyes surveying the scene. Jinwoo's attention was immediately drawn to the energy radiating from his opponent. He recognized it as something he had never seen before, an aura so deeply ominous it was unsettling. Jinwoo's mind reeled, feeling the pull of an abyss defined by darkness, chaos, and pure evil. Voicing his thoughts, Jinwoo called his opponent a demon, questioning if he was even human. The black-haired antagonist savored the word, softly repeating, "a demon," to himself. His eyes widened slightly, a flicker of an idea crossing his mind. A single drop of sweat traced a line down his open palm in the tense quiet. A smirk played on the antagonist's lips as he praised the description, calling his power a demon-like energy. He inwardly conceded that the assessment felt entirely appropriate. With a newfound sense of identity, the antagonist decided he would call his power demonic chi. As the antagonist laughed at this seemingly new creation, Jinwoo steeled his resolve with a single thought: he needed to kill him here and now. The black-haired antagonist coolly informed Jinwoo that he was misunderstanding the situation. He clarified with condescending authority that Jinwoo had only just become barely good enough to face him. The antagonist delivered a chilling warning that a single mistake would be enough for his head to go flying. The blonde woman offered to fight alongside the mortal, but the antagonist swiftly ordered the blue spirit to hide inside her wooden doll. He explained that a very powerful shaman was approaching, and her presence would only make the situation worse. Reluctantly, the blonde woman gave Jinwoo one final piece of advice: if things went wrong, he was to run to the old man who uses poison. With a brilliant flash of light, she vanished from sight. The antagonist was caught completely off guard by her abrupt disappearance. He was left alone with Jinwoo, wondering where the spirit had gone. Elsewhere, a white-clad woman turned to her companion, asking if he saw where the woman who looked like their youngest disciple had disappeared. Her dark-haired companion cruelly dismissed her observation, suggesting her one good eye was failing and offering to take it out for her. A close-up revealed that one of the man's own eyes was glowing with an unnerving blue light. The two mysterious figures stood before the damaged building, their purpose shrouded in the cloudy night. Back at the battlefield, the ground suddenly cracked and splintered as the fight resumed with explosive force. Jinwoo and the black-haired antagonist clashed in a storm of glowing energy, their swords meeting in midair. Their battle was a blur of motion, a chaotic dance of shrieking metal around the crumbling structure. Debris was kicked up from the ground as they traded vicious blows with impossible speed. A powerful impact sent a shockwave through the traditional building, causing it to erupt in a blinding explosion of light. Jinwoo let out a strained cry as the intense exchange continued without pause. The sounds of brutal impact echoed one after another. A screech of scraping metal followed a heavy blow, filling the air with the sounds of destruction. Jinwoo realized with grim focus that his opponent was managing to react to every single one of his attacks. He began to channel the power of his sword style of heaven. A dreadful realization started to dawn on Jinwoo. He unleashed his ultimate technique, the moonless void sword. A vortex of immense energy swirled violently between the two combatants. In that instant, the black-haired antagonist understood that Jinwoo was truly, impossibly, in the same martial realm as him. Their techniques collided in a cataclysmic explosion that shook the very foundations of the battlefield. Amidst the dazzling, blinding light, the two figures once again stood facing each other. In the chaos, a critical opening presented itself. A glowing blue eye narrowed, seizing the momentary advantage. The black-haired antagonist screamed in agony, his face now bloodied from a successful strike. Watching from her hiding place, the woman in red gasped in shock that he had somehow managed to dodge the worst of the blow. The enraged antagonist roared that even if Jinwoo had managed to surpass the wall of limitations. He clutched the hilt of his own sword, which now pulsed with a sinister purple glow. He screamed that even with this strange new energy, Jinwoo was no match for him. The sharp sound of a blade cutting through the air signaled a swift counterattack. A powerful, gusting force followed the devastating swing. The black-haired antagonist arrogantly declared that both above and below the heavens, he alone was the honored one. He lunged forward, screaming that Jinwoo was nothing to him. The blonde woman cried out in terror for the mortal. Her desperate scream for the young master was cut short by a sudden interruption. A new, authoritative voice cut through the chaos, demanding to know what was happening. A silver-haired man appeared, sternly asking the antagonist what he was doing to his disciple. The antagonist recognized the legendary Toad Poison King but scoffed at the interruption, refusing to back down. In that brief moment of distraction, a hand shot out and seized his arm. The antagonist realized his fatal error, he had let himself be caught. He spat a sarcastic, "Thank you," before discovering with a jolt that he could not pull his hand away. A wave of panic hit him as he wondered if this was some kind of sorcery. The silver-haired man, the Toad Poison King, roared for the antagonist to stop his assault. The master furiously demanded to know if the antagonist dared to kill his disciple right in front of him, his grip like iron. Enraged at being trapped, the antagonist spat that if the master insisted on protecting the boy, then they were now enemies. Jinwoo suddenly shouted out to his master. The unexpected cry caught the Toad Poison King completely by surprise. Jinwoo urgently instructed his master to hold on to the antagonist and not let go. A wild, maniacal laugh began to bubble up from Jinwoo's lips. His laughter echoed through the sudden, chilling silence that followed. Jinwoo taunted his trapped foe, daring him to hold on for what was to come. He began to explain exactly how their little standoff would end. Jinwoo activated his own deadly technique, channeling the Poison Sutra of demon destruction through his unique poison physique. The Toad Poison King realized Jinwoo's intent, understanding that even an evolutionary realm master couldn't stop poison injected directly into their body. The black-haired antagonist choked and coughed violently, cursing the bastard who had trapped him. The Toad Poison King watched grimly as the plan unfolded. A spray of blood erupted from the struggling antagonist's mouth. A dark, poisonous energy visibly began to spread through his body. The antagonist's voice was a strained whisper as he questioned his fate. He couldn't believe he was going to die like this. His eyes widened in horrified disbelief as a brilliant light began to pierce through the spreading poison and blood. The Toad Poison King panted heavily, the effort of restraining the powerful warrior taking its toll. Just then, a man with white hair rushed to his side, yelling at him to stop and let go. The Toad Poison King insisted he must kill him, but his companion desperately warned that the association leader would kill them both if he did. The white-haired man pleaded, asking if his master truly wanted the association leader as an enemy, causing the older man to pause in annoyance. The Toad Poison King reluctantly admitted that it was better to make an enemy of the antagonist than the association leader. His companion let out a sigh of relief, asking if the terrifying ordeal was finally over. The Toad Poison King agreed, but then his eyes glinted as he saw an opportunity. He declared that he still needed to take something from their incapacitated foe. Since they were going to be enemies anyway, he saw no reason not to claim a prize. He swiftly took an item from the antagonist, musing aloud that it looked like it was going to be pretty annoying. An unnerving silence fell over the aftermath of the battle, leaving the consequences of the day's events hanging in the air. The injured man cried out in confusion, questioning the glowing object that had suddenly appeared. His captor identified it as a poison evasion orb, a name that echoed in the defeated man's disbelief. The master explained that the rare orb could remove most poisons, but warned that time was running out against such a potent toxin. Turning to his disciple, the master then offered a sincere apology for dragging him into such a dangerous conflict. A soft, dismissive chuckle was the disciple's only initial response. The dark-haired man then reassured his master that it was fine, telling him not to worry about what had already passed. In a solemn vow, the white-haired master declared that he would never abandon his own people. The dark-haired disciple stared forward, his expression unreadable as he processed his master's powerful words. This steadfast declaration of loyalty was entirely unexpected. The disciple was baffled, his master had just made a terrible enemy, yet was still vowing protection before asking what their next move should be. The man with long black hair remained silent for a long moment, lost in contemplation. The silver-haired man sighed, urging they clean up, but his disciple interjected that there was something to address first. Deciding to interrogate the young man, the master asked for honest answers as a show of trust. The man with long black hair quietly agreed to the questioning. The master first asked how the fight began, and the disciple revealed that their enemy had attacked him without provocation. Shocked, the silver-haired man demanded to know the reason for such an unprovoked assault. The disciple admitted he didn't know for sure, but suspected the man had been wary of him, a suggestion that puzzled his master. The silver-haired man moved on to his second question, asking when his disciple had advanced to the coveted evolutionary realm. The disciple calmly replied that he achieved the breakthrough during the very battle they had just concluded. His master could only stare back, his mind reeling in utter disbelief at the revelation. Stunned, the silver-haired man then demanded to know how he had mastered the poison sutra of demon destruction after seeing only a fraction of it. The young man explained that from that single part alone, he was able to visualize and deduce the entirety of the complex technique. The master was left speechless, realizing this monstrous boy had a talent that dwarfed even his own past achievements. His wide eye reflected the sheer awe and shock of this discovery. He finally understood why their powerful enemy had been so wary of his new disciple. The master admitted he was completely shaken, believing he was witnessing the birth of a once-in-a-lifetime genius. A proud, almost smug smile began to spread across the silver-haired man's face. He couldn't help but chuckle at his incredible luck. He had taken this phenomenal child as his own disciple. He declared the boy a treasure, the greatest one he could have ever found. Overcome with a mix of pride and shock, the master bent over while his disciple stood silently behind him. The silver-haired man then announced he would head to see the young lady, Wai Soyan, to which the dark-haired man simply agreed. With that, the master turned to depart, his mind racing. He sighed, reflecting on how he couldn't read his own disciple's thoughts, never having anticipated the choice he was about to make. The scene flashes back to their earlier strategy discussion, where his disciple laid out their two options for survival. The master had asked what to do, knowing they'd made an enemy of the young master who was favored to become the next association leader. The disciple had explained that their only path forward was to back one of the two other successor candidates. The master had enthusiastically agreed, seeing it as their only way to survive the political fallout. However, the master noted the overwhelming talent of their new enemy, which made the other candidates seem to have no chance. The disciple confidently declared that the situation had now changed, prompting his master to ask how. He explained that everything would now hinge on the choice they made in this very moment. The disciple laid out the political landscape, noting the two great powers and the two new unpredictable variables that had just emerged. He then boldly stated that those two variables were his master and himself. The dark-haired man reminded his master that with both of them now in the evolutionary realm, their combined power could shift the entire balance of the association. This, he proclaimed, was the true influence of a master at their level, a fact the silver-haired man was beginning to grasp. The disciple concluded that whichever candidate he chose to support would gain a decisive advantage in the succession race. The master, seeing the wisdom in his disciple's logic, formally left the critical decision in his hands. The dark-haired man paused for a moment before stating his choice. The master privately assumed he would choose Wai Soyan, the most logical candidate based on her skills and personality. But to his complete shock, the dark-haired man declared he would choose the underdog, Jeong. The master erupted, questioning the choice of the least skilled and most scheming candidate of the three. The disciple calmly explained that despite his character, Jeong's subordinates were fiercely and unconditionally loyal. In contrast, Wai Soyan's followers saw her not as a leader to be obeyed, but as a woman to be desired. The master processed this, realizing with deep disappointment that this flaw made her unfit for true leadership. He groaned, concluding that her renowned beauty had become a political liability. Back in the present, the disciple tasked his master with delivering the news of their allegiance, while he went to form an alliance with the dark sect. As the disciple chuckled that his master's business was his own, he began tending to their captive, prompting a confused question. The master asked if he planned to give the defeated man to Jeong Nung-ak, but the disciple revealed a surprise stop: he would visit Wai Soyan first. This unexpected detour left the white-haired master completely bewildered. The black-haired man simply offered a cryptic smile as he continued his work, leaving his master in shocked silence. The master exclaimed in disbelief, warning that this reckless plan might gravely provoke the woman they had just passed over. Unfazed, the dark-haired man simply replied, "We'll see." The silver-haired man could only let out a heavy sigh, hoping his disciple's convoluted plan would actually succeed. A low, pained groan echoed from the defeated man on the ground. The dark-haired man called out to the blue spirit in his mind, and the blonde woman promptly responded. The blue spirit cheekily reminded him of his old promise: now that he'd reached the evolutionary realm, she would have to call him master. He desperately pleaded with her, begging her to just say the word once. Grumbling in mock defeat, the dark-haired man finally gave up on his request. The scene then shifts back to the incapacitated enemy, with the silver-haired master now standing over him. The master looked down at his foe, a thoughtful and menacing hum escaping his lips. With a deliberate motion, he reached down towards the man's leg. He chuckled darkly, noting the man's already broken hands and ruined eyes, musing that one more broken ankle wouldn't hurt. Leaning in close, he delivered a cold warning to be prepared for the consequences of laying hands on his disciple. The master promised their foe that from this moment on, things were going to get very interesting. With the battle over and a new path chosen, the political landscape of the martial world was set to be irrevocably altered. Alliances will be tested and rivalries will ignite as a new power player has officially entered the game. A mysterious woman in red bids the audience farewell, promising that the story is far from over and will continue in Season 2.